Luo Qingci found himself bound to a troublesome system, tasked with conquering the male protagonists across various realms. Initially, he believed he could flirt and then flee, but soon discovered otherwise. System, you must provide me with a thorough explanation. Are they truly not the same person? Still wish to escape? Did you not consider the responsibility that comes with your flirtations? Chapter 0, Prologue. Luo Qingci's last memory lingered on the blinding glare of headlights and the piercing screech of brakes that seemed to tear through his eardrums. His body was hurled by a tremendous force, his mind unable to respond, and then everything faded into silence. There was no pain, no fear, only a suffocating void of chaos. Luo Qingci felt as if he were floating, time losing all significance. Ding. Detection of high-energy, unbound soul wave fluctuations. The frequency matches that with an 89.99 compatibility. Rounded up, that's 90. I truly excel. A boisterous voice, tinged with electronic static, abruptly shattered the stillness, sounding akin to discovering the last discounted cut of meat in a bustling market. Luo Qingci's thoughts began to shift. What was speaking? According to the temporary worker recruitment regulations of the Quick Travel Management Bureau, Chapter N, Article M, initiating force binding. An irresistible force grasped his dwindling consciousness, but upon contact, it seemed to collide with something solid, retracting sharply with a simulated cry of pain. Wait, a lucid thought, imbued with undeniable calmness, erupted from the core of his awareness, forcefully repelling that pulling sensation. Quotations, terms, risks, clarify. The voice paused, the electronic static quieting momentarily, seemingly intimidated by this. Dead soul's unwavering stance. Esteemed client. The voice tentatively resumed, sounding slightly more earnest, yet unable to conceal its underlying exuberance. The process isn't typically like this. Usually, I bind first and then explain gradually. My process is as such. Luo Qingci conveyed a signal devoid of compromise. Alternatively, you may seek the next compatible soul, though I suspect a discerning client like myself may be quite rare. Please, please, please. The voice quickly panicked, virtually kneeling in desperation. Let's negotiate. Clients are akin to deities, although you are not quite a deity yet. Ahem. A vast expanse of pure white unfolded before him, a gentle, glowing orb hovering in front, even mimicking a hand-rubbing gesture. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the gold-tier assistant of the Quick Travel Management Bureau, designated number 9527. Professional and reliable, engaging in honest dealings. No deception here. Congratulations, Mr. Luo Qingci. You have unfortunately, fortuitously, met your physical demise. But fret not, it's not a grave issue. You have encountered me, and your soul shall embark on a brand new chapter. Luo Qingci's consciousness remained unmoved. Get to the point. 9527? That designation sounds familiar, yet hardly seems gold tier. The orb's glow dimmed momentarily, as if struck at a vulnerable spot. The code is inconsequential. What truly matters is capability. In simple terms, there are numerous small world storylines experiencing minor disruptions, where key figures, the fortunate and core of these worlds, have gone astray, causing instability. Our task is to dispatch personnel, such as you, an exemplary talent, to rectify the situation, steering these pivotal figures back on course, ensuring world peace and universal harmony. Steering back on course? Luo Qingci precisely seized upon the term. How exactly? What standards must be met? Well, it's adaptable, tailored to the individual. 9527 evaded. Essentially, get close to them, understand them, influence them, ensuring they do not spiral into self-destruction or attempt to obliterate the world. Methods are unrestricted, with a high degree of freedom. Risks. Rewards. Luo Qingci succinctly stated. The risks are such that, theoretically, if a task fails or one dies unexpectedly in the small world, points will be deducted, and once depleted, it's truly over. However, 9527 hastily added, the rewards are exceedingly generous. Completing a task in a world accrues points. And once sufficient points are accumulated, you can resurrect back to your original world. or choose to retire in the task world, achieving financial freedom and eternal life. Dreams within reach. How about it? Exciting, isn't it? Show me the contract first. Luo Qingci remained unfazed. A shimmering, albeit slightly tattered, illusory scroll appeared in the air. Luo Qingci scrutinized it meticulously, examining each clause with an intensity that made 9527's glow flicker nervously. Here, system provides necessary information. The scope of necessary needs clear delineation. Here, the host must refer to system suggestions. Refer. The final decision must rest with me. Also, what is your failure rate? Is there a warranty? Will insufficient energy affect tasks? He pointed out each detail, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable pressure. 9527's glow flickered wildly, as if engaged in rapid calculations. Great one. Had you previously worked in law or procurement? All right. I shall amend the terms as you requested. The information package will be ample. Suggestions will merely be for reference. You have the final say. Failure rate below 0.0001. Ample energy with a backup power source. And within 7 days, a no questions asked return policy. Except for that. It nearly slipped its tongue. Excellent. Luo Qingci finally expressed satisfaction, swiftly signing the contract. The golden light merged with his consciousness, establishing an equitable connection. Now the information for the first world. Luo Qingci proactively requested, his tone laced with scrutiny. Let me see what the situation entails. A stream of information surged in, gentle and orderly. The tyrant's love, set in the Republican era. His identity, a tragically faded renowned peaking opera performer. The pivotal figure requiring rectification, a cold-faced young marshal with immense power in the north. Luo Qingci rapidly processed the information, a spark of keen interest flashing in his eyes. A Republican backdrop, a performer, and a young marshal? How intriguing, he murmured to himself, a playful curve gracing his lips. When it comes to acting, I am indeed a professional. He glanced at the orb, which seemed to exhale in relief. So, are you prepared? Let us commence forthwith. Absolutely. Hold on tight, esteemed one. The initial transmission may induce dizziness. If you feel nauseous, feel free to expel it in the sea of consciousness. It's on the house. 9527's voice regained its lively tone, as the surrounding pure white space began to warp violently, colors swirling chaotically, reminiscent of an old television set losing its signal that a potent tug ensued, as if his soul were being tossed into a spinning washing machine. Luo Qingci closed his eyes, fully embracing the transition. He was transported to the first world. Chapter 1, the grand performance begins, connection successful. Host consciousness stabilized. Welcome to the Heroic Love Republic Theater. Dear esteemed host, the beginner's gift package. The novice guide has been forcibly released. Please check and confirm. The voice of 9527 was as boisterous as ever, infused with an unreliable electronic exuberance that forcibly penetrated his recently transmitted consciousness. Luo Qingci inhaled deeply, a suffocating wave of potent odors, a blend of greasy hair oil, sawdust, and some indescribable stale scent surged into his nostrils. Struggling, he pried his eyes open, his vision taking a moment to sharpen. Before him stood a copper mirror, its edges blurred, reflecting a hazy golden halo. In the mirror appeared a face, entirely unfamiliar, yet breathtakingly beautiful. The visage belonged to a youth of 18 or 19, with a complexion as delicate as porcelain, accentuating the dark, flowing hair. The eyebrows were meticulously shaped into willow leaf arches, while the eyes, naturally endowed with a slight upward curve at the corners, were the epitome of peach blossom beauty, currently filled with the bewilderment of awakening, glistening with an ethereal sheen, fragile as if they could shatter at a mere touch. The lips were full and, even without embellishment, possessed a natural rosy hue. Luo Qingci instinctively raised a hand, his fingertips grazing the cool, smooth mirror surface before falling to his cheek, the sensation tangible and the skin astonishingly delicate. Indeed, this is your new body, identity in this realm. The leading actress of the Dangue Theater on the Bund, a renowned peaking opera star, Luo Qingci. Isn't it a delightful coincidence that you share the same name? The voice of 9527 chimed in at an opportune moment, brimming with a sense of triumph. With unparalleled beauty and a celestial voice, you are undoubtedly a formidable asset for your pursuits. Ignoring the system's incessant chatter, Luo Qingci diverted his gaze from the reflection, swiftly scanning his surroundings. The room was small yet cluttered with an array of items. An antique dressing table dominated the space, its surface strewn with various cosmetics, eyebrow pencils, lipsticks, hair oils, and an exquisitely ornate headdress adorned with pearls and jewels, carefully placed aside. The walls bore signs of age, adorned with intricately embroidered costumes, their flowing sleeves cascading down. The air was infused not only with the fragrance of powder, but also a faint mustiness of wood and dust. Outside, the muffled sounds of bustling voices, the jingling of rickshaw bells, and the distant melodies of the eru permeated the atmosphere, evoking a sense of the tumultuous yet oppressive ambience of a bygone era. In the chaotic world of war and indulgence, the Bund of Shanghai thrived. The target was the defiant northern warlord, Ling Yanxiao, a man of formidable influence. Yet, Luo Qingci, renowned for his enchanting beauty and melodious voice, learned from information relayed by 9527 that the original host was treated as a mere plaything for the warlord, ultimately meeting a tragic end. The original host, also named Luo Qingci, had grown up in the theater, and with a striking appearance and a voice gifted by heaven, he became a celebrated figure on the Bund. However, in such turbulent times, performers were regarded as mere trinkets in the hands of the powerful. The original host was timid and sensitive, living in constant fear, with the greatest aspiration of simply performing in peace, yet he was already ensnared in a web of fate. The theater manager and the overseer had long viewed him as a valuable commodity, waiting for the opportune moment to sell. Core mission: win the favor of the northern young marshal, Ling Yanxiao, achieving a goodwill level of 100. Survival mission: alter the tragic fate of the original host, who was abandoned and met a grim end. Hidden mission: optional, with substantial rewards. Obtain intelligence regarding the imminent Japanese raid on the train station, and successfully relay it to the underground resistance organization. 9527 timely reminded of the tasks at hand. The name of the young marshal, Ling Yanxiao, echoed within Luo Qingci's heart. Fragments of memory failed to reveal a clear visage. Only vague rumors remained. A commander of formidable troops, wielding immense power, characterized by a cold and merciless temperament, prone to unpredictability. The original host harbored a deep fear of him. Now, he found himself in the role of an actor tasked with winning over this stoic figure. A single misstep could lead to a tragic repetition of the original host's fate, resulting in a silent demise. Moreover, to attain the bountiful rewards, a more perilous hidden mission loomed, a dance upon the edge of a blade, where exposure would spell a fate far more dreadful than a mere abandonment. Luo Qingci closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The cloying scent of powder stung his throat. Yet he swiftly quelled any emotional turmoil, and upon reopening his eyes, the lingering fear and confusion in his peach blossom eyes faded, replaced by poise and scrutiny. Acting was his forte. Are you all right, esteemed sir? Is the information perhaps overwhelming? Would you like me to reiterate the tasks? 9527 inquired cautiously, noting his prolonged silence. No need, Luo Qingci replied, his voice surprisingly clear, though still carrying a hint of morning hoarseness. It contrasted sharply with the original host's typically soft and melodious tones. He furrowed his brow slightly, swiftly adjusting his vocal inflection, and continued, now imbued with a uniquely velvety lilt. I was merely contemplating the challenge of this opening. What he sought was not tranquility, but an adequately stimulating stage to accrue points. This world, evidently, met those requirements. At that moment, a rapid series of knocks echoed, accompanied by a sharp, anxious male voice piercing through the thin wooden door. Luo Dejia. Are you awake? Have you prepared? Oh, my dear ancestor. They have urged the performance 3 times already. The esteemed guest has long arrived, eagerly awaiting your grand entrance. Today must not be trifled with. It was the manager of the troupe, Wang. Fragments of memory surfaced. He was a sycophant, adept at discerning the whims of others. Luo Qingci's gaze flickered with interest. An esteemed guest? What a coincidence! Just as he arrived, the so-called esteemed guest appeared? Could it be, based on the plot note analysis? The probability of the target character Ling Yanxiao appearing at the Dangui Theater today is as high as 85. 95-27 promptly reported the data. The urgency of the outside voice escalated, almost tinged with desperation. Luo Dejia, for the sake of all that is sacred, hurry. If we offend the esteemed guest, our entire troupe will face dire consequences. Luo Qingci swiftly raised his hand, his fingertips gliding over the cold jewelry and hairpins on the vanity. He grasped a fine brush, expertly refining the blurred outline of his lips in the mirror from the aftereffects of a nap, then dipped his fingertip into a bit of rouge, gently softening the corners of his eyes to mask the final traces of unusual emotion. As he moved, he swiftly assimilated the muscle memory of the original owner, emulating the languid grace that seemed to flow effortlessly, gradually engraving that deep-seated allure into his present demeanor. The expression of the reflection in the mirror subtly transformed. The calmness intrinsic to Luo Qingci was carefully concealed, replaced by a semblance befitting the original owner, tinged with a hint of timidity and submissive charm. He had to seamlessly embody the role. He picked up the most exquisite and heavy jade phoenix hairpin, feeling the chilling touch of the metal against his fingertips, and steadily inserted it into his dark bun. Coming, he responded softly, his voice deliberately elongated, imbued with a softness that was both languorous and tinged with a trace of unease. Rising to his feet, he adjusted the intricately embroidered shawl draped over his shoulders. The ample sleeves cascading down, stirring a fragrant breeze with his movements. The door creaked open from within. Outside, the anxious and perspiring steward Wang, bowing and nodding, caught sight of him, and his eyes brightened as if he had found a savior. He quickly lowered his voice. "Ah, my dear esteemed guest, you have finally emerged. Hurry, hurry." The manager is nearly frantic. Sitting in the audience today is none other than the formidable Marshal Ling from the north. When you take the stage, please muster every ounce of spirit to perform splendidly. Rewards will surely follow. But should there be any missteps, Steward Wang shuddered, his face paling, and he dared not continue. Indeed, it was he, Ling Yanxiao. Luo Qingci understood fully. This opening was thrusting him directly before the principal figure. He merely nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting an appropriate blend of fear and submission, his voice gentle and tender. Rest assured, Steward Qingci understands. He followed the hurried Steward Wang down the backstage corridor toward the front stage. The sound of the huqin and drums grew increasingly distinct, while the clamorous voices of the crowd surged like a tidal wave. As the various minor actors and stagehands rushed past, clutching props, they instinctively slowed their pace, casting him a myriad of complex looks. He could feel his heartbeat quickening, not from fear, but from a pre-battle exhilaration. His fingertips curled slightly, brushing against the cool silk of his flowing sleeves. At the front stage, it seemed a performance had just concluded, yielding a round of applause that was not overly fervent, followed by a brief moment of silence. Steward Wang abruptly halted before a curtain leading to the side stage, his face paling as he offered one last caution. "It will soon be your time. Please sing carefully." Standing behind the heavy curtain, Luo Qingci could even glimpse through the gap the sea of heads in the audience and the outline of the secluded, elegant seats on the second floor, divided by screens. He took a deep breath, letting his breath settle into his dantian, producing a subtle resonance. The aroma of tea, smoke, and various perfumes wafted from the front stage, mingling together to create the unique, flamboyant cacophony of this era. The drummer struck the rhythm for the entrance, crisp and rhythmic, echoing like a heartbeat. A nearby assistant abruptly lifted a corner of the curtain, and a more brilliant light, along with the roaring voices of the crowd, surged toward him in an instant. Luo Qingci held his breath, centering his thoughts and suppressing every overt emotion, imprinting the original owner's beguiling demeanor into his very bones. With each beat of the drum, He gracefully stepped forward. The grand performance was about to commence. Chapter 2. Unparalleled elegance. The resplendent gas lamp swayed, inducing a slight dizziness, while the cacophony from the audience enveloped him like an invisible net. Luo Qingci advanced to the center of this ostentatious stage, his water sleeves gently draping. Eyes fixed on the nose on the heart, striking an impeccably poised pose. In an instant, the murmurs from the audience diminished, as if by some miraculous force. Countless gazes, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, converged upon him. He could distinctly sense a particularly unique gaze among the myriad, emanating from the elegantly shielded VIP seat on the second floor, likely belonging to Ling Yanxiao. Understanding dawned upon Luo Qingci. He refrained from immediately meeting that gaze, deliberately controlling where his own eyes fell, ensuring his intentions remained concealed for a while longer. As the music swelled, the Jinghu produced a hauntingly beautiful interlude. He began to move, his steps light and graceful, his form fluid as water, wide sleeves billowing and folding like drifting clouds caressing the moonlit branches. Just a preliminary gesture exuded the opulence and slightly inebriated charm of Yang Guifei, preparing for a banquet. As he opened his lips, releasing sound from his throat, even he paused for a moment. His voice, clear and mellifluous, resembled pearls cascading onto a silver platter, imbued with an enchanting softness. Yet each word resonated with clarity and rich undertones. The original owner's corporeal memories skillfully wielded this exquisite voice, while his own spirit, Luo Qingci, maintained calm control over each breath and every tonal shift. The melody flowed elegantly, and his movements danced gracefully. Portraying Yang Guifei, he reveled in the beauty of the imperial garden and the emperor's favor, his eyes shimmering with an intoxicating allure, each smile and frown a myriad of emotions. His fingertips, like delicate orchids, fluttered, bringing the scene to vivid life. The audience was astonishingly silent, save for the occasional soft clink of teacups. All were captivated by the enchanting figure upon the stage. Luo Qingci poured his heart and soul into the performance. It was not only a tribute to the spectators, but also a precise aim at the esteemed guest on the second floor. Every glance, every posture, every flourish of the water sleeves was meticulously crafted to amplify the allure of this form. He knew that under the spotlight, he must appear radiant, transcending the realm of mere mortals. As he sang beneath the full moon, it was as though Chang'e was departing from her lunar palace. He executed a graceful turn, his sleeves resembling two arcs of pristine white, dancing effortlessly. Finally, his gaze inadvertently floated towards the second floor VIP seat. Through the distance and shifting light, his vision was somewhat obscured. He could only vaguely discern a figure clad in dark military attire, sitting upright, their face shrouded in shadow and screening. Yet, the weight of their gaze remained palpably intense. Within, Luo Qingci remained unperturbed, even coolly assessing the situation. It seemed mere beauty was insufficient to stir the heart of this young commander, who was accustomed to the delights of the world. His lyrics continued to flow melodiously, his steps unyieldingly precise, yet the underlying strategy of his performance had subtly evolved, no longer merely showcasing the delicate charm and opulence of the favored concubine. It begins to intricately portray the profound solitude of the inner palace, the yearning and anxiety for the sovereign's affection, and the lingering sorrow entwined with intoxication. This complex and subtle sentiment is quietly conveyed through the minutiae of eye movements and a barely perceptible tremor in the singing voice. Consequently, the concubine upon the stage transforms from a mere symbol of beauty into a figure evoking genuine compassion. He observed that the silhouette on the second floor seemed to adopt a more relaxed posture, yet that gaze remained firmly locked upon him. The opportunity had arrived. Luo Qingci inhaled deeply and sang the pivotal word, "Your Majesty." This utterance was executed with remarkable finesse. The tone was prolonged, the breath impeccably controlled, initially infused with shyness and timidity, as if the concubine, with hazy eyes from inebriation, mistook Gao Lisher for Emperor Tang Ming, exuding a girlish infatuation. Yet, As the note reached its conclusion, it subtly ascended, infused with a hint of sorrow and yearning, embodying the instinctive longing for love and reliance that resides within the heart of a woman in the inner palace, fragile yet profoundly moving. Simultaneously, he slightly tilted his head, his gaze akin to peach blossoms steeped in spring water, gently cascading towards the elegant seating on the second floor, tenderly extending forward. That look brimmed with myriad affections, seemingly transcending distance and shadows, landing squarely upon the austere man. In that fleeting moment, a few suppressed gasps unexpectedly echoed from the audience below. Several seasoned opera aficionados even forgot to sip their tea, mouse agape, entranced by the spectacle. It was precisely at this moment that the man casually toying with a white porcelain teacup on the second floor abruptly halted his movements. Ling Yanxiao had initially appeared here merely to fulfill a social obligation, responding to the local gentry's invitation. His thoughts already drifting to the military camp outside the city and the stack of military documents awaiting his attention. The sounds emanating from the stage were nothing more than a cacophony in his ears. The performer was undeniably beautiful, yet bore no essential distinction from the myriad of enchanting figures he had encountered before, all carefully adorned and awaiting sale as commodities. He even felt a touch of aversion towards such gatherings, unconsciously rotating the teacup in his fingers, the tea within long since cooled, until that resonant call of Your Majesty sliced through the air. The voice was clear yet sensuously enchanting, the slight tremor at its end akin to a feather, delicately grazing the most sensitive part of his heart. What further stilled his actions was the gaze that accompanied it, brimming with intricate emotions. A sense of reliance and invitation to be cherished that sparked in him an absurd illusion, as if he truly had become the exalted monarch, and that person below regarded him as their sole support. This sensation of being needed, of being revered, even bound by a thread of vulnerability, was both unfamiliar and peculiar to him. His gaze sharpened abruptly, penetrating through the swaying heads and swirling smoke below, landing upon that captivating figure on stage. He noticed that the concubine appeared slightly flustered under his scrutiny, her eyes flickering momentarily, like the wings of a startled butterfly, swiftly lowering then tremblingly lifting again, continuing to sing the subsequent lines. Yet the lingering blush at the corners of her eyes and her somewhat hurried breath betrayed the facade of composure she desperately sought to maintain. Intriguing, he thought, narrowing his eyes slightly. The performer appears to be more complex than he seems at first glance. There exists not only beauty, but also an ineffable quality that effortlessly tugs at the heartstrings. He sets down the teacup he has been toying with, leaning forward ever so slightly, his gaze becoming increasingly fixated on the movements upon stage. Meanwhile, Luo Qingci perceives the shift in the other's demeanor, calculating calmly in his mind while maintaining an impeccable facade, flawlessly embodying the intoxicated grace of the imperial concubine. Yet, the glances exchanged with the second floor become more frequent and nuanced. As the final notes fade, applause erupts like thunder, the cheers almost lifting the theater's roof. Luo Qingci steps forward to bow alongside his fellow performers. As he rises, his eyes inadvertently sweep over the second floor once more. This time, he sees more clearly. The man remains seated, devoid of applause or expression, his eyes, sharp and profound in the dim light, unflinchingly fixed upon him. Their gazes briefly intersect in the air. Luo Qingci, feeling scorched by that gaze, quickly lowers his eyelashes, feigning submission and trepidation as he retreats backstage with the others. The curtain falls, severing the tumult of the stage from that penetrating gaze. Upon entering the backstage area, the manager and the steward greet him with broad smiles, their tone unusually warm and obsequious. "Oh, my dear Luo, today's performance was absolutely brilliant, a resounding success. Did you not see the audience's reaction? Especially from the second floor." The steward leans inconspiratorially. That gentleman watched intently from beginning to end, not once blinking. Luo Qingci merely nods slightly, accepting the warm water offered by a servant to soothe his throat, choosing not to respond. He delicately dabs at the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and the bridge of his nose with a soft cloth, careful not to smudge his makeup. His heart races, not from the applause, but from the exhilaration of a preliminary encounter with a perilous target. He knows that the first step, capturing attention, has been successfully executed. However, the true test lies ahead. That young commander is not one to be trifled with. Meanwhile, in the elegant seating area on the second floor, Ling Yanxiao does not depart immediately. He lifts the now-cold cup of tea, his fingers tracing the smooth rim, his gaze still fixed on the stage, as though he can still see that breathtaking figure and those captivating, soulful eyes. His aide stands quietly beside him, refraining from interruption. After a long pause, Ling Yanxiao lets out a barely audible hum, draining the cold tea in one swift motion. The icy liquid courses down his throat, yet fails to quell the inexplicable stirrings ignited within him. He is accustomed to controlling everything, including his emotions. Yet, that performer has managed to pry open a minute crack in his steadfast defenses, evoking an unprecedented sense of intrigue and restlessness within him. Chapter 3. An Unexpected Visit Backstage. Incredible, Qingci. You truly stole the spotlight today. The manager's plump face is aglow with excitement, his hands rubbing together, his voice tinged with eagerness. The steward nods enthusiastically beside him, affirming, "Indeed, indeed. Having spent decades in this theatrical troupe, I have seldom encountered a scene such as this." The other performers and stagehands cast envious, jealous, inquisitive, and even sympathetic glances at Luo Qingci, their emotions intricately intertwined. A few young actresses, with whom the original owner had maintained a cordial relationship, approached him, chattering excitedly about his recent performance, though their tones betrayed a hint of bitterness. Luo Qingci merely nodded slightly, deflecting the compliments and inquiries of the crowd as he continued towards his makeup table. He yearned for solitude, a moment to reflect. The target individual, Ling Yanxiao, initial affection level, 5, interest, resonated within his mind. A mere 5 points. Luo Qingci scoffed inwardly. Indeed, the admiration of this young commander was not easily won. The interest he displayed was akin to a fleeting curiosity toward a novel toy. Seated before the mirror, he gazed at his own exquisite visage and began to dismantle the heavy, ornate headpiece adorning him. As he moved, the original owner's alluring grace naturally emerged. Yet within his eyes lay a serene clarity. That fleeting glance on stage revealed no signs of infatuation from Ling Yanxiao, only scrutiny and assessment. Such a man, accustomed to the pleasures of life, would not be easily swayed by mere good looks or melodious singing. The so-called interest felt more like a condescending appraisal, suggesting that he had temporarily been placed on a list of permissible acquaintances, but nothing more. What would follow next? For someone of such high status, accustomed to being catered to, once interest was piqued, the next step would likely be. As he pondered this, a commotion suddenly erupted at the backstage entrance. The previously boisterous atmosphere quieted significantly. Luo Qingci paused in his task of removing hairpins, witnessing the sudden change in the expressions of the troupe leader and manager Wang, who hurried towards the entrance with an even more obsequious and anxious smile than before. A man entered, clad in a crisp military uniform, tall and robust, with a stern countenance. A gun hung at his waist, and his gaze, sharp as an eagle's, scanned the disordered backstage, exuding a distinct air of military authority and undeniable arrogance. His presence was incongruous within the perfumed environment, instantly silencing every sound. He was Ling Yanxiao's adjutant. From fragmented memories of the original owner, Luo Qingci recalled that his surname was Gao. Adjutant Gao paid no heed to the bowing troop leader and manager Wang, his eyes sweeping across the backstage before finally fixing upon Luo Qingci, who was in the midst of removing his makeup. He strode forward, the sound of his military boots resonating against the wooden floor, each step echoing within the hearts of everyone present. The members of the troupe instinctively recoiled a few steps, parting to create a path, hardly daring to breathe. Luo Qingci set down the hairpin, slowly rising to face the newcomer. His face was still adorned with heavy makeup, and a hint of panic and fear flickered in his eyes as he lowered his lashes, unable to meet the other's gaze. Adjutant Gao halted before him, his eyes appraising him from head to toe, as if inspecting an item for sale. There was no trace of emotion within his gaze, only the cold, Impersonal demeanor of official business. Luo Qingci. His voice was as rigid as his appearance, devoid of any warmth. Yes, Luo Qingci replied softly, deliberately lowering his tone to a gentle whisper that bore a hint of barely perceptible tremor, perfectly embodying the persona of a frightened performer. The voice of the high-ranking officer, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the silent backstage, each word striking a heavy chord in the heart. You are summoned to the manor to perform at the gathering. The faces of the troop leader and manager Wang instantaneously lit up with ecstatic delight, their gazes towards Luo Qingci almost melting him under their fervor. It had truly happened. To be personally invited by the young marshal to sing at the gathering was an immense honor. From this moment on, the prestige of the Dan Gui opera troupe on the Shanghai Bund would soar to new heights. The envy and jealousy in the eyes of the other performers were palpable, almost manifesting as a tangible force, as if one could hear the bubbling of their bitter sentiments. Several young actresses regarded Luo Qingci with expressions fraught with complexity. However, at the eye of the storm, Luo Qingci did not share in their envy. The gathering had indeed arrived. This was not a favor. It was an invitation to an unknown abyss. To attend would mean voluntarily stepping into the realm of absolute control held by another, where life and death, honor and disgrace, hinged upon their whims. The vague fears from the original owner's memories regarding such high society gatherings became starkly clear at this moment. This was far from a stage for the exhibition of art. It was a raw arena of power and desire, of strength and weakness. And he was but a sacrificial lamb upon the altar. Should he yield too easily, his standing in the young marshal's eyes would devolve into that of a mere plaything, easily manipulated and summoned at a whim. The unique impression he had painstakingly crafted on stage would collapse in an instant, rendering all previous efforts futile. He could not go, at least not so readily. Countless thoughts raced through his mind in a flash, weighing the pros and cons at lightning speed. To refuse outright? That would be tantamount to courting disaster, provoking the other party, with consequences too dire to contemplate. To acquiesce readily? That would be to walk into a trap, becoming prey, repeating the original owner's tragic fate. He needed a strategy, a way to temporarily evade this lethal summons without inciting immediate ire, perhaps even subtly igniting greater interest and curiosity on the other side. The balance of this maneuver had to be executed with utmost precision, teetering on the edge of risk. The high-ranking officer, observing his lowered gaze and silence, mistook him for being stunned by the sudden favor or overwhelmed with joy. A barely perceptible furrow appeared on his brow, revealing impatience at the performer's apparent shock, and he urged, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and prepare. The carriage is waiting outside." The troop leader also snapped to attention, stepping forward, almost pushing Luo Qingci from behind, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes. Please wait a moment. The preparations will be swift." He spoke while fervently signaling Luo Qingci to comply without delay. All eyes were fixed upon Luo Qingci, eagerly awaiting his response. He felt the hand pressing against his back tremble slightly, and sensed the increasingly impatient, cold gaze of the high-ranking officer. He slowly lifted his gaze, his long eyelashes trembling, his lips slightly parting as if he wished to utter something, yet it appeared that fear and anxiety rendered him voiceless. Chapter 4. A touch of intrigue. Luo Qingci glanced at the high-ranking officer, his lips moving several times before he managed to produce a faint whisper, soft and delicate, tinged with an evident hoarseness. "Sir." It seemed as if he had expended all his strength and was filled with trepidation, his head slightly bowed, adopting an attitude of humility that was almost subservient. However, the words that escaped his lips left everyone present in stunned silence. "The young marshal's kindness is beyond my capacity to repay." His voice was intermittent, breath unsteady, conveying a sense of genuine frailty. Yet after days of performing, his vocal cords had indeed become strained. He paused to cough a couple of times, his hand unconsciously brushing against his throat, fingers trembling slightly. At this moment, he seemed utterly spent. He raised his eyes, his gaze shimmering with sincerity and apprehension, as if fearing that his weakness might tarnish the esteemed figure's hearing. To force out a hoarse sound would be, in his view, a grave disrespect to the young marshal, a thought he could never entertain. This speech was delivered with remarkable eloquence. His posture was as lowly as it could be, and his reasoning was so sound that it left no room for criticism. It was only natural for a performer whose voice had failed to be unable to showcase his talents. More importantly, he framed every statement in consideration of the young marshal, placing the avoidance of any offense at the forefront. Anyone who listened would perceive him as a timid, yet extraordinarily considerate soul, fearful of displeasing the powerful. The manager, Zhang, gaped in disbelief, his previous ecstasy morphing into an expression of incredulous terror. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and cover Luo Qingci's mouth. Had this young man truly lost his wits over his craft? What an extraordinary opportunity to decline, especially with such a ludicrous justification. For the first time, a clear look of astonishment and doubt appeared on the cold visage of the high-ranking officer. He furrowed his brows, his gaze slicing through Luo Qingci's face as if seeking signs of deceit. His orders were to take the individual back, but he had not anticipated encountering such a situation. The other party spoke with heartfelt sincerity, adopting a posture of humility, and his reasoning seemed valid. To forcibly remove a mute performer might spoil the young marshal's mood. In the ramifications of such an action, Luo Qingci maintained his submissive demeanor, his heart steadily beating within his chest. He understood that this initial barrier had been temporarily overcome. However, it was insufficient. Merely deflecting responsibility, even with adequate reasons, might still be construed as a lack of appreciation. He needed to add a touch of finesse, offering the officer a graceful exit while securing a foothold for himself. Just as the high-ranking officer's frown deepened, seemingly on the brink of losing patience, Luo Qingci appeared to recall something, timidly speaking once more. He was acutely aware of his grave transgressions, having let down the young marshal's lofty expectations, and dared not hope for forgiveness. As he spoke, he slightly turned to the side, retrieving a simple white paper fan from the cluttered drawer of his dressing table, filled with cosmetics and accessories. The fan appeared unremarkable, made of bamboo and white paper, so clean that it seemed almost austere, contrasting sharply with the opulence of the backstage atmosphere. "Might I trouble you, sir?" he said, holding the fan with both hands and extending it toward the high-ranking officer, his posture radiating utmost respect, to present this fan to the young marshal. "It is a humble token of my profound apology and admiration." The high-ranking officer gazed at the shabby fan, furrowing his brows even tighter. What kind of trickery was this actor attempting? However, Luo Qingci seemed oblivious to his impatience, continuing with a voice as delicate as a whisper, earnestly stating, "I, Qingci, wish to inscribe a few words upon it. Though my handwriting is clumsy and unworthy of admiration, it is penned with utmost sincerity." Without waiting for the officer's response, he took a small brush from a nearby table and dipped it into the still wet ink of the inkstone. The hand that held the brush was steady, in stark contrast to his frail voice. With his wrist poised above, the brush danced gracefully across the pristine surface of the fan. The characters flowed elegantly, their elongated forms and spacious structure revealing a strength and resilience uncommon in the delicate script often seen in women's writing. What he inscribed was a poem that appeared gentle at first glance, yet concealed sharp edges beneath its surface. The words expressed both apology and admiration, but upon closer examination, one could discern a hint of proud aloofness and self-deprecating humor in the face of adversity. Upon completing the inscription, he gently blew on the ink to dry it, presenting the folded fan once more with both hands, earnestly requesting that the officer deliver it, expressing gratitude for the officer's kindness. His demeanor suggested that what was being offered was not merely a fan, but his very existence. The officer scrutinized the fan, then turned his gaze back to Luo Qingci for several moments. He could not fathom whether this actor was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Nonetheless, the extreme humility and excessive understanding displayed by Luo Qingci quelled the officer's simmering anger. After all, the actor was not outrightly rejected. Rather, he had shown an earnest apology while offering a gift due to his physical discomfort. Ultimately, the officer let out a cold snort, almost rudely seizing the fan without a second glance, tossing out curtly, "I will convey your words. As for how the young marshal deals with it, that is your concern." With that, he turned and strode away, the sound of his military boots striking the ground heavier than before. Once he departed, the tense atmosphere backstage finally relaxed. The stage manager's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground as he pointed a trembling finger at Luo Qingci, his lips quivering with anger, unable to articulate his thoughts. Luo Qingci, as if finally unable to maintain his composure, staggered back and collapsed onto the stool before the mirror, erupting into a fit of violent coughing, his eyes reddening, his entire body trembling, presenting a frail figure on the verge of fainting, which effectively silenced the manager's reproach. In the study of the young marshal's residence, the lights burned brightly. Ling Yanxiao had just finished processing the last military report and rubbed his brow. His aide, Gao Cheng, stood at the lower end, his expression somewhat peculiar, hands cradling the unadorned fan, steeling himself to report on the situation backstage at the Dangui Theater. He explained that due to recent fatigue, his throat ailment had resurfaced, leaving him hoarse and unfit to meet the young marshal, and he dared not approach. In the end, he presented this item as a token of apology. Gao Cheng's voice carried a note of confusion and disdain. In his view, the actor was simply overstepping boundaries, attempting to create a fuss over a shabby fan. Upon hearing this, Ling Yanxiao paused, his fingers rhythmic tapping on the table. He raised his gaze, settling it on the fan, which seemed less a gift and more a token of contrition. "His voice is failing?" he echoed, his tone flat, devoid of emotion. It was true that Luo Qingci appeared unwell, coughing heavily. Gao Cheng reported the facts as they were, though he personally believed that the actor's fragile demeanor was largely an act. Ling Yanxiao slightly nodded, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither belief nor disbelief. He extended his hand, prompting Gao Cheng to promptly step forward and respectfully present the folding fan. Ling Yanxiao accepted the fan, which still bore a faint trace of ink fragrance. The bamboo frame was cool to the touch, and the pristine white paper surface was immaculate. He casually unfolded it, revealing elegant yet spirited calligraphy that graced the fan. The content was a poem imbued with humble and deferential language, expressing the speaker's regret at being unable to perform and their profound admiration for the young marshal. However, as Ling Yanxiao's fingertips brushed over the vigorous strokes, his gaze lingered on a few lines that, while seemingly self-deprecating, subtly hinted an underlying defiance and pride. In that instant, a fleeting ripple passed through his cold, deep-set eyes. These words could not have been penned by an ordinary performer, and the poem was far from merely superficial. He recalled the breathtaking figure on stage, the captivating allure of their gaze, and contrasted it with the sharp nuances hidden within the text before him. A strong sense of disparity and curiosity quietly supplanted any initial displeasure that might have arisen. He envisioned the actor named Luo Qingci lowering their eyelashes backstage, writing these pointed words with the most graceful demeanor. Was it a guise or a reflection of their true nature? A faint curve of intrigue graced the corners of Ling Yanxiao's lips. This was far more interesting than he had anticipated. He toyed with the fan, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the particularly proud characters, and after a moment of silence, he spoke softly to the attentive Gao Cheng. Quite intriguing. Continue to observe closely. Chapter 5. One must eat one bite at a time. Ever since Gao, the deputy officer, departed with the fan, a tide of discussions began to swell in the backstage of the Dangui Theater. The troop leader pointed at Luo Qingci, ultimately stamping his foot in frustration and walking away with a heavy sigh, his gaze akin to that of a parent witnessing their child squander a golden opportunity. Wang Guan and others expressed more curiosity and confusion, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Luo Qingci disregarded them entirely. He meticulously removed the grease paint from his face, revealing a pallid, yet undeniably exquisite visage beneath. Then, citing the need for rest, he declined all inquiries and concerns, retreating alone to a small but relatively tranquil dwelling in the theater's rear courtyard. Once the door closed, the facade of frailty vanished instantly. replaced by exhaustion and a calmness operating at high speed. Host, that was truly perilous. I almost thought the deputy would draw his gun. 9527's voice trembled with residual fear. He wouldn't. Luo Qingci approached the washstand, splashing cold water on his face in an attempt to dispel the chaos in his mind and the nauseating scent of makeup. A person like Ling Yanxiao would never resort to violence against a sickly actor in plain view of the public. It would be beneath him. What shall we do now? Will Ling Yanxiao think you unappreciative and give up? Give up? Luo Qingci dried his face and gazed into the mirror at his almond-shaped eyes. A mere 5 points of favor, merely interest, it hardly amounted to a discussion of surrender. Yet, for someone accustomed to controlling every aspect of their surroundings, being politely rebuffed by a mere actor would undoubtedly be displeasing. The subsequent course of action lies between a complete loss of interest leading to oblivion, or an intensified desire for exploration and possession. He must prepare himself for the latter possibility. In the days that followed, to the astonishment of the entire troop, an unexpected calm prevailed. There was no further communication from the young marshal's residence, as if the invitation and subsequent declination had been mere figments of imagination. The troop leader, once animated with fervor, gradually transformed into a cautious observer, and as silence lingered, his demeanor towards Luo Qingci grew notably colder. Yet, he refrained from being overly critical, for the ambiguous attitude of the adjutant left everyone uncertain about the young marshal's true sentiments. Luo Qingci, however, continued to grace the stage as per usual. Following his performance in The Drunken Concubine, his fame soared to new heights, with each appearance met by thunderous applause. He performed the role of Yu in Farewell, My Concubine, filled with poignant resolve, and as Du Linyang in A Dream of the Garden. He embodied a heart full of tender longing. His singing, acting, and stagecraft were executed with meticulous precision, even more passionately and skillfully than before, as if the events of that day had never transpired. Only he was aware of the taut string of anxiety that lingered within him. No longer was he merely performing. Each time he took the stage, his gaze would seemingly nonchalantly sweep over the usual elegant box on the second floor. At times it was vacant, at others occupied by various dignitaries. The audience below appeared to harbor unfamiliar faces, their gazes distinct from those of ordinary spectators. Occasionally, whispers could be heard backstage, speculating about recent happenings at the young marshal's residence and the northern political landscape, a blend of truth and fiction difficult to discern. Host, the individual in the gray long gown in the third row on the left, as well as the one in the western corner of the second floor, sipping tea, are maintaining their gaze on you far longer than typical spectators. 9527 dutifully reported the scanning results. Acknowledged. Luo Qingci executed a flawless flourish of his sleeves, concealing a hint of chill at the corners of his lips. Indeed, Ling Yanxiao had dispatched someone to keep watch over him. This indicated that the other party had not lost interest. A favorable yet perilous situation. After descending from the stage, he spent most of his time in his modest chamber, the excuse being vocal rest. In truth, while resting his eyes, his mind raced in rapid communication with 9527. Retrieve all publicly accessible information regarding Ling Yanxiao. Background, resume, character rumors, social circles, even dietary habits and preferences. Information retrieval in progress. 17 relevant reports from Shinbin News report have been found, along with 13 circulated rumors, and 5 mentions in government bulletins. The information is fragmented, and its credibility must be assessed by the host. A torrent of information flooded Luo Qingci's mind. Born into a prominent warlord family of the Beiyang faction, he rose to prominence in his youth, wielding power with a swift and ruthless hand. His relationships with various factions intricate, marked by both collaboration and rivalry. His demeanor was cold and steely, his military governance stringent, and his preferences for information scarce, seemingly indifferent to the pleasures of life. There is also that hidden mission line, intelligence regarding the Japanese assault on the train station. Host, we currently cannot even enter the young marshal's residence. How are we to gather intelligence? 9527 expressed concern. Patience is key, Luo Qingci replied with a calm demeanor. One must take life one step at a time. Securing Ling Yinxiao's trust and permission to freely enter the young marshal's residence, even to access certain documents, is the prerequisite for accomplishing the hidden mission. Otherwise, all efforts are in vain. He requires a meticulously crafted plan, one that can naturally entice Ling Yinxiao to approach him once more and facilitate a reasonable entry into the residence of the young marshal. The previous strategy involved a delicate game of feign capture, yet this time, a different leverage is essential. Meanwhile, within the study of the young marshal's residence, documents lay piled high, and Ling Yinxiao sat meticulously behind an expansive rosewood desk, clad in his impeccably tailored military uniform. His brow was slightly furrowed as he listened intently to his subordinate's report on the city's defense arrangements. Occasionally, he would interject with incisive inquiries, his tone chilling and unequivocal. The atmosphere in the study was serious and oppressive. After the report concluded, the subordinate saluted and departed, leaving Ling Yinxiao in solitude. Outside the window, the daylight gradually faded, and a diligent servant entered silently to light the oil lamp before retreating just as quietly. Ling Yinxiao leaned back against the chair, his fingertips pressing against his slightly throbbing temples. After days of managing military affairs and navigating the treacherous waters of various factions, even he felt a tinge of fatigue. In this fleeting moment of tranquility, however, disjointed images intrusively surfaced in his mind. On the brilliantly lit stage, a figure danced gracefully, sleeves fluttering, eyes sparkling with allure. Accompanied by a plain white folding fan, elegant yet subtly imbued with character, the delicate script revealed a cautious reverence and barely perceptible sharpness. Two starkly contrasting impressions, yet curiously interwoven in the same individual. He was accustomed to wielding control over all aspects of his life, be it the battlefield, political landscape, or the people surrounding him. Typically, with a mere glance or a command, he could achieve the desired outcome. Yet this time, an unexpected twist had emerged. The performer, Luo Qingci, dared to decline his advances. Strangely enough, upon receiving the report, he did not immediately feel offended. Instead, a genuine curiosity took root within him. He dispatched someone to monitor her. Reports indicated that all was normal. She continued to grace the stage, her performances still breathtaking. Yet after her shows, she remained secluded and compliant. Too compliant, in fact, which struck him as unsettling. It felt akin to an unseen undercurrent lurking beneath a tranquil lake surface. How could someone so captivating on stage, capable of crafting such poignant words, merely be a timid and obedient performer, focused solely on vocal training? This sensation of losing control was far from pleasant. It stirred within him a more intense desire to unveil all facades and delve deeper. An emotion, mingling curiosity with possessiveness, quietly burgeoned within his steely heart, growing increasingly pronounced with each passing day of restraint. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to witness her firsthand, not from the distance of the stage, nor through the reports of his subordinates, but to observe closely the person behind the theatrical guise, to see what lay beneath the surface of those enchanting, yet fearful, peach blossom eyes. Once this thought took root, it became difficult to suppress. He glanced out at the now completely darkened sky, and then at the unfinished documents on his desk. After a moment of silence, he abruptly rose, donning the wool military coat draped over the back of his chair. He did not summon the servant nor notify his aide. Instead, he strode directly out of the study, traversed the courtyard, and disregarded the salute from the guards at the entrance, making his way to the garage alone. The engine emitted a deep roar as the black automobile emerged from the imposing residence of the young marshal, merging seamlessly into the neon-lit night of Shanghai. Chapter 6. An Unintentional Encounter. The black car silently glided into the shadows of the theater's rear alley, the engine falling silent. Ling Yinxiao sat alone within the vehicle, his fingers unconsciously tapping the steering wheel. The world beyond the window contrasted starkly with the somber atmosphere of the young marshal's estate. A cacophony of voices and the mingling aromas of various foods created a vibrant urban ambience. Rarely did he find himself alone in such a place. His presence typically signified a throng of followers and an atmosphere of heightened vigilance. Yet today, he merely wished to witness the unadorned essence of that person, stripped of all pretense and glamour. As he opened the car door, a brisk gust of cold air enveloped him. He adjusted the collar of his woolen military coat, ensuring no insignia was visible, and then stepped towards the unassuming side door of the theater's backstage. A dozing old janitor was startled awake by his footsteps, ready to reprimand. But upon meeting the piercing gaze of those unnaturally sharp eyes in the dim light, his words caught in his throat, and he instinctively shrank back, refraining from obstruction. Ling Yinxiao entered, instantly enveloped by a melange of scents: sweat, greasy hair, cheap perfume, tea, wood, and dust. The narrow, dimly lit corridor was cluttered with stage boxes, props, and various items, leaving only a narrow passage for one to traverse. Faint applause and noise drifted from the direction of the stage, yet the backstage area felt somewhat desolate. Most individuals congregating at the front are already departed. His gaze swept the chaotic surroundings, finally settling on a slightly ajar dressing room at the end of the corridor, where a light still burned. He softened his footsteps. The soles of his military boots barely made a sound on the aged floor as he approached. The closer he got, the more he could discern faint sounds within: the delicate clink of a metal hairpin on a wooden table, and a soft, intermittent hum of an aria, suggesting the occupant was in a pleasant mood, infused with a hint of languor, as if shedding the weight of the world. Ling Yinxiao halted outside the partially open door, peering through the crack. What met his eyes was a dimly lit mirror reflecting a figure. Luo Qingci sat with her back to the entrance, intently removing the ornate hairpiece adorned with blue-green feathers from her head. One by one, the lavish hairpins were carefully extracted, revealing her thick, lustrous black hair beneath. Half of her face had been stripped of makeup, the heavy facade washed away to reveal a complexion that was almost translucent in its pallor. Her profile exhibited graceful, flowing lines, with a delicate chin that conveyed a stark contrast to the vibrant persona she embodied on stage, exuding an almost fragile purity. The other half of her face, however, still bore the remnants of theatrical extravagance, with crimson accents at the corners of her eyes, mascara yet to be wiped away, and a vivid red stain on her lips. The coexistence of simplicity and flamboyance on a single visage created a strikingly surreal visual impact, as if purity and allure, restraint and allure were forcibly intertwined, presenting a breathtakingly contradictory beauty. Ling Yinxiao's breath caught imperceptibly. He had encountered a myriad of beautiful faces, yet he had never witnessed such a peculiar and intriguing sight. On stage, he radiated brilliance. In his gentle humility, he appeared fragile, but at this moment, halfway through his makeup removal, he revealed a state that neared his true self, stripped of performance. The inadvertent display of detachment and focus was unlike any semblance he had envisioned. Just then, it seemed as though the person inside finally sensed the gaze at the door, or perhaps heard the footsteps. The humming abruptly ceased. In the mirror, Luo Qingci's actions froze as he caught sight of a tall, imposing figure with a cold demeanor reflected from the entrance. Though the features remained obscured, the commanding presence and sudden appearance immediately made him aware of the visitor's identity. The figure in the mirror appeared greatly startled, trembling as he hurriedly turned to rise. In that instant, however, the voluminous sleeves of his costume inadvertently swept down, toppling a half-drunk teacup from the edge of the vanity. Crash! The sound resonated crisply. The white porcelain cup shattered upon impact, splintering into fragments. The warm, amber tea spilled forth, fortuitously splattering onto the hem of Ling Yinxiao's military coat and polished boots, which had just crossed the threshold. The dark woolen fabric was swiftly saturated, releasing wisps of steam. Luo Qingci emitted a short, genuine gasp, his complexion paling instantly. This reaction was not entirely feigned. He had not anticipated such an effect. Stunned into silence for a moment, he quickly regained his composure, apologizing profusely with a quavering voice. Nearly on the verge of tears, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, He hastily bent down, flustered as he rummaged through the sleeve pocket of his costume for a clean silk handkerchief, imbued with a faint scent of soapberry and a hint of his body warmth. Without a second thought, he crouched down, attempting to wipe the tea stains from the hem of the other's coat and boots. "Let me clean it for you. I truly apologize." His voice trembled, filled with panic and regret, resembling a child who had erred, entirely devoid of the charm he exhibited on stage, or the subtle cunning he had displayed while addressing the adjutant. Ling Yanxiao lowered his gaze, observing the individual crouched at his feet. The other person bowed their head, their disheveled black hair brushing against their cheek. In his fluster, the wiping motions lacked any semblance of order. The cool, delicate fingertips, separated by the thin silk, inadvertently brushed against his calf-clad in military trousers and the splattered surface of his boots. The cool, soft touch of those fingertips grazed the back of his hand, which, having just entered from the outdoors, still retained a hint of chill, yet was instantaneously electrified by that gentle, cool contact. Subsequently, the panicked fingers, seemingly seeking stability, inadvertently grazed upward, the coolness of the fingertips skimming fleetingly across the delicate skin on the inner wrist. This area, far more sensitive than the back of the hand, with thinner skin and nearer blood vessels, allowed him to distinctly perceive the coolness, the softness, and the almost imperceptible tremor of the other's fingertip. Ling Yanxiao's gaze darkened suddenly, akin to the ominous clouds that gather before a storm. Almost instinctively, he deftly seized the slender wrist that attempted to flee. The force was so sudden that Luo Qingci gasped in pain, feeling the oppressive grip tighten around his bones. In the next moment, an irresistible power surged forth. Ling Yanxiao exerted a slight pull and effortlessly lifted the crouched figure before him, drawing him closer. "Ah!" Luo Qingci exclaimed, completely unprepared for such a forceful reaction. The inertia propelled him forward uncontrollably, nearly crashing into Ling Yanxiao's embrace. The distance between them was reduced to a perilous proximity, their breaths mingling in the air. Luo Qingci could distinctly perceive the meticulously fastened buttons of the military uniform at Ling Yanxiao's collar, and sensed the incongruous scent of gunpowder emanating from him. That aroma aggressively permeated the surrounding atmosphere, exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. He was compelled to tilt his head back to meet the piercing gaze that was mere inches away. Those eyes were devoid of warmth. Only a scrutinizing intensity remained. Chapter 7. Moving into the marshal's mansion, Ling Yanxiao loomed over him, his grip on Luo Qingci's wrist unwavering, tightening like a vice, as if intending to crush the delicate bones. His voice emerged in a deep, frosty tone, brushing against Luo Qingci's tousled hair. "Why do you refuse my invitation?" Luo Qingci's heart raced within his chest, yet he understood that he could not display fear at this moment. Should he reveal utter terror and submission, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. His eyelashes trembled violently, but his gaze remained resolute, refusing to shatter completely. He inhaled deeply, attempting to infuse his voice with a semblance of quavering vulnerability rather than outright fear. "Marshal, please understand," he stammered, his voice quivering with a hint of tears, yet striving to maintain a coherent argument. "That day, I did not intend to decline. It was simply that my throat was in disarray, hoarse and unpleasant. I feared that my singing would not meet your expectations, and thus I dared not attend." He attempted to subtly struggle against the tightening grip, only to be met with greater force, causing his eyes to redden instantly, tears welling within. It added a layer of fragility to his demeanor. "I am but a person of little significance, with only this voice that can barely be deemed pleasant. If even this were to falter, what face would I have? What qualification to sing before the marshal?" He lifted his face, tears lingering on the brink of falling. His eyes filled with grievance and a hint of stubbornness born from desperation. This stubbornness, deeply concealed beneath a facade of weakness, was precisely the kind of nuance that someone with Ling Yanxiao's keen perception could detect. Target identified. Ling Yanxiao, affection level 10. The notification from 9527 echoed in his mind. Luo Qingci felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had gambled correctly. Such a dominant man would find neither pure submission nor outright rebellion truly intriguing. Rather, It was this delicate blend of vulnerability and seemingly rational insistence that would truly stir his interest. Ling Yinxiao scrutinized him, his gaze meticulously tracing every nuance of expression on his face, as if to discern the ratio of truth and deception within the tears and words. The figure before him was genuinely flustered. The pain in his wrist causing him to tear up was real, yet beneath those eyes lay something else altogether. It was neither pure terror nor complete submission. That sensation resembled the characters inscribed on an elegant fan, outwardly humble and compliant, yet harboring an inner resilience that refused to bend easily. This contradiction somewhat alleviated the subtle discomfort in his heart caused by the gentle rejection, transforming it into an insatiable desire to tear away all facades and uncover the truth within. Abruptly, he released his grip. The sudden withdrawal caught Luo Qingci off guard, causing him to stagger back a step before regaining his balance. The wrist that had been seized was now ablaze with a sharp, tingling pain, a vivid circle of red marks already forming on his fair skin, even beginning to bruise. Instinctively, he covered the injured wrist with his other hand, lowering his gaze to the distressing imprints left behind, his eyelashes still glistening with moisture, presenting a pitiful sight. Ling Yinxiao's gaze flickered over the red marks on his wrist, his expression betraying no emotion. He adjusted the cuffs of his coat, which had been slightly wrinkled during their earlier encounter, his movements deliberate yet imbued with an invisible pressure. "Tomorrow," he declared, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Akin to issuing a commonplace military order, "You shall move to the young marshal's residence." Luo Qingci's head snapped up, his eyes wide with genuine shock and panic. The young marshal? From his elevated stance, Ling Yinxiao regarded him with a piercing gaze, icy and unyielding. "I wish to hear firsthand how your voice has faltered." He paused deliberately, allowing his eyes to linger on Luo Qingci's slightly parted lips, still tinged with remnants of crimson, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. After uttering this, he granted Luo Qingci no opportunity to respond, casting one last glance at the chaotic floor and shattered teacups before decisively turning away, striding forth with purpose. The hem of his military coat traced a sharp arc, swiftly vanishing into the dim and cluttered backstage corridor. Left alone, Luo Qingci stood rooted in place, clutching his still throbbing wrist, gazing at the rapidly disappearing, upright, an unyielding figure. In his palm, the chill of dread from their recent harrowing confrontation seeped through. The bruised imprints on his wrist throbbed subtly, reminiscent of a branding iron S-mark, silently reminding Luo Qingci of the brief, yet breathtaking clash that had transpired backstage the previous night. He had scarcely slept, and as dawn broke, the familiar black car of the young marshal silently awaited outside the dilapidated rear entrance of the Dangue opera troupe. No time was afforded for him to gather his belongings, or rather, it seemed the other party was utterly indifferent to his need for preparation. A stoic soldier approached, gesturing for him to take only the essentials. In silence, Luo Qingci picked up a wicker suitcase that had long been prepared. Inside lay a few simple changes of clothing, basic toiletries, and his cherished tea set for vocal care, along with a few well-worn scripts. As for the extravagant costumes and headpieces, he understood that opportunities to don them would be scarce in the future. The host and Wang, the steward, stood at a distance, trembling with apprehension. They wished to approach and utter a few words, but the piercing gaze of the guard sent them retreating. They could only watch helplessly as their pillar of support, like an item seized in a raid, silently entered the black car that symbolized power and oppression. As the door shut, it severed any connection to the familiar, yet uncontrollable world outside. The interior of the car was spacious and cold, the leather seats exuding an unfamiliar aura, one belonging to another echelon. Luo Qingci sat by the window, his gaze drifting towards the outside. The dawn of the Bund in Shanghai was awakening. Rickshaw pullers were running. Steam rose from breakfast stalls, and newsboys called out loudly. Everything appeared vibrant and real, yet it felt as though there were an invisible glass separating him from it all. The car did not head towards the bustling city center, but instead veered towards the relatively secluded Western District. As they approached, the number of pedestrians dwindled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. Eventually, the vehicle passed through a massive iron gate guarded by armed sentinels, entering a secluded courtyard. Tall walls loomed, isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. Within, a different scene unfolded. Eaves and arches, pavilions and towers, all exhibiting a discernible blend of Eastern and Western styles. It possessed the elegance of a traditional garden, while simultaneously exuding a cold, rigid discipline characteristic of the military. The car moved slowly along a wide driveway, where sentries stood at attention at intervals. The air was so still that only the low hum of the engine and the faint sounds of the tires on the pavement could be heard. A suffocating, intangible pressure loomed. Everything here was orderly, devoid of vitality, as if even breathing adhered to some unseen rule. The automobile finally halted before a relatively secluded courtyard. Its walls were slightly lower than those elsewhere, yet 2 guards still stood at the entrance. "Mr. Luo, please," the adjutant Gao Cheng appeared by the car, opening the door with a tone that remained coldly businesslike. "The young marshal has instructed you to rest here. You may direct the servants for any necessities." Luo Qingci, grasping his small wicker box, alighted from the vehicle and gazed at this place designated for recuperation. The courtyard was modest, somewhat aged, with gray walls and black tiles, exuding a tranquil yet desolate air. He nodded silently, following Gao Cheng into the courtyard. Inside, it was clean and orderly, with a main hall, a bedroom, and side rooms, furnished adequately though not extravagantly, all imbued with a sense of coldness and a makeshift quality. Meals would be brought daily by designated personnel, without permission. One was not to leave the premises freely. Gao Cheng delivered this chilling reminder and added with significant implication, "The young marshal is busy with military affairs. Since Mr. Luo is here for rest, please remain at ease and do not wander about to avoid any disturbances." The warning was unmistakable. Luo Qingci lowered his eyelashes and replied softly, "Qingci understands. Thank you, military sir." Gao Cheng regarded him with a glance, seemingly satisfied with his submissive demeanor, and said no more, turning to depart. The courtyard gate was gently closed behind him by the guards. Though it was not locked, their presence was more effective than any latch in delineating boundaries. Chapter 8, An Unexpected Invitation. Luo Qingci stood alone in the excessively quiet courtyard, inhaling deeply. The air was tinged with the chill of early winter and the scent of withered foliage. He placed the wicker box on the table in the main hall, but did not rush to tidy up. Instead, he strolled slowly, surveying this cage where he would unknowingly reside for an indeterminate period. This place was infinitely superior to his previous lodgings with the theater troupe, yet it filled him with an even greater sense of oppression and discomfort. As he attempted to organize his thoughts and contemplate how to navigate this perilous environment, a sudden, spirited yet somewhat abrupt sound of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard gate, accompanied by a girl's bright and curious voice. "Hey, is there a performer living inside? The one named Luo Qingci?" Luo Qingci paused momentarily, turning towards the voice. At the gate stood a girl dressed in Western attire, her hair styled in the popular fashion of contemporary schoolgirls, peering in with unabashed curiosity. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, bearing a slight resemblance to Ling Yanxiao, yet imbued with a vivacious liveliness. Her face radiated unrestrained curiosity as she attempted to circumvent the guards blocking her way. The guard seemed somewhat at a loss, hesitant to prevent her entry. Upon spotting Luo Qingci standing in the courtyard, the girl's eyes brightened, and she boldly pushed aside the guard's hand, lifting her skirt to dash inside, heedless of propriety as she approached him, inspecting him from head to toe with an air of astonishment. "Wow, you're the one who captivated my brother so much that he sent someone to fetch you at dawn? You look even better than on stage." Luo Qingci immediately deduced her identity, Ling Yanxiao's younger sister, Ling Wei. The records had mentioned her as the cherished younger sister of Ling Yanxiao, known for her lively disposition, even exhibiting a hint of spoiled behavior. He slightly bowed, offering a respectful greeting, his tone gentle yet distant. "Miss, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise." "Oh, don't be so formal." Ling Wei waved her hand dismissively, behaving as if they were already acquainted. She circled around him, bombarding him with questions. Your performance of the drunken concubine was incredible. I sneaked away to listen the other day. How do you usually practice your voice? Aren't you supposed to avoid spicy food? Why does my brother insist on having you stay in such a remote place? It must be stifling. Her chatter resembled that of a joyful little sparrow, contrasting starkly with the solemn atmosphere of the grand estate. Luo Qingci kept his gaze lowered, patiently and succinctly responding to her inquiries, maintaining a respectful demeanor without being overly familiar, carefully preserving a sense of distance. Internally, he remained vigilant, questioning whether this young lady's appearance was a mere coincidence or a subtle test. Meanwhile, at a distance, on the balcony of a two-story building, Ling Yanxiao stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze piercing through the layers of rooftops, landing precisely at the entrance of the secluded courtyard. He observed his sister, unrestrained as she entered, chattering animatedly with the newcomer. He noted Luo Qingci's lowered gaze and respectful replies, his demeanor impeccable. His expression remained inscrutable. He neither raised his voice to deter Ling Wei nor displayed any external reaction. He merely instructed his quietly appearing aide, Gao Cheng, with a calm tone, keep an eye on the young lady. Ensure she does not cause any trouble. We cannot afford any negligence on that front. Gao Cheng responded in a low voice, adding a request for clarification. Increase the number of guards around the side courtyard. Ling Yanxiao's gaze remained fixed on the figure in the distance, clad in a plain long robe, appearing particularly lean. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Add one more team. Keep watch from the shadows, but do not disturb." Understood, Gao Cheng acknowledged before taking his leave. Ling Yanxiao remained rooted in place, his expression contemplative. He permitted Ling Wei's approach, perhaps to discern whether, beneath the impeccably compliant facade of the actor, there would emerge a hint of difference when confronted by an innocent, unthreatening young girl. Within the side courtyard, Ling Wei was finally coaxed away by the housekeeper who had hurried over, her chatter persistent as she departed. Turning back to call out to Luo Qingci, "I'll come back to play with you tomorrow." The courtyard returned to an oppressive silence. Luo Qingci stood still, watching the direction in which the girl had vanished, and gradually lifted his gaze, seemingly carelessly scanning the distant corners that appeared unoccupied, yet were likely teeming with watchful eyes. Every move he made within the residence of the young marshal was under meticulous surveillance. Favor and confinement often lie but a thin line apart. He slowly clenched his hands within his sleeves, his fingertips cold, reminding himself to tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice. The days in the secluded side courtyard felt akin to a bowl of lukewarm water, unruffled yet unsettling to the heart. The meals provided were exquisite, and the necessities ample. Indeed, on the following day, the housekeeper brought several sets of high-quality new clothes, claiming they were ordered by the young marshal. However, the soldiers stationed outside the courtyard, day and night, persistently reminded Luo Qingci of his precarious situation. Miss Ling Wei genuinely visited once more, bursting in with several new-style theatrical magazines, chattering incessantly. Luo Qingci maintained a demeanor of gentle detachment, responding cautiously, yet from her innocent and lively words. He gleaned scattered fragments of information regarding the personnel and daily habits within the young marshal's residence. For instance, he typically engaged in official duties in his study during the afternoons and disliked being disturbed. It seemed he had recently been troubled by military affairs, often furrowing his brow. These details he quietly committed to memory. On the afternoon of the third day, sunlight filtered through the barren branches, casting mottled shadows in the desolate courtyard. Luo Qingci sat beneath the corridor, sipping a cup of warm water while slowly perusing a script. Yet his mind was quietly analyzing the limited information gathered about Ling Yanxiao's personality and preferences, conversing softly with 9527. Suddenly, a set of footsteps, unlike the usual change of guard, somewhat hurried, echoed from beyond the courtyard gate. The stern face of Deputy Gao appeared at the entrance. His tone as consistently businesslike as ever. "Mr. Luo, the young marshal summons you to the study." "Understood," Luo Qingci responded, setting aside his book and rising, an expression of mild confusion and unease crossing his face. "Deputy, may I inquire as to the purpose of the young marshal's summons? Gao Cheng regarded him with a glance. The young marshal's intentions are not for us to speculate. You shall know once you arrive, he replied, stepping aside to grant passage. Without affording him a moment to adjust his appearance, or perhaps indicating that the other party cared little for his appearance, Luo Qingci silently followed Gao Cheng, traversing the solemn courtyards and corridors once more. This time, the path did not lead to a remote corner, but toward the very heart of the young marshal's residence. The sentinels and attendants encountered along the way were noticeably more numerous. Upon seeing him trailing behind the aide-de-camp, they all lowered their heads, their gazes concealing a subtle curiosity and scrutiny. Eventually, they halted before an intricately carved redwood door. Gao Cheng raised his hand and politely knocked 3 times. "Enter," came a low, cold voice from within, resonating with an undeniable authority even through the door panel. Gao Cheng pushed the door open, gesturing subtly to Luo Qingci. Yet he had no intention of entering himself. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qingci stepped over the high threshold. The study was vast, almost larger than the entire main hall of the small courtyard he resided in. For walls were lined with towering bookshelves, densely packed with tomes and documents, while the air was imbued with the sense of aged books, ink, and a faint hint of cigar smoke. Ling Yanxiao sat behind a broad redwood desk, dressed not in a military uniform but in a crisp white shirt, with the top button casually undone and the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. He was engrossed in a document, a pen poised between his fingers, his brow slightly furrowed, exuding an air of intense concentration as if grappling with a challenging conundrum. Luo Qingci paused in the center of the study, his gaze lowered, quietly awaiting the next moment. Time seemed to stretch languidly, marked only by the soft scratching of the pen against paper and the distant chirping of birds from outside. At last, Ling Yanxiao set down the pen and closed the document. Leaning back in his expansive leather chair, he pressed a hand to his brow, as if attempting to dispel the weariness and agitation that weighed upon him. His gaze finally lifted, settling upon Luo Qingci, slowly scanning him from head to toe, as if appraising an object or evaluating something of significance. Luo Qingci felt a shiver run down his spine under that scrutiny, yet he maintained a submissive posture, deliberately softening his breath to appear more delicate and harmless. Chapter 9. How to exert one's strength. Are you settling in well? Ling Yanxiao inquired, his tone seemingly softened, yet still imbued with a sense of distance. Everything is well, thanks to your concern, young marshal, Luo Qingci replied softly, his tone respectful. Another brief silence ensued. Ling Yanxiao's gaze drifted to the hands hanging by Luo Qingci's sides. The bruises from days past had faded considerably, yet subtle traces remained visible upon closer inspection. "And your throat?" Ling Yanxiao suddenly asked, his tone inscrutable. "Is it well?" Luo Qingci's heart stirred, sensing the conversation was shifting to the crux of the matter. He cautiously lifted his eyes, meeting Ling Yanxiao's gaze momentarily before quickly lowering them again, his voice still gentle. "Thanks to your grace, I have rested for 2 days and am now well." He hesitated, as if summoning courage, and tentatively added in a soft tone, "On that day, I was anxious and unable to perform for you, which has left me unsettled. If you would allow it, I would be honored to sing a piece for you or demonstrate some physical movements as a token of my apology." As he proposed this suggestion, his eyes shone with careful earnestness and a hint of yearning to make amends. Ling Yanxiao's profound gaze lingered on his face for a moment, seemingly assessing the sincerity of his words. The study once again fell into silence. Just as Luo Qingci anticipated a rejection, Ling Yanxiao subtly inclined his head. "All right." It seemed he too wished to discern the intentions of this person who had repeatedly surprised him. Luo Qingci felt a slight relief, knowing that the first step had been successfully taken. He stepped back a few paces, creating a small space. Fortunately, he was clad in a relatively loose, plain long shirt today. Although it did not possess the exaggerated flowing sleeves of theatrical costumes, it was sufficient for a modest display of movement. He chose not to sing, but rather to emphasize the physicality of the water sleeve technique. He held his breath, focusing intently as he recalled the fundamentals. There was no sound of drums or strings, only the sunlight filtering through the window and the cold, scrutinizing gaze from behind the desk. He began, his form flowing gracefully. Though lacking the long white sleeves of a costume, the wide silk cuffs still billowed like drifting clouds with his movements. His pace was unhurried, even somewhat slow, yet every motion was expansive and precise, each glance and the pressure of his fingertips perfectly coordinated. Strength hidden within softness, and sharpness concealed in gentleness. He demonstrated the basics of the water sleeve technique. Cloud hands, sleeve flips, and raised sleeves, each action clear and elegant. The study was enveloped in profound silence, the only sound being the subtle rustling of fabric. Luo Qingci immersed himself entirely, yet he remained partially aware of the man behind the desk. At first, he noticed Ling Yanxiao observing lazily, his gaze tinged with scrutiny. However, as Luo Qingci's fluid and expressive demonstration progressed, that scrutinizing gaze seemed to gradually evolve into something akin to appreciation or curiosity. With a smooth turn and a flourish of his sleeve, the soft silk brushed lightly against the edge of the desk and the cheek of Ling Yanxiao, who lounged there lazily. The cool sensation of the silk, imbued with a faint, clean fragrance, glided across the skin, provoking a delicate itch. Ling Yanxiao's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest, momentarily pausing, his eyes deepening in hue. Unaware of the shift in atmosphere, Luo Qingci continued to demonstrate, executing another turn as the cuffs rose again. This time, the soft edge of the fabric inadvertently swept across the skin at the neck, where Ling Yanxiao's shirt was unbuttoned. The same cool touch elicited another fleeting itch. Ling Yanxiao's gaze darkened, adopting an enigmatic quality. He watched this lithe figure before him, moving with an ethereal grace, yet repeatedly provoking him with those infernal sleeves. As Luo Qingci completed the sequence, allowing the cuffs to fall gently, he exhaled softly, preparing to cease, and raised his eyes to Ling Yanxiao, seemingly awaiting his assessment. Suddenly, the man behind the desk stood without warning, his tall figure exuding a formidable presence as he crossed the distance to stand before Luo Qingci in just a few strides. Startled, Luo Qingci instinctively retreated a half step, only to be rooted in place by the icy aura emanating from the other. Ling Yanxiao provided no time for a response. Stepping in close behind him, the distance between them shrank to a perilous proximity, and Luo Qingci could feel the warmth of Ling Yanxiao's body radiating through his shirt, almost pressing against his back. A large hand suddenly reached out, exuding a searing warmth and an irresistible force, precisely enveloping the hand of Luo Qingci, which still retained the motion of his flowing sleeves. The hand was substantial, with distinctly defined knuckles and a palm marked by the rough calluses of soldier, completely engulfing Luo Qingci's slender hand. Moments ago, as this action unfolded, Ling Yanxiao's deep voice nearly brushed against his ear, mingling with warm breaths that rendered his earlobe instantly crimson. How was such strength exerted? He grasped Luo Qingci's hand, guiding his wrist to mimic the arc of the flowing sleeves, in a manner that left no room for dissent, personally experiencing the force and curvature of the movement. That scorching hand entirely enveloped his, the pressure neither too light nor too heavy. Luo Qingci found himself rigid in Ling Yanxiao's embrace, his back pressed against the solid warmth of the other's chest, faintly perceiving the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath. The low murmur of Ling Yanxiao's voice and his fervent breath warmed him, causing half of his body to feel a tingling sensation. The wrist should be positioned this way. Ling Yanxiao's voice drew even closer, almost whispering at the edge of his ear, guiding his hand to simulate the arc of the flowing sleeves. His other arm casually encircled Luo Qingci's waist, forming an inescapable prison. Luo Qingci could discern the faint scent of tobacco mingling with Ling Yanxiao's essence, an aroma that aggressively commandeered all his senses. Lowering his lashes to conceal the fleeting glimmer of calculation in his gaze, he subtly adjusted the angle of his wrist in accordance with Ling Yanxiao's strength. However, just as Ling Yanxiao was poised to make the next move, Luo Qingci suddenly found the courage to tentatively shift his ensnared wrist. Ling Yanxiao halted his actions, his gaze resting upon the crown of Luo Qingci's lowered head. "Young Marshal," Luo Qingci's voice was soft, laced with a timid exploration. The method of exerting force you mentioned earlier, I dare to suggest a slight adjustment in the wrist angle. This would yield a more rounded splash. As he spoke, his fingertips gently stirred beneath Ling Yinshao's palm, simulating a subtle change in angle. Ling Yinshao loosened his grip somewhat, though he did not entirely release it, merely granting the hand a modicum of freedom. "Oh, how would you adjust it?" Encouraged yet startled by his own boldness. Luo Qingci's cheeks flushed, his voice lowered, yet he endeavored to articulate clearly. The wrist should not be overly rigid. It should curve inward slightly, exerting force from his position. As he softly explained, he guided Ling Yinshao's fingers, feeling the delicate shifts in the point of exertion, then seamlessly sending it outward, like this. Luo Qingci's fingertips were cool and gentle, imbued with the agility characteristic of an artist, gliding over the callous skin of Ling Yinshao's palm and the warmth of his hand, attempting to convey the subtle changes in angle and force. This proactive, pedagogical touch was profoundly different from the previous passive reception. Chapter 10. Can't even walk steadily? Ling Yinshao remained silent, neither speaking nor stopping, merely observing the flushed profile of Luo Qingci and the earnestness in his elongated fingers as he endeavored to teach. The delicate and slightly cool wrist beneath his palm bore a subtle, guiding pressure, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Yet it caressed the most sensitive part of his heart like a feather. Following that gentle cue, he slightly adjusted his strength and angle. Luo Qingci immediately lifted his gaze, eyes shimmering with a hint of expectation as they sought Ling Yinshao's, as if inquiring about his feelings. Their eyes met, the distance still remarkably close. Ling Yinshao gazed into his enchanting, water-like peach blossom eyes, which reflected his own image alongside a stubborn blend of eagerness and the desire to prove oneself. Suddenly, he released his hold, stepping back a half-pace to create a slight distance. Yet his gaze remained locked on Luo Qingci. "Step," he instructed, his voice deeper than before. "Take a few steps and observe." Luo Qingci felt a shiver run through him, aware that the trial was not yet over. He inhaled gently and, complying, took a few steps forward, demonstrating the circular steps commonly used in the Danjiao performance. The strides were small, the pace steady, and the form demanded utmost precision, requiring both stability and grace. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft halo around him. Ling Yinshao stood still, his gaze penetrating. He watched the supple waist sway naturally as he moved, noting the stable strength concealed within that seemingly slender frame. Just as Luo Qingci completed a series of movements and prepared to turn back, his foot seemingly caught on a slight wrinkle in the carpet, causing him to lose his balance. A brief, genuine gasp escaped his lips. Luo Qingci's body fell back, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Almost instinctively, Ling Yinshao, who had been watching intently, reacted swiftly, stepping forward and securely wrapping an arm around his slender waist, while the other hand supported his back just in time. A powerful force surged forth, not only halting his descent but enveloping him in a firm and warm embrace. The impact was gentle, yet both stood frozen momentarily. Their eyes met abruptly, the closeness allowing them to discern each other's reflections in their pupils. Luo Qingci leaned against Ling Yinshao's arm, his breath quickened from the sudden fright, his chest rising and falling slightly. The moisture in his eyes reflected the physiological response to shock, with long lashes trembling violently. Ling Yinshao looked down at the person in his arms. Through the thin fabric, he could distinctly feel the slenderness and flexibility of the waist beneath his palm. The clean scent of soap bark mingled with the faint warmth of the other's body, curling into his nostrils. The air in the study seemed to evaporate instantly, the atmosphere thickening and heating abruptly. Luo Qingci appeared to fully regain his composure from the fright, a flush rapidly spreading across his cheeks, his gaze evasive, his voice trembling with residual fear. "Commander, please hold me more securely." As if fearing another fall, he instinctively grasped the fabric of Ling Yinshao's shirt at his chest. His fingertips cool. "I'm afraid of falling." Ling Yinshao's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, his gaze deep as impenetrable ink. The arm that encircled Luo Qingci's waist not only remained unyielding, but tightened further, erasing the distance between them completely. He could sense the softness and subtle tremors of the body within his embrace. This posture of utter reliance greatly delighted the deeper desires within him. Target individual, Ling Yanxiao. Affinity level, 15, current, 30, echoed the prompt of 9,527 in his mind. Luo Qingci lowered his eyelashes, slightly turning his face away to evade the intensity of the other's gaze, yet the flush on his cheeks spread to the roots of his ears. Ling Yanxiao made no further movements, merely holding him tightly. After a while, he reluctantly loosened his grip, yet still supported Luo Qingci's waist to ensure he could remain steady. "Are you unable to walk properly?" he inquired, his voice deeper and more husky than usual. Luo Qingci appeared startled by the remark. Retreating a small step to escape the embrace, his cheeks flushed as if they might bleed, his voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you, Major, it is my inadequacy." Ling Yanxiao observed his flustered demeanor, refraining from advancing any further. He smoothed the slightly wrinkled front of his shirt, his tone returning to its usual indifference, although it seemed to lack some of its usual harshness. "That will be all for today. Return and rest well." "Yes." Qingci takes his leave. Luo Qingci felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, performing a bow and hastily exiting the study as if in a panicked flight. Only when the door to the study gently closed did Ling Yanxiao slowly lift the hand that had encircled the other's waist, unconsciously rubbing his fingertips together. He approached the window, watching the figure clad in a simple long robe hurriedly traverse the courtyard before vanishing behind the moon gate, his gaze profound and inscrutable. Since that day of instruction in the study, there seemed to be subtle changes in Luo Qingci's days at the Major's residence. The courtyard remained serene, and the guards at the entrance remained steadfastly vigilant, yet the items delivered were evidently more refined. Even the charcoal brazier was prepared in advance to dispel the early winter chill. More importantly, the study of opera had indeed been placed on Ling Yanxiao's agenda, becoming an unspoken part of their routine. Typically, it occurred in the afternoons during Ling Yanxiao's brief respite after handling urgent military matters. Sometimes it was the high-ranking officer delivering a message, other times merely a lowly soldier coming to signal. Luo Qingci would then set aside the tome he had been perusing or the eternally lukewarm, throat-soothing tea, adjust his not overly ornate attire, and follow the messenger back to the study that symbolized the core of power. As the encounters multiplied, the initial anxiety and tension gradually subsided. Luo Qingci understood clearly that Ling Yanxiao sought not a genuine education in opera. While the young major might possess some interest in Peking opera, it likely served more as a means to pass the time, and he, in turn, needed to leverage this limited opportunity for close contact to deepen the other's affection, securing more time and space for himself. He devised various ways to capture Ling Yanxiao's attention. At times, he would exhibit the utmost respect and humility, adopting a stance of profound deference. Every glance and gesture adhered strictly to the boundaries that ought to exist between a performer and the elite. As he meticulously elucidated the nuances of the vocal style and the essentials of posture, as if he were genuinely a devoted instructor. Ling Yanxiao typically lounged languidly in his chair, his fingertips either pinching a cigarette or lightly tapping the armrest, his gaze heavy and contemplative. Occasionally, he would mimic a couple of simple movements, yet rather than embodying a learner, it seemed more akin to playful teasing. At times, Luo Qingci would inadvertently reveal traits that starkly contrasted with the original owner's timid disposition. For instance, when Ling Yanxiao executed a movement with excessive nonchalance or made a conspicuous error, he would furrow his beautifully shaped brows, a hint of reproach lacing his voice. "Young Marshal, you must rotate your wrist an additional 3 degrees for it to appear graceful." His tone was soft, lacking in accusation, resembling an unconscious sulk. In such moments, Ling Yanxiao's gaze would linger on his face for a while longer, his eyes deep and inscrutable, betraying no visible emotion, yet refraining from rebuke. This intermittent obedience and subtle contrast stirred something akin to a feather brushing against Ling Yanxiao's nerves. On that particular afternoon, the sky outside was somewhat overcast, and the study had lit up early. Ling Yanxiao appeared to have just concluded an interminable conference call, a thread of barely perceptible fatigue etched upon his brow. He unfastened the top two buttons of his military uniform, the collar slightly askew, revealing a hint of the robust line of his collarbone. Luo Qingci was demonstrating the entrance steps and eye movements characteristic of a Dan roll. He walked with focus, his gaze shifting, as if on the verge of speech, yet holding back. Ling Yanxiao leaned against the edge of the desk, toying with a fountain pen, his attention directed at Luo Qingci. Though it seemed somewhat absent, his thoughts still entangled in the unpleasant phone call he had just endured. As the demonstration concluded, Luo Qingci gradually came to a halt, breathing softly, and turned his gaze towards Ling Yanxiao, awaiting his response. It seemed that Ling Yanxiao had only just returned to the present, casually discarding the pen onto the desk, producing a soft thud. He offered no further indication, simply stating, "Continue." Luo Qingci acknowledged with a soft reply, but did not immediately resume. His eyes were drawn to the slightly disheveled collar of Ling Yanxiao's uniform. The stiff collar, askew, was a stark contrast to his usually meticulous and austere demeanor. A thought flickered through his mind in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a small step forward, approaching Ling Yanxiao behind the desk. Younger marshal, his voice was gentle, imbued with a touch of concern, as he extended his hand. "Your collar is a bit askew." His movement appeared entirely natural, even tinged with a hint of eager attentiveness. His cool fingertips ventured towards Ling Yanxiao's neck, targeting the misaligned collar. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. Just before his cool, lightly scented fingers were about to meet the fabric of the military uniform, they inadvertently brushed against the prominent Adam's apple at Ling Yanxiao's throat. The sensation of skin was 100 times clearer than that of the fabric. The unexpected chill and softness surged through Ling Yanxiao like a delicate current racing down his spine. Ling Yanxiao's figure suddenly stiffened, instinctively reacting as if honed on the battlefield. His hand, which had been languidly resting on the desk, swiftly and accurately seized the audacious wrist of Luo Qingci with a grip so forceful it felt like an iron band tightening abruptly. "Ouch!" Luo Qingci let out a muffled groan, the sensation in his wrist akin to bones nearly being crushed. The flicker of concern on his face froze instantaneously, replaced by panic and helplessness, his complexion paling dramatically. The air in the study seemed to thicken, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Under the dim light, Ling Yanxiao turned his head, his gaze piercing through to the proximity of Luo Qingci, his eyes swirling with a tempest of offended ferocity and an exceedingly perilous, beast-like glint that suggested a territory had been encroached upon. The cold, oppressive aura surrounding him surged ominously, nearly freezing the very air. The atmosphere was stifling, leaving only the disordered breaths of the two men echoing in the silence. Luo Qingci's wrist throbbed painfully under the relentless grip, the heat of Ling Yanxiao's fingertips and the irresistible strength palpable. Caught off guard by this abrupt turn of events, he stared wide-eyed, tears welling rapidly in his gaze, his long eyelashes trembling like leaves in a tempest. His lips parted slightly, yet not a single word escaped his mouth. However, just as Ling Yanxiao's gaze threatened to pierce through him, Luo Qingci seemed to recover a fragment of his wits from the shock. He grit his teeth against the agonizing pain in his wrist and the almost suffocating intensity of Ling Yanxiao's presence, striving to muster a forced smile that, despite its awkwardness, aimed to convey innocence and appeasement. He tilted his face upward, meeting Ling Yanxiao's icy stare with a timid, almost pitiful expression, his voice quivering and laced with a hint of tears as he continued softly, "Major General, your collar is askew." The fresh, raw marks on his wrist burned fiercely, serving as a stark reminder of the harrowing moment they had just shared. Ling Yanxiao's final, inscrutable glance seemed to dissect him thoroughly before he gradually released his hold, as if nothing had transpired, allowing Luo Qingci to retreat. With a facade of composure, Luo Qingci exited the study, only to feel the cold sweat trickling down his back once he reached the solitude of the secluded courtyard and closed the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he gently rubbed his aching wrist, a lingering dread still clinging to him. His earlier actions had been excessively reckless, That touch had been anything but accidental. He was wagering on whether Ling Yinshao's overwhelming need for control and curiosity was subtly intertwined with an inkling of tolerance or even interest in him as an individual. Fortunately, it seemed he had won this gamble. Ling Yinshao did not erupt in anger, yet the terrifying aura that had briefly flared still sent chills down his spine. Host, that was truly terrifying. I nearly thought we would have to restart the mission. The voice of 9527 crackled with electronic static, tinged with residual fear. Fortune favors the bold. Luo Qingci mused as he approached the washstand, wetting a towel with cold water to soothe his swollen wrist. The refreshing chill helped him regain some composure. Without further probing, how could he ascertain Ling Yinshao's limits, or bridge the gap between them more swiftly? He required more opportunities and a reason to access additional information. Trapped between the courtyard and the study, he found himself unable to unfold the hidden tasks before him. Opportunities seemed to unveil themselves swiftly and unexpectedly. A few days later, Luo Qingci was summoned to the study as usual in the afternoon. Upon his arrival, Ling Yanshao was seated behind the writing desk, listening to the low report from Deputy Officer Gao, his brow slightly furrowed and a hint of barely perceptible irritation gracing his expression. Luo Qingci stood quietly below, his gaze lowered, yet he sensed that the atmosphere in the study was more solemn than usual. After completing his report, Deputy Officer Gao hesitated for a moment before retrieving a finely crafted invitation, even imbued with a faint fragrance from his briefcase. He respectfully placed it on the desk, saying, "Young Marshal, there's also this. It was sent by the Southern Government's Commissioner, Chun Yu, who has specifically invited Mr. Luo to perform at a soiree at his residence tomorrow evening." The final words were uttered with some hesitation, and his voice lowered. Luo Qingci's heart skipped a beat. The Southern Commissioner Chun Yu, specifically inviting him? He continued to lower his head, but his peripheral vision keenly noted that Ling Yinshao's gaze fell upon the exquisite invitation. His face revealed no emotion, neither surprise nor anger. Merely a cold glance before he picked it up as if it were an eyesore and casually tossed it into a corner of the desk with a soft thud. He uttered not a word, neither affirming nor denying the invitation. Not even a hint of acknowledgement toward Luo Qingci, as if the invitation and the request had never existed. Deputy Officer Gao, reading the room, immediately ceased further comments and bowed himself out. The study was left with just the two of them. Chapter 12. Is this Shanghai stage not ample for your performance? In the subsequent lessons, the atmosphere appeared unchanged. Ling Yanshao remained languid, while Luo Qingci continued to be obedient. Yet Luo Qingci could distinctly feel a more oppressive tension permeating the air. Ling Yanshao's brow remained perpetually furrowed. When the session concluded and Luo Qingci exited the study, the neglected invitation still lay forlornly in the corner of the desk, unattended. However, news spread like wildfire, soon quietly circulating among the servants of the young marshal's residence. Not long after Luo Qingci returned to the side courtyard, he overheard two young maids responsible for cleaning, whispering excitedly in hushed tones outside. "Have you heard? That Commissioner Chun from the south is renowned for his elegance and generosity. He specifically invited our master. If only we could have an opportunity to show ourselves at such an occasion. Sure, keep your voice down. The young marshal hasn't spoken yet. I doubt it will happen. How could he easily let anyone go? True. Alas, what a pity." Their voices faded into the distance. Luo Qingci stood by the window, maintaining an impassive facade while turmoil churned within. Chun Yu, from the south, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Not only could it provide a chance to leave the young marshal's residence and engage with the outside world, but more importantly, the intelligence network of the Southern government might correlate with the covert mission he needed to accomplish. Yet, Ling Yanshao's attitude was unmistakably clear, dismissive, coldly indifferent. He had no intention of allowing him to attend, even too apathetic to express any opinion on the matter, exhibiting a complete disregard and absolute control. Without his consent, he would not be permitted to go anywhere. A head-on confrontation was utterly out of the question. A direct request is merely an invitation to tedium. He required a more subtle approach, one that would provoke Ling Yanshao's sensibilities compelling him to reconsider and perhaps even alter his stance. The following afternoon, it was once again time for theatrical study in the study. The weather seemed to have grown even colder than in previous days, with a fine drizzle falling outside, tapping against the window and bringing with it a damp chill unique to the southern regions. As Luo Qingci entered the study, carrying a freshly brewed pot of hot tea, Ling Yanxiao stood with his back turned, gazing out at the curtain of rain, his posture upright, yet exuding an air of aloofness that discouraged approach. The desk was cluttered with a mountain of documents, the exquisite invitation still forgotten in the corner. Luo Qingci quietly set the teapot on the coffee table and poured a cup of steaming tea. The tea was of the finest by Luo Chun, clear and luminous, exuding a gentle warmth. He held the teacup, making his way toward Ling Yanxiao by the window, his steps light and measured. Upon nearing him, he refrained from immediately interrupting, instead standing silently as if awaiting a turn of his attention. The sound of rain pattered softly, enveloping the study in tranquility. At that moment, seemingly unconsciously, Luo Qingci gazed out at the misty courtyard shrouded in rain and softly hummed a melody. It was a delicate and enchanting tune from Jiangnan, imbued with the soft cadence of Wu dialect, starkly contrasting with the Peking opera he typically sang. The melody was tender and melancholic, imbued with a poetic essence reminiscent of hazy rain and an indescribable sorrow. His voice floated softly, almost like a whisper to himself, yet it was clear enough for the one nearby to hear. As he hummed, his gaze drifted outside, as if the rain had stirred some hidden thoughts within him. In his peach blossom eyes, there was a flicker of hazy yearning and a subtle hint of loneliness, akin to a caged bird gazing longingly at a distant, unfamiliar sky filled with allure. Immersed in this involuntary display of emotion, he almost forgot that he still held the tea mint for the young general. Ling Yanxiao's back stiffened imperceptibly. The soft, melodious tones of Jiangnan clashed with the cold rigidity of the northern warlord's study. It pierced through the air like the finest thread, unexpectedly reaching his ears. He slowly turned around. The first thing he noticed was Luo Qingci's profile. Lost in thought as he gazed out the window, his features gentle, eyes dreamy, bearing an expression of fragility and longing he had never witnessed before. Then, there was that low, heart-tugging hum. With a sharp sound, Ling Yanxiao slammed the document he had been holding onto the nearby rosewood table with such force that the white porcelain vase atop it trembled, producing a crisp, clattering noise. Luo Qingci was jolted awake by the sound, his humming abruptly ceasing. Startled, he turned his head, a flicker of panic crossing his face as he instinctively tightened his grip on the teacup, looking towards Ling Yanxiao, whose expression was as cold as ice, his demeanor grave. General? Luo Qingci's gaze was innocent yet helpless. Ling Yanxiao pressed his lips tightly together, the line of his jaw taut. The atmosphere in the study plummeted to a freezing point. He fixed his gaze on Luo Qingci for several seconds before coldly squeezing out a sentence between clenched teeth. Is the stage in Shanghai still insufficient for your performances? The displeasure in his tone was unmistakable. The question hung in the air, laden with palpable anger, causing the temperature in the study to plummet. Luo Qingci, holding a teacup, felt his hand tremble slightly, sending delicate ripples across the clear tea within. His complexion paled, and his gaze fell in a flustered manner, long eyelashes quivering violently, his voice tinged with a plaintive whimper. Young Marshal, please do not be angry. Qingci dares not. He merely gazed out at the rain, momentarily lost in thought, with no ulterior motive, imploring the young marshal to discern his sincerity. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and his head bowed lower, his appearance of panic and helplessness, as if on the verge of tears, perfectly masking the fleeting calculation that flickered deep within his eyes. Ling Yanxiao studied him for a prolonged moment, his chest rising and falling as he seemed to forcibly suppress the surge of unnamed fury. He refrained from further words, merely responding with a cold hum before turning back to his desk, resuming his perusal of a document, no longer regarding him. Yet, the atmosphere in the study remained thick with tension until Luo Qingci was signaled to depart, leaving no room for further exchange between them. However, It seemed this matter was far from resolved. The following morning, as Luo Qingci found himself lost in contemplation over a few withered leaves in the courtyard, pondering how to break the stalemate, a strange commotion outside caught his attention. The sound of a vehicle entering the front yard was accompanied by indistinct, southern-accented banter. A flicker of intrigue stirred within him. Indeed, before long, he overheard the servants outside murmuring in hushed tones. "The Commissioner Chun from the south has come in person." "Yes." "He's in the living room, speaking with the young marshal. It seems it's regarding an invitation." "How patient he is." Luo Qingci listened quietly, his fingers curling unconsciously. Commissioner Chun had personally visited. It appeared the other's interest in him was greater than he had anticipated. Within the young marshal's living room, the atmosphere was far from the lively speculation of the servants outside. Ling Yanxiao sat regally on the main sofa, impeccably dressed in military attire, his expression frigid, fingertips rhythmically tapping against the smooth mahogany armrest, producing a muffled sound. Opposite him was a middle-aged man, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Commissioner Chen Yu of the Southern Government. With a perfectly measured smile, Chen spoke with earnestness, seemingly oblivious to his host's icy demeanor. "Young Marshal, I am deeply ashamed to intrude upon your busy schedule," he began, adjusting his glasses, his tone warm. "Tomorrow's banquet has piqued the admiration of my colleagues for the artistic talents of the Luo family, and they eagerly await a performance. I have come, at the behest of many, to humbly request that you allow the Luo family some time to grace us with their presence, as their singing would undoubtedly enhance the occasion." He paused, assessing Ling Yanxiao's unyielding expression, then added with a hint of insinuation, "Of course, I would never let the Luo family and the young marshal's residence toil in vain. I hold some standing in the southern circles, and should the Luo family wish to develop their endeavors southward in the future, whether on stage or in teaching, I would be more than willing to offer my full support, ensuring they are well rewarded for their talents." The meaning of this statement is quite apparent. It not only requests a singular performance at the hall, but also directly insinuates the notion of poaching talent. Ling Yanxiao's fingers, which had been tapping the armrest, abruptly ceased their movement. He lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing directly at Chen Yu, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint but icy smile. "I appreciate Commissioner Chen's kind intentions," he replied, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable finality. "There is no need for outsiders to concern themselves with the arrangements regarding my household. As for the soiree, he is unavailable." Chen Yu's smile faltered for a moment, a flicker of barely concealed annoyance flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, albeit with a slightly diminished smile. "In that case, it is indeed a pity. I apologize for my presumption." He tactfully ceased his insistence, exchanged a few perfunctory pleasantries, and then rose to take his leave. Ling Yanxiao did not even stand to see him off. He merely nodded his chin towards his aide, Gao Cheng. Gao Cheng understood the silent cue and expressionlessly escorted Chen Yu out. In the secluded courtyard, Luo Qingci, from a distance, spotted Gao Cheng guiding a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, whose complexion seemed rather unappealing, across the corridor toward the front yard. Recognizing him as Chen Yu, a thought swiftly took shape in Luo Qingci's mind. Feigning nonchalance, he picked up a small watering can placed under the corridor, pretending to tend to a few half-wilted flowers, while quietly maneuvering towards the intersection where Chen Yu's party was about to pass. Timing his movements, he just happened to emerge from the other side as Chen Yu and Gao Cheng approached, nearly colliding with Chen Yu. "Oh dear," Luo Qingci exclaimed softly, hastily stepping back and bowing his head in humility. "I beg your pardon, I beg your pardon. I hope I did not inconvenience you, sir." Chen Yu, already in a foul mood due to his earlier embarrassment, was taken aback when intercepted. He was about to frown when he lifted his gaze to behold the individual before him. Unadorned and clad in a simple long gown, Luo Qingci's features were strikingly poetic, exuding a cool elegance laced with a touch of fragility, starkly contrasting with the dazzling persona of a renowned performer. A fleeting look of astonishment and understanding passed through Chen Yu's eyes, his displeasure instantly replaced by a gentle and courteous smile. "Not at all. I was merely in a hurry. You must be the esteemed Luo from the Luo family? Indeed, meeting you surpasses mere hearsay. A slight blush crept across Luo Qingci's cheeks as he softly replied, "You flatter me, sir. I am unworthy of such praise." He cast a quick glance at the stern-faced Gao Cheng, appearing somewhat apprehensive, and hastened his speech. "I sincerely apologize for the collision, sir. Are you departing?" "Indeed. It is a pity that I could not have the honor of inviting the esteemed Luo." Chenyu maintained his smile, yet his words carried an unmistakable air of regret and suggestion. The southern climate is temperate and nurturing, particularly for artists who rely on their voices. Colleagues from various circles cherish and appreciate talent. Should you find time in the future, I implore you to visit the South, and I shall ensure a warm welcome. This statement was almost an overt attempt at poaching talent before Gao Cheng. The latter's expression darkened further, his lips moving as if to admonish. However, Luo Qingci appeared entirely oblivious to the underlying invitation, growing increasingly flustered. "Your generosity overwhelms me, sir. I dare not presume upon it. The young marshal's residence treats me exceedingly well, and I ask for nothing more." His words were delivered in a hasty and urgent manner, as if he were eager to express his loyalty, yet his anxiety rendered them devoid of persuasiveness. "Is that so?" Chenyu smiled enigmatically, her gaze sweeping over Luo Qingci's timid and fearful demeanor, as well as Gao Cheng's cold, hard countenance. She chose to remain silent, merely cupping her hands in a gesture of farewell, stating, "Until we meet again." With that, she continued her forward journey, accompanied by the pale-faced Gao Cheng. Luo Qingci remained rooted in place, clutching the small spray bottle in his hand, gazing in the direction Chenyu had departed, his eyes betraying a mix of longing, resignation, and trepidation. He let out a soft sigh, so faint it was almost inaudible, yet sufficient to catch the ears of those attuned to such nuances. Upon completing this, he suddenly became aware of his own lapse in composure, hurriedly lowering his head and turning to retreat. Unbeknownst to him, just around the corner of a nearby corridor, a tall, stern figure stood with arms crossed, having witnessed the entire encounter and dialogue in its entirety. Ling Yanxiao's expression was even colder than the frigid air of early winter. That night, in the study, the atmosphere was more oppressive than during any previous rehearsal. The lights were bright, yet they failed to dispel the intangible pressure hanging in the air. Ling Yanxiao appeared particularly impatient, his movements more forceful than usual. While correcting a turning motion, he did not offer the customary gentle support, but instead grasped Luo Qingci's shoulder with surprising force. Luo Qingci winced in pain, furrowing his brow. Yet he dared not voice his discomfort, merely adjusting to the pressure he was under. During a demonstrative, close embrace, Ling Yanxiao's arm encircled his waist, the distance between them no longer teasing or ambiguous, but imbued with a punitive intensity, firmly anchoring him in front of himself. Their bodies nearly fused together. Luo Qingci could distinctly feel the heightened warmth radiating from Ling Yanxiao's chest, accompanied by an unmistakably erratic breathing pattern. He strained to maintain an outward calm, even attempting to soften his body as before, conveying a semblance of submission and a hint of reliance. However, Ling Yanxiao seemed impervious to such gestures. In a moment that required a slight lean back, Luo Qingci complied, exposing the delicate line of his neck. Yet, Ling Yanxiao's hand, which had previously rested at his waist, abruptly shifted upward, seizing his chin with a force that elicited a muffled cry of pain from Luo Qingci, his eyes welling with tears. Ling Yanxiao compelled him to lift his gaze, forcing him to confront those fathomless eyes now swirling with a tempestuous fury. Their eyes locked, mere inches apart. Ling Yanxiao's breath was heated, brushing against Luo Qingci's face, yet his gaze remained as frigid as a poisoned blade. He scrutinized Luo Qingci's eyes, which shimmered with pain and shock, filled with innocence and confusion, and through clenched teeth delivered a chilling warning. Stay compliant. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. This icy admonition led Luo Qingci to behave with utmost propriety for several days, sequestering himself in the side courtyard, even venturing into the study less frequently. Ling Yanxiao, seemingly preoccupied with military affairs, summoned him less often. The moment Ling Yanxiao erupted with a fierce aura and delivered an unambiguous warning. Luo Qingci acutely realized that within this residence, his life and honor indeed rested solely within the whims of the young marshal. Any attempt to challenge his authority or to slip from his grasp could provoke unforeseen consequences. He needed to reassess his strategy and exercise greater caution. However, just as he believed the banquet was thoroughly abandoned and began contemplating alternative avenues, an unexpected turn of events transpired. On the evening of the banquet, as twilight descended, unusual sounds emanated from outside the courtyard. It was not the deputy officer, but rather two impeccably dressed stewards, accompanied by two young maidservants who carried several exquisite trays. Mr. Luo, the leading woman addressed him with a tone that remained polite, albeit her gaze held an air of scrutiny. The young marshal has instructed that you prepare yourself to accompany him to Commissioner Chun's banquet shortly. Luo Qingci was momentarily taken aback, almost doubting his own ears. Accompanying him? The young marshal himself would escort him? Instinctively, he glanced at the woman, who merely smiled in a businesslike manner, signaling for the maidservants to place the trays upon the table. These are the garments prepared for you. Please change promptly. To his surprise, the tray did not contain the opulent theatrical attire or extravagant gowns he had envisioned, but rather a finely crafted, moon-white, plain long gown, accompanied by a matching patterned vest and a pair of exquisitely made soft-soled cloth shoes. The design was simple yet elegant, with a cool hue that not only aligned with his usual demeanor, but also accentuated a scholarly grace. This was evidently not a last-minute arrangement. Luo Qingci's heart gradually sank. Had Ling Yanxiao been prepared all along? Were his previous refusals and the cold treatment, even the warnings of the past few days, merely a test? He had no time to ponder further. Urged by the woman, he hastily donned the long gown, which surprisingly fit him as though tailored specifically for him. The moon-white fabric accentuated his fair complexion, diminishing the theatrical flamboyance and enhancing a refined elegance. Just as he completed his preparations, the sound of a car engine resonated from outside the courtyard. The deputy officer had come personally to summon him. Upon seeing Luo Qingci, now attired, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed the officer's eyes, but he quickly reverted to his usual indifference. Mr. Luo, the young marshal awaits you in the car. The sleek black automobile glided smoothly out of the young marshal's residence, merging with the vibrant night of Shanghai's Bund. The atmosphere within the vehicle was stifling. Ling Yanxiao, clad in a crisp military uniform, adorned with gold epaulets and gleaming medals, did not cast a single glance at Luo Qingci, instead choosing to rest his eyes. His profile sharp and chiseled like a sculpted blade. Luo Qingci sat quietly on the opposite side, his gaze lost in the rapidly passing neon lights outside, beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. He was uncertain of Ling Yanxiao's intentions, the sensation of being completely under control, with no foresight into the next move, was far more unsettling than any direct threat. Commissioner Chun's residence was situated in a tranquil garden villa within the French concession. The lights were ablaze, and the entrance bustled with a myriad of elegantly dressed guests. As Ling Yanxiao stepped out first, his formidable military attire and the palpable aura of authority immediately captivated the attention of all present at the door. As people paused, some with awe and others with flattery, to greet him, all eyes instinctively focused when he turned sideways and extended his hand into the vehicle. A delicate, fair hand rested upon his gloved palm. Immediately, a figure clad in a moonlight blue robe gracefully emerged from the car, positioning themselves beside Ling Yanxiao. In that fleeting moment, the surroundings seemed to fall into a hush. Under the lights, Ling Yanxiao stood tall and imposing, his military attire impeccably sharp, emanating an aura as formidable as a drawn sword. Beside him, Luo Qingci exhibited an elegant and elongated silhouette. The moonlight blue robe accentuated his exquisite features and ethereal demeanor, rendering him starkly out of place in the opulent gathering, yet strangely captivating all gazes. The juxtaposition of the resolute and the gentle, the cold and the serene, created a striking visual impact that was almost suffocating. Ling Yanxiao cast not a glance at his companion, merely raising his arm slightly. Luo Qingci hesitated for a moment before complying, gently looping his arm through his. Even through the fabric of the glove and clothing, he could feel the solid strength of Ling Yanxiao's arm. Thus, he was half led by Ling Yanxiao, stepping into the resplendent yet tumultuous hall of the banquet under myriad gazes filled with surprise, envy, and even jealousy. Their entrance instantly stirred a minor commotion, whispers spreading amidst the backdrop of music and polite exchanges. Ling Yanxiao, however, appeared oblivious, his expression stern and unwavering, occasionally nodding to a few prominent figures while continuing his stride towards the main seating area. Luo Qingci sensed countless stares piercing him like needles. He endeavored to maintain a facade of calm, his gaze lowered as he followed Ling Yanxiao's lead. Indeed, after only a few steps, a figure in a dark suit with gold-rimmed glasses approached, holding a wine glass and beaming with a smile. Chunyu, the esteemed Ling Xiao has graced us with his presence. It truly illuminates our humble gathering, Chunyu greeted warmly, his gaze quickly falling upon Luo Qingci beside Ling Yanxiao, revealing unmasked astonishment and admiration in his eyes. Though he swiftly concealed it, his smile becoming even more genial. Mr. Luo, it is indeed a rare fortune to have you here today. Your attire is exquisitely elegant and utterly distinctive. His enthusiasm was almost entirely directed towards Luo Qingci, as if he had forgotten the cold figure standing beside him. Luo Qingci felt a bit flustered by his praise and was about to respond modestly when Xinyu eagerly broached a previous subject. His voice was soft yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. Mr. Luo, regarding the matter of heading south that we discussed earlier, I genuinely hope for your intention. Should colleagues from the southern regions learn of your inclination, they would surely. Before he could finish, Ling Yanxiao, who had been observing coldly, suddenly darkened in expression, the air around him dropping to an icy chill. He did not grant Luo Qingci a moment to respond. The hand that had rested in his arm slipped down, gripping his wrist with such force that it caused a sharp pain, nearly eliciting a cry from Luo Qingci. In the next moment, Ling Yanxiao unceremoniously pulled the person beside him into his embrace, almost dragging Luo Qingci away from Chunyu, and led her directly to the vacant principal sofa not far away. In full view of the crowd, he disregarded all decorum and the astonished gazes around him, forcefully seating Luo Qingci beside him in the principal position. His movements were swift and decisive, even carrying a hint of brutality. Luo Qingci let out a soft gasp, her body slightly unbalanced by the rough handling, and instinctively braced herself against the smooth leather of the sofa to steady herself. A momentary silence enveloped the surroundings, all eyes fixated on the two of them. Ling Yanxiao's actions boldly declared ownership in the most domineering manner before the assembled witnesses. Qinyu's smile froze entirely, her fingers gripping the wine glass, tightening slightly, the expression behind her golden-rimmed glasses becoming inscrutable, a mix of embarrassment and anger intertwining. Yet she dared not react due to Ling Yanxiao's imposing presence, forcing her to maintain a rigid facade. Ling Yanxiao, however, appeared oblivious to the reactions around him. With an expressionless demeanor, he settled beside Luo Qingci, reclining comfortably against the back of the sofa, one hand casually resting on the sofa's backrest behind her, creating a posture that exuded an air of possession. He accepted a drink offered by a server, his gaze sweeping coldly across the room, extinguishing many whispers and scrutinizing glances like a sudden deluge of ice water. As the music resumed, attempting to mask the awkward atmosphere, the undercurrents in the air surged even more violently. Luo Qingci, with her head bowed, felt her cheeks burning fiercely, half from embarrassment, half from the lingering pain in her wrist. She could sense countless eyes upon her, making her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Instinctively, she attempted to shift her hand away from the backrest where he still rested his hand, but as soon as her body moved slightly, Ling Yanxiao pressed down with his hand, seemingly casual, yet imbued with a warning that rendered her instantly immobile. The banquet proceeded methodically, exquisite dishes being served one after another. Just as Luo Qingci hesitated, contemplating whether to pick up her chopsticks while staring at the delicate cuisine on her fine porcelain plate, the man beside her suddenly made a move. Ling Yinxiao effortlessly took the serving chopsticks, expertly selecting a piece of deboned fish and a few tender asparagus tips, placing them steadily onto the plate in front of Luo Qingci. His actions were smooth and practiced, as though he had done this countless times before, his face remaining expressionless. Not even casting a glance at Luo Qingci, his attention seemingly elsewhere, engaged with an approaching official-esque conversation. Yet in that moment, the atmosphere at the main table, and even at nearby tables, stagnated once more. Serving food to others is typically a common social etiquette in such settings. But when performed by Ling Yinxiao, directed towards the ambiguous figure he had just forcefully seated beside him, the implications shifted entirely. It was as if he were proclaiming to everyone, "This is my person. I can dictate everything about her, including what she eats." Qingyu sat across from him, her facial muscles twitching slightly, the forced smile on her face more grotesque than a frown. Instinctively, she lifted her glass and downed a gulp, her eyes clouded with ambiguity. Luo Qingci was equally taken aback. He gazed at the unexpected addition of food on his plate, his heart jolted as if struck by some unseen force. An inexplicable thrill of a plan coming to fruition surged within him. He struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl upwards, striving to maintain a humble demeanor as he picked up his chopsticks, quietly and obediently murmuring his gratitude. "Thank you, Major." He then lowered his head, taking small bites of the food on his plate. The flavor was exquisite, yet he could hardly discern it. All his attention focused on controlling his expression and sensing the atmosphere around him. He could feel the man's fleeting gaze upon him. As he continued eating, perhaps stirred by the tumult of emotions, the corners of his lips involuntarily curved into a barely visible arc. This slight curvature was ephemeral, yet it perfectly caught the eye of Ling Yinxiao, who had just dismissed an official and was returning his gaze. Ling Yinxiao's eyes darkened suddenly. Just as Luo Qingci was about to pick up a second asparagus spear, the man beside him suddenly leaned in closer. The warm breath, tinged with a hint of alcohol, brushed against his sensitive ear and neck, igniting a wave of delicate shivers. He could even feel the hard shoulder insignia of the military uniform nearly brushing against him. The warm, soft lips almost grazing his pale earlobe. A deep, magnetic voice, lowered to a whisper with an undertone of danger, pierced his eardrum. "What are you smiling about?" Luo Qingci felt as if he had been struck by a jolt of electricity, the sensation coursing from his scalp to his fingertips. His face flushing with the embarrassment of being caught off guard. The speared asparagus he held trembled violently, on the verge of falling onto the expensive carpet, and he barely managed to steady his trembling fingers. Yet, the back of his neck, where the warm breath had lingered, turned a deep crimson, as if it were bleeding. Chapter 15. Who allowed you to touch other people's belongings ultimately? Luo Qingci slowly brought the vivid green asparagus to his mouth, chewing it tastelessly, the act of swallowing appearing exceedingly stiff. The lingering warmth of the breath and the shock of the whispered question reverberated in his ears. He could feel Ling Yinxiao's gaze, as tangible as a brand, searing into his profile, as if seeking to penetrate his very being and unveil all his concealed thoughts. He dared not raise his head, nor respond. He could only lower it further, nearly burying it in his chest, exerting all his effort to play the role of a hapless soul, terrified and at a loss due to a mere offhand question. Fortunately, it seemed Ling Yinxiao did not anticipate a reply from him. Or perhaps he was merely satisfied with Luo Qingci's current state of panic. The demanding gaze slowly shifted away, redirecting towards another foreign consul who approached to toast, as if the previously intimate whisper had never occurred. During the remainder of the gathering, Luo Qingci sat quietly beside Ling Yinxiao, resembling an exquisitely crafted marionette, devoid of any extraneous movements or expressions. Ling Yinxiao ceased all interaction with him, not even casting a glance in his direction, yet the invisible pressure enveloping him remained undiminished. When the soiree concluded and they returned to the frigid confines of the car, an oppressive silence lingered between them. Upon arriving at the young marshal's residence and being escorted to a secluded courtyard, Luo Qingci closed the door behind him, finally feeling as if he could breathe freely. "Host, that was exceedingly perilous," exclaimed 9527, its voice laced with trepidation. "Ling Yinshao's perceptiveness far exceeds our estimations." "I am aware," Luo Qingci replied, massaging his throbbing temples. Yet this only confirmed that he mattered to Ling Yinshao, indicating that he was no longer a trifling plaything in his eyes. He needed to exercise greater caution and hasten the progression of his plans. The key to this endeavor might well lie with the young maid, Ling Wei, who had shown him unmistakable affection. As anticipated, the following afternoon, Ling Wei flitted into the courtyard like a joyous little bird. "Brother actor, I have come to see you," she chirped. Today, she donned a delightful gown of canary yellow, exuding vivacity and charm, while cradling a dainty food box in her hands. "This is freshly made osmanthus cake from the kitchen. It smells divine. I brought it just for you." Through several encounters, Luo Qingci had discerned the temperament of this young lady. Innocent, carefree, and well-protected, brimming with curiosity for all things novel and intriguing, particularly regarding her brother who sang so beautifully and possessed striking looks. He accepted the food box with gratitude. "Thank you for thinking of me, Mississippi." "Oh, I've told you not to call me Miss. Just call me Wei Wei," she said, unreservedly taking a seat on a chair in the corridor, swinging her legs, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. "Did you go to the soiree with brother yesterday? Was it enjoyable? Were there many delightful things? I begged brother for ages, but he wouldn't take me." Her incessant questions brimmed with envy and curiosity. Luo Qingci felt a stir in his heart as he sat beside her on the stone bench, opened the food box, and delicately pinched a piece of osmanthus cake, savoring it with elegant grace. He sighed softly, a hint of subtle melancholy flickering in his gaze. It was merely a change of scenery. The rules were numerous and rather tedious. It was far more tranquil in the courtyard. Ling Wei's attention was swiftly diverted, her small face falling. "Huh? It was dull. I thought you, brother, were serious all the time, and that you would at least enjoy yourself a little." She pouted in complaint before her curiosity reignited. Did brother maintain that serious demeanor at the soiree? Did anyone dare to jest with him? Did he drink? Would he laugh if he got drunk? Her inquiries were innocent and straightforward, perfectly aligning with the direction Luo Qingci wished to steer the conversation. Lowering his eyelids, he gently dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, his tone soft, as if reminiscing. The young marshal naturally exudes an inherent authority, commanded respect from all, no one daring to act impudently. He did partake in some drink, though he paused at just the right moment, as if concerned. The young marshal seems to possess a delicate constitution. After drinking yesterday, he was informed this morning that he had not partaken of breakfast before attending to military affairs. As he spoke, he keenly observed Ling Wei's reactions. "He is so." Ling Wei furrowed her brow immediately, her tone tinged with both reproach and concern. Even Mama Li had mentioned it several times. When he becomes busy, he disregards everything, and when his stomach pains him, he suffers greatly. Truly, it is vexing. It seemed she had found a confidant, as she poured her troubles to Luo Qingci. In his study, there was a drawer perpetually stocked with stomach medicine. Yet he heeded no one's advice. Luo Qingci silently noted the information regarding his stomach issues and the medicines in the study drawer, but maintained a gentle and soothing demeanor. "Miss, there is no need for excessive worry. The young marshal is well aware of his circumstances. However, having some nourishing soup readily available might alleviate his discomfort." Yes, soup." Ling Wei's eyes sparkled with realization. "You're absolutely right, brother actor. I shall go speak to the kitchen this very moment," she exclaimed, preparing to leap up and dash out. "Miss, please hold on," Luo Qingci called out, his tone still gentle. The young marshal does not appreciate excessive disturbances, nor does he favor discussions regarding his private matters. Simply instruct the kitchen discreetly, and refrain from drawing attention, lest you provoke his displeasure. Upon hearing this, Ling Wei nodded vigorously, her expression conveying understanding. Rest assured, brother actor. I comprehend the weight of the situation. I shall go quietly. With that, she lifted her skirt and flitted away like a little butterfly. In the days that followed, Ling Wei visited more frequently. Sometimes she came to share delicious treats, other times to lament about her teachers at the academy. More often, she would cling to Luo Qingci, imploring him to recount stories from the scripts. Taking advantage of narrating tales such as Farewell, My Concubine, and The Legend of the White Snake. Luo Qingci observed Ling Wei's reactions and occasionally gleaned fragments of information regarding Ling Yinxiao's habits, the household dynamics, and even snippets about visiting guests from her innocent and unguarded complaints and shares. For instance, he learned that the east window of Ling Yinxiao's study received the best afternoon light, where he preferred to study maps, that his aide, Gao Cheng, seemed to have a younger brother in the southern city-'s garrison, and that a few days prior, a merchant from the east had visited, presenting some peculiar items. Yet Ling Yinxiao appeared rather disinterested, leaving them stacked in the storeroom. Though these pieces of information seemed disorganized and trivial, Luo Qingci meticulously committed each to memory. On this particular day, Ling Wei returned to hear another story. Luo Qingci had just finished singing a segment from The Dream of the Garden, and was raising a teacup to soothe his throat when Ling Wei's gaze was drawn to a water-red embroidered cape hanging on a rack within the room. It was one of the few personal items he had brought from the theater, occasionally donned in the courtyard while practicing vocal exercises. Wow, brother actor, is this the costume you were in Drunken Concubine? Is so beautiful, Ling Wei exclaimed curiously, leaning closer and extending her finger to carefully touch the smooth silk fabric and the intricate Su embroidery adorning it. The sleeves are so long and soft. Luo Qingci chuckled softly and set down his teacup. This is called a water sleeve. It is not the attire from Drunken Concubine. That costume is heavier. This is merely what I wear during practice. Water sleeves, Ling Wei murmured, her fingers playfully exploring the soft, flowing sleeves, mimicking the movements from the stage with a flick, finding it quite delightful and amusing. At that moment, the light at the courtyard entrance suddenly dimmed. An imposing figure appeared, standing with arms crossed, his gaze coldly surveying the interior. Ling Yinxiao had arrived at this hour. His gaze immediately fell upon Ling Wei, who was playfully caressing the water-red costume, her innocent smile illuminating her face. It then shifted to the personal belongings of Luo Qingci, which had been touched by outsiders. Ling Yinxiao's brows knitted together in an instant, his expression darkening visibly, exuding an unmistakable aura of discontent. Ling Wei, he spoke, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable firmness and authority. Who permitted you to handle another's belongings? Return. Startled by the suddenness of his voice and seeing her brother's cold demeanor at the door, Ling Wei recoiled as if her tail had been stepped on, muttering, I was just having a look. I didn't break anything. Return, Ling Yinxiao reiterated, leaving no room for negotiation. Ling Wei seemed somewhat intimidated by his stern expression. Despite her reluctance, she stamped her foot, grumbling under her breath about his severity, before quickly sticking her tongue out at Luo Qingci and scurrying out of the courtyard. Ling Yinxiao did not watch her leave. Instead, his gaze remained fixated on the water-red costume that Ling Wei had touched, as if it had been tainted by something unclean. His scrutinizing eyes then settled heavily upon Luo Qingci. Chapter 16. A heart not sincere, a hand not steady. Luo Qingci swiftly lowered his eyelashes, feigning a look of anxiety, his fingers instinctively tightening around the sleeves of his garment. He anticipated a reprimand from Ling Yinxiao and even feared further punishment, especially since he had led the young lady astray and allowed her to handle such unrefined attire. However, the expected chastisement did not materialize. Ling Yinxiao merely surveyed his face and the costume with a chilling glare, letting out an almost inaudible cold snort before turning on his heel and departing. Luo Qingci remained in the courtyard, perplexed, standing before the water-red garment, utterly bewildered by the young marshal's inscrutable thoughts. The following 2 days passed in tranquility. Ling Yinxiao summoned him no more, and Ling Wei seemed to have received a stern warning, refraining from visiting the side courtyard. Luo Qingci relished the peace. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Deputy Officer Gao reappeared at the entrance of the side courtyard, this time accompanied by 2 guards carrying a rather heavy rosewood box. Mr. Luo, Gao Cheng's tone remained steady. The young marshal has instructed that this be delivered to you. A myriad of suspicions arose in Luo Qingci's mind, though he dared not reveal them, responding respectfully, Deputy Officer, what is this? The box was opened to reveal not the expected treasures of gold and silver or fine garments, but rather a set of antiquated yet valuable scholar's tools. The jade pen rest glowed with a warm sheen. An ancient and substantial inkstone lay within. Several sticks of ink exuding a faint scent of pine smoke, and a stack of pristine, delicate rice paper. Even water and an ink dish had been thoughtfully provided. The young marshal requests. Gao Cheng conveyed the order with precision, his eyes subtly scrutinizing that you utilize these tools daily to transcribe scriptures, cultivating tranquility and serenity. Transcribing scriptures? Cultivating serenity? Luo Qingci was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that this was a reminder to remain cognizant of his identity, to abide by the rules, and to eschew any inappropriate thoughts, even the frivolous amusements of operatic trappings. Instead, he ought to cleanse his spirit with these refined offerings. He found the notion somewhat absurd, even amusing, yet his face quickly adopted an expression of fitting gratitude and trepidation as he slightly bowed, saying, Thank you, young marshal, for your generous gift. I shall diligently transcribe daily, living up to your expectations. Gao Cheng appeared satisfied with his reaction, nodded, left the items behind, and departed with his entourage. The courtyard was now left with only Luo Qingci and the heavy box of rewards. He approached it, his fingertips grazing the cool, smooth jade pen holder, and he caressed the delicately textured rice paper. The items were indeed of the highest quality, yet the intentions of the giver were far from pure. Host, what does Ling Yanxiao intend to do? Is he truly expecting you to live like a monk? 9527 inquired with confusion. He was delineating boundaries and establishing rules. Luo Qingci smiled faintly, picking up the ink stick and lightly inhaling its fragrance of exquisite pine, soot ink, reminding him of what was to be done and what was to be avoided. What shall we do then? Will we truly be transcribing scriptures every day? Transcribe, of course. Luo Qingci's gaze flickered. How could he disregard the young marshal's command? From that day forth, he indeed set aside time each day to sit at a small table beneath the corridor, unfurling rice paper, grinding ink, dipping his brush, and beginning to quietly transcribe scriptures. He was copying the Heart Sutra, his characters neat and elegant, his demeanor appearing exceedingly serious and devout. However, only he knew the multitude of deliberate little actions concealed beneath this facade of piety. After completing a segment of solemn text, he would seemingly unconsciously sketch a few strokes at the blank margins of the pages. Sometimes it would be a rotund, endearingly cartoonish little novice monk dozing off in front of the scripture, drooling. At other times, it would be a squirrel clutching a pine cone, surreptitiously peeking at the scriptures. And occasionally, it might even be a small figure with a simple outline, sulking, adorned with lines indicating its displeasure. These doodles were drawn with remarkable simplicity, yet were vivid and amusing, starkly contrasting with the solemnity of the surrounding text, even bordering on rebellion. Occasionally, he would inscribe a line or two of seemingly relevant couplets or quips in minuscule script at the bottom of the page, laden with playful sarcasm. For instance, when transcribing form is emptiness, he might quietly add, is braised pork also emptiness? When transcribing having no obstructions, he could slyly insert a line stating, Yet there are many assignments with my heart laden. These little antics were executed with utmost discretion, blending seamlessly into the copious transcriptions, rendering them inconspicuous. He understood that Ling Yanxiao, immersed in myriad affairs, would likely only glance over the pages, scarcely noticing these marginal doodles. And that was precisely what he desired, a cautious exploration, a quiet revelation of the restlessness and vibrancy uniquely belonging to him, Luo Qingci. He was wagering that Ling Yanxiao's keen eyes would surely discover these little secrets, yet would not genuinely be angered by them. On an evening a few days hence, Ling Yanxiao, having concluded the pressing military affairs at hand, leaned back in his chair, gently massaging his throbbing temples for a brief respite. His gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner of the writing desk, where a stack of assignments delivered daily by Gao Cheng transcribed by Luo Qingci. He had not intended to scrutinize them closely. After all, the actor's ability to dutifully transcribe scriptures was commendable enough. Yet propelled by an inexplicable urge, he reached for the topmost pile. The paper was pristine, the ink bold and clear, the handwriting so meticulously neat that it bordered on the overly precise, revealing the effort invested in it. He flipped through casually, his eyes swiftly skimming the familiar verses. Suddenly, his fingers halted in the bottom right corner of a page. An empty space was adorned with a delicate ink sketch of a small monkey, frowning as it clutched a brush, accompanied by a nearly illegible line of text, transcribing scriptures 1,000 times, yet the heart remains a monkey. A barely perceptible shift occurred in Ling Yanxiao's brow. He continued to turn the pages. On another corner, he found a figure meditating, yet above its head floated a whimsical thought bubble of roasted chicken. On yet another page, a phrase read, "The Buddha speaks of compassion, yet my wrist is weary. Might I be granted compassion?" Page after page, almost every few leaves concealed these small, mischievous, and somewhat plaintive doodles, infused with a whimsical spirit. They lurked beside the solemn scriptures, akin to a diligent student secretly adding illustrations to a textbook, cautious yet unable to suppress their delight. Ling Yanxiao's pace slowed as he perused the pages. Though his expression remained unchanged, the cold, hard aura surrounding him seemed to soften ever so slightly. In fact, upon encountering a page depicting a flustered little figure with a puffed-up face, the corners of his mouth seemed to subtly lift, almost imperceptibly, before he even realized it. However, that faint smile quickly vanished. He gently tossed the stack of rice paper back onto the table, producing a sound that was neither too loud nor too soft. The following day, when Gao Cheng arrived to collect the old manuscripts and deliver new paper, he bore a stern command from the young marshal. The transcriptions from yesterday were insincere and improperly rendered. You are to rewrite them 10 times. Today's assignments will be doubled. Luo Qingci, pausing momentarily in his ink grinding, lowered his head and obediently replied, "Yes." Qingci acknowledges his error. Yet beneath his lowered eyelashes, a fleeting glimmer of amusement passed by, almost imperceptibly. He had been punished, but for insincerity and improper execution, rather than for frivolous doodling that defiled the scriptures. That was sufficient. After Gao Cheng departed, Luo Qingci gazed at the returned stack of rice paper, now adorned with doodles, and his mood lifted considerably. He had indeed been seen. Meanwhile, in the study, Ling Yanxiao was reviewing new documents, though he seemed somewhat distracted. After processing an urgent military report, he fell silent for a moment, suddenly reaching for the stack of scriptures transcribed by Luo Qingci that had been returned. His long fingers turned the pages, deftly locating those corners embellished with doodles. Then, he took a small silver knife from a desk, handling it with a degree of unfamiliarity yet utmost care. As he meticulously trimmed along the edges of the whimsical sketches and playful verses, as if attending to a matter of grave importance. The light of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a gentle golden hue upon the cold, hard contours of his profile. He gathered the small pieces of paper, adorned with childlike doodles and the scent of ink, and meticulously organized them. He pulled open a locked drawer beneath the writing desk, typically reserved for highly personal items or confidential documents. Carefully, he placed the small sheets inside, pressing them beneath an old military notebook. Once this task was completed, he nonchalantly closed the drawer and locked it, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 17. How could he return so soon? Days passed, and Luo Qingci found himself ensnared in this exquisite cage, isolated from the outside world. Apart from the occasional fragmented whispers coaxed from Ling Wei, he could scarcely obtain any valuable information. The weight of the concealed mission loomed over him like a massive stone upon his heart. He knew he must take action. The only place accessible to him, potentially brimming with information, was Ling Yanxiao's study. Studying and checking on his assignments became the most plausible excuses for his visits to the study. He continued to play the role of a compliant performer, occasionally betraying a hint of restlessness, yet harmlessly so. However, each time he entered that room, his senses were heightened, akin to a finely tuned radar. While Ling Yanxiao reviewed documents, he quietly ground ink nearby or pretended to peruse the books on the shelves, his peripheral vision keenly scanning the open files on the desk. Perhaps left hastily ajar, his eyesight was exceptional, enabling him to swiftly capture key phrases, unit numbers, material deployments, place names, dates. Though these were mostly fragments, he etched them firmly into his memory. Occasionally, Ling Yanxiao would confer in hushed tones with trusted military officers within the study. During such moments, Luo Qingci was often signaled to retreat to the outer room or simply dismissed. Yet, the thick door could not entirely muffle the sounds. He would hold his breath, pressing his ear against the crack of the door, striving to catch the murky snippets of conversation. The northern front is strained. Troop reinforcements must keep pace. Increased vigilance at the train station. Inspections every 3 days. The Japanese have been active lately. Gather intelligence at the banquet. Grain from Jiangbei must arrive by the end of the month. These disjointed words lay scattered like pieces of a puzzle. Once back in his quarters, Luo Qingci would promptly lock himself inside, retrieving the paper and pen he had secretly hidden. Drawing upon his memory, he would swiftly record these fragments, attempting to piece together useful information in his mind. The entire process demanded intense mental focus, as if dancing on the edge of a knife. Any lapse in concentration could lead to irrevocable consequences. He discovered that Ling Yanxiao's library was vast and eclectic, containing not only contemporary military and political treatises, but also an extensive collection of local chronicles, cultural studies, and even translated foreign geography texts. This provided him with an excellent and unassuming reason to browse, allowing him to claim he was seeking the geographical background or historical allusion for a play, thus granting him ample time among the shelves. That afternoon, Ling Yanxiao was summoned to the command center by an urgent phone call. Before leaving, he did not instruct Luo Qingci to depart immediately, but merely asked him to wait in the study, promising to return and continue the double transcription of the scriptures. This is undoubtedly a serendipitous opportunity. In the study, only Luo Qingci remained. The sunlight streamed through the window, creating a tranquil atmosphere where one could almost hear the dust particles dancing in the beams of light. Yet, his heart raced with fervor. Once he confirmed that Ling Yanxiao would not return in the immediate future, he sprang into action. His target was not the conspicuously classified documents on the desk. That would be perilously reckless, but rather the less conspicuous depths of the bookshelf, where old records or correspondences might be concealed. He moved with utmost stealth, akin to a nimble cat, swiftly yet meticulously sifting through the dust-laden boxes and folders. His fingers brushed against the pages, producing a subtle, rustling sound. His nerves were taut, yet his ears remained attuned to any sound emanating from the corridor beyond the door. Most of the materials were outdated military reports, supply lists, or inconsequential correspondence. As the seconds ticked away, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Just as he was about to relinquish his search and retreat, his fingertips unexpectedly grazed a leather envelope distinct from the other rigid folders. It was nestled deep within a stack of regional records, the opening unsealed, merely looped with a slender string. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he untied the string. Inside, rather than formal documents, lay an assortment of loose papers resembling hastily scribbled notes and clippings. His eyes darted over the contents, and his heart skipped a beat. Scrawled across several pages were dates and coded phrases, accompanied by rudimentary maps. One clipping was from a Japanese newspaper, though he could not comprehend it fully. The characters for military and railway stood out starkly. Another note, inscribed in Chinese, mentioned Honko Dojo, frequent meetings, and a possible connection to transportation. These fragmented pieces of information resonated with what he had previously overheard about the train station and the frequent activities of the Japanese, pointing towards a vague yet perilous direction. Just as he endeavored to imprint these details more deeply into his memory, The steady sound of footsteps unexpectedly echoed from the corridor outside the study. Footsteps that unmistakably belonged to Ling Yanxiao. How could he return so soon? A rush of blood surged to Luo Qingci's head, only to drain away in an instant. This was it. Being caught in the act would surely spell doom. He barely had time to restore the envelope to its original state. The footsteps grew nearer, approaching the door. In a moment of desperation, Luo Qingci instinctively recalled his muscle memory, hastily shoving the leather envelope back into place, disregarding whether it was adequately concealed. He then leapt 2 large steps to the side, diving towards the row of literary bookshelves. Just as the doorknob turned with a subtle click, he seized a hefty anthology of Tang and Song poetry from the shelf. Flipping it open with a flourish, leaning back against the shelves, and striking a pose that suggested he was engrossed in reading. The door swung open. Ling Yanxiao's tall and austere figure appeared in the doorway, his gaze immediately sweeping towards the bookshelves, precisely locking onto the silhouette that faced away from the entrance. Engrossed in the act of perusing the book, as if enveloped in a collection of poetry, Luo Qingci turned another page. He could feel that icy gaze firmly fixed upon his back, nearly piercing through him. Slowly, as though startled by the sound of a door opening, he turned around with a hint of surprise and panic. "Major, you have returned?" His voice endeavored to maintain its composure. Yet the hand clutching the hefty poetry book trembled slightly, betraying the extreme tension and apprehension coursing through him. Luo Qingci sensed Ling Yanxiao's scrutiny traversing his face, his hands, and the area of the bookshelf he had hastily concealed himself behind. The air in the study seemed to solidify, each second stretching out like an eternity. He struggled to maintain the startled expression on his face, while his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He could vividly recall the moment he hurriedly stuffed the book back into the brown paper bag, realizing that the opening had not been completely tied. Just as he felt he could no longer endure the suffocating gaze, Ling Yanxiao finally moved. He did not approach the bookshelf to inspect, nor did he inquire further. Instead, he walked towards the desk, casually removing his military cap and placing it aside, his tone devoid of emotion, as if merely asking, "What are you reading?" Luo Qingci took a discreet breath, showcasing the cover of the poetry collection to him, his voice still tinged with a lingering tremor. "Major, it is the Tang and Song poetry collection. While waiting for you, I noticed a vast array of books on the shelf, and, out of curiosity, picked one up to peruse, hoping to find some inspiration for lyrics. I became so engrossed that I failed to notice your return." Ling Yanxiao's gaze lingered for a moment on the cover of the book before gradually returning to Luo Qingci's face, his deep-set eyes inscrutable as to whether he believed him or not. He did not press further, merely responding with a nonchalant hum. As he settled into the chair behind the desk, picking up a document as though ready to commence work. "Is the transcription completed?" he inquired without looking up. "Not yet," Luo Qingci replied softly, carefully placing the poetry collection back in its original position. "Then return to your transcription." Ling Yanxiao's voice turned cold, carrying an undeniable command to refrain from carelessly disturbing the items in the study. "Yes, Qingci acknowledges his mistake. I shall return to it at once." Luo Qingci felt as though granted a reprieve, bowing deeply and almost holding his breath as he stepped out of the study. It was only upon exiting the heavy door and feeling the relatively free air of the corridor that he dared to relax his nearly cramping back muscles. Yet he knew the crisis had not yet passed. Chapter 18. Major. Pain from that day forth. Luo Qingci acutely sensed the atmosphere around him becoming increasingly thick and oppressive. The guards outside the study had increased. No longer were there merely the 2 fixed sentinels. Instead, there was now a fluid patrol, with a markedly heightened frequency passing by the study door, their gazes sharper, as if ever vigilant for something amiss. His comings and goings from the study were unconsciously curtailed. Ling Yanxiao appeared to be busier than ever. Even when summoning him, it was mostly for academic checks, with few opportunities for theatrical practice. And the duration of his stay was strictly limited. Each time he found himself in the study, he could feel the guards' watchful eyes pricking at him like thorns. Even in the secluded courtyard he inhabited, A number of unfamiliar faces seemed to pass by with an air of casualness. His every movement appeared to be ensnared by an invisible net of scrutiny. Ling Yanxiao was evidently aware of something amiss. Though he lacked concrete evidence, his keen, hawk-like eyes had already begun to harbor suspicion, and he tightened his grip on the reins of control in the most direct manner possible. Between the two, a silent contest and probing were quietly germinating beneath a facade of tranquility. Luo Qingci grew increasingly cautious, daring not to cast his gaze carelessly in the study, burying his thoughts even deeper. Meanwhile, Ling Yanxiao exerted pressure through this omnipresent surveillance, as if he were waiting for Luo to betray a slip of the tongue. That night, a gentle rain began to fall. Luo Qingci, having been tense throughout the day, found it difficult to fall asleep that evening. He stared out into the pitch-black, rain-soaked night, when suddenly he heard the sound of a car engine in the front courtyard, much later than when Ling Yanxiao typically returned. The engine's roar blended indistinctly with the sound of rain, followed by the heavy clanging of the car door and a series of somewhat disordered yet still steady footsteps crossing the courtyard, making their way toward the main house. Luo Qingci initially wished to ignore it and turn over in bed, attempting to force himself to sleep. However, as the footsteps approached the entrance to his courtyard, they seemed to pause imperceptibly before continuing, now imbued with a barely detectable heaviness. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Luo Qingci sat up. He donned a coat and picked up the chilled kettle from the table, seeking an excuse to venture into the kitchen for hot water, all the while hoping to discern the situation. He gently opened the door, and the damp, cold air of the rainy night rushed in. As he stepped onto the corridor, he spotted a diligent aide carefully assisting a tall figure up the steps. It was Ling Yanxiao, yet his current state starkly contrasted with his usual self. His military jacket was carelessly draped over his arm, and the collar of his white shirt was unbuttoned, marred by dark stains, presumably from wine. He was not entirely reliant on the aide, yet his steps appeared unsteady, emanating a mix of faint alcohol, the scent of expensive tobacco, and a subtle trace of blood. The rain soaked his dark hair, causing several strands to fall and obscure parts of his brows and eyes. Yet the undeniable weariness and hostility etched on his face were more pronounced than ever. A slender, pale scratch was clearly visible near his temple, with the edges faintly tinged in red. The aide, upon noticing his emergence, hesitated momentarily, casting a somewhat helpless glance at Ling Yanxiao. Ling Yanxiao appeared to sense his presence as well, slowly turning his head. The dim light of the rainy night dulled his usually sharp gaze, now tinged with the haze of intoxication. Yet when his eyes fell upon Luo Qingci, it still bore an undeniable weight of pressure. Luo Qingci's heart instinctively tightened. He halted, bowing his head in the shadow of the corridor, and softly addressed, "Young Marshal." Ling Yanxiao did not respond immediately, but gestured with his hand, indicating that the aide could withdraw. The aide, visibly relieved, promptly saluted and departed. The sound of rain pattered softly, leaving only the two of them in the corridor. Ling Yanxiao seemed somewhat unsteady, reaching out to steady himself against the corridor pillar. He took a shallow breath, closed his eyes, and the furrow on his brow deepened. The mingled scent of alcohol, gunpowder, and blood grew increasingly vivid. Luo Qingci observed the vulnerable and disheveled side of him that had never been revealed before, and his fingers tightened around the water jug. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, placing the cool water jug on the railing beside him. He then retrieved a fine cotton handkerchief from his pocket, hastening to the wash basin where clean cold water was available, wetting the handkerchief and wringing it out. Approaching Ling Yanxiao, he stood a step away, slightly rising on his toes to offer the cool, damp cloth, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of tentative inquiry. "Young Marshal, may I suggest you wash your face?" Ling Yanxiao opened his eyes, his gaze, tinged with blood and intoxication, fell upon him, then lingered on the cool handkerchief in his grasp, yet he made no move. Luo Qingci's heart raced, but he did not withdraw his hand. After a tense pause, Ling Yanxiao slowly extended his hand, accepting the towel. His fingertips, chilled by the alcohol and the night rain, brushed against Luo Qingci's palm. He took the towel and carelessly wiped his face, the cool moisture seemingly invigorating him slightly. However, a smudge of dirt lingered near the scar on his forehead, remaining uncleaned. Almost instinctively, Luo Qingci stepped forward again, extending his cool fingers to indicate the spot. Here there is still a bit. His fingertips delicately grazed the edge of the shallow scar, still stained with remnants of blood. In an instant, Ling Yinshao's body stiffened. The next moment, an overwhelming force seized his wrist. Luo Qingci scarcely registered how he moved before a hot, powerful hand gripped his wrist tightly, the pressure nearly crushing his bones. "Young Marshal, it hurts," Luo Qingci gasped, dropping the damp towel onto the wooden floor of the corridor with a dull thud. He looked up in alarm, meeting Ling Yinshao's gaze. The previous hazy intoxication seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving only a chilling clarity, cold vigilance, and a ferocity akin to having one's sensitive spot provoked. He held onto Luo Qingci's wrist tightly, his eyes piercing through him, delving deep into his soul. The air was saturated with the dampness of rain, the lingering scent of blood, and the potent aroma of alcohol, creating a suffocating atmosphere. "Young Marshal," Luo Qingci's voice trembled with pain and fear, his eyes quickly reddening, misting over. "I merely noticed your injury and wished to assist you," he stammered, his words tumbling out in disarray, resembling a frightened wretch. Ling Yinshao's chest heaved as he breathed heavily, yet the grip on Luo Qingci's wrist did not relent. Just as Luo Qingci feared he might face dire consequences this night, Ling Yinshao abruptly released his hold. The sudden withdrawal of force caused Luo Qingci to stagger back a step, nearly losing his balance, and he instinctively grasped the nearby pillar to steady himself. He pressed his wrist, which was rapidly adorned with a ring of purplish bruises, gasping in terror, tears glistening in his eyes, poised on the brink of falling. Ling Yanshao averted his gaze, as if the earlier horrifying loss of control had been but a fleeting illusion. He bent down to retrieve the damp towel, now muddied, that had fallen at his feet, casually tossing it to the approaching orderly with a voice that was both hoarse and icy. "Clean this up." Without a backward glance, he moved forward with a slightly unsteady gait, yet maintaining an air of cold authority, striding directly into the main house, the heavy door closing behind him with a dull thud. This left Luo Qingci standing alone on the corridor, rainwater slanting down to drench his shoulders. Chapter 19. Can you ride a horse? Following the tumultuous encounter on that rainy night, Luo Qingci became acutely aware of Ling Yinshao's capriciousness, his inherent suspicion, and the danger that lurked beneath. He acted with increasing caution, scarcely venturing beyond the confines of the side courtyard, and when Ling Wei sought him out, he often politely declined under the pretext of meditative scripture copying. However, the winds of trouble do not cease simply because one seeks tranquility. One afternoon, needing to procure some ink, paper, and brushes, he sought permission from the guard on duty and was granted the rare privilege of venturing out, escorted by 2 soldiers, to a bustling commercial street not far from the young marshal's residence. This was an exceedingly limited freedom granted by Ling Yanshao himself. The streets were alive with the clamor of vehicles and throngs of people, the air filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the spirited bargaining of shoppers, embodying a vivid yet cacophonous marketplace atmosphere. Dressed in a simple long robe, Luo Qingci, having not ventured out in a long while, inevitably attracted glances, for his appearance and demeanor were strikingly exceptional. The 2 soldiers flanked him closely, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, both in protection and surveillance. Luo Qingci endeavored to maintain his composure, swiftly completing his purchases with the intention of returning. Yet, as he passed a stall selling foreign goods, an unsettling sensation of being watched slithered down his neck like a cold serpent's tongue. It was not the routine scrutiny of the soldiers behind him. Rather, it was a more insidious, malevolent gaze. He did not falter, pausing momentarily at a sugar painting stall to pay, and ostensibly casually turned his head, casting a quick glance towards the direction from whence he had come. Amidst the throng, a figure clad in a nondescript short coat swiftly lowered their head, feigning interest in a neighboring stall, their movements so rapid it nearly seemed a trick of the eye. Yet, Luo Qingci could almost instantly ascertain that he was being followed, and not by anyone associated with Ling Yanxiao. Who could it be? In a flash, several names flickered through his mind. Chenyu? Unlikely. That envoy was more adept at overt maneuvers. Perhaps it was a political adversary of Ling Yanxiao. He had sensed several ill-intentioned gazes at the banquet. Maintaining his composure, he continued to walk, his steps steady, yet his mind raced. He had to shake off this pursuer. Otherwise, should they trace him back to the young marshal's residence, the consequences could be dire. Ahead lay an intersection, the crowd thicker than ever, with vendors spilling into the streets, creating a bottleneck. The cacophony of shouts, children's cries, and the chimes of rickshaws melded into a tumultuous clamor. An opportunity had presented itself. Luo Qingci quickened his pace, seemingly eager to traverse the intersection, swiftly merging into the throng of bustling pedestrians. Observing this, two guards hastily followed, yet the crowd swiftly distanced them. At the moment he navigated through the most congested part of the intersection, Luo Qingci deftly slipped past a woman squatting beside a stall selling bamboo woven goods, utilizing the stall as cover. Simultaneously, he donned a plain men's felt hat he had just purchased, tilting the brim low, and reversed a light gray vest over his long robe, instantly altering his most conspicuous attire. The man pursuing him clearly did not anticipate his sudden disappearance in such a crowded space. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd, anxiously scanning his surroundings, but only spotted the two bewildered guards from the young marshal's residence, who were also searching for their target amidst the sea of people. Where could that striking figure in a modest long robe have vanished? Luo Qingci did not immediately distance himself. Instead, he took advantage of several stalls for concealment, quietly maneuvering to the side and rear of the man in the cap, who was anxiously searching for him, and observed him calmly for a moment. Once he confirmed that the man had lost his trail and seemed to lack the finesse of a professional informant, he truly relaxed. He swiftly traversed several narrow alleys, making a wide detour before leisurely approaching the side gate of the young marshal's residence from another direction. The two guards, already in a state of agitation and perspiring profusely, visibly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him appear unscathed, though they were puzzled by his change of hat and the altered color of his vest. Their positions restrained them from inquiring further, and they merely escorted him back to the side courtyard. Once the courtyard door was closed, sealing off the outside world, Luo Qingci leaned against the door, slowly removing his hat, his back slick with cold sweat. Who was tracking him? What was their purpose? To gather incriminating evidence against him? To confront Ling Yanxiao? He recalled the myriad of scrutinizing gazes at the banquet, along with Ling Yanxiao's forceful proclamation of dominance, which undoubtedly thrust him, the young marshal's new favorite, into the spotlight, rendering him an excellent target for those seeking to undermine Ling Yanxiao. Though he had managed to evade capture today, what tomorrow? A heightened vigilance settled within him. Following the previous incident of the market, Luo Qingci had become a virtual porcelain doll, rarely leaving the confines of the courtyard. His days were spent either transcribing seemingly endless scriptures or staring blankly at the nearly barren branches in the yard. The sensation of being perpetually observed felt like an invisible net, constricting his breath. Ling Yanxiao seemed to sense his excessive silence. Perhaps it was an attempt to provoke him, perhaps a means of comfort, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting whim of the young marshal. On a gray, misty morning, imbued with the distinct dry chill of early winter, Gao, the deputy officer, unexpectedly arrived early at the courtyard, delivering orders that left Luo Qingci somewhat taken aback. The young marshal commanded that they visit the racetrack in the western suburbs today. He requested that Mr. Luo prepare for departure in half an hour. The racetrack? Luo Qingci paused momentarily. What could Ling Yanxiao possibly want with him at the racetrack? He doubted that this busy young marshal truly had the leisure to take him for a leisurely outing. Silently, he changed into attire more suited for movement, burdened with thoughts as he followed Gao at the door. The black car drove steadily out of the city, the scenery outside gradually transforming into a vast and desolate expanse. The western outskirts boasted a sprawling horse ranch, with a parched yellow grass stretched endlessly, punctuated by undulating hills in the distance. The air was imbued with the distinct aromas of hay and horses. Ling Yinxiao had arrived. He had exchanged his rigid military uniform for a sleek black riding outfit, complete with knee-high boots that accentuated his tall stature, broad shoulders, and narrow waist. He stood beside a magnificent steed, its coat a deep ebony save for its snow-white hooves, gently stroking its neck with one hand. The horse was strikingly regal, its sleek, shiny coat and powerful musculature exuding vitality. As it sensed a stranger approaching, it snorted in impatience, pawing the ground with its hooves. Upon noticing Luo Qingci alight from the car, Ling Yinxiao's gaze swept over him, lingering for a moment on his rather modest attire, revealing little expression. "Can you ride?" he inquired. Luo Qingci lowered his eyelashes and shook his head gently, responding, "I have never learned, young marshal." This statement was a mix of truth and pretense. The original owner of this body, indeed, lacked proficiency in riding. Yet he himself had undergone a brief period of intensive training for a film role. While not an expert, he possessed a fundamental understanding of horsemanship. "Is that so?" Ling Yinxiao seemed unperturbed. He patted the black horse's neck, and to everyone's surprise, the spirited creature calmed down. He beckoned to Luo Qingci. "Come here." Obeying, Luo Qingci approached. The closer he drew to the towering horse, the more he sensed its primal energy and strength, instinctively slowing his breath. A flicker of trepidation crossing his face. Ling Yinxiao, observing this, suddenly reached out and grasped his arm. Luo Qingci gasped in surprise, yet before he could react, he found himself effortlessly lifted by Ling Yinxiao, as if he were a mere object, and gently placed upon the saddle of the black horse. His perspective shifted dramatically, the cold leather of the saddle pressing against him through the thin fabric of his clothing. The horse beneath him shifted restlessly, causing Luo Qingci to let out a frightened gasp, instinctively leaning forward and gripping the front of the saddle tightly, his fingers turning white with pressure, his complexion paling. "What are you afraid of?" Ling Yinxiao's voice floated up from below, laced with a hint of mockery. The horse recognizes its master. It is steady. With that, he deftly stepped into the stirrup, executing a smooth and powerful motion to mount the horse, settling securely behind Luo Qingci. The saddle, once spacious for one, felt somewhat cramped with two. The moment Ling Yinxiao mounted, Luo Qingci felt his entire back pressed against a solid and warm chest. Through the layers of clothing, he could distinctly feel the outline of the man's muscular torso and the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, thump. Each beat resonated against his spine, emanating an undeniable presence. Ling Yinxiao's arms naturally encircled Luo Qingci's waist, surpassing his tightly clenched hands on the saddle to grasp the reins ahead. This posture effectively enveloped him entirely within Ling Yinxiao's embrace. The heat radiating from the man, mingled with the faint scent of gunpowder and leather, enveloped Luo Qingci completely. His body stiffened, paralyzed by the overwhelming sensation, even holding his breath. "Are you settled?" Ling Yinxiao's deep voice brushed against his ear, the warmth of his breath caressing the sensitive tip. With a gentle flick of the reins and a slight squeeze of his legs against the horse's belly, he commanded, "Go!" The black stallion surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. A powerful sensation of acceleration struck Luo Qingci, causing him to gasp in surprise. His body propelled backward by inertia, fitting snugly into the embrace of the man behind him. The jolting soon followed. The undulations of the horse's back were far more intense than he had anticipated. Each rise and fall brought a strong tremor, compelling him to lean against the only support available to maintain his balance. The wind lashed against his face, stinging slightly. The vast grassland rushed past him in a blur. Ling Yinxiao's horsemanship was exceptional. Even at such speed, he remained as steady as a rock. His powerful arms encircled Luo Qingci's waist, guiding their direction while ensuring he would not be thrown off balance. At times, as they bounced or adjusted their course, Ling Yinxiao's chin would inadvertently brush against Luo Qingci's soft hair, igniting a rapid heartbeat within Luo Qingci's chest. He could feel the warmth and rhythm of Ling Yinxiao's heartbeat against his back, the unique scent of the man enveloping him. and even the subtle rise and fall of his chest with each breath. The sense of being entirely enveloped left him flustered. Ling Yanxiao seemed to relish this exhilarating ride. Not hastening to stop, he led Luo Qingci on a grand circuit across the expansive field, the wind howling past, scattering the loose strands of hair on Luo Qingci's forehead. Only as they circled back to their starting point did the pace gradually slow, transforming into a leisurely trot. The jostling lessened, yet their close proximity remained unchanged, with the atmosphere becoming increasingly intimate and distinct as the speed decreased. Luo Qingci could even sense Ling Yanxiao's chin brushing against his hair once more, lingering for a fraction longer than before. Chapter 20. Ailment. Upon returning from the western suburbs horse ranch, Luo Qingci felt rather lethargic. As autumn deepened, the weather grew colder each day. The courtyard felt even chillier than other places. The swift gallop through the wind had left him disheveled, and after returning, his overthinking compounded the effects, leading him to genuinely feel unwell. Initially, he merely experienced a dry throat and a slight heaviness in his head. He dismissed it as ordinary autumn dryness, opting to drink warm water and continuing his daily ritual of transcribing what seemed to be endless scriptures. However, his condition did not improve as he had hoped. Instead, it suddenly worsened 2 nights later. In the dead of night, he felt an alternating wave of chills and heat, as if his throat were obstructed by coarse sand, dry and painful. Each breath was accompanied by a burning sensation. His chest felt tight, and he could not suppress a violent cough that tore through him, echoing painfully in the stillness of the night, as if he might cough up his very insides. He struggled to rise, intending to pour himself a glass of water, but found his limbs weak and unresponsive. The moment he placed his feet on the ground, the world spun dangerously, nearly causing him to collapse. As he touched his forehead, it felt alarmingly hot. "Host, your temperature is abnormally elevated. Heart rate is excessively rapid. Suspected acute respiratory infection." The alarm of 9527 echoed in his mind, accompanied by a hurried electronic tone. Luo Qingci slumped back against the cold edge of his bed, wrapping himself tightly in a thin blanket, yet still shivering with cold. A fit of coughing, growing increasingly severe, nearly left him breathless, and his cheeks flushed with an unnatural redness due to the high fever, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. The guards outside the courtyard were evidently startled by the commotion. Footsteps lingered at the door for a moment, hesitating over whether to intervene. Ultimately, perhaps fearing the consequences of neglecting a potential crisis, the footsteps hastily retreated, likely to report the situation. Luo Qingci leaned drowsily against the headboard, his consciousness wavering between clarity and haze. He recognized that he was genuinely ill this time, and quite gravely so. In this era of limited medical resources, a mere cold could prove fatal. Time passed unmeasured until a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed outside, indicating more than one person was approaching. The door creaked open, allowing the icy night air to rush in alongside a tall, imposing figure. Ling Yanxiao had personally come. He seemed to have just returned from the outside, bringing with him the chill of the night, his brow furrowed with its customary severity. Yet, upon seeing the curled figure on the bed, trembling and coughing violently, with cheeks flushed crimson, the previously austere lines of his face softened, albeit imperceptibly. Behind him followed a middle-aged man dressed in a military doctor's uniform, carrying a medical kit, along with 2 maidservants holding a basin of hot water and towels. The young commander, Luo Qingci, struggled to rise from the bed to pay his respects, but was interrupted by a more intense bout of coughing that left him nearly doubled over, stars dancing before his eyes. Ling Yanxiao's brow furrowed deeper as he stepped briskly to the bedside and coldly instructed the doctor, "Examine him." The physician promptly advanced, setting down the medical kit. He first assessed Luo Qingci's complexion and tongue coating, then took out a stethoscope to carefully listen to his heart and lung sounds. Finally, he cautiously inquired, "May I take your pulse, sir?" Luo Qingci weakly nodded, extending a trembling hand, slightly quivering from the fever. After a moment of pulse examination and a few questions regarding his symptoms, The doctor turned to Ling Yanxiao with a respectful report. "Commander, Mr. Luo has contracted a cold, allowing malevolent energies to invade his body, resulting in lung heat, hence the severe cough and persistent high fever. He requires immediate measures to reduce the fever, along with herbal decoctions to clear the lungs and dispel phlegm, with strict avoidance of further exposure to cold." Ling Yanxiao, upon hearing this, maintained a stoic expression and simply gestured, "Prescribe the medicine. Use the best available." "Yes, yes," the doctor replied hastily, opening the medical kit to prepare the remedy. The maidservants also busied themselves, wringing out warm towels to help cool Luo Qingci down. Ling Yanxiao stood still, his gaze resting on Luo Qingci's eyes, which shimmered with moisture from the coughing and lack of oxygen, appearing particularly fragile, before scanning over his flushed cheeks and cracked, dry lips. After a moment of silence, he unexpectedly stepped forward, dismissing the maidservants who were about to wipe Luo Qingci's face, and took the half-dry warm towel into his own hands. To the astonishment of all present, he reached out, placing the back of his hand directly against Luo Qingci's fevered forehead, the rough, callous skin of his palm, carrying the coolness of the night air and the unique firmness of a soldier, glided over Luo Qingci's smooth yet exceptionally sensitive forehead. The sudden and unexpected touch, so contrasting with his usual cold demeanor, caused Luo Qingci to tremble slightly, as if scalded, just as Ling Yanxiao was about to withdraw his hand after checking the temperature. Luo Qingci, like a drowning man seizing a piece of driftwood, instinctively raised his feverish hand and grasped Ling Yanxiao's retreating wrist. His grip was not strong, yet driven by urgency and weakness, his fingers tightened around it. Then, amidst Ling Yanxiao's abruptly intense gaze and the surrounding silence filled with gasps, he pressed that cool hand, marked by faint calluses, against his painfully warm cheek, as if seeking a hint of relief from the torment. In a haze of fever, his eyes fluttered half open, and he murmured incoherently, his voice laced with an unconscious whimper, "Cold, it hurts, mother." The sound was soft and fragile, imbued with the vulnerability and dependence of illness, starkly contrasting with his usual composure, an utter lack of defense. Ling Yanxiao froze momentarily, acutely aware of the searing heat radiating from the skin beneath his palm, the delicate sensation, and the unconscious motion of Luo Qingci's face seeking comfort against his hand. The wrist he held felt as fragile as if it could snap, yet it burned with an astonishing intensity due to the fever. The military doctor and maids lowered their heads, too frightened to look, hardly daring to breathe. The room was filled only with Luo Qingci's labored, painful breaths and the occasional uncontrollable cough. Ling Yanxiao's gaze fell with complex emotions upon Luo Qingci's face, contorted in pain and flushed with an unnatural hue. Those eyes, usually glimmering with calculations or timidity, were now tightly shut, revealing only damp lashes and a hint of sorrowful red at the corners. He did not immediately pull away his hand. Instead, he allowed that feverish hand to grasp his wrist, permitting his palm to rest against the scorching cheek, even feeling the delicate flutter of lashes as they brushed against the skin. Tom seemed to stand still in that moment. His tall figure loomed at the bedside, casting a shadow over Luo Qingci's face, obscuring much of the light. His expression was inscrutable, his eyes deep as night, swirling with emotions that others could not decipher. After a long pause, he quietly instructed the military doctor and maids, "Take good care of him." Then, with excruciating slowness, almost imperceptibly hesitant, he withdrew his hand from the heated palm and fevered cheek. The moment his fingertips left that delicate skin, he instinctively curled his fingers slightly. He did not depart immediately, but settled into a pearwood chair by the bed, sitting upright, his gaze still fixed on the figure on the bed. Having lost the coolness, began to frown restlessly and murmur. The military doctor quickly approached, directing the maids to sponge Luo Qingci's body with warm water for physical cooling, and to administer the initial fever-reducing powder. Ling Yanxiao remained silent, observing the diligent efforts of the doctor and maids. Watching as the person on the bed shrank slightly from the cooling touch, listening to the stifled coughs and moans of pain. The night outside was profoundly dark, while the flickering light within the room cast a warm glow, mingling with the pervasive scent of medicine. Chapter 21. An Accidental Lick. Luo Qingci had lost track of how long Ling Yanxiao had sat on that pearwood chair. Much of his time was enveloped in the haze and confusion brought on by the high fever, only vaguely aware of a cool cloth occasionally pressed against his forehead. The bitter herbal concoction carefully administered to his lips, and gentle hands soothing his neck and arms to lower his temperature. In those fleeting moments of consciousness, he could indistinctly perceive the tall, austere figure silently stationed not far from the bed, like a silent rock amidst the chaotic scene by his sickbed, imposing a quiet authority that made the military doctor and maids proceed with utmost caution. As the latter part of the night unfolded, the effects of the medicine gradually took hold, the fever receding slowly. Though he still coughed and felt weak and achy, the excruciating pain of muddled consciousness finally eased considerably. Luo Qingci sank into a deep slumber, this time with a sense of security. When he awoke again, the daylight had brightened significantly, illuminating the room through the window, where a faint scent of medicine lingered in the air. He opened his eyes, only to find his throat still painfully dry, prompting a hoarse groan to escape his lips. Awake? A deep voice resonated from nearby. Luo Qingci turned towards the sound, his heart racing. Ling Yanxiao was still there, clad in a dark, formal attire. He sat beside a small table not far from the bed, a cup of cold tea and several documents at hand. He appeared to have spent the night awake, with faint shadows under his eyes, yet his gaze remained sharp as he set down his pen and turned to look at him. The young commander, Luo Qingci, struggled to sit up, his voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. Lie down. Ling Yanxiao's tone brooked no argument. He rose and approached the table, retrieving a bowl of dark brown soup that had been kept warm in hot water, and returned to his side. The intense bitterness of the concoction wafted through the air as he drew near, causing Luo Qingci to instinctively furrow his brow and feel his stomach churn. The taste of this herbal remedy was far more potent than the fever-reducing powder from the previous night. Ling Yanxiao settled at the edge of the bed, offering the bowl to his lips, succinctly commanding, "Drink the medicine." His authoritative tone was no different from usual. Luo Qingci gazed at the bowl of dark liquid, then at Ling Yanxiao's expressionless face. Perhaps it was the fragility and petulance that illness often brings, or perhaps the remnants of fever had clouded his judgment. But he instinctively turned his head away, his voice tinged with nasality and disdain, almost in a whiny complaint, bitter. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Qingci himself was taken aback. He had just thrown a childish tantrum at Ling Yanxiao. Ling Yanxiao seemed momentarily stunned as well, the bowl of medicine halting mid-air. He observed Luo Qingci's face, twisted in distaste from the bitterness, appearing remarkably childlike, with his eyes, dampened by illness, filled with resistance and a hint of grievance, starkly contrasting with his usual demeanor of obedience, allure, or timidity. The air hung heavy for a moment, just as Luo Qingci's heart raced with anxiety. Preparing to apologize and mend the situation, Ling Yanxiao did not express anger. He merely gazed at him in silence for a few seconds, then unexpectedly withdrew the medicine bowl and turned to the maid waiting at the door, instructing her in a low voice to fetch a plate of candied fruit. The maid promptly complied and departed. Lying on the bed, Luo Qingci observed the expressionless profile of Ling Yanxiao, his heart a tumult of uncertainty and intrigue. Soon, a plate of crystalline, glistening candied dates was brought in. Ling Yanxiao resumed holding the medicine bowl, stirred it gently with a spoon, scooped a spoonful, and once more offered it to Luo Qingci's lips, his tone unwavering. "Drink." This time, Luo Qingci dared not resist. He obediently opened his mouth, enduring the nauseating bitterness as he swallowed a spoonful of the medicinal concoction. The harsh flavor exploded in his mouth, contorting his face. Just as he managed to swallow, a candied date, glistening with sugar, was presented to his lips, held delicately by Ling Yanxiao himself. Luo Qingci stared, entranced, at the morsel so close, then lifted his gaze to Ling Yanxiao, whose demeanor remained calm, as though this act was perfectly natural. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned forward slightly, allowing the candied date to rest on his tongue. Perhaps the medicinal bitterness compelled him to seek out sweetness, as his lips enveloped the date. His tongue instinctively darted out to quickly lick the corner of his mouth, where remnants of the bitter medicine lingered. The fleeting touch of his soft, pink tongue brushed past Ling Yinxiao's fingertips, which held the candied date. Warm, moist, imbued with a hint of bitterness from the medicine and the sweetness of the date. The contrasting sensations were astonishingly soft, gliding over the sensitive skin of his fingertips like a feather. Ling Yinxiao's hand paused suddenly in its motion. In that instant, his gaze darkened, akin to a deep pool suddenly disturbed, fixating intently on Luo Qingci's cheeks, slightly puffed from holding the candied date, and a moist corner of his lips. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily. The air seemed to thicken, saturated with the sense of medicine and sweetness, alongside an unspoken, dangerous ambiguity. Luo Qingci belatedly realized that his unconscious actions may have crossed a line. With the candied date in his mouth, he found himself in a dilemma. Swallowing was not an option, nor could he spit it out. His cheeks flushed slightly from illness and embarrassment, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Ling Yinxiao's eyes. Fortunately, Ling Yinxiao made no further movements or comments. He silently withdrew his hand, stood up, and passed the medicine bowl to the waiting maid, watching her as she finished. Afterward, he turned and strode out of the courtyard, as if that moment of discomposure had never transpired. However, in the days that followed, Luo Qingci distinctly sensed subtle changes. Ling Yinxiao remained busy, visiting the courtyard infrequently. Yet each time he came, he would sometimes sit briefly to watch Luo Qingci transcribe scriptures or stand by the window, observing the garden before departing shortly thereafter. The items sent to him became more refined: medicinal herbs, nourishing supplements, and even a few brand new, non-religious books for leisure reading. Luo Qingci found solace in this relatively lenient period, allowing himself to recuperate while ruminating over the fragmented information he had previously recorded from the study, endeavoring to piece together a clearer narrative. The terms Hongkou Daochong, frequent meetings, and transportation began to intertwine with train stations and Japanese forces, amplifying his unease. He recognized the urgency of relaying his intelligence, yet the means to connect with the outside world remained a perplexing dilemma. Unbeknownst to him, while he languished in his sickbed, a tempest was brewing in the shadows against him. In the office of the Taxation Bureau, Johnson, cigar in mouth and eyes narrowed, scrutinized several indistinct photographs and a brief report laid out on his desk. The photographs, surreptitiously taken in a bustling marketplace, captured a young man clad in a plain long gown, strikingly handsome, seemingly engaged in conversation with an obscured figure wearing a hat at stall. Another image presented a distant view of the lesser Marshal S residence, showcasing a similar silhouette standing beneath the corridor. The report was vague at best, merely noting that the target had ventured out alone on several occasions, his movements suspicious, having had brief encounters with unidentified individuals, ostensibly exchanging items. It also mentioned that Southern Commissioner Chen Yu had made multiple attempts to contact this individual, raising questions about his motives. These pieces of evidence were rudimentary and rife with inconsistencies. Any rational observer could discern the tenuous nature of the claims. However, Johnson sought not irrefutable proof, but merely a pretext for action. His long-standing animosity towards Ling Yinxiao had festered, as Ling wielded military power with a domineering presence, repeatedly cornering Johnson, the Taxation Bureau chief, and obstructing his pursuit of greater gains. Ling's recent favoritism towards an actor, even brazenly showcasing him at social gatherings, presented Johnson with an impeccable opportunity for attack. A figure of lowly status, with dubious origins and suspected ties to the Southern government, this actor could serve as the perfect instrument for discrediting Ling Yinxiao. With deft maneuvering, even if the charge of espionage could not be substantiated, it would suffice to tarnish Ling's reputation and undermine his authority. Days later, within the council chamber of the lesser Marshal S residence, a high-level military meeting was underway. Officers clad in crisp military uniforms filled both sides of the long table, the atmosphere charged with gravity. Ling Yanxiao occupied the head of the table, attentively listening to reports from his subordinates regarding recent city defenses and military supplies, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the surface in a display of cold severity. Johnson, as the Taxation Bureau chief, was also present, seated at a distance, feigning earnestness while a subtle smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. As the agenda progressed to its conclusion, just as Ling was poised to adjourn the meeting, Johnson suddenly cleared his throat and rose to his feet. Lesser Marshal, esteemed colleagues, he proclaimed, adopting a facade of grave concern. I have a matter that pertains to the discipline and safety of our military, which I must bring forth for your consideration. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him. Ling Yanxiao, as tapping fingers ceased, his gaze lifted to meet Johnson S. with an icy indifference, tinged with a barely perceptible impatience. Johnson appeared to be well prepared, retrieving several blurred photographs and reports from his briefcase, which he instructed his aides to distribute to the senior military officers present. With a raised voice, he declared with righteous indignation that the so-called Peking opera star, Luo Qingci, recently sheltered by the young marshal's residence, was indeed of dubious character. He had frequently ventured out without permission, clandestinely meeting with unidentified individuals suspected of relaying sensitive information. Furthermore, operatives from the southern government had attempted to contact him multiple times, suggesting that he might very well be a spy dispatched by the South. Upon hearing these accusations, the room erupted in uproar. The officers regarded the flimsy evidence in their hands with expressions of disbelief, shock, and even disdain. It was common knowledge that Johnson and the young marshal were at odds. This was clearly an opportunistic attack. Yet, the label of spy carried profound weight, particularly at such a delicate juncture in the North-South relations. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to an icy silence, so palpable one could hear a pin drop. All eyes, laden with a myriad of complex emotions, converged upon the young marshal, Ling Yanxiao, whose countenance had darkened significantly since Johnson began to speak. Chapter 22. My people are not for you to touch. The heavy mahogany door of the conference room swung open abruptly, redirecting the collective gaze from Johnson and Ling Yanxiao to the entrance. There stood Luo Qingci, akin to a lamb thrust into a den of wolves, his frail figure appearing particularly vulnerable in the shadows cast by the doorframe. He was still clad in the plain, light blue robe typical of the academy, starkly contrasting with the imposing military officers around him, clad in their sharp uniforms, exuding an air of lethal authority. It was evident he had been summoned in haste. Lacking even a coat to shield him, his complexion had drained of color, rendering him almost translucent. His almond-shaped eyes widened slightly in shock and fear, shimmering with unshed tears, yet valiantly suppressing any signs of utter disintegration. Two armed guards followed him expressionlessly, forming a semblance of escort. Ling Yanxiao's gaze fell upon him almost instantaneously. His already icy demeanor tightened further, the depth of his eyes darkening ominously, while the knuckles gripping the edges of the documents turned pale from tension. Nevertheless, he refrained from immediate action, observing the scene like a coiled predator, meticulously assessing the volatility of the situation before him. Upon noticing Luo Qingci, Johnson's face transformed with a glimmer of malicious triumph, his confidence surging. He pointed accusingly at the pale, bewildered figure by the door, his voice laced with unabashed contempt. Young Marshal, will you continue to shield him? Behold, this is the calamity you have harbored in your residence. If you were not guilty, why the panic? Luo Qingci flinched at the sharp rebuke, instinctively lowering his gaze to evade the scrutinizing stares. Yet, he quickly recognized that he could not afford to show weakness at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to raise his head, striving to meet Johnson's hostile gaze. I do not know what you are insinuating. What spy? What infiltrator? I have never wronged the young marshal or this place. His voice trembled with urgency to clarify, yet the finality of his tone revealed an underlying stubbornness, a sense of being wronged. Such a feeble defense. Johnson interrupted him sharply, slamming his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. You have repeatedly ventured out without permission, engaging with unknown individuals. Chen Yu from the south has sought you out multiple times. Do you truly believe we are blind and deaf? Speak. How much information have you leaked? As he shouted, he forcefully circled the table, advancing a few steps towards Luo Qingci. His corpulent figure swayed slightly with agitation, exuding an oppressive aura. Luo Qingci instinctively took a half-step back, nearly colliding with the barrel of a guard's weapon behind him, but he halted himself. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes filled with helplessness and fear under the relentless pressure. Yet he persisted in shaking his head, insisting, "I haven't. I only went out to buy things. I'm merely an actor. I know nothing." An actor, indeed. Johnson scoffed, his gaze sinister. How could a mere performer captivate Commander Ling to such an extent that he disregards military discipline? "I suspect you rely solely on your attractive facade to engage in espionage." His words grew increasingly venomous and intrusive, almost jabbing a finger at Luo Qingci's nose as he berated him. The spittle and contorted face of Johnson compelled Luo Qingci to retreat another small step, his heels pressing against the cold doorframe, leaving him no escape. His eyes quickly reddened, moisture gathering, yet he bit down on his lower lip, suppressing the tears of indignation and fear, stubbornly repeating, I did not." In the midst of his frail yet obstinate denials, Johnson's emotions appeared to reach a boiling point. He seemed to interpret Luo Qingci's frailty as a sign of guilt, and all his frustrations and resentment towards Ling Yanxiao found an outlet at that moment, still refused to confess. In the next instant, to the astonishment of all present, he withdrew a gleaming handgun from his waist holster and pressed it directly against Luo Qingci's forehead. Time seemed to freeze. The silence in the conference room was palpable, punctuated only by Johnson's heavy breathing and the thunderous beating of Luo Qingci's heart, resonating like a drum against his eardrums. He felt rigid, his blood seemingly congealed, his fingertips icy, instinctively holding his breath. Death had never been so imminent. He could vividly see Johnson's flushed face, the murderous intent swirling in his eyes, and he could sense the myriad of gazes directed at him from those surrounding. In this suffocating standoff, however, Luo Qingci's peripheral vision caught sight of the individual seated at the head of the table. Ling Yanxiao remained seated, his posture unchanged, though the atmosphere around him was chillingly oppressive. His face bore no expression, but his gaze was so piercing it seemed it could draw blood. He did not immediately intervene. Johnson, evidently misinterpreting Ling Yanxiao's silence as acquiescence or hesitation, grew bolder, pressing the gun further, demanding, "Will you speak? If you do not confess now, I will end you." "Traitor!" The pressure on his forehead intensified, forcing Luo Qingci to tilt his head back, his slender neck forming a fragile and helpless arc. He was overwhelmed by the brutal action and the threat of death, and physiological tears finally broke through the defenses he had been desperately maintaining, silently streaming down from the corners of his eyes, leaving a cool, damp trace. Yet he clenched his teeth, obstinately repeating, "It's not that I don't." At this very moment, Ling Yanxiao, seated in the main position, stirred. With a sharp metallic sound, he did not even rise from his seat. Instead, he exerted force from his waist and abdomen, his arms swinging violently. The onlookers merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. In the next instant, Ling Yanxiao wielded a larger military handgun. The dark muzzle was not aimed at Luo Qingci, but pressed against Johnson's forehead. The action was precise and decisive, exuding the unique lethality of a soldier, devoid of any hesitation. The air in the entire conference room seemed to be sucked away. "My people," Ling Yanxiao spoke, his voice steady yet resonant, striking each heart with gravity. "Even if there is a problem, it is not for you to intervene." His gaze was a tangible blade, slicing across Johnson's suddenly rigid face, infused with unabashed hostility and an air of dominance. Johnson was likely completely unprepared for Ling Yanxiao's readiness to draw his weapon, and his unwavering stance took him by surprise. The handgun pressed against Luo Qingci's forehead suddenly felt awkward and perilous, the icy sensation from the muzzle causing his corpulent body to shudder, as the ferocity and agitation on his face were swiftly replaced by astonishment and fear. "Ling Yanxiao, what do you intend to do?" Johnson's voice trembled, laced with a facade of bravado. Are you going to protect this spy in front of all these people? Put down your gun. Ling Yanxiao did not engage with his words, coldly commanding, the gun's muzzle unwavering against Johnson's brow, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice. Do not make me repeat myself. A standoff ensued, with Johnson's gun aimed at Luo Qingci and Ling Yanxiao's weapon directed at Johnson. Chapter 23. Shot. The officers in the conference room dared not breathe, some instinctively reaching for their sidearms, yet hesitating to draw them, fearful that even a spark could ignite this powder keg of a situation. Luo Qingci found himself caught between the two, the gun still pressed to his forehead, his body trembling slightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Just as the tension reached its zenith, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Behind Johnson, a subordinate who had kept his head bowed revealed a flicker of malice in his eyes. Seeing that everyone's attention was fixated on the two armed commanders and the actor, he seized the moment, abruptly drawing his own sidearm, seemingly aiming for Ling Yanxiao's gun-wielding arm, attempting to extricate his superior from peril. Be careful, young marshal. Gao Cheng, positioned behind Ling Yanxiao, gasped in horror, his voice betraying his shock. Everything transpired too swiftly. As the assailant's motion was already set in motion, the moment his finger pressed against the trigger, someone reacted faster than Gao Cheng's warning. It was Luo Qingci, who had been trembling under the gun's threat. Perhaps in that moment, there was no time for contemplation. A singular, indistinct thought consumed him. He must not allow Ling Yanxiao to be harmed. As the officer raised his weapon, Luo Qingci emitted a brief, urgent cry. Be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, driven solely by instinct, he lunged towards Ling Yanxiao. He collided into Ling Yanxiao's embrace, gripping the sleeve of his gun-bearing arm with all his might, forcefully pulling him towards himself. The deafening gunshot reverberated, shaking the very air and causing the chandelier above to sway perilously. A bullet seared past the upper part of Luo Qingci's left arm. A pained gasp escaped him as he felt a searing agony engulf his upper arm. The light fabric of his sleeve was instantly saturated with crimson blood, staining the pale material in a shocking display. Simultaneously, as Luo Qingci threw himself forward, the gunfire erupted, and Ling Yanxiao's gaze transformed into a terrifying fury. He acutely felt the force of Luo Qingci crashing into him, caught the faint scent of blood, and witnessed the immediate crimson bloom upon the sleeve. The weight of the body in his arms and the stifled cry of pain ignited a ferocious fire within him, consuming the icy restraint that had dwelled in his depths, leaving only an overwhelming rage and brutality. He did not spare a glance at Luo Qingci's wound. In that fleeting moment, as Luo Qingci pushed him aside to evade the deadly strike, his remarkable reflexes and combat instincts kicked in. He secured Luo Qingci firmly in his embrace while pivoting the gun in his other hand. There was no need for aim. It was pure, honed intuition. With a resounding shot, the bullet struck with a crisp finality, fueled by his wrath. It pierced the forehead of the treacherous officer attempting the ambush. The shock and residual malice lingered on the man's face as his body fell rigidly to the ground with a dull thud, blood and brain matter oozing from a wound. Though this sequence of events may seem lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. From the ambush to Luo Qingci's rescue, and finally to Ling Yanxiao's lethal response, it all unfolded within mere seconds. The instant the officer's body hit the floor, the room erupted from its stunned silence into chaos and commotion. Several officers sprang to their feet, the furniture clattering violently. Yet, Ling Yanxiao paid no heed to the surrounding turmoil. With a single shot, he had dispatched the assailant, his gaze still rife with ferocity. The muzzle of his gun now firmly aimed at the paralyzed Johnson. He spoke with a voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, laced with a chilling intent. Who dares to move again? This shall be your fate. With one hand wielding the gun to intimidate the assembly, his other arm tightly enveloped the injured Luo Qingci, shielding his head and face between his chest and shoulder, isolating him from the fearful and probing stares. Luo Qingci felt utterly weakened in his embrace, trembling from the pain, the blood from his left arm continuing to spread. His forehead rested against Ling Yinshao's cool military insignia, breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. Ling Yinshao lowered his head, casting a fleeting glance at the pallor of the person in his arms and the blood-stained sleeves. When he raised his gaze again, the madness in his eyes seemed almost tangible. He surveyed the silent conference room, his gaze ultimately landing on the ashen-faced Johnson. "Johnson," he said, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, "I will personally settle today's matter with you and your superior. Now, take your corpse and get out." Johnson's lips trembled as he looked at the lifeless body of his subordinate on the floor, then back at Ling Yinshao, who stood there like a furious dragon guarding its treasure. He dared not utter a word in protest. His complexion waned, and his grip on the gun weakened, finally allowing it to drop limply to his side. His lips moved silently, but no sound emerged. Ultimately, with the support of several equally frightened colleagues, he stumbled out of the conference room, forgetting to take the body with him. Ling Yinshao barely spared them a glance. He swiftly lifted the nearly unconscious Luo Qingci, careful to avoid his injured arm, and strode towards the conference room door, his voice cold and commanding as he ordered the bewildered Gao Cheng, "Summon the military doctor immediately to the main house. Seal the information and clean this place." His strides were both rapid and steady, cradling Luo Qingci as gently as possible to minimize any further jostling. Nestled in his arms, Luo Qingci felt a haze of confusion, only able to perceive the intense beating of the man's heart against his chest, heavy and rapid, echoing in his ears, mingling with the pungent scent of blood and gunpowder, alongside an overwhelming sense of strength that provided a measure of comfort. The remaining individuals in the conference room exchanged glances, watching as the young commander hurried away with the actor who had shielded him from harm. They looked at the gradually cooling corpse on the floor, the chaos strewn about, and the lingering scent of gunpowder. Each face bore expressions of shock, dread, and a tangle of emotions. An unforeseen calamity had concluded in such a bloody and unexpected manner. All eyes flitted between the doorway through which Ling Yinshao had vanished and the stark pool of blood on the floor. Ling Yinshao burst into the main house, almost as if he were on a mission. His steps were both urgent and steady, the sound of his military boots echoing heavily on the floor. The person in his arms felt alarmingly light, causing a tightness in his chest, while the blood seeping from Luo Qingci pierced his heart with pain. Every maid and servant he encountered was utterly horrified, hastily stepping aside, their heads bowed in fear. "Where is the military doctor?" he demanded, kicking open the bedroom door, his tone frigid and taut. "He has been called. He'll arrive shortly." A quick-witted maid, pale-faced, replied with a trembling voice, deftly preparing the bed. Chapter 24. Visitors in the night. Ling Yinshao carefully laid Luo Qingci on the bed, his movements surprisingly cautious, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, as if he feared causing him further pain. Luo Qingci sank into the soft brocade quilt, waves of pain coursing through his left arm, a burning sensation that left him drenched in cold sweat. His lips were biting white, and his body trembled uncontrollably. With half-closed eyes, his long lashes glistened with moisture, and his breath came in shallow, rapid gasps. Ling Yinshao stood at the bedside, his tall figure casting a shadow that enveloped Luo Qingci entirely. He fixed his gaze intently on the expanding pool of blood, his countenance dark enough to drip water, and the oppressive atmosphere he radiated seemed to plunge the room's temperature to freezing. The maid who entered with hot water and clean towels trembled so violently that she could scarcely steady the copper basin. The military doctor, nearly rolling in through the door, was instantly weakened by the tense atmosphere, nearly collapsing to his knees. "What are you standing there for?" Ling Yinshao's low roar struck like a whip against the nerves of the military doctor. Startled, the doctor rushed to the bedside, his hands trembling as he cut through the blood-soaked sleeve. The cold blade brushed against the skin, causing Luo Qingci to flinch, a sharp breath escaping him. Tears immediately welling up, yet he stifled any sound. As the sleeve was removed, the wound was revealed. The bullet had merely grazed him, but the flesh was torn and grotesque, deep crimson blood spilling forth, a sight that made one's scalp tingle with horror. Ling Yinshao's breath hitched imperceptibly. His hand clenched tightly at his side, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He stood there like a vengeful deity, his gaze fixed on the military doctor as he trembled through the process of cleansing, applying medicine, and bandaging. Each step taken, every slight convulsion of Luo Qingci's body and muffled groan pierced through Ling Yinshao's eyes like needles. The room was eerily silent, save for the occasional clink of instruments from the military doctor and the faint, suppressed whimpers of Luo Qingci. Throughout, Ling Yinshao did not utter a single word nor step away, his silent scrutiny suffocating more than any roar could. The military doctor felt drenched with sweat, as if he were dancing upon a razor's edge. At last, having completed the bandaging, the doctor cautiously conveyed a few instructions regarding avoiding water, timely medicine changes, and the risk of fever, retreating almost as if fleeing, not daring to linger a moment longer. As the effects of the medicine began to take hold, the intense pain dulled into a heavy ache, and overwhelmed by fear, Luo Qingci's energy waned completely, his consciousness blurring into a deep slumber. Even in sleep, his brow remained tightly knitted, occasionally gasping reflexively when his wound was inadvertently disturbed. Only then did Ling Yinshao slowly sit at the edge of the bed. He gazed at Luo Qingci's pale, sweat-drenched profile for an extended period, his eyes traversing the bandaged arm with complex emotions, before reaching out with his fingertip, awkwardly and almost clumsily, to wipe away the unshed tears at the corner of his eye. That gesture bore an unnameable awkwardness. The night deepened, and the lights in the main house remained illuminated until the early hours before extinguishing. When Luo Qingci awoke the next day, he found himself back in the familiar bed of the side courtyard. The wound on his left arm still throbbed faintly, a reminder that the events of yesterday were no mere nightmare. The courtyard seemed unusually quiet, an unsettling stillness hanging in the air. Struggling to sit up, he donned his robe and approached the window, gently parting the curtains. Outside the courtyard gate, where only 2 sentinels had stood, now loomed 4 armed guards, each standing rigidly, expressionless, their vigilant gazes sweeping the surroundings, guarding the small courtyard with unwavering intensity. Moreover, it appeared that 2 figures, clad in casual attire, yet bearing sharp gazes, were pacing back and forth beneath the corridor. This display seemed less a measure of protection and more an act of surveillance. Luo Qingci closed the window and returned to his bedside, observing the injury on his arm, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Ling Yinshao had rescued him and suppressed the incident, yet he had also effectively imprisoned him. A faint knock at the door announced the arrival of a maid with medicine and breakfast. Her demeanor remained respectful, even more cautious than before, but her eyes betrayed an unspoken apprehension, avoiding prolonged contact with him as she hurriedly placed the items down and retreated, as if fearful of any association with him. Luo Qingci silently consumed the bitter concoction that left his tongue numb and took a few tasteless bites of the plain porridge and side dishes. The entire courtyard was eerily quiet. Even the birdsong that occasionally graced the air had seemingly vanished, leaving only the heavy footsteps of the guards changing shifts and the faint clinks of metal weapons resonating in the silence. He approached the writing desk and found the set of calligraphy tools neatly arranged, alongside a thicker stack of pristine Buddhist scriptures. With a wry smile, he picked up a brush, its cool touch sending a shiver through his fingertips. Outside, the sunlight was perfect, yet thick window frames obstructed it, casting only small patches of light upon the desk. He attempted to replicate his former habit of doodling in the margins or inscribing a light-hearted quip during his transcription, but the brush hovered in the air, refusing to descend. The haunting image of the dark barrel in the conference room, Johnson's grotesque visage, Ling Yinxiao's icy, furious glare, the searing pain of the bullet grazing his arm, and the sight of a body collapsing in an instant flooded his mind. He suddenly found himself devoid of the desire to dance upon the edge of a blade, testing the limits of his adversary. The days in the courtyard stretched interminably. The light outside moved from dawn to dusk at an agonizingly slow pace, quickening his heart with unease. The wound on his arm had scabbed over, beginning to itch, an insidious, maddening sensation that proved more tormenting than the previous dull ache. Most of the time, he leaned against the headboard, gazing at the seemingly endless stack of new Buddhist scriptures or staring at the small patch of sky framed by the towering walls outside, his expression vacant. The sound of guards' footsteps, their low conversations during shifts, and even their coughs in the night reverberated ominously, serving as a relentless reminder of his current predicament. The maids delivering meals and medicine arrived punctually, their movements quiet, placing the items down and leaving without a glance. The entire courtyard felt akin to a coffin sealed with nails, stifling and oppressive. He was aware that Ling Yanxiao had visited, sometimes in the dead of night. He could discern faint footsteps distinct from those of the guards, pausing momentarily in the corridor. At times in the morning, he would find a small plate of freshly bought, still warm delicacies on the windowsill. Yet he had never encountered the man himself. That night, Luo Qingci slept fitfully. The itching of his wound grew unbearable, and in his dreams, the dark barrel and deafening gunshots from the conference room haunted him, jolting him awake in a cold sweat, heart racing, which in turn aggravated his injury, causing him to draw in a sharp breath from the pain. The room was dimly lit by a small night light, casting a soft, yellow glow. He breathed heavily, instinctively glancing towards the door, as though he could still hear the lingering echo of the gunshot from his dream. At that moment, a few muted voices, deliberately suppressed, seemed to drift in from outside the courtyard, followed by the sound of a key sliding into the lock and turning gently. Luo Qingci's body tensed, all remnants of sleep evaporating instantly. At this hour, it could not be a maid or the military doctor. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the thin blanket. Chapter 25. Numbness in the hands, unable to move, the door creaked open. A tall, imposing figure entered, bringing with him the chill of the night, and quietly closed the door behind him. It was Ling Yanxiao. He had shed his usual immaculate military jacket, donning only a dark shirt with an open collar. The sleeves casually rolled to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. He seemed to have just returned from outside, still carrying the dampness of the night air and a faint scent of tobacco. His face was devoid of expression, yet a deep, inescapable weariness lingered in his brow, accompanied by an air of somberness. He appeared unexpectedly in the dead of night, standing before Luo Qingci's bed. Luo Qingci stared at him, momentarily forgetting to react. One sat on the bed while the other stood at its edge, their eyes locked in silence amidst the dim light. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, leaving only the sound of their faint breaths. Ling Yanxiao's gaze settled heavily upon his face, gliding over the cold sweat brought on by the nightmare, tracing the pallid contours of his cheeks, finally resting at the slightly ajar collar of his nightgown, where the edge of a white bandage was faintly visible. His gaze lingered there for a few seconds, deepening in intensity. He did not speak. Instead, he stepped to the side table, picked up the kettle of lukewarm water, and poured a glass. Then he turned and sat down at the edge of the bed. The mattress sank slightly under his weight, sending a barely perceptible tremor through the bed. Luo Qingci's body tightened almost imperceptibly, instinctively retreating a fraction. A subtle movement that seemed to draw a momentary tightening of Ling Yanxiao's gaze. Ling Yanxiao extended the cup of water towards him, his voice deep and slightly hoarse from the night air. "Drink." The commanding tone was softened, lacking the usual rigidity, hinting at an unspoken gentleness. Luo Qingci looked at the glass of water before lifting his gaze to meet Ling Yanxiao's eyes. In the dim light, the features of his face appeared somewhat blurred. Yet his eyes, in this moment, were fixated upon him, brimming with complex emotions that surged within, yet were firmly restrained. He did not reach out to take it immediately. The pain in his arm served as a stark reminder that this man before him was both his protector and the one who held him captive in this place. The days spent under strict surveillance, the silent rewards and unspoken visits, intertwined with the ruthless act of firing a gun in the conference room and the strength with which he held him, created a tumultuous whirlwind in his mind. Thus, they remained suspended in this tense moment. One extended the water cup, while the other silently observed, neither moving. Time trickled away, and the faint warmth rising from the rim of the glass gradually dissipated. The room was enveloped in an almost suffocating silence, broken only by the faint crackling of the flickering candlelight and the palpable tension that hung between the two individuals. Ling Yanxiao held his cup with remarkable steadiness, not betraying the slightest tremor. Yet, his gaze fixed upon Luo Qingci deepened, resembling an unfathomable cold pool, as patience quietly dwindled in the silence. Luo Qingci could acutely sense the oppressive aura emanating from him. He understood that he ought to submissively accept the cup of water, just as he had countless times before, playing the role of a compliant plaything. Perhaps it was the haunting realism of the recent nightmare, or perhaps the prolonged, solitary confinement had drained his last vestiges of pretense. Perhaps he merely wished to observe what would transpire if he ceased to be so accommodating. Just as Ling Yanxiao's brow began to furrow imperceptibly and his jaw tightened, seemingly on the verge of losing his composure and reprimanding him, Luo Qingci unexpectedly made a move. Rather than reaching for the cup, he slowly raised his uninjured right hand, bypassing the water glass, and gently rested it upon the wrist of Ling Yanxiao's hand that held the cup. The coolness of his fingertips, a product of the night's chill and the remnants of his nightmare, unexpectedly met the warmth of Ling Yanxiao's skin. For a brief moment, Ling Yanxiao's body seemed to stiffen. The motion of offering the cup halted. He did not immediately withdraw his hand, but rather, his gaze deepened, fixated on Luo Qingci, as if attempting to penetrate the pale facade to discern the hidden motives behind this sudden gesture. The icy fingertips pressed against the pulse point of Ling Yanxiao's wrist, akin to a fragile snowflake landing on a searing iron, evoking a peculiar sensation. Luo Qingci's hand did not exert force. It merely rested there, as if it might shatter upon contact. He dared not meet Ling Yanxiao's eyes, his lashes casting a small shadow beneath them as he murmured, his voice barely audible, tinged with the huskiness of awakening and an ineffable sense of grievance. My hand has gone numb. I cannot move it. It was a flimsy excuse, given that his left arm was injured while he used his right hand. Ling Yanxiao's gaze shifted from the expression on Luo Qingci's face to the slender, cold hand upon his wrist, then back to the tremble of his lashes. He refrained from dismantling this clumsy lie, allowing the icy hand to linger, as silence enveloped them, and something in the air seemed to shift imperceptibly. After a considerable pause, just as Luo Qingci felt he could no longer bear the weight of the silence and contemplated retreating, Ling Yanxiao's other, free hand suddenly stirred. He extended it in alignment with Luo Qingci's gentle grip on his wrist, slowly bringing the cup to Luo Qingci's lips. The movement was somewhat awkward, marked by an unfamiliar clumsiness, yet the intent was unmistakable. Luo Qingci was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to meet Ling Yanxiao's. Though Ling Yanxiao's expression remained largely unchanged, the sharpness of his scrutinizing gaze seemed to soften, replaced by an inscrutable emotion. He leaned slightly forward, the rim of the cup brushing against Luo Qingci's parched lips. Was this a command laced with an awkward undertone of care? Luo Qingci hesitated for a moment, ultimately parting his lips slightly, sipping a few mouthfuls of warm water from his hand. The cool liquid coursed down his parched throat, providing a modicum of relief. Throughout this, his fingertips remained gently resting on Ling Yanxiao's wrist, the chill of his touch starkly contrasting with the steady pulse beneath the other's skin. After a few sips, he shook his head, signaling that it was sufficient. Ling Yanxiao retracted the cup and casually placed it on the low cabinet beside the bed, producing a soft clink. Yet, the hand on his wrist did not immediately withdraw. Luo Qingci, as if drained of all strength, kept his fingertips lightly resting, his gaze fixed on a point in the void, his voice ethereal like a wisp of smoke. I dreamt that a bullet struck me. He did not mention whose gun had fired, nor provide further details. It was merely a fragmented utterance, imbued with the disorientation and fragility of having survived a calamity. Ling Yanxiao's body seemed to stiffen momentarily. He lowered his gaze to Luo Qingci, observing the unusual flush on his pale face, the slight vacancy in his eyes, and the icy fingers still resting on his wrist. This silence lingered longer than before, Just as Luo Qingci began to believe he would receive no response and was about to retract his hand, Ling Yanxiao suddenly moved. He did not withdraw his wrist, but instead used the fingertips of his other hand to lightly touch the edge of the bandaged area above Luo Qingci's injured left arm. The gesture was gentle, a fleeting contact. "You won't die," he spoke, his voice dry and devoid of any comforting tone, resembling a mere statement of fact. Yet that transient touch was in stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor. Luo Qingci's heart felt as though it had been seared by that slight contact, leaping suddenly. He abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Ling Yanxiao's. However, Ling Yanxiao had already averted his eyes, rising to his feet, as if the peculiar moment had been but an illusion. He resumed his austere demeanor, casting a glance at the hand Luo Qingci still rested on his wrist. Luo Qingci felt as if stung by that gaze, promptly retracting his hand, the fleeting courage in his fingertips dissipating in an instant. Ling Yanxiao refrained from uttering another word, turning toward the door. Just as he pulled it open, on the verge of merging into the deeper shadows of the night outside, he paused momentarily, not looking back, simply stating, "Stay put." The door closed softly, the sound of the lock clicking resounded clearly, severing the two realms. Luo Qingci was left alone in the room, accompanied only by the dim, yellow lamp. The air seemed to linger with a hint of sharp tobacco and an inexplicable, almost unfamiliar tranquility. He gazed down at his right hand, which had just brushed against Ling Yanxiao's wrist, where the warmth of the other's skin and the rhythm of his pulse seemed to linger. Yet, the faint contact he had made was imbued with the coolness of the night. Chapter 26. Neither daring to resent, nor to seek the soft sound of the door, closing echoed in his ears, the metallic clink of the lock distinctly partitioning two worlds. Luo Qingci sat alone in the dim light, his right fingertips unconsciously rubbing against one another, as if they still held the warmth and vigorous pulse from when he had touched Ling Yanxiao's wrist, in stark contrast to the chill of his own fingertips. The terse phrase, "you won't die," and that fleeting touch were akin to a small stone cast into a deep pond, sending ripples of chaos through his heart. This was not what he had anticipated. On this late night, Ling Yanxiao, weary and reeking of tobacco, personally brought him a glass of water, even permitting his tentative, transgressive touch. This stirred a greater disquiet within Luo Qingci than any direct interrogation could have. He found it impossible to fathom the man's true thoughts. The subsequent 2 days passed in tranquility. The meals delivered remained exquisite, the medicine was replaced punctually, and the snacks on the windowsill were even exchanged for rarer southern candied fruits. The guards outside remained vigilant, yet the suffocating pressure seemed to have lessened ever so slightly. Ling Yanxiao did not make another appearance until the third night. The wind outside howled fiercely, causing the window panes to creak ominously. Luo Qingci, unable to sleep due to the itching of his wound, lay wrapped in blankets, gazing intently at the flickering candle flame, when the door was gently pushed open once more. It was Ling Yanxiao again. This time, even his shirt appeared somewhat wrinkled, and the fatigue evident in his eyes was more pronounced, as if he had not slept properly for days. He held no cup of water, merely closed the door behind him, sauntered to the table, and glanced over the untouched ink and thick Buddhist scriptures before his gaze settled back on Luo Qingci, who still hadn't succumbed to slumber. "Not asleep yet?" he inquired, his voice hoarse, tinged with unmistakable weariness. Luo Qingci gently shook his head, rendered speechless. He was at a loss for words, uncertain of what to say or what the man sought this time. Ling Yanxiao seemed to have no expectation of a response, settling into a chair at the table, leaning back against the chair's backrest, closing his eyes as he pinched the bridge of his nose. He sat quietly, as if merely seeking a different place to rest, leaving only the sound of his slightly labored breathing and the howling wind outside to fill the room. This silence weighed heavier than dialogue. Luo Qingci observed the deep creases between Ling Yanxiao's brows, the stubble emerging on his jaw, and suddenly realized that this man might not be as invincible and omnipotent as he portrayed. He, too, experienced fatigue, annoyance, and in the depths of this night, sought solitude within the confines of his secluded quarters, yearning for a moment of peace. A bold thought began to take root. Perhaps this was an opportunity long awaited. He could no longer afford to wait. The information from the train station burned in his mind like a searing iron, each day of delay potentially leading to irreparable consequences. He must take a risk, attempting to pry open this fortified barrier through an alternative means. He inhaled softly, the movement pulling at his wound, eliciting a stifled gasp. The man in the chair immediately opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as it swept towards him. Luo Qingci, startled, instinctively tightened his grip on the blanket and recoiled slightly, his timid eyes meeting Ling Yanxiao's for a fleeting moment before quickly averting downward, long lashes trembling as they cast fragile shadows upon his pale cheeks. "Does it hurt?" Ling Yanxiao's voice remained hoarse, revealing little emotion, yet his gaze was fixed on Luo Qingci's injured arm. Luo Qingci shook his head, then quickly nodded, his voice delicate as a whisper tinged with a hint of grievance. "It itches a bit, and I can't sleep." He paused, as if mustering an immense amount of courage, lifting his gaze to meet Ling Yanxiao's, his enchanting eyes shimmering with confusion and helplessness. "Young Marshal, I am somewhat afraid." Ling Yanxiao regarded him in silence, merely signaling with his eyes for him to continue, seemingly granted some tacit approval, or perhaps truly weakened by the prolonged confinement and successive shocks. Luo Qingci lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of the blanket, his voice soft and intermittent as he began to speak. He did not directly mention the meeting room or Johnson's accusations. Instead, he spoke of his own turbulent background, of the hardships faced by those in the opera troupe, of how people like him, adrift in chaotic times, were akin to unanchored weeds, easily trampled upon, with life and death, honor and disgrace, never within their own control. He spoke slowly, his tone imbued with a weary resignation and desolation. "Sometimes, when I wake in the middle of the night, I do not even know if I shall live to see the morrow," he murmured, as if in soliloquy, just like this time. "I cannot fathom how I became embroiled in such troubles." Nearly he paused appropriately, his body trembling slightly, as if recalling a terrifying scene. Ling Yanxiao continued to listen in silence, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest of the chair, his gaze resting on the top of Luo Qingci's lowered head, obscuring his expression. Luo Qingci took a quiet breath, subtly shifting his tone, a complex emotion threading through his voice. "I am aware of my lowly status and should not harbor such aspirations. To receive the young marshal's protection and reclaim my life is already an immense grace. I dare not complain, nor do I dare to ask for more." At this juncture, he paused slightly, as if carefully choosing his words, then continued with an admiring tone. "It is just that seeing you, young marshal, so formidable and seemingly unafraid, I wonder if remaining under your wing would spare me from further anxiety." His words bore a clear hint of overstepping and suggestion. Upon finishing, he seemed to realize the boldness of his statement, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he hastily lowered his head, unable to meet Ling Yanxiao's gaze again. The room fell into silence once more, the only sound being the crackling of the candle flame. Ling Yanxiao's tapping ceased. He observed the figure before him, curled up as if regretting having uttered something irreverent, his eyes deepening in contemplation. After a considerable pause, just as Luo Qingci felt his heart sinking to its depths, believing his tentative attempt had utterly failed, Ling Yanxiao suddenly spoke, his tone inscrutable. "Is that all?" Luo Qingci's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head, his eyes glistening with an increased intensity, infused with a sense of panic and urgency of being questioned. "I know I am unworthy, that I should not entertain such thoughts. I merely, he seemed flustered, struggling to articulate his thoughts coherently. "I just feel that being by the young marshal's side brings me some peace of mind. Even if my coming to the young marshal's residence was perhaps not solely my own volition, now He abruptly halted, his eyes widening in shock, his complexion draining of color, revealing an expression of extreme terror, as if he had inadvertently disclosed a secret that should never have seen the light of day. He suddenly lowered his head, his body trembling violently, even holding his breath, as if awaiting the wrath of thunder to descend upon him. Perhaps it was not solely my own will. This thought was like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, instantly stirring subtle ripples in Ling Yinshao's eyes. He immediately recalled that Chun Yu from the south, the spy accused by Johnson, and the incongruous traits displayed by Luo Qingci, along with the occasional flashes of keen insight that did not belong to an ordinary actor. Yet, as he gazed at the person before him, whose face was drained of color and whose body shook like leaves caught in the wind, he noticed those eyes, usually brimming with varied emotions, were now tightly shut, their long lashes trembling violently, as if on the brink of fainting from sheer terror. Such a demeanor was far from what one would expect from a seasoned agent. It resembled more that of a pitiful soul, helplessly caught in a whirlpool, speaking indiscriminately out of dependence and fear. Chapter 27. Stay in my courtyard and sing. Ling Yinshiao leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His gaze as tangible as a solid weight upon Luo Qingci's lowered head. His voice was lowered, imbued with an undeniable sense of pressure. Not entirely your own will. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Luo Qingci seemed utterly terrified by his inquiry, shaking his head vigorously, tears finally spilling down, soaking into the brocade blanket and leaving behind a dark stain. It means nothing. I was just rambling. Major, I beg you, please stop asking. I truly know nothing. I'm simply terrified of death and seeking support. He wept, his shoulders trembling slightly, his voice choked and fragmented, filled with helplessness and despair, reminiscent of a small creature cornered and shivering, pleading for mercy. Ling Yinshiao refrained from pressing further. He maintained his forward posture, silently observing as Luo Qingci cried. His cold gaze lingered on the pale, fragile face streaked with tears for quite some time. The sharp scrutiny and suspicion seemed to be gradually permeated by the warmth of those scalding tears and the desperate dependence, ultimately settling into something far more elusive. Luo Qingci waited for what felt like an eternity. The anticipated storm of fury did not arrive. That hand crossed the meager distance between them, somewhat awkwardly, even hesitantly, tucking the blanket that had slipped to his arm. The action was not particularly gentle, even somewhat clumsy, as the fabric brushed against his arm, eliciting a faint sensation. Yet, the intention behind it, a stark contrast to Ling Yinshiao's usual cold demeanor, bore a near clumsy care that abruptly halted Luo Qingci's cries. He lifted his tear-blurred gaze, incredulously regarding Ling Yinshiao. The latter had already retracted his hand, still seated in that chair, without moving any closer. He merely continued to watch, the fatigue on his face seemingly deepening, the once keen and hawk-like eyes losing some of their frozen chill, replaced by a profoundness that Luo Qingci could not comprehend, an expression that resembled scrutiny, yet also bore the weight of some unavoidable concession. After a long silence, Ling Yinshiao let out a barely audible sigh. The sound was faint, almost dissipating in the wind, yet struck heavily upon Luo Qingci's heart. Take good care of yourself. He spoke, his voice still low and hoarse, yet strangely softened the earlier intensity of his questioning. Do not dwell on the trivial. He paused, his gaze resting on Luo Qingci's tear-streaked face, as if looking through him to some distant place. After a moment of silence, he continued. Each word weighed heavily. From now on, you shall sing only in my courtyard. This declaration meant he would no longer have to return to that chaotic troupe, nor face the myriad of dubious onlookers. Luo Qingci's heart raced, unable to discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. He could only stare blankly at Ling Yinshiao. Tears forgotten, his face still marked by distress, his eyes filled with confusion and a flicker of uncertain hope. Ling Yinshiao seemed not to require a response. Having uttered his words, he stood, as if he had completed a mission for the night or made a significant decision. He cast one last glance at Luo Qingci's dazed, tearful visage before turning towards the door. This time, he did not hesitate. He opened the door, his figure merging with the night, and the door closed softly behind him. The sound of the lock seemed a touch lighter than usual. Luo Qingci spent the night in restless wakefulness, replaying Ling Yinshiao's final words and the gesture of tucking him in. It was not until dawn that he finally succumbed to a fitful slumber. The next day, he was awakened by a more raucous chorus of birds than usual. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting bright patches on the ground. He sat up in a daze. The itch of his wound persistent, yet a certain string in his heart seemed to have loosened. The maidservant dutifully brought breakfast and medicine, her demeanor seemingly more respectful than in previous days, even suggesting he might like to read a less somber book. Luo Qingci felt a stir within and tentatively inquired. Lying here all day feels a bit stifling. Might I sit in the corridor and bask in the sun? As he posed this question, his heart raced, bracing for rejection. To his surprise, the maid merely smiled and replied, "Your injury has not yet healed properly. It is indeed time for some fresh air. I shall prepare a soft couch and a light blanket for you in the corridor." Before long, the soft couch and blanket were arranged in the sunniest spot of the corridor. Luo Qingci donned his clothes and stepped outside. The two guards stationed there merely glanced at him, no longer scrutinizing him with the same intensity, their gazes slightly averted. He settled onto the couch, the warm sunlight enveloping him, dispelling the lingering chill of recent days. Squinting against the light, he observed the bare old tree in the courtyard, and for the first time, he felt inclined to count the few stubborn withered leaves that clung to its branches. In the afternoon, he even summoned the courage to mention to the maidservant that the pastries from the manor were becoming rather monotonous, and he suddenly craved the walnut crisp from the old shop at the East Street corner. This was a bold attempt at testing the waters. The maid hesitated, not immediately acquiescing, but simply stated she would inquire. About half an hour later, a warm package wrapped in oiled paper, containing walnut crisps, was indeed brought to him. The golden pastry exuded a rich nutty aroma. Luo Qingci delicately picked up a piece and savored it slowly. The crispness crumbled delightfully, its flavor identical to the memories he held. As he indulged in the delicacies, his gaze, seemingly casual, swept across the courtyard gate. The guards remained steadfast, yet they no longer bore the aspect of impenetrable sentinels. Over the ensuing days, this transformation became increasingly pronounced. He could now roam freely within the confines of the secondary courtyard, even accompanied by a maid, taking leisurely strolls in the small garden near the study. Though he was still shadowed by attendants and his sight never fully unshackled, the suffocating sense of being imprisoned within a confined space had undeniably lessened. No longer did commands to rehearse plays or scrutinize his studies emanate from the study. The scholar's four treasures and the hefty Buddhist scriptures still adorned the table, yet they had seemingly devolved into mere decorations. Ling Yanxiao had also ceased his late-night appearances, as if their conversation in that fleeting, peculiar moment of warmth had been naught but an illusion. However, Luo Qingci understood that it was no mere figment of imagination. He could sense that the invisible bars of his cage had indeed been shifted slightly. Ling Yanxiao, through this unspoken gesture, fulfilled his promise of allowing him to sing solely within the confines of his courtyard. This was a constrained form of freedom. He had gained a broader space to move, seemingly acquiring a trivial privilege, yet he remained ensnared within the grand, opulent cage of the young marshal's residence, indelibly marked as Ling Yanxiao's own. Seated beneath the corridor, he gazed at the sky beyond the towering walls, slowly chewing on walnut pastries, pondering the pros and cons of this new situation. Movement had indeed become more convenient, yet the prospect of accessing core secrets appeared as elusive as ever. What should his next step be? He lowered his gaze to his fingers, the sunlight rendering their tips slightly translucent. Chapter 28. The hidden mission. This sudden sense of freedom felt akin to loosening a mere inch of a chain from a bird long confined, making it all the more acutely aware of its imprisonment. Luo Qingci dared not become complacent. He was more cautious than ever. Each time he sauntered, his eyes adhered strictly to the flowers, grass, and sky, never wandering indiscriminately. Ling Yanxiao had grown exceedingly busy. Previously, he could occasionally catch a glimpse of him entering and exiting the study, but in recent days, even his shadow was elusive. Instead, his trusted military officers frequented the study, their visits markedly more frequent, each bearing expressions as heavy as storm clouds, their brows furrowed tightly, strides brisk, and whispers urgent and grave. The invisible tension within the young marshal's residence thickened with each passing day. Servants walked on tiptoes, their voices lowered by 3 degrees. And even the usually vivacious Ling Wei had not been seen bounding towards the secondary courtyard for several days. Something significant was surely afoot. Luo Qingci's heart quickened. He dared not inquire overtly, so he remained ever more vigilant to the slightest stirrings. Every visit to the small garden, he would choose the path closest to the study's outer wall, walking at an excruciatingly slow pace, ears attuned like a predator's. That afternoon, the weather turned somewhat gloomy. He meandered once more to that path, feigning fascination with a wilting chrysanthemum, pausing in his steps. A crack in the study's outer window allowed muffled conversations to drift out intermittently. The voices were indistinct, barely discernible. Yet he held his breath, capturing a few fragmented words. The train station personnel must be in place. Tomorrow night is critical. The movements of the Japanese forces have been confirmed. The surprise attack must not falter. Train station. Tomorrow night. Japanese forces. Surprise attack. The combination of these words sent a chill racing through his veins, freezing him in place. Although merely fragments, their implications were alarmingly clear, perfectly aligning with the intelligence from his concealed mission. He lowered his head, feigning a cough to mask the terror welling in his eyes. The chrysanthemum petal he grasped in his hand was crushed unconsciously, the juice staining his fingertips, cold and sticky. He compelled himself to steady his breath, determined not to reveal any signs of distress. He lingered a moment longer, but the conversation within seemed to shift direction or descend to a hushed tone, rendering it inaudible. As if he had truly finished admiring the flowers, he slowly straightened and continued along the path, his steps even slower and steadier than before. With only the fingers of his hand, hidden within his voluminous sleeves, pressing into his palm, leaving deep crescent impressions. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard, he closed the door, severing the gaze of the outside world, and permitted himself to lean against the door, gradually sliding down to the floor. The Japanese forces were preparing to act. The time was set for tomorrow night. The location was the train station. Yet all he had were mere whispers. What was the precise timing of the operation? How many troops would the Japanese deploy? From which direction would the attack come? What were the defensive arrangements within the train station? He was utterly in the dark regarding these critical pieces of information. Without them, even if he risked his life to relay the message, it would be nothing more than an empty warning, utterly ineffective in countering the impending bloodshed. He dared not think further. Ling Yanxiao had evidently acquired more detailed intelligence and was already strategizing a response. But what would he do? Could he maintain complete control? What if Luo Qingci dared not let the thought finish? He now harbored but one thought, to find a way to obtain more complete and specific intelligence. And the sooner the better. Time slipped by, each passing second drawing danger closer. He sat on the cold floor, watching the sky outside dimming, feeling as though he were being roasted over a fire. Ling Yanxiao's study was the only possible avenue for a breakthrough. Yet approaching it felt as daunting as scaling a mountain. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a gentle knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Luo, dinner has been served." Luo Qingci abruptly snapped back to reality, quickly rising to adjust his slightly wrinkled robe, his face returning to an expression of submissive calm. He opened the door to find the maid holding a food box. "Today, the kitchen prepared the clear stewed chicken soup you mentioned wanting last time," she said while setting out the bowls and chopsticks. "The young marshal instructed that you should nourish yourself, given your injuries." A flicker of thought ignited within him, and he casually inquired, "Is the young marshal particularly busy these days?" The maid hesitated for a moment, lowering her voice. "Indeed, it is said that the front lines are bustling with activity. The young marshal and several officials often deliberate until deep into the night." As she arranged the meal, she recalled something. "Oh, just earlier, Deputy Gao instructed the kitchen to prepare some invigorating ginseng tea to be sent to the study. It seems he will be up late again." A vague notion began to take shape in his mind. He quietly finished his dinner, the delicious chicken soup in his mouth tasting like wax. After the maid tidied up the dishes and left, he began to pace back and forth in the room, the thought growing increasingly vivid and perilous. The night deepened, and the courtyard lay enveloped in silence, broken only by the rhythmic footsteps of the patrolling guards. Luo Qingci lay in bed, wide awake, listening to the sounds outside. When the distant clang of the night watchman's gong signaled the third watch, he quietly sat up. Approaching the table, he gazed at the set of scholar's tools and began to grind ink. His movements were gentle and slow, seemingly merely to pass the interminable night. As the ink neared completion, he spread out a piece of rice paper, but he did not intend to transcribe Buddhist scriptures. He picked up the brush, hesitated for a moment, and began to outline a simple landscape from memory. Though his brushwork was somewhat rusty, his demeanor was intensely focused. Time slipped away gradually, and the night outside deepened to its darkest hue. Just as he completed the final stroke and prepared to set down the brush, his wrist inadvertently twitched, causing a drop of residual ink to splatter onto the cover of the book he had used to weigh down the paper, a casual tome gifted to him by Ling Yanxiao to calm his mind. "Oh no," he exclaimed softly, hastily picking up the book, only to see an unsightly ink stain glaring on its dark cover. A look of dismay and anxiety crossed his face as he paced the room, uncertain of how to proceed. Finally, he seemed to make a resolute decision. Clutching the ink-stained book, he approached the door and gently pushed it open. The guard at the courtyard entrance immediately turned alert. Luo Qingci displayed an appropriate mix of embarrassment and urgency as he raised the book, his voice tinged with anxiety. "I apologize. I accidentally soiled the book bestowed by the young marshal. I wish to take it to the study to see if it can be cleaned. Otherwise, it may be even harder to remedy by morning." The guard furrowed his brow, appearing hesitant. However, seeing Luo's timid yet anxious expression, along with the fact that he was merely holding a book, and recalling that the young marshal had indeed relaxed some restrictions on him, one guard glanced at the sky and then at the direction of the study. After a moment as contemplation, he finally nodded. "Sir, be swift in your return. The hour is late, and we must not disturb the young marshal." A weight lifted from Luo Qingci's heart as he nodded eagerly, clutching the book, and hurried towards the study. The young marshal's residence was eerily quiet at night, resonating only with the sound of his footsteps and the increasingly loud rhythm of his heartbeat. The study drew closer, the light spilling from the window, starkly illuminating the darkness. Chapter 29. An unexpected delight as Luo Qingci stood outside the study, poised to knock. He suddenly heard a suppressed growl emanating from within, a voice that resembled Ling Yanxiao's, but infused with an unsettling rage beyond his usual cold demeanor. "Incompetent fools! How could such a crucial defense map be flawed? If tomorrow's operations are compromised because of this, how many of you will lose your heads?" Luo Qingci's hand froze in midair, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. A defense map? Tomorrow? Almost immediately followed were the fearful apologies of several officers, accompanied by the sound of papers being roughly slammed onto the table. Luo Qingci's mind raced, and in the next moment, startled by the furious rebuke from within. His hand trembled, causing the ink-stained book to fall with a soft thud onto the ground. The sound was not loud, but in the stillness of the night. It resonated clearly. The abrupt and fierce reprimand within the study came to an unexpected halt. "Who is out there?" came the vigilant voice of Ling Yanxiao. Luo Qingci, seemingly startled, hurriedly picked up a book, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. "It's me, Qingci. I accidentally stained the book." She spoke haltingly. The door to the study was suddenly yanked open. Ling Yanxiao stood at the threshold, his expression ominously dark, eyes smoldering with residual fury and a touch of fatigue. Behind him, several officers stood at attention, not daring to breathe. What transpired? Ling Yanxiao's sharp gaze swept over Luo Qingci and the book in her hands. With trepidation, she extended the book toward him, pointing at the ink stain, her eyes reddening. "I apologize, Major General. I carelessly soiled the book you bestowed upon me while practicing calligraphy. I thought that perhaps, while the ink was still wet, I could wipe it away, and thus, I foolishly intruded upon your meeting. Qingci deserves the harshest punishment." Her voice dwindled, her head bowing lower. Ling Yanxiao furrowed his brow, glancing at the ink stain and then at her pale, frightened face, appearing disinclined to dwell on such trivial matters. He was about to wave her away when his gaze inadvertently fell upon her slightly trembling fingers and her reddened eyes, causing him to pause. Perhaps the tension of recent days demanded a momentary reprieve, or perhaps he was simply too vexed to endure the incompetence of his subordinates. He unexpectedly shifted aside, his tone still impatient, yet he said, "Come in. Stand by. We shall speak once I have concluded my affairs." This was nothing short of a delightful surprise. Luo Qingci's heart raced, nearly overwhelming her, and she quickly lowered her head, cautiously stepping inside, positioning herself against the wall, striving to diminish her presence. Ling Yanxiao paid her no further mind, returning to his desk, resuming his tirade against the officers, his fingers emphatically punctuating a document laid out before him. The officers, drenched in sweat, responded in quick succession. Luo Qingci held her breath, her gaze cast downward, afraid to look around, though her position afforded her a glimpse of a corner of the desk. The document that Ling Yanxiao was berating appeared to be a blueprint, marked with numerous arrows and symbols, accompanied by hasty scrawls. Her heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. She forced herself to remain calm, using her peripheral vision to commit to memory the fleeting information, several critical timestamps, troop deployment positions, and a few terms reminiscent of codes. Ling Yanxiao's fury seemed to have been sufficiently vented as he wearily waved his hand, dismissing the pallid officers. They fled as if granted a reprieve, not daring to cast a glance at Luo Qingci in the corner. The study was now left with just the two of them. Ling Yanxiao rubbed his temples, leaning back in his chair, eyes closed, exuding an air of exhaustion. The blueprint, reprimanded for its shortcomings, lay open on the table, merely a few steps away from Luo Qingci. Her palms were slick with sweat. She knew she must depart immediately. Lingering would only heighten the peril. She took a small step forward, her voice barely above a whisper. "Major General, the book." Ling Yanxiao opened his eyes, glancing at her, then at the ink-stained book, seemingly devoid of any inclination to pursue the matter further. He waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely a worthless book. Discard it. You may leave." "Yes, thank you, Major General." Luo Qingci exhaled a sigh of relief, quickly bowing in respect as he clutched the book, almost holding his breath as he stepped back out of the study. Only after he had distanced himself significantly and reached the entrance of the side courtyard, feeling the gaze of the guards upon him, did he allow himself to relax slightly. He hastened into the room, shut the door, and leaned against it, gasping for air. The book fell from his grasp, yet he did not spare a glance. His eyes sparkled in the darkness, his mind racing to replay every detail he had gleaned from that fleeting moment in the study. The meticulous and ruthless plans of the Japanese forces, and the evident vulnerabilities in the current defenses at the train station, which mirrored the information provided by 9527. But how could he transmit this intelligence? While his range of movement had increased, each outing was still shadowed by an unseen watchfulness. Direct communication? Utterly impossible. The residence of the young marshal was now a fortress, both externally lax and internally vigilant. Any hint of unusual activity could spell disaster. As dawn approached, he dozed fitfully, only to be jolted awake by a nightmare filled with the blinding flames and deafening explosions of the train station. Upon rising, he forced himself to consume a small amount of food, his complexion paler than usual, with faint shadows beneath his eyes. He sat briefly in the corridor, where the sunlight poured in splendidly, yet it could not dispel the chill in his heart. Throughout the day, he sensed the escalating tension within the residence. The patrols had increased, the officers moved in and out of the study with greater urgency, and Ling Yanxiao had not shown his face at all. Time was running short. Tonight was critical. In the afternoon, as he anxiously arranged the chess pieces on the board, a young maidservant approached with tea and snacks. As she set them down, she whispered quickly, "The kitchen has just received orders to send ginseng soup and a few light dishes to the study later. The young marshal is likely to be working late again." Luo Qingci's hand froze midair, his heartbeat faltering. He set down the piece and casually remarked to the maid, "This almond pastry looks delightful. The young marshal has been under considerable strain lately. Perhaps some lighter snacks would be more suitable." He paused, as if suddenly recalling something, and added naturally, "I recently acquired some calming lilies and thought I might add a bit to his tea. I wonder if that would be appropriate. I shall check in the small kitchen." As he spoke, He rose and made his way toward the small kitchen. The maid gave it little thought and returned to her duties. Inside the small kitchen, preparations for the evening meal and the study supper were in full swing. The head cook greeted him with a measure of courtesy upon recognizing him. Luo Qingci merely stated he had come to check on the lilies and inquired about the ginseng soup's readiness. But his gaze swiftly swept over the cups and dishes being prepared for the study. His heart raced within his chest, and a thin sheen of sweat formed on his palms. He seized the moment when a cook turned to attend to the soup, feigning curiosity as he approached the tray of snacks. With remarkable swiftness, his fingers slipped a minuscule, almost invisible piece of folded paper from his sleeve. This was the intelligence he had inscribed the previous night with a fine pen, using a code comprehensible only to those in the know. Carefully peeling it away from the translucent oil paper that lined the inside of the pastry wrapper. His movements were as delicate as the act of plucking a flower. With a deft flick of his fingers, he pressed and twisted a small piece of paper beneath the white jade teacup, specifically prepared for Ling Yanxiao, which had a subtle notch in its lid, allowing it to silently adhere to the shadowed base of the dish. Upon completing this task, he withdrew his hand, as if merely brushing away an imperceptible speck of dust. His face retained a gentle, yet somewhat timid expression as he informed the matron that the lily was seemingly unnecessary. Before turning to leave the small kitchen, each step he took was remarkably steady, though his fingers, concealed within his sleeves, trembled slightly. Chapter 30. Secure the doors and windows. What followed was an interminable wait. Every moment felt as though it were being fried in hot oil. He sat by the window, observing the sun's slow descent towards the west as the encroaching night gradually engulfed the courtyard. The study was illuminated, and ginseng soup along with refreshments had been delivered. Time trickled by, with no unusual sounds emanating from outside. His heart settled slightly. Perhaps it was successful, just as he endeavored to calm himself. Footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard, not the patrol guards, but approaching his direction. Luo Qingci's heart leapt to his throat. The visitor was an unfamiliar soldier, whose demeanor was respectful. "Mr. Luo, the young marshal requests your presence in the study." "Now?" Luo Qingci instinctively inquired, his voice somewhat dry. "Yes, the young marshal has commanded it. Please proceed immediately." Taking a deep breath, Luo Qingci suppressed the swirling uncertainty within. Had they discovered something? Or was it another matter entirely? He dared not delay, adjusting his robe before following the soldier outside. The study was brightly lit, yet only Ling Yanxiao was present. He sat behind the desk, several maps and documents spread before him, with a very white jade teacup at his side. The lid had been removed, and the ginseng soup appeared largely untouched. Upon hearing footsteps, Ling Yanxiao lifted his gaze, his expression inscrutable, though his eyes bore the weight of profound fatigue and an unshakable coldness. "You've arrived," he said, his voice slightly hoarse, gesturing toward the plate of pastries on a small table nearby. Freshly sent from the kitchen, they are quite palatable. "Dupartak." Luo Qingci's heart raced. He glanced at the plate of pastries, then quickly scanned the desk. The documents lay open, and there seemed to be new markings on the maps. Lowering his gaze, he approached the small table as instructed, yet refrained from touching the pastries, standing silently instead, his fingers curling unconsciously. Ling Yanxiao did not urge him. Returning his attention to the maps, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping on the table, as if pondering a complex riddle. The room was filled only with the occasional soft crackle of the lamp's flame. After a while, Ling Yanxiao suddenly seemed to recall something, naturally reaching for the now lukewarm ginseng soup beside him. His movements appeared somewhat distracted, and his wrist brushed against the rim of the cup. Clatter! The white jade teacup toppled, spilling the remaining ginseng soup over the plate of pastries and the dish beneath. TSK. Ling Yanxiao's brow furrowed ever so slightly, an indication of his growing agitation. Luo Qingci's heart nearly ceased to beat at that moment, as his body stiffened and blood coursed backward. Ling Yanxiao, seemingly handling a trifling inconvenience, pushed the entire tray aside without even glancing at the disheveled pastries. He called out to the outside, instructing someone clean this up. A diligent attendant promptly entered, adeptly collecting the soiled delicacies and tray, swiftly wiping the table clean before retreating. Throughout this, Ling Yinxiao's gaze remained fixed on the map, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Luo Qingci stood frozen, his back drenched in cold sweat. He watched helplessly as the tray, which might have concealed crucial intelligence, was taken away, leaving his mind a blank slate. Just then, Ling Yinxiao suddenly lifted his head from the map and turned his gaze towards him, as if just realizing he was still present. "Why aren't you eating?" His tone was remarkably neutral, tinged with a hint of fatigue that softened his demeanor, yet his eyes, illuminated by the bright lights, were fathomless, revealing no trace of emotion. Luo Qingci snapped back to reality, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He averted his gaze, his voice trembling. "Thank you, Marshal. I'm not hungry. Is that so?" Ling Yinxiao replied nonchalantly, not pursuing the matter further, his attention returning to the map as if the inquiry had been nothing more than casual banter. However, just as Luo Qingci was regaining his composure and preparing to excuse himself, Ling Yinxiao spoke again. "I heard you went to the small kitchen this afternoon. Did he know?" Luo Qingci opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, his face as pale as parchment. Ling Yinxiao raised his eyes, calmly observing him, seemingly awaiting a response. Beneath that calm surface lurked a tumultuous undercurrent. As Luo Qingci felt he could scarcely endure the weight of this pressure, Ling Yinxiao let out a barely perceptible sigh, so faint it was nearly inaudible. He raised a hand to rub his brow, his tone subtly tinged with impatience. "The affairs at the residence have been plentiful and chaotic of late. It would be preferable to avoid unnecessary interactions. If anything is lacking, simply instruct the servants." With that, he ceased to regard Luo Qingci, dismissing him with a wave of his hand, as if that earlier inquiry had merely been an afterthought, deeming him a nuisance. Luo Qingci felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, though his heart continued to race, nearly threatening to shatter his ribcage. He dare not linger, quickly bowing and stammering, "Yes." Qingci acknowledges his mistake and will return now. He stumbled back a couple of steps, turning to hasten towards the door, his fingers icy and his legs trembling. Just as his hand was about to graze the doorframe, Ling Yinxiao's low voice echoed behind him, devoid of discernible emotion. "The wind is strong at night. Ensure the doors and windows are secured." Luo Qingci halted, daring not to look back, responding vaguely before nearly fleeing as he flung the door open, quickly stepping outside and shutting it behind him. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt the looming threat of death. Did Ling Yinxiao truly know? Was the spilled ginseng soup an accident or a test? What was the meaning behind his final admonition to secure the doors and windows? Countless questions and fears swirled within his mind, threatening to tear him apart. Meanwhile, within the study, Ling Yinxiao's gaze slowly withdrew from the tightly shut door, settling upon the recently polished surface of the desk, a flicker of elusive complexity glimmering in the depths of his eyes. He extended his finger, unconsciously caressing the smooth surface of the white jade teacup, which was now devoid of any contents. Luo Qingci returned to the secluded quarters, his heart racing tumultuously, the echoes of the brief yet harrowing confrontation in the study replaying in his mind with relentless clarity. The intelligence had been dispatched. Although the process had been fraught with peril, the retrieval of the tray had not incited any disturbance. Perhaps it was merely a false alarm? In any case, he must proceed with the next step according to the original plan. He required an utterly plausible reason to leave the residence once more, one that would not arouse any suspicion. The following day, Luo Qingci appeared particularly subdued, spending the majority of his time indoors, staring vacantly out of the window or fiddling with a long-neglected palette of paints, his demeanor reflecting a sense of dejection and caution as if chastised the previous day. In the afternoon, it was an unusual occurrence for Ling Yinxiao to find himself with free time, and he ambled into the side courtyard. Upon entering, he found Luo Qingci lost in contemplation before a blank, mounted canvas, with dried paint at his side, seemingly at a loss for inspiration. "What are you doing?" Ling Yinxiao's voice rang out from the doorway, soft yet startling enough to jolt Luo Qingci back to reality. He hastily rose to his feet, his gaze flickering betraying a hint of anxiety akin to a child caught misbehaving. "Young Marshal," he murmured, unconsciously twisting the hem of his clothing. "It's nothing, just browsing." Chapter 31. The transfer of intelligence. Ling Yanxiao's eyes swept over the blank canvas and the dust-laden palette before returning to Luo Qingci's somewhat pallid face, laden with unspoken thoughts. He remained silent, approaching the table and casually picking up a dried-up paintbrush for inspection. The room fell into a momentary hush. Luo Qingci bowed his head, acutely aware of the weight of Ling Yanxiao's gaze upon him, as if he were being scrutinized. His heart raced, cognizant that the opportunity was fleeting. Summoning a great deal of courage, he lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a timid anticipation and eagerness as he spoke softly. "Young Marshal, next month marks your birthday." Ling Yanxiao raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by the mention of this occasion, his expression inquisitive. Encouraged by his attention, Luo Qingci continued in a whisper, "I would like to paint a portrait for you, as a token of my esteem." However, a look of embarrassment and difficulty crossed his face as he gestured towards the paints. "The colors are rather dull, and there are certain special pigments that seem to be lacking in the residence." His voice dwindled as he felt his request was overly ambitious, murmuring, "It seems I'm being fanciful." Observing Luo Qingci's anxious demeanor, a blend of eagerness and trepidation in his desire to please, Ling Yanxiao pondered while absently running his fingers along the stiff paintbrush. After a moment of silence, he acknowledged the recent complexities that had preoccupied his mind, leaving little room for thoughts of celebration. Yet, the sight of the young actor's earnestness tugged at him. "If you need anything, have the servants procure it," he finally replied, his tone unremarkable. However, Luo Qingci hastily shook his head, a flush of urgency coloring his cheeks. "No. The quality and hue of those paints must be chosen with my own eyes. Moreover, what I aspire to depict is—" He paused momentarily, lowering his voice, tinged with a hint of embarrassment, "your majestic figure on horseback, necessitating an excursion to observe the sheen and hue of the steeds. Merely relying on hearsay would render the painting insincere. This reasoning appears quite reasonable, even imbued with a touch of artistic stubbornness and innocence, harmonizing with his usual timid, yet occasionally earnest disposition." Ling Yanxiao's gaze lingered on his face for several seconds, his peach blossom eyes brimming with sincere entreaty and a flicker of anxiety, fearing rebuke. Indeed, he had been somewhat stringent lately, especially yesterday. "If one wishes to go, then let them." Ling Yanxiao diverted his gaze, tossing the brush back onto the table, his tone devoid of emotion, instructing Gao Cheng to send 2 individuals to accompany you. Instantly, a look of surprise and gratitude blossomed on Luo Qingci's face, his eyes sparkling with delight, and he hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, young Marshal. I shall select with utmost care and complete the painting swiftly." Ling Yanxiao said nothing further and turned to depart from the secluded courtyard. As Luo Qingci watched him retreat, his smile gradually faded, leaving a solemn expression. The first step had succeeded, yet the true peril was only just beginning. The following morning, a black automobile emerged from the young marshal's residence. Luo Qingci sat in the rear seat, flanked by 2 expressionless plainclothes guards. Outside the window lay the familiar, bustling market scene, throngs of people amidst a cacophony of sounds. He directed the driver to halt at the entrance of the largest painting and calligraphy shop in the city, in Mo Yunjai. The shop was replete with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, as well as antiques and artworks, bustling with numerous patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. Luo Qingci alighted from the vehicle, and the 2 guards immediately shadowed him closely. At the counter, he inquired meticulously, comparing color differences, and inspected the rice paper and mounting materials, his movements deliberate and fully engaged. Initially, the guards remained tense, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings, but upon observing that he was genuinely focused on purchasing items and that there was no unusual activity, their vigilance somewhat relaxed, maintaining a watchful distance. As Luo Qingci listened to the proprietor's introduction, he discreetly scanned the interior of the shop with his peripheral vision. When his gaze swept across a private chamber draped with curtains, seemingly designated for painting or discussions, his heart raced suddenly. A corner of the curtain revealed an exceedingly familiar mark, comprehensible only to him. He restrained his excitement and continued selecting with an impassive demeanor. Ultimately, he chose several pigments and rice papers, requesting the proprietor to wrap them up. Then, as if suddenly captivated by an unfinished landscape painting hanging on the wall, he approached to observe. The painting exuded grandeur. It was only partially completed, with ample blank spaces remaining. "Proprietor, what about this painting?" Luo Qingci inquired seemingly casually. "Oh, it was created by a gentleman we invited to the shop, and it remains unfinished," the proprietor promptly replied. Luo Qingci nodded, as if speaking offhandedly. "It is indeed splendid, though regrettably incomplete. I have also been practicing landscapes lately. May I observe here for a moment?" This request was entirely reasonable, and the proprietor readily acquiesced. Thus, Luo Qingci stood before the painting, gazing with intense focus, as if immersed within. The two guards exchanged a glance, left with no choice but to wait at a respectful distance. At that moment, the curtain of the private room was lifted, and a middle-aged man, dressed in a long gown and wearing spectacles, resembling a scholarly figure, emerged. He held a rolled-up painting, as if he had just concluded a discussion with someone. As he passed by Luo Qingci, his footsteps seemed to be drawn to the incomplete landscape painting, and he paused to admire it. The two stood side by side, seemingly engrossed in the artwork, without exchanging a word. However, at the instant when the shopkeeper turned to attend to other customers and the guard's attention was momentarily diverted by commotion at the entrance, Luo Qingci's arm subtly shifted. A slender scroll of paper silently slipped from his sleeve, precisely falling into the hollow end of the wooden painting rod that propped up the unfinished landscape. Almost simultaneously, the bespectacled man discreetly moved his fingers, swiftly placing a small object into the palm of Luo Qingci's hand, which he held loosely at his side. They maintained their facade of admiring the painting, not casting a glance at one another. The commotion at the door quickly subsided, and the guard's gaze returned. The man with glasses, as if having finished his observation, leisurely took his painting and exited the shop, soon disappearing into the throng outside. Luo Qingci inhaled deeply, tightened his grip on the object in his palm, and tucked it deep into his sleeve. He paused for a moment, as if emerging from a reverie inspired by the painting, smiled at the shopkeeper to convey his appreciation, and then, with a composed demeanor, left the shop holding the wrapped painting materials, closely followed by the two guards. Upon returning to the young marshal's residence, it was already afternoon. Luo Qingci brought the purchased items back to the side courtyard, his heart finally settling. The intelligence had been dispatched. He hoped it was not too late. Just as he sat down to sip some water, footsteps approached from outside. To his surprise, Ling Yanxiao had come again. He entered, his gaze sweeping over the newly acquired paints and paper on the table, finally resting on Luo Qingci's face. "Have you procured everything?" "Yes, young marshal," Luo Qingci replied promptly, rising respectfully. "And the painting?" Ling Yanxiao took a couple of steps closer, his tone casual. "Did you manage to capture my gallant figure on horseback?" Luo Qingci's heart tightened, yet he feigned a modest expression of embarrassment and difficulty. "Not yet. Capturing the essence of the horse is the most challenging aspect. I need to observe for a few more days before I can begin." He paused, as if to affirm his diligence, and turned to extract a rolled painting from his recent purchases, carefully unfurling it on the table. It was a meticulously crafted, vividly colored floral and avian piece, resplendent and lifelike. This was the painting he had seen earlier in the studio, admiring its color palette, and had purchased to learn from. He pointed to the peony and kingfisher depicted, his eyes earnest. "Look at the shading of the petals and the layering of the feathers. I wish to first practice copying it to avoid ruining the gift I intend to create for you." His explanation was reasonable, and his demeanor sincere, imbued with the humility of an apprentice. Ling Yanxiao's gaze lingered on the floral painting for a moment. It was indeed commendable. He then looked back at Luo Qingci, who had lowered his head slightly, revealing a delicate and fair neck. The tips of his ears flushed, perhaps due to his own perceived lack of skill. He suddenly stepped forward, drawing exceedingly close. Luo Qingci felt his body tense up almost imperceptibly, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet he forcibly held himself back. Ling Yanxiao did not touch him. He merely reached for the brush that Luo Qingci had just used to test the ink, saturated with dark pigment. "If you wish to learn to paint," he spoke, his voice low and resonant, echoing beside Luo Qingci's ear with an undeniable authority. "Merely observing is insufficient." As he spoke, his other arm unexpectedly encircled Luo Qingci's waist, anchoring him firmly in front of him. The warmth and solidness of his chest nearly pressed against Luo Qingci's back. And through the thin fabric, he could even feel the steady rhythm of Ling Yanxiao's heartbeat and warmth. In that instant, Luo Qingci froze, his breath caught in his throat, his cheeks uncontrollably flushing crimson, even the tips of his ears taking on a rosy hue. Ling Yanxiao seemed oblivious to the effect he had. His large hand covering Luo Qingci's slightly trembling right hand, prying apart his nervously clenched fingers and placing the brush within his grasp, then enveloping his cool hand with his own warm one. A steady grip is essential. Your wrist must be flexible. Ling Yanxiao's deep voice resonated near his ear, warm breath brushing against his sensitive earlobe, the pressure firm as he guided the pen. He held Luo Qingci's hand, directing the ink-laden tip of the brush toward the unfurled blank rice paper. All of Luo Qingci's senses were concentrated on the searing warmth of the body behind him and the enveloping heat of the calloused hand on his own. His mind was in disarray, utterly unable to ponder the techniques of brushwork. The brush tip trembled, poised to touch the paper, when Ling Yanxiao's grip on his hand seemed to subtly tighten. A barely audible plop resonated as a droplet of thick ink fell from the quivering brush tip, striking the pristine rice paper's center with a heavy thud, rapidly spreading into a strikingly bold ink blot. Chapter 32. The embrace in the depth of night. Luo Qingci stared at the jarring black splotch, his fingers still frozen around the brush's handle. The warmth and strength emanating from the chest pressed against his back rendered him motionless, his breath stilled. Ling Yanxiao paused, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected outcome. Yet he did not immediately release his hold. His deep voice remained close to Luo Qingci's ear, devoid of discernible emotion. It seems that a restless heart leads to an unsteady hand. He loosened his grip, and the enveloping warmth around Luo Qingci receded slightly. Luo Qingci felt as though he had been suddenly freed from a spell, taking a small step to the side. The flush on his cheeks and the back of his neck had yet to subside, and his heartbeat remained chaotic. He cast his eyes downward, unable to bear the sight of the ink blot, nor could he dare to look back at the man behind him, merely murmuring, "It is my foolishness, Qingci." Ling Yanxiao said nothing, his gaze sweeping over the ink blot and Luo Qingci's flushed profile. He casually placed the brush back on the brush stand and turned to exit. "Clean it up." The door was gently closed behind him, and only then did Luo Qingci slowly exhale a breath he had been holding for far too long, his legs feeling somewhat weak as he leaned against the table. He gazed at the ink blot, his mind a tangled mess. In that moment, Ling Yanxiao's actions had been too sudden and intimate, completely surpassing any previous attempts at probing or warning, as though it were an instinctual closeness. This thought stirred within him an indescribable tremor. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic musings. This was not the time for such reflections. The intelligence had been dispatched, and he must await the outcome. In the subsequent 2 days, the atmosphere within the young marshal's residence became palpably more tense. The patrols continued incessantly, their frequency unprecedented. The officers entering and exiting the study wore increasingly grave expressions, and one could occasionally hear their hurried footsteps and muted conversations, as if the air itself were thick with the scent of impending conflict. Luo Qingci remained in his secluded quarters, acutely aware of the oppressive anticipation akin to a storm on the horizon. He endeavored to maintain his composure by reading, practicing calligraphy, and experimenting with the newly purchased paints. Yet his thoughts had already soared to the train station outside. He dared not inquire, instead gleaning fragments of information from the occasional slip of the serving maid who brought his meals. It was rumored that many soldiers had been transferred from the barracks outside the city, and the kitchen was instructed to prepare extra rations, as they might soon be needed. The young marshal had spent another sleepless night, the study's light burning until dawn. Every utterance felt like a stone cast into the tumultuous lake of his heart. He knew that Ling Yanxiao must have sensed something amiss and was actively strategizing. Both sides were in motion. What would the ultimate outcome be? Was the intelligence he had sent truly of any utility? Would it inadvertently disrupt Ling Yanxiao's plans? Such thoughts tormented him, rendering food tasteless and sleep elusive. By day, he feigned tranquility, yet at night, he was often startled awake by terrifying nightmares, drenched in cold sweat. On this particular night, the wind seemed especially mournful, rattling the paper windows with a haunting sound. Luo Qingci jolted awake once more from a nightmare filled with deafening explosions and soaring flames. He sat up, clutching the blanket, his heart racing, unable to return to slumber. As he gazed into the darkness, fixating on the flickering shadows cast by the window, an extremely faint yet distinct sound, unlike the usual patrol footsteps, drifted from outside the courtyard. Who could be at such a late hour? There was no knock. The latch was gently stirred from the outside, producing an almost imperceptible click. It must be Ling Yanxiao. Only he would dare to intrude at such an hour. Luo Qingci held his breath, watching as the door was silently pushed open. A tall, imposing figure entered, carrying with him the chill of the night and a faint, acrid scent of gunpowder. He did not light a lamp, but moved directly to the bedside, guided by the faint light from outside. Luo Qingci could not discern the expression on his face, only a shadowy outline imbued with an air of coldness. He could hear the other's breathing, slightly heavier than usual. The two stood in silence within the darkness, the air thickening with tension. Suddenly, Ling Yanxiao shifted. He bent down and, without any forewarning, extended his arms, enveloping Luo Qingci completely in an embrace. The hug came with such suddenness and intensity, infused with an irresistible force and an indescribable urgency. Luo Qingci froze entirely, as if his blood had rushed to his head only to freeze instantly. He could distinctly sense the chill of the midnight air clinging to the fabric of the other's military uniform, the cold, unyielding metal of the epaulets pressing against his cheek. And beneath the chest, a heartbeat that seemed more hurried and weighty than usual. Ling Yanxiao held him tightly, his arms like iron bands, firmly encircling him, his chin resting lightly atop his head, utterly motionless. He remained silent, embracing him in this quietude, as if to confirm something, suppressing an unspoken turmoil, or perhaps simply drawing warmth from him. Luo Qingci's mind was a blank. He stiffly allowed himself to be held, his fingers unconsciously clenching the bed sheets. Even forgetting to breathe, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet simultaneously felt fleeting. The cold and rigidity of the body in his embrace seemed to awaken Ling Yanxiao slightly. His grip loosened just a fraction, yet he did not entirely release him. It was at that moment that Luo Qingci, as if reclaiming his breath and awareness, hesitantly lifted the hand that clutched the sheets, testing the waters, before gently wrapping it around the solid waist of the other. Through the chill of the military fabric, he could distinctly feel the tension of the muscles in the back, concealing an underlying fatigue. This slight reciprocation seemed to send a tremor through Ling Yanxiao's body. The chin resting against Luo Qingci's head stirred slightly, yet he uttered no words, merely tightening his embrace as if to integrate him into his very essence. In the darkness, they held each other in silence, one enveloped in cold and the scent of gunpowder, the other harboring clandestine thoughts, yet inexplicably softened in that moment. The wind outside continued to howl, seemingly isolated from this world. Luo Qingci's cheek was pressed into the icy shoulder, epaulette, and collar of the military uniform, inhaling the brisk, masculine scent mingled with tobacco and faint gunpowder. That night's unexpected embrace felt like a fleeting, nebulous dream, losing all tangible sensations by dawn, leaving only a trace of coldness and an ever-lingering scent of gunpowder. Ling Yanxiao departed before the break of day, silently, just as he had arrived. For several days thereafter, he did not return to the marshal's residence. The atmosphere within the estate grew increasingly taut, like a bowstring stretched to its limit, the tension resonating with a disquieting hum. The patrolling soldiers wore expressions devoid of any relaxation, while the officers rushed in and out as if racing against time. The incessant ringing of telephones and the crackling of radios echoed from the study, subtly gnawing at everyone's nerves. Luo Qingci remained in the secluded courtyard, feeling as though he had been forgotten on the periphery of a storm. He was oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding outside, only able to glean glimpses of the unusual silence and tension within the estate. The intelligence had been dispatched, and it was evident that Ling Yanxiao had already made his arrangements, but what would be the outcome? He dared not dwell on the potential horrors that could occur at the train station, nor could he bear to consider the fate of the man who had entered his room in the dead of night, wrapped him in silence. This unresolved anxiety and waiting tormented him far more than outright fear. Chapter 33. Are you worried about me? That afternoon, he gazed at the untouched meals sent from the small kitchen and suddenly rose to his feet. He could not simply wait idly. He felt the urge to do something, however trivial it might be. He approached the little kitchen under the pretense of wanting to learn how to make soup, personally selecting some nourishing herbs and ingredients. Tending to the modest fire, he slowly simmered a pot of chicken soup. The process was clumsy, and he even scalded his fingers, but he was deeply focused, as if this endeavor might slightly alleviate the restlessness that gnawed at his heart. By the time the soup was ready, dusk had fallen. He carefully placed the bowl of soup into a food box, lifting it as he made his way toward the gate of the marshal's residence. This marked his first attempt to step outside after gaining limited freedom. As expected, upon approaching the gate, he was courteously yet firmly stopped by the station guard. "Mr. Luo, I apologize, but the marshal has issued orders that no one may enter or exit freely for the time being." The guard's tone left no room for negotiation. Luo Qingci's grip on the food box tightened slightly, his face displaying just the right mix of concern and pleading. "I understand. I do not intend to wander aimlessly. I merely heard that the marshal has been laboring tirelessly and has not returned to the residence. I prepared this soup to bring to the command post, so he might enjoy it while it is still warm." His voice was soft, tinged with timid hope, and his eyes radiated genuine concern, devoid of any ulterior motives. The guard's expression turned conflicted. "Mr. Luo, please do not put us in a difficult position. The command post is currently under strict lockdown, and no one is allowed to approach. Perhaps you could take the soup back for now and wait until the marshal returns. But the soup will be cold and unpalatable," Luo Qingci replied, biting his lips slightly, his gaze dimming as if his heartfelt concern had been doused with cold water, leaving him feeling despondent and helpless. The guard, noticing his distress, felt a pang of sympathy, yet duty prevailed. He could only say, "Why don't you return for now? I will attempt to report your request to my superiors." This was merely a delaying tactic. However, Luo Qingci clung to it like a lifeline, nodding eagerly as he handed over the food box. "Thank you for your trouble. Please ensure the marshal receives it." His eyes shone with earnestness and worry that felt undeniably genuine. The guard reluctantly accepted the heavy food box, watching as Luo Qingci turned back toward the courtyard, glancing over his shoulder repeatedly, moving slowly with a downcast demeanor. He sighed, acknowledging that Mr. Luo genuinely cared for the marshal. The news gradually ascended the chain of command until it reached Gao Cheng. The deputy officer glanced at the steaming bowl of chicken soup and frowned, initially intending to dispose of it as per routine. However, recalling the marshal's recent fatigue from sleepless nights and his unusual silence after emerging from Luo Qingci's quarters, he hesitated. Ultimately, he picked up the phone and connected to the frontline command post. The other end of the line was chaotic, with indistinct sounds of telegrams and hurried footsteps in the background. Gao Cheng briefly reported the situation. After a few seconds of silence, only heavy breathing could be heard. Then, Ling Yanxiao's hoarse and weary voice came through with a barely perceptible pause, sent a car to bring him over. Gao Cheng was momentarily taken aback, almost thinking he misheard. At such a time, to summon that actor to the command post? Yet he dared not question further and promptly replied, "Understood." A black car once again departed from the marshal's residence, this time heading directly to the city defense command post. Luo Qingci sat in the vehicle, observing the swiftly passing, noticeably more desolate streets outside, his palms slightly damp with perspiration. He had not anticipated that Ling Yanxiao would genuinely consent to his presence. The command center was situated within a temporarily requisitioned, robust structure on the outskirts of the city, heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every few steps. The air thick with a chilling scent of rust and tension. After undergoing multiple layers of scrutiny, the vehicle was finally granted entry. Guided by un aide-de-camp, Luo Qingci traversed a bustling yet oppressive corridor, filled with officers hastily maneuvering past, the rhythmic ticking of radios, and conference rooms shrouded in a haze of smoke. Eventually, he was led to a closed door. The aide knocked, and a weary voice beckoned from within. Upon entering, he was engulfed by a potent aroma of tobacco mingling with the stale air of sleeplessness. The room was modest, seemingly hastily arranged, with papers and maps strewn across the desk and floor, and several ashtrays overflowing with cigarette butts. Ling Yanxiao sat behind a mound of documents. Clad in a military uniform speckled with dust and grime, his jacket draped carelessly over the back of a chair. He was intently examining a telegram, his brow furrowed deeply, dark circles under his eyes, and stubble emerging on his chin, clearly having endured prolonged hours of toil, exuding an aura of extreme fatigue, yet maintaining a sharp, unyielding demeanor. Noticing the commotion, he lifted his gaze. The moment their eyes met, Luo Qingci felt as though his heart had been jolted by an unseen force. The Ling Yanxiao before him bore the weight of experience and an indelible gravity, more pronounced than when he had silently embraced him in the darkness of that night. Ling Yanxiao appeared momentarily taken aback, as if recalling that he had instructed someone to bring Luo Qingci to him. He set aside the telegram, rubbed his bloodshot eyes, and in a gravelly voice inquired, "What brings you here?" Luo Qingci lifted the food container he held, his tone instinctively softening, tinged with caution. "I made some soup, but the guards wouldn't let me out, so I—" His words faltered, his gaze unwilling to linger too long on the other's weary visage, and instinctively diverted, resting upon Ling Yanxiao's hands, which were elegantly shaped yet stained with ink and dust. Following his gaze, Ling Yanxiao glanced at his soiled hands but said nothing, merely massaging his brow as if attempting to dispel the heavy weariness. He gestured for Luo Qingci to come closer. "Bring it here." Luo Qingci hurried over, placing the food container in a relatively empty corner of the table, lifting the lid to release the warm, fragrant aroma of chicken soup, a stark contrast to the cold scent of tobacco and paper that permeated the room. He poured a small bowl, cradling it with both hands and extending it towards Ling Yanxiao. However, Ling Yanxiao did not immediately take it. Instead, he lifted his gaze, his eyes scrutinizing Luo Qingci's face, carrying an expression that seemed to convey something beyond mere inquiry. Suddenly, he reached out, not to take the bowl, but to grasp Luo Qingci's wrist. The warmth of his fingers, slightly heated and callous from years of wielding a firearm, providing a tangible and potent sensation. Luo Qingci's wrist quivered slightly, the soup within the bowl swaying precariously, nearly spilling over. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find it held more firmly by Ling Yanxiao. Ling Yanxiao grasped his wrist, drawing him slightly closer, while his other hand, rough to the touch, gently caressed the furrowed brow of Luo Qingci. "Are you worried about me?" he inquired, his voice low and hoarse, seemingly casual, yet harboring a genuine curiosity. His bloodshot eyes scrutinized Luo Qingci intently, missing not a single subtle shift in his expression. Luo Qingci's heart raced chaotically, thrown into disarray by the sensation of his fingertip and the directness of the question. He lowered his eyelashes, unable to meet that piercing gaze, his cheeks warming slightly as he murmured, "I merely noticed your absence for quite some time. The household speaks of dire circumstances at the front." Ling Yanxiao observed his flustered yet composed demeanor, taking note of his trembling eyelashes and the flush tinting his ears. His fingers paused momentarily on Luo Qingci's brow before slowly descending. He refrained from further inquiry, instead leaning down with Luo Qingci's hand in his, bringing it closer to the porcelain bowl to sip the warm broth. The motion appeared as though rehearsed countless times. The soothing liquid soothed his parched throat. He briefly closed his eyes, the Adam's apple bobbing, and when he opened them again, the weariness in his gaze seemed to have dissipated, albeit slightly, with the warmth of the soup. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Luo Qingci. The command center was thick with the mingled scents of tobacco, sweat, and aged paper. Heavy and stagnant. After drinking from the bowl with Luo Qingci's hand, Ling Yanxiao seemed to have exhausted the last remnants of his meager strength. Or perhaps the warmth had indeed rekindled something within him. He leaned back against the chair, eyes shut, yet the deep crease between his brows remained unyielding. He did not release his grip on Luo Qingci's wrist. The pressure unconsciously tightened, as if it were the only piece of driftwood in a vast, icy sea. His fingers turned pale from the force, exuding an undeniable possessiveness. Luo Qingci stood frozen, unable to move. His wrist throbbed from the grip, overwhelmed more by the searing warmth and the rough calluses that stirred a sense of unease. He could feel the rhythm of Ling Yanxiao's pulse, steady yet significantly heavier than his own heartbeat. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the distant ticking of telegrams and the muffled conversations from the adjacent room. Time seemed to flow like a viscous liquid, sluggish and thick. After an indeterminate period, Ling Yanxiao's breathing gradually became even and prolonged, still laced with fatigue. Yet the grip on Luo Qingci's wrist appeared to ease slightly. He seemed to have truly fallen asleep in such an uncomfortable position in this particular place and moment. Cautiously, Luo Qingci attempted to withdraw his wrist. However, the instant he stirred, the slumbering figure reacted as if disturbed, furrowing his brow tighter, emitting a discontented grunt through his nostrils. And the grip on his wrist intensified, nearly crushing his bones. Luo Qingci inhaled sharply in pain, hesitating to move again. Ling Yanxiao appeared not to awaken, merely sinking into a restless, light slumber. He grasped that cool wrist unconsciously, drawing it closer to himself, as if seeking some form of solace. His chapped lips moved slightly, spilling forth a few indistinct murmurs of dreams. "Do not leave." The voice, faint and indistinct, fragmented to the point of being nearly inaudible, pierced through Luo Qingci's heart like a delicate needle, catching him off guard. Was it a dream? A dream about someone? Or was it directed at him? His heart reacted as if seared by those two words, contracting sharply. He glanced down at Ling Yanxiao's sleeping profile, under the soft glow of the light. The details, usually concealed by coldness and authority, became starkly apparent. The deep shadows beneath his eyes, the stubble emerging on his chin, even the few inconspicuous silver strands at his temples. In this moment, all traces of his decisive ruthlessness and commanding presence faded away, leaving behind a profound, almost tangible weariness and vulnerability. A strange, bittersweet emotion quietly surged within Luo Qingci, tightening his throat. He no longer attempted to withdraw his hand. Instead, he gently reached for Ling Yanxiao's slightly crumpled military coat, draped over the nearby chair with his free hand. His movements were exceedingly slow, fearful of disturbing him. He carefully unfolded the coat, holding his breath, and gradually draped it over Ling Yanxiao's shoulders, attempting to cover the slightly chilly shirt beneath. Chapter 34. The hand was grasped. Just as Luo Qingci completed this action, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against Ling Yanxiao's tightly furrowed brow, as if to smooth the furrowed line. In that instant, the hand that had been firmly clutching his wrist suddenly stirred. It did not push him away. Rather, it glided up his forearm and seized his hand, fingers forcefully intertwining with his. Luo Qingci jolted, his pupils constricting in shock, nearly gasping in surprise, utterly unprepared for such a reaction. Ling Yanxiao remained asleep, seemingly instinctively seeking closer contact and warmth. He grasped Luo Qingci's hand firmly, drawing their connected hands to rest against his chest, over his heart, and then, as if finally satisfied, he let out a sound akin to a sigh, sinking back into a deep slumber, even the furrow in his brow appearing to soften slightly. Luo Qingci froze, his hand ensnared in Ling Yinshao's grasp, compelled to feel the steady, powerful heartbeat resonating through their joined skin and bone, reverberating through his entire arm, rendering it numb. The other man's body radiated warmth, his palm hot against Luo Qingci's cool skin, imparting an almost searing sensation. The intimacy of their entwined fingers was overwhelming, fraught with an inexpressible sense of possession and reliance. He yearned to escape. This position was perilous, too intimate, too easily capable of ensnaring one's senses. Yet, the moment he moved even slightly, Ling Yinshiao would tighten his grip in discontent, holding him even more firmly. He felt as if bound by invisible ropes, forced to maintain this awkward posture, half leaning against the chair's back, one hand tightly held against Ling Yinshiao's heart. With no alternative, he cautiously bent his knees, half squatting beside the chair, striving to find some comfort while distancing himself from that sleeping face. Yet, this distance allowed him to see Ling Yinshiao's sleeping visage with even greater clarity. Stripped of the coldness and sharpness of wakefulness, his silhouette appeared unexpectedly gentle, even somewhat childlike, under the dim light. Yet, the shadows cast by his thick eyelashes and the tightly pressed corners of his lips still bore an indelible weight of burden. Luo Qingci found himself involuntarily tracing the contours of his brow bone, the bridge of his nose, and the line of his jaw. It was the first time he had so unabashedly scrutinized this man from such a close distance. After an initial flutter of panic, his heartbeat did not settle. Instead, it surged with an odd intensity, reverberating against his eardrums. The air was laced with a faint scent of tobacco, gunpowder, and a hint of sweat. Not unpleasant, but rather blending into a distinctive, aggressively masculine aura that enveloped him tightly. As time slipped away, his legs began to tingle, and the hand firmly clasped in his gradually lost sensation. Yet, the palms pressed together were beaded with perspiration. He could not discern if it was his own or the other's. Thus, he found himself trapped in place, immobile, listening to the other's steady breathing, feeling the powerful heartbeat, and his own rhythm spiraling increasingly out of control. An absurd, surreal sensation enveloped him. Outside lay a battlefield on the verge of eruption, the command center a flurry of urgent strategizing, while he remained like a forgotten exception, ensnared in this confined space. Connected to the eye of the storm in such an uncanny and intimate manner. He could not tell how long it had been, perhaps merely a quarter of an hour, or perhaps as long as a century. In the distance, a sharp telephone ring pierced through, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Ling Yinshiao, roused from a light slumber, furrowed his brow as if disturbed, instinctively tightening his grip on Luo Qingci's hand, his eyelashes fluttering as he seemed on the verge of awakening. Panic surged within Luo Qingci. Almost instinctively, he sought to withdraw his hand before Ling Yinshiao fully regained consciousness, eager to avoid the excruciatingly awkward situation. However, at the very moment he attempted to pull away, Ling Yinshiao abruptly opened his eyes. Those eyes, still clouded from sleep and laced with bloodshot hues, rapidly cleared upon encountering Luo Qingci's startled expression and realizing he was tightly gripping the other's hand. The haze dissipated, replaced by sharp clarity that pierced like ice water. Their gazes locked, and the air thickened with tension. Luo Qingci's face flushed crimson, the color creeping down to his neck. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and wishing desperately for a crevice to hide within, Ling Yinshiao's gaze swiftly scanned their intertwined fingers, then lingered on Luo Qingci's half-kneeling posture beside the chair, and finally took in the overcoat draped over his shoulder. A fleeting, inscrutable surprise flickered in his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by his habitual gravity. He did not immediately release his grip. Instead, in that position, his fingertips unconsciously brushed against the back of Luo Qingci's hand. That gentle caress, imbued with the warmth of awakening and the roughness of calluses, sent an electric thrill coursing down Luo Qingci's spine. Just then, a rapid knock echoed at the door, and Gao Cheng's voice called out from the other side. "Young Marshal, urgent military situation." In an instant, Ling Yinshiao's expression hardened. all traces of the previous moment's confusion and gentleness vanishing entirely. He released his hand, as if the intimate clasp they had just shared was merely an illusion. Suddenly rising, he paid no heed to the coat that slipped from his shoulders. "Enter." His voice was hoarse yet icy, already reverting to the commanding demeanor of the resolute young commander. Luo Qingci hastily stood up, momentarily stumbling due to his numb legs. His cheeks burned fiercely, and he dared not glance at Ling Yanxiao. With no time to concern himself with the coat that had fallen to the ground, he lowered his head and retreated swiftly to the corner, striving to diminish his presence. Gao Cheng entered, his expression grave as he handed over a telegram. Ling Yanxiao scanned it swiftly, his countenance darkening in an instant, as if the brief respite they had shared had never existed. "Understood. Notify the 3rd Regiment to proceed with Plan 2. Immediately." "Yes." Gao Cheng acknowledged and departed in haste, not sparing a glance at Luo Qingci in the corner. The door closed once more. Ling Yanxiao stood rooted in place, his back to Luo Qingci, gazing at the military map on the wall, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting, as if savoring the contents of the telegram, or perhaps recalling the warmth and touch of the hand that had gripped his so tightly moments before. Only the two of them remained in the room, yet the atmosphere was starkly different, suffused with a tension that seemed to have emerged from a subtle breakthrough, only to be swiftly yanked back to reality. Luo Qingci pressed against the wall, striving to calm his racing heartbeat and the lingering heat on his face, his fingers curling unconsciously, as if still bearing the imprint of that firm grasp and the inadvertent caress. He observed Ling Yanxiao's profile, noting the remnants of bloodshot veins in his eyes and the weightier aura of severity that had reformed between his brows, a sensation akin to something blocking his chest, causing a dull ache. Chapter 35. Will he be hurt? Soon, more officers were summoned, and the atmosphere in the small temporary command center tightened to an extreme. The sounds of ringing phones, telegrams, urgent commands, and the rustling of markings on maps intertwined, composing a tableau of impending battle. Luo Qingci's presence felt utterly incongruous, like an unwitting intruder on the battlefield. Silently, he retrieved the coat that had fallen and gently hung it back on the chair, then lowered his head, attempting to attract no attention as he inched his way out of the room. No one impeded his exit. Not a single gaze was cast his way. Everyone's thoughts were ensnared by the imminent conflict at the front. He was led by a soldier and silently boarded the car that would take him back to the young commander's residence. Outside the window, the night was profound. The streets were under strict surveillance, hauntingly empty, with only the monotonous sound of the wheels rolling over the pavement. Upon returning to the courtyard, the tension and warmth of the command center seemed to dissolve into an illusion. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the sound of his heartbeat resonating sharply in the stillness. He found it hard to remain still, his mind replaying the image of Ling Yanxiao, visibly exhausted, yet holding firm, the strength of that grip on his hand and the muffled plea of "don't go." An indescribable sense of panic and worry began to quietly take root, entwining and constricting more intensely than ever before. That night, no one in the young commander's residence found rest. The lights blazed, the telephone lines and radio signals exchanged frequently, and the air was thick with unspoken anxiety. Luo Qingci lay in bed, fully clothed, his eyes wide open until dawn broke on the horizon. Faintly, from afar, a few muffled sounds echoed, resembling thunder yet elusive, tightening his heart with each passing moment. As dawn broke, the atmosphere within the estate grew increasingly oppressive. The servants hurried about, their faces etched with anxiety. The breakfast laid before him remained untouched. His thoughts were consumed by the distant front lines. Time crawled at an excruciating pace, each minute stretching into an eternity. He stepped onto the corridor, gazing at the hazy sky in the direction of the train station, straining his ears for any unusual sounds. The afternoon sun cast a dismal light. Just as he teetered on the brink of delirium from sleepless nights and mounting anxiety, a sudden, resonant explosion reverberated from the far distance, as if thunder had rolled ominously across the heavens. Almost immediately, a cacophony of explosions and gunfire erupted, the sounds traveling from afar. muffled yet imbued with a destructive force that sent a jolt of dread through his heart. The battle had commenced. Luo Qingci sprang from his chair, his complexion draining of color as he dashed to the courtyard, fixating on the source of the noise. Though distant, the thunder of gunfire and the roar of explosions were vividly clear, painting a horrific picture of the true battlefield. The servants in the estate were also stirred, gathering together, their faces pale with fear, whispering anxiously, "They are fighting. It's really happening. Oh heavens, the young marshal is still over there." These words pierced Luo Qingci's ears like a dagger. Images of Ling Yanxiao flashed before him. His bloodshot eyes, the stubble on his chin, the weary yet resolute profile. The warmth of his hands gripping tightly. The vulnerability of that night when he had entered with an air of coldness, silently embracing him. His heart felt as though it were gripped by a powerful hand, sharp pain and immense panic engulfing him. Would he be injured? Bullets are indiscriminate. How could a fragile human form withstand the onslaught of artillery? After days of relentless wakefulness, could his body endure? What if? What if? A torrent of horrifying, blood-soaked images surged uncontrollably into his mind, each one chilling his blood and making breathing increasingly difficult. The distant sounds of gunfire intensified, accompanied by faint cries and chaos, signaling that the conflict had escalated to a fever pitch. He could wait no longer. An unprecedented surge of impulse and courage, intertwined with an overwhelming sense of dread, shattered all reason and caution within him. No longer did he gaze at the distant horizon. He turned towards the gates of the young marshal's residence and sprinted forth. "Mr. Luo, where are you going?" A maid cried out in alarm from behind him. The guards rushed forward to obstruct his path. "Mr. Luo, it's dangerous outside. You cannot go out." Yet Luo Qingci seemed oblivious to their warnings, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to find him. He had to go, even if it was just to draw closer, even if it was merely to ascertain his safety. With force, he pushed past the guards, his eyes reddening with urgency and fear, his voice hoarse yet resolute, carrying a defiance that disregarded all caution. "Let me go. Allow me to exit." Never before had he exhibited such a lack of composure, such unwavering determination. The guard was momentarily stunned by his sudden outburst. In that brief moment of distraction, Luo Qingci slipped through the gap between them like a sleek fish darting forward. The frigid air, laden with the acrid scents of gunpowder and dust, rushed into his lungs, causing him to cough violently. He stumbled down the stone steps in front of the young marshal's residence, pursued by the panicked shouts of the guards and the sound of their hurried footsteps. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on anything else. A singular thought consumed his mind. To the train station, to his side. In the distance, the sound of gunfire rumbled like rolling thunder, increasingly relentless, punctuated by faint, ominous explosions that made the very ground tremble beneath him. The streets were deserted, every door and window tightly shut, an eerie silence pervading the air, steeped in palpable dread. Following the alleys etched in his memory, Luo Qingci ran with fervor. The cold wind whipped past his ears, bringing with it the clearer sounds of the battlefield ahead, the sharp crack of bullets, the thunderous explosions, and a vague yet terrifying chorus of screams and cries. His heart twisted in turmoil. Fear surged through him like an icy tide, almost overwhelming him. Yet, the bloodshot gaze and the firm grip of his hand felt like a flickering flame, propelling him forward. "Halt! Who goes there?" A gruff voice suddenly called from the alley ahead. A patrol of soldiers in Ling family uniforms, though unfamiliar in countenance, spotted the unusual figure sprinting during the curfew. Several rifles were instantly aimed at him. Luo Qingci skidded to a stop, his face pale, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Would he be captured and deemed a spy? Or would he be forcibly returned to the young marshal's residence? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, the squad leader appeared to recognize him. A flicker of surprise and hesitation crossing his features. "Mr. Luo?" He hesitantly inquired, lowering his weapon slightly. "How'd you get out? It's dangerous outside. You must return." I. Luo Qingci's eyes reddened with urgency, his voice trembling from running and fear. I heard the fighting is intense ahead, and I am afraid. The squad leader furrowed his brow, clearly perceiving the predicament. Orders from above strictly prohibited anyone from approaching the combat zone. Yet this was, after all, a man associated with the young marshal. At that moment of indecision, another violent explosion echoed from afar, shaking the ground, and several loose bricks tumbled from the adjacent low wall. Startled by the proximity of the blast, Luo Qingci instinctively crouched down, covering his head, emitting a short, startled cry. The squad leader and his soldiers were also drawn to the commotion, instinctively glancing towards the source of the explosion, gripping their weapons tightly in tension. Now was the time. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Qingci leapt from the ground and dove into a nearby, narrower alley cluttered with debris. "Hey, stop!" The squad leader reacted, shouting in exasperation. But the alley was too narrow and dark, and in their military attire with weapons in hand, they found it difficult to pursue him swiftly. Luo Qingci disregarded everything else, knowing only to run desperately ahead. The alley twisted and turned, littered with debris and refuse. He stumbled, nearly falling several times, his palms scraped against the rough walls. Stinging with pain, the sounds of pursuit and reprimand gradually faded into the distance, yet the more distinct echoes of gunfire grew ever closer. The sharp whistling of bullets seemed to swoosh past overhead, while dust and small debris from explosions cascaded down upon his head and shoulders. He was oblivious to the duration of his flight or his whereabouts, only acutely aware that the cacophony of battle was drawing nearer. His lungs felt as if they might burst, and the metallic taste of blood filled his throat. At last, he emerged from the labyrinthine alleyways into a clearing. Before him lay a desolate industrial district ravaged by artillery fire, reduced to crumbling walls and broken remnants. Here, the terrain rose slightly, beyond the collapsed structures. He could faintly glimpse the distant glow of flames and the billowing smoke emanating from the direction of the train station. Yet this was far from a sanctuary. Stray bullets occasionally whizzed overhead, striking the shattered bricks and sparking showers of debris. In the distance, it appeared that scattered squads of Japanese soldiers were attempting to encircle the area, their gunfire and battle cries resonating nearby. Luo Qingci forced himself to regain his composure, utilizing the half-collapsed walls and massive remnants of machinery as cover. He crouched low, holding his breath, inching towards a section of the wall that offered a clear view. Each step was fraught with peril. He could hear footsteps and hushed commands nearby, likely soldiers of the Ling family army maneuvering to fortify their defenses. He had to exercise utmost caution, avoiding not only stray bullets, but also the risk of being misidentified and shot by his own comrades, all while evading detection by the encroaching Japanese forces. A few times, bullets grazed perilously close to his body, striking adjacent bricks with a disconcerting thud. A chill of terror coursed through him. He bit down hard on his lip to stifle any sound and quickly darted behind a tangle of twisted rebar, waiting for the gunfire to subside before he resumed his movement. At last, he scaled a relatively intact and sturdy section of the wall. From this vantage point, he had a sweeping view of the grim battlefield surrounding the train station. However, the sight before him froze his blood in an instant. Flames soared into the sky. Thick smoke billowed, and the platform and tracks were utterly unrecognizable, pockmarked with massive craters, charred remnants of train cars, and collapsed structures. The muzzles of guns flickered through the smoke, while the bursts of grenades intermittently illuminated the chaos, momentarily engulfing figures in their fiery embrace. The cacophony of screams, roars, explosions, and the thunder of firearms melded into a harrowing symphony, painting a vivid picture of hell on earth. Luo Qingci lay against the cold wall, his fingers digging desperately into the crevices of the bricks, oblivious to the pain of his torn nails drawing blood. His gaze frantically scoured the tumultuous melee, searching for that familiar tall figure. Where was he? Where could he be? He observed the soldiers of the Ling family army fiercely defending their position behind the battered fortifications, many succumbing to gunfire. He saw the Japanese forces surging like a relentless tide, only to be repelled by fierce firepower. The battle was extraordinarily brutal, with lives extinguished every second. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, squeezing so tightly that he struggled to breathe. Fear coiled around his neck like a frigid serpent, tightening relentlessly. He feared discovery, feared being struck by a stray bullet, feared perishing amidst the chaos of this battlefield. Yet stronger than all of this was a panic so intense it felt as though it might tear him apart. He feared he would not find the person he longed to see. He dreaded encountering the one face among the fallen that he wished to avoid the most. He feared that despite exerting every ounce of his strength to break free, he would ultimately be met with an unbearable answer. He witnessed the soldiers of the Ling family army falling one by one, saw the grim faces of the Japanese soldiers and the relentless advance of their lines. Fear and despair washed over him like a cold tide, surging in waves. If only he were not there, if only he had already. This thought gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent, bringing sharp pain. No, this cannot continue. An unprecedented impulse, mingled with a resolve akin to burning bridges, erupted from the deepest recesses of his soul. He could not simply stand by and watch. He must take action, even if his strength was meager, even if it would expose him to perilous consequences. He drew a deep breath, the air filling his abdomen, imbued with the cold dust and heavy scent of blood from the battlefield, yet strangely suppressing the tremors in his throat. No longer would he hide. Instead, he leaned against the broken wall and gradually rose, silently requesting something from 9527. The wind howled, stray bullets occasionally whizzed past him, striking the shattered wall and sending fragments flying. Yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the bloody battlefield below, his chest heaving with intensity. Mustering all his strength, with a commanding voice, he bellowed, "Bind the gate." A clear, resonant tone, imbued with an unprecedented vigor and grand momentum, erupted from his throat. No longer was it the delicate, melodious voice of a performer on stage. It was filled with the spirit of valiant warriors, unyielding in the face of death. That voice pierced through the chaos, akin to the sound of tearing silk, miraculously transcending the deafening roar of gunfire and the cries of battle, reaching the ears of the defenders below who were fighting desperately. All who heard that voice, whether soldiers of the Ling family army or the attacking Japanese forces, instinctively paused for a moment, their movements momentarily stilled. In this hell of relentless artillery, how could such a stirring and tragic aria of Peking opera suddenly resound? Luo Qingci's voice soared even higher, infused with a near torturous determination. Each word seemed to be shouted with the last vestiges of life, reverberating across the smoke-laden battlefield. The southern and northern dipper, the 5 stars. That familiar melody, imbued with the words of defending one's homeland and a vow to resist to the death, struck like lightning into the hearts of the Ling family soldiers, who had endured a protracted struggle. Many of the soldiers were from the north, well acquainted with this opera. In this dire moment of life and death, hearing this earth-shattering, powerful voice from home ignited an indescribable sense of fury and valor within them. It's the anti-Jin troops. Liang Hongyu. It is Liang Hongyu beating the drums at Golden Mountain. Someone roared in anger, as if igniting a fuse. The morale, which had been somewhat low due to heavy casualties, surged abruptly. The soldiers, eyes ablaze, roared with newfound strength, charging fiercely at the enemy. The sounds of gunfire and battle cries intensified, becoming more fervent and frenzied. The Japanese forces were caught off guard by the sudden upheaval and the fierce courage displayed by the defending troops, causing their offensive to falter. Chapter 37. Who brought him here? Almost simultaneously with a rising melody, at a command post on the battlefield below, Ling Yanxiao, who had been calmly directing operations, fell the Japanese officer attempting to approach him with a single shot. Suddenly, he caught a familiar tune in his ear, one that could never have been expected in this place, a melody etched into his very bones. He shuddered violently, incredulously lifting his gaze toward the direction of the sound. In the distance, atop a crumbling wall, amidst the smoke and flames, stood a solitary figure in a plain long gown, straightening his spine defiantly. The blood-red hues of the setting sun intertwined with the explosive firelight, casting a breathtaking golden-red glow around him, as an impassioned song, filled with a sense of bravery and a willingness to face death, surged forth from his lips, reverberating across the battlefield of corpses and blood. How could he be there? How dared he come to such a perilous place? Ling Yanxiao's pupils constricted suddenly, a tempest of emotions crashing within him. There was shock, there was fury, but above all, an inexplicable surge of panic and dread. That place was too dangerous, with stray bullets flying. He was nothing but a living target. Absurd. Who allowed him to come here? Ling Yanxiao's temples throbbed with rage as he bellowed at his equally stunned aide, his voice slightly altered by shock and anger. Gao Cheng, bring him down. Immediately. Right now. His command erupted from his lips, laced with undeniable urgency and wrath. Meanwhile, atop the crumbling wall, Luo Qingci was oblivious to the commands and exclamations from below. He had just sung the climactic note, struggling to catch his breath as he leaned against the shattered wall, his chest heaving violently. Yet, he paid little heed to his own fatigue. The moment his song ceased, his anxious gaze swept over the battlefield below, which had briefly surged with fervor due to his singing, only to plunge back into a more intense chaos. He spotted a familiar tall figure darting behind a half-collapsed cover to his left front. Clad in muddy military garb, the familiar profile remained as stern as ever. As he gestured for the soldiers to fill a breached gap, he was still alive. An overwhelming joy surged through Luo Qingci, nearly causing tears to brim in his eyes. However, just as his heart soared at the sight of Ling Yanxiao, a particularly sharp and crisp gunshot rang out, almost directly beneath the wall where he stood. Unlike the chaotic gunfire of the battlefield, this shot bore a clear intent and precision. It was aimed at him. He had been spotted. Luo Qingci felt a wave of dread wash over him, instinctively crouching low. A bullet grazed the tips of his hair, striking the wall behind him with a force that sent debris flying. His heart nearly stopped, blood running cold as he huddled behind the wall, gasping for breath, no longer daring to peek out. Below, Ling Yanxiao had evidently witnessed this harrowing scene. He saw the bullet narrowly miss Luo Qingci's scalp, saw the slender figure in a state of panic, desperately seeking refuge. In that fleeting moment, Ling Yanxiao felt as though his breath had ceased entirely. An unprecedented wave of panic engulfed him, far surpassing the fury he had felt upon witnessing Luo Qingci's sudden appearance on the battlefield. He scarcely had time to contemplate. As his body reacted instinctively before his mind could catch up, he swiftly redirected his firearm, relying solely on his honed battle instincts, and pulled the trigger in the general direction from which the bullets were coming. Bang! As the gunfire erupted, he bellowed at the two near soldiers, "Cover me. Suppress the fire from that dilapidated building on the left front. Quickly!" Though the soldiers were initially bewildered, the uncharacteristic urgency in the young commander's orders compelled them to comply immediately. Several rifles erupted in a blaze of fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward the crumbling structure. Ling Yanxiao's heart thundered within his chest, nearly shattering his ribcage. He could scarcely focus on overall strategy, his attention fixated solely on that broken wall. Terrified of witnessing any further bullets fly in that direction, fearful of seeing that figure collapse again. Meanwhile, behind the shattered wall, Luo Qingci, startled by the precision of the recent shot, crouched low to the ground, paralyzed with fear. The cacophony of gunfire outside indicated that Ling Yanxiao's forces had identified the enemy and were engaging in suppressive fire. Listening to the fierce exchange, his heart found a modicum of solace. He was protecting him. This realization flooded him with an indescribable warmth tinged with trepidation. Yet, he dared not rise again. He remained curled behind the wall, absorbing the deafening sounds of battle outside, silently praying for Ling Yanxiao's safety and for the defenders to prevail. Time dragged on amidst the din of gunfire, each second a torturous eternity. After an indeterminate period, the tide of battle below appeared to shift. The Japanese assault seemed to falter, the gunfire retreating, while the cries of Ling's forces rose in fervor. Were they launching a counteroffensive? Luo Qingci's heart raced anew. A counterattack meant fiercer clashes and heightened peril. Unable to contain himself any longer, he cautiously peered over the edge of the broken wall. Boom! A colossale explosion, more ferocious than any preceding one, erupted without warning not far from his left front. A searing shockwave, laden with debris, earth and indistinguishable fragments surged toward him. Luo Qingci scarcely had time to react, feeling an overwhelming force slam into his chest, hurling him through the air. His back crashed heavily against the rubble on the inner side of the wall, pain enveloping him instantly as stars danced before his eyes and a sharp, persistent ringing filled his ears, rendering him deaf to all sounds. Choking smoke invaded his nostrils and mouth, provoking a violent fit of coughing that seared through his very being. Struggling to rise, he discovered that his body felt as though it had been shattered, devoid of strength. It was over. He had been exposed. The explosion had been too close. The noise and smoke would undoubtedly attract attention from both the Japanese forces and his own, revealing him as a conspicuous anomaly in this perilous scenario. Indeed, there were figures emerging from behind the wall. Aim! Fire! A cacophony of indistinct shouts, interspersed with Japanese and Chinese, echoed from various directions, piercing through the eardrums with a relentless hum. Following this, a torrential barrage of bullets descended like hail upon the makeshift refuge of the crumbling wall, sending shards of stone and dust flying, as if he were to be buried alive. Luo Qingci, engulfed in despair, shut his eyes tightly, bracing for the inevitable bullet that might pierce the wall and claim his life. Yet, the anticipated death did not arrive immediately. Below, the Lin family army's position seemed to erupt in new turmoil, stirred by the sudden upheaval and fierce onslaught from their side. A portion of the firepower was forcibly redirected, striving to suppress the enemies assailing the crumbling wall as bullets whizzed through the air in a chaotic exchange. Protect the young marshal. Left flank. Enemies are approaching from the left. Block them. Amidst the tumultuous cries of battle, Luo Qingci caught fragments of this chaos. Was Ling Yanxiao on the left flank? Was he safe? Bang! Another jarring gunshot rang out from a high vantage point within the Lin family army's ranks. The bullet was not aimed at the wall, but rather at an enemy machine gunner unleashing a relentless barrage towards it, striking from an exceptionally acute angle. A shrill cry pierced the air, abruptly silencing the enemy's gunfire. Chapter 38. Nonsense. Bring him down. Immediately following, the firepower from the Lin family army below became markedly more precise and purposeful. Multiple rifles and light machine guns pivoted simultaneously, abandoning blind fire to concentrate their might on suppressing the few Japanese positions assaulting the wall. The bullets seemed to possess an uncanny precision, rendering the adversaries incapable of lifting their heads. It was Ling Yanxiao, undoubtedly. Only he wielded such formidable authority and tactical prowess, capable of orchestrating a swift and accurate counterattack amidst the chaos of battle. He was protecting him, even under immense pressure. He still commanded the forces to suppress those attacking him. This realization surged through Luo Qingci's cold, desolate heart like a warm current, igniting a tumult of bittersweet sensation and tremor within him. He forgot the pain, forgotten the fear, and once more struggled to lift his head, desperately yearning to glimpse the source of the gunfire, to confirm his safety. Meanwhile, at the left flank position, behind the hastily constructed barricades, Ling Yanxiao had just lowered his smoking sniper rifle, its barrel still warm to the touch. His face was ashen, jaw clenched tightly, his eyes the tempestuous storm of dread and a hint of panic that he himself had scarcely acknowledged, threatening to shatter his composure. The recent explosion and the ensuing concentrated fire directed at the wall had nearly halted his heart. He had scarcely the time to reflect. His body instinctively reacted with swiftness and decisiveness. He had personally eliminated the machine gunner posing the greatest threat to the wall and immediately ordered a full-scale suppression. "Young Marshal, it's too dangerous over there. You cannot." Gao Chang attempted to dissuade him, emphasizing the critical nature of the battlefield, imploring the young marshal not to be distracted by someone inexplicably perched at a high point. "Silence." Ling Yanxiao interrupted sharply, his voice laced with undeniable fury and urgency. "Suppress the fire and secure that wall. This is an order. How could that reckless being find himself in such a perilous situation? Is he even aware of the imminent danger that surrounds him? Was he unharmed by the recent explosion? The mere thought that Luo Qingci might be injured sends a surge of bloodthirsty rage surging through Ling Yanxiao, nearly obliterating his composure. The battle must be brought to an immediate conclusion. He must be extricated at once. Ling Yanxiao casts aside his concerns for the treacherous heights and channels all his fury and anxiety into the battlefield before him. His commands become increasingly incisive and ruthless. Imbued with a frenzied, reckless determination, cold and swift orders are issued, mobilizing every available force to launch a comprehensive counterattack. The morale of the troops, already invigorated by Luo Qingci's melodic voice, surges under Ling Yanxiao's desperate leadership, unleashing an astonishing fighting spirit. The Japanese forces, previously exposed and scattered due to the assault on the breached wall, are swiftly engulfed by this formidable wave of resistance. The tide of battle begins to shift at a visibly accelerated pace. Throughout this tumultuous process, Ling Yanxiao's gaze intermittently darts to the shattered wall above, ensuring no bullets continue to fly in that direction, confirming that the figure remains unscathed. Only when he is assured that the battlefield is largely under control, and the remnants of the Japanese forces begin to show signs of retreat, does the tautness of his nerves ease ever so slightly. Yet, the fury and trepidation in his heart remain undiminished. Gripping his aide-de-camp by the arm, he grits his teeth and forces out a command laced with overwhelming wrath. Foolishness. Bring him down. Behind the shattered wall, Luo Qingci has just managed to reclaim a sliver of consciousness from the chaos of the explosion and the encroaching terror of death. His chest aches profoundly, each breath tainted with the metallic scent of blood, while a persistent buzzing in his ears drowns out the clamor of battle. He lies among the rubble, his body smeared with dust and the blood of unknown origins, in a pitiable state. However, when two soldiers from the Ling family army brave the hail of gunfire to reach the wall and attempt to carry him to safety, an unexpected surge of strength compels him to resist. No, wait. His voice is hoarse and fragmented, nearly inaudible, yet his gaze remains resolute, fixated upon the tumultuous battlefield below. He cannot leave, not yet. He is so close to the final note. He observes the once stalemated situation below, where the momentary disarray in the Japanese command and the sudden ferocity of the Ling forces have precipitated a subtle shift. The Japanese offensive noticeably falters, while the soldiers of the Ling family army roar, beginning to mount small-scale counterattacks. The morale is soaring. This is the pivotal moment. His song must not cease. At the very least, it cannot end abruptly. Mr. Luo, it's dangerous. The young marshal commands you to evacuate immediately. The soldiers, frantic and anxious, attempt to seize his arm. Stray bullets occasionally strike nearby. The situation is dire. Yet Luo Qingci, as if possessed, violently shakes off their grasp, disregarding all caution as he strives once more to inch closer to the wall. His cracked, bloodied lips move, desperately trying to summon that final breath. Let me finish my song, just the last part. His almost obsessive determination at such a critical juncture of life and death appeared remarkably out of place, yet inexplicably bore a tragic and heroic essence. For a moment, the two soldiers were momentarily paralyzed by his reckless demeanor, hesitating in their actions. A faction of the Japanese forces, evidently disoriented by assault from the flank and a lack of coherent command, began to display signs of hesitation and retreat. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Ling family army, who had been desperately clinging to their fortifications, found their blood stirred upon hearing the intermittent yet resolute and mournful strains of song from above. Brothers, the singer hasn't retreated. Why should we fear? Let us fight those damned little devils. Kill. Charge. It was unclear who led the furious roar, but like a spark igniting oil, it instantaneously set off a conflagration throughout the ranks. The originally scattered counterattack swiftly coalesced into an unstoppable tide. The soldiers surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, leaping from the shattered cover and craters, bayonets drawn, bravely launching a desperate counteroffensive against the wavering Japanese line. This scene was equally vivid to Ling Yanxiao, positioned at the command no below. He had just issued a series of lethal strike orders aimed at the Japanese command's chaotic system, his expression remaining frigid and ashen, veins pulsing at his temple, the tremendous anger and panic ignited by the figure above still searing within him. He could even feel his finger, poised on the trigger, tremble slightly from afterthought. Yet, upon witnessing the guard soldiers erupting with such astonishing courage and combativeness, inspired by that fearless song, and observing the tide of battle genuinely beginning to shift in their favor, a complex and ineffable glimmer flickered across his bloodshot, stormy eyes. He abruptly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, all personal emotions had been forcefully suppressed, leaving only pure calculation and the sharpness of resolute decision-making. The battlefield was in a state of constant flux, allowing no room for error. At this moment, the utmost priority was to seize the fleeting opportunity for victory and utterly annihilate the enemy. He no longer gazed at the figure above that troubled his thoughts. Instead, he concentrated all his attention on the immediate command. His voice, transmitted through messengers and radios, conveyed instructions calmly and swiftly, adjusting the rhythm and direction of the assault, channeling the soldiers' fervor towards the most lethal points of attack. His command became increasingly efficient, akin to the most intricate of machinery, coldly harvesting advantages on the battlefield. Above, on the broken wall, the two soldiers stared, astonished, at the sudden eruption of a full-scale counterattack below. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Luo Qingci rushed to the wall's edge, summoning his last vestige of strength to sing the final lines of the unfinished anti-Jin soldiers, pouring forth all his stubbornness and hope. After finishing, he felt as if all his energy had been drained, darkness enveloped him, and he began to collapse, only to be caught by a quick-witted soldier. On the battlefield below, the situation had irrevocably transformed. The Japanese forces, thwarted in command, flanked by assaults, and faced with the frenzied counterattack of the defenders, saw their morale plummet to its nadir, their lines beginning to waver and retreat. The soldiers of the Ling family army fought with increasing valor, advancing forward with a force that seemed capable of shattering anything in their path. Chapter 39. I always have you by my side. The signs of the Japanese army's defeat rapidly escalated, ultimately culminating in a complete collapse. The remaining soldiers abandoned their gear, fleeing in disarray, unable to mount any effective resistance. The Ling family soldiers pursued them for a while before receiving orders to regroup, beginning the grim task of clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded. The thunderous sounds of gunfire gradually diminished, replaced by a heavier silence. The acrid smoke lingered, mingled with the potent scents of blood and charred remains, permeating every corner. The dying rays of the setting sun struggled to penetrate the haze, casting a tragic and desolate orange hue over the ravaged battlefield. Luo Qingci sat slumped amidst the cold rubble and dust, leaning against a shattered wall, unable to move even a finger. The wound on his left arm, having reopened from previous struggles and impacts, slowly seeped blood, staining his plain sleeve. Yet he felt no pain, only an all-consuming weariness and numbness. The buzzing in his ears gradually faded, replaced by the faint moans from the battlefield, the labored breaths of soldiers, and the shouts of officers as they gathered their troops and counted the casualties. Had they achieved victory? This thought slowly turned in his muddled mind. And what of him? As his anxious gaze swept across the collapsed cover, a tall, imposing figure, equally disheveled, abruptly entered his line of sight. Ling Yanxiao's military coat was long gone, leaving him clad only in a shirt stained with smoke and blood, the original color obscured, sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing arms marred by abrasions and dried blood. His face was a mixture of soot, sweat, and congealed blood, jaw clenched, those typically sharp and icy eyes now bloodshot and wild, scanning the shattered landscape with frantic intensity. In the next moment, Ling Yanxiao's gaze locked onto the position of Luo Qingci. Their eyes met across the distance. Luo Qingci's heart felt as if it had been struck fiercely, momentarily halting its rhythm. He saw the unmasked, almost explosive emotion in Ling Yanxiao's eyes. Without hesitation, upon seeing Luo Qingci, Ling Yanxiao surged toward the broken wall. He scarcely took the time to find a detour. instead climbing recklessly over the steep slope and scattered debris with alarming speed, driven by a sense of urgency that disregarded all caution. Stones tumbled beneath his feet. Yet he paid them no mind, his focus unwavering on the figure slumped above, blood-stained sleeves hanging limply. In mere breaths, he reached the remnants of the wall. His towering form, reeking of blood and exuding a chilling aura of violence, instantly obscured all light from Luo Qingci's view. Luo Qingci barely had time to react. Feeling an irresistible force lift him roughly from the ground. He gasped, his body weak and unsteady, careening forward uncontrollably. In the next moment, he was swept into a fierce embrace, warm and solid, as if the world itself had conspired to protect him. Through a thin shirt, soaked with blood and sweat, Luo Qingci could distinctly perceive the frenzied beating of the heart within the other's chest, each thump resonating against his eardrums and nerves. He could even sense the uncontrollable tremors of that robust physique. The embrace was anything but comfortable. It bore an edge of pain. The cold buttons of the military uniform pressed against his cheek, while the overwhelming scent of blood and sweat invaded his nostrils. Yet, the searing warmth emanating from the depths of that embrace, coupled with the erratic heartbeat, swept away all of Luo Qingci's defenses like a torrent. He stood frozen, his mind a blank slate, passively enduring this tumultuous embrace. Then, he heard a low growl overhead, laced with unbridled fury, unmistakable panic, and an unacknowledged tremor of regained fear that even Ling Yanxiao himself had not realized. Who allowed you to come? Are you seeking death? Luo Qingci remained rigid, immobile, ensnared by the other's overwhelming strength, as if he were to be crushed, his cheek forced against the soiled and darkly stained front of the shirt. Fear gripped him. This man, typically unwavering and seemingly invincible, was terrified of losing him. The justifications he had prepared to counter the reprimands became lodged in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. The sensation of suffocation intensified, and he couldn't help but emit a faint, uncomfortable whimper, his constrained body instinctively struggling slightly. This subtle struggle, however, seemed to trigger a switch. Ling Yanxiao tightened his grip on Luo Qingci's arms once more, only to suddenly realize something, loosening his hold slightly while still not releasing him. He eased up just enough to allow Luo Qingci to breathe more freely, yet their bodies remained closely entwined, with no space between them. Ling Yanxiao's chin rested atop Luo Qingci's head, his heavy, heated breath brushing against his scalp. Silence enveloped them amidst the smoke-laden ruins, with only their hurried breaths and heartbeats clearly audible. After a long while, Luo Qingci seemed to finally reclaim his voice. I fear for your safety. Such a simple statement, devoid of embellishment, pierced straight into the most vulnerable, unguarded corners of Ling Yanxiao's heart. All of Ling Yanxiao's rage and tumultuous emotions crumbled to dust in the face of that statement, laden with dependence and concern. Indeed, what more could he say? Scold him for risking his life? Rebuke him for his recklessness? But for whom had this person braved the hail of bullets? For whom, at this moment, was he so disheveled, pale, and bloodied, languishing in his embrace? He ceased to speak, tightening his arms around Luo Qingci even more, as if he truly intended to merge him into his very being, ensuring they would never part again. Luo Qingci quietly leaned into this embrace, filled with the scent of gunpowder, yet undeniably solid, listening to the heartbeat that gradually shifted from frantic to heavy, feeling the almost scalding warmth and subtle tremors. An indescribable sense of reassurance, mingled with sorrow and excitement, quietly spread within him. After a considerable period, Ling Yanxiao appeared to finally regain his composure. One hand remained firmly encircled around Luo Qingci's waist, while the other was raised. That large hand, stained with blood and dirt, clumsily brushed against Luo Qingci's disheveled hair and the faint traces of blood carved by debris on his pale cheek. The motion, though somewhat stiff, was remarkably gentle, as if he were handling a fragile treasure. His gaze was intensely fixed upon Luo Qingci's eyes, and his voice carried an unprecedented gravity and sincerity, as if he were making an unshakable vow. The world is tumultuous, his thumb unconsciously caressing Luo Qingci's cool skin, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Yet I shall always protect you by my side. Chapter 40. Wounded and returning home, the smoke of battle had yet to dissipate completely. As the efforts to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded continued, the air was thick with the acrid scents of blood, charred remains, and disinfectant. However, Ling Yanxiao did not linger at the command center. He neglected to tend to a superficial cut on his arm, simply tearing a strip of cloth to bind it, and half supporting, half cradling the nearly exhausted Luo Qingci. He boarded a jeep, racing back to the young marshal's residence. As the vehicle passed through the heavy iron gates, the residence was ablaze with light, clearly having received news of their return. The butler, servants, and even several senior military officers who had rushed over were gathered in the courtyard, all wearing expressions of relief from their narrow escape. Though many displayed a mix of astonishment and disapproval upon seeing Ling Yanxiao's bloodied and disheveled state, as well as the equally disheveled actor in his arms, Ling Yanxiao paid no heed to the multitude of gazes directed at him. He carefully assisted Luo Qingci out of the vehicle, his actions exuding an assertiveness that effectively shielded them from anyone attempting to approach with inquiries or offers of assistance. "Young Marshal, your injury." An older officer could not restrain himself from stepping forward, concern etched across his face as he regarded Ling Yanxiao's still bleeding arm. "It is of no consequence." Ling Yanxiao did not spare him a glance, his voice as cold as ice, his focus solely on the pale and weakened face of the man in his arms. "Where is the military doctor? Have him come to the side courtyard immediately. He is already waiting," the butler quickly replied, bowing deeply. Before he could finish speaking, Ling Yanxiao had already begun to make his way through the crowd, supporting Luo Qingci and striding toward the side courtyard, leaving behind a throng of individuals with varied expressions. Several officers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disapproval and concern. To mobilize so much for an actor, disregarding his own injuries, was certainly not in Ling Yanxiao's usual character. Yet in that moment, no one dared to challenge him. In the side courtyard, the military doctor was already waiting with his medical kit. Upon seeing Ling Yanxiao personally escorting someone inside, he was taken aback and quickly approached. Ling Yanxiao gently seated Luo Qingci along the edge of the bed, standing like a looming deity beside him, his gaze heavy upon the doctor's every movement. "His arm is injured, and also check for any internal injuries." Ling Yanxiao's voice remained devoid of warmth, yet the tension in his tone was unmistakable. The doctor, not daring to delay, promptly complied, carefully cutting away the blood and dirt-stained sleeve of Luo Qingci's shirt to reveal the gruesome abrasions and inflamed wounds beneath. Cleaning, disinfecting, applying medication, and bandaging. Throughout the entire process, Ling Yanxiao remained motionless, his brow furrowed, as if he were the one who had sustained the injury. Luo Qingci, sweating from the pain, bit his lip in silence, only the occasional stifled gasp betraying his suffering. He could feel Ling Yanxiao's gaze, heavy and tangible, fixated on his wound, an oppressive weight that left him feeling more unsettled than the injury itself. At last, the military doctor finished treating the arm, conducting a thorough examination. Upon confirming that aside from some abrasions and shock, there were no severe internal injuries, he sighed in relief, wrote out a prescription, and respectfully exited the room. Instantly, only the two of them remained. The air fell into a hushed stillness, punctuated only by the faint crackling of the lamp's flame. The awkwardness and subtle tension, previously suppressed by anxiety and pain, began to spread quietly. Luo Qingci lowered his head, unable to meet Ling Yanxiao's eyes, his fingers unconsciously twisting the sleeves of his clean robe. Ling Yanxiao continued to stand still, silent and unmoving. After a considerable pause, he seemed to stir, moving to the table to retrieve the bottle of disinfectant and a fresh pack of cotton swabs left behind by the doctor. He returned and crouched down before Luo Qingci, startling him. "Major?" Ling Yanxiao did not respond, merely twisting open the bottle, using tweezers to grasp a fresh cotton ball, saturating it with the brown disinfectant. He then gently grasped Luo Qingci's wrist, lifting his forearm to rest on his bent knee. His palm was warm, roughened by years of wielding a gun. the texture both coarse and distinct. Luo Qingci's skin felt as if it had been scalded, instinctively shrinking away, but Ling Yanxiao held him firmly. "Do not move," he said, his voice low, carrying a barely perceptible rasp. He lowered his head, his focus intent on the recently bandaged wound, which seemed to be seeping slightly. With a cotton swab, he meticulously wiped away the remnants of blood and ointment from around the injury, his movements delicate and slow, as if fearing to inflict any further pain. The carefulness he exhibited was a stark contrast to his usual decisive and formidable demeanor in battle. The cool disinfectant glided across his skin, bringing with it a subtle itch and a refreshing sensation. Luo Qingci's body stiffened, frozen in place, every sense attuned to the gentle touch upon his wrist and the wound. He could distinctly observe the lowered brow and eyes of Ling Yanxiao, long lashes casting faint shadows beneath, obscuring whatever emotions might lie within. With a strong nose, tightly pressed lips, and a jawline still taut, he appeared devoid of the battlefield's ferocity, replaced by an indescribable focus and seriousness. This man, who had just emerged from a sea of corpses, stained with blood, and yet to cleanse his own injury, was now crouched here, tending to Luo Qingci's trivial abrasion with hands accustomed to gripping a weapon. Suddenly, Luo Qingci felt warmth rise in his eyes, hastily lowering his gaze. Unable to look any longer, the room was enveloped in an unusual silence, interrupted only by their faint breaths and the barely audible sound of cotton swabs gliding over skin. Ling Yanxiao's movements remained somewhat stiff, occasionally applying a bit too much pressure due to his lack of familiarity, prompting a barely perceptible intake of breath from Luo Qingci. In those moments, he would instantly pause his actions, then proceed with a gentler touch, delicately brushing over the areas that might have stung, as if offering a silent reassurance. The calloused pads of his fingers occasionally grazed the skin, their coarse yet warm texture reminiscent of a feather's gentle caress, eliciting an indescribable tingling and shiver. Luo Qingci's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and a subtle warmth crept onto his cheeks. He endeavored to maintain an appearance of calm. However, the slight tremor of his eyelashes and the gradually reddening skin behind his ears betrayed his inner turmoil. He had never imagined that this man, as unyielding as iron, could possess such a meticulous and even tender side. Ling Yanxiao seemed oblivious to his disquiet, his entire focus concentrated on the small wound beneath his hands. Only when he confirmed that every part had been evenly treated, with no further indication of bleeding, did he appear to exhale in relief and cease his ministrations. Yet, he did not immediately relinquish his grip on Luo Qingci's wrist, nor did he stand up right away. He remained crouched there, still supporting Luo Qingci's arm, his head bowed, eyes lingering on the now-treated wound, seemingly transfixed. The room once again fell into a subtle and enduring silence. Luo Qingci could feel the continuous warmth emanating from the palm of the other man, almost seeping into his very skin. Where his wrist was held, his pulse raced, and he suspected that the other could perceive it clearly. He held his breath, scarcely daring to exhale, feeling the heat on his cheeks spreading further. Chapter 41. No one dares to bully you again. Since that day, the atmosphere in the courtyard seemed transformed. It was no longer the oppressive heaviness of before, but rather a tranquility that was tightly encased. The guards outside had not diminished, perhaps even increasing in number. Yet their gazes had shifted from scrutiny and surveillance to a complex mix of reverence, curiosity, and even a hint of trepidation. Under the care of the military physician, the injury on Luo Qingci's arm healed swiftly, leaving behind a faint pink scar. He spent most of his time in the courtyard, reading, daydreaming, or engaging in solitary chess matches, yet his state of mind had irrevocably changed. The clumsy yet gentle dressing change from that day replayed in his mind, stirring his emotions restlessly. That afternoon, the weather was somewhat overcast. When a young maid delivered tea and snacks, her eyes flickered with hesitation, and she ultimately could not resist, lowering her voice to share with him, tinged with a mix of suppressed excitement and apprehension. "Sir, have you heard? That tax officer Johnson has met with misfortune." Luo Qingci's hand, which had been toying with a chess piece, paused momentarily as he looked up at her. Seeing that he did not object, the maid seemed to open up, her voice dropping even lower, yet quickened. "I heard that the young general ordered a thorough investigation the very day after his return. The investigation proved to be quite significant, revealing a plethora of concealed affairs, embezzlement, collusion with foreign merchants, and even allegations of illicit dealings with the Japanese, including the trafficking of military supplies." As she spoke, a look of vindication graced her face. The individual has already been apprehended, and his accomplices have been thoroughly purged. The young marshal has shown no mercy this time. His actions were swift and decisive, sending shockwaves throughout Shanghai. It is said she cautiously glanced at Luo Qingci, her voice nearly a whisper, that it was due to his previous affront to you at the meeting that the young marshal acted with such fury. She refrained from uttering the last few words, but the implication was unmistakable. The young maid set down the refreshments, seemingly wary of further conversation that might incur trouble, and hurriedly excused herself. Alone at the window, Luo Qingci held a chess piece in his hand, unable to make a move for an extended period. The overcast sky outside seemed to weigh heavily upon his heart. Had Johnson fallen from grace? So swiftly? So utterly? Was it merely the result of that day, as outburst and accusations? No, that could not be the case. Ling Yanxiao was not one to conflate public and private matters. Johnson must have possessed numerous vulnerabilities. It was merely that Ling Yanxiao had previously refrained from acting, perhaps due to a delicate balance of power or a lack of opportune timing. The recent incident at the train station, however, had undoubtedly crossed the line for Ling Yanxiao, interfering with military operations and threatening his people. He had unwittingly become the catalyst, or rather, the most effective instrument. News spread like wildfire through various clandestine channels. It was not just the young Marshal-S estate that buzzed with gossip. The entire elite circle of Shanghai, along with the underground forces, was abuzz with speculation. Ling Yanxiao's ruthless elimination of dissenters was indeed alarming. But what truly compelled the elite to reassess was the signal emanating from this action. The seemingly fragile figure, the performer kept in the young marshal's household, was far from a mere plaything to be toyed with. He was a clear warning from Ling Yanxiao, a forbidden scale to be touched at one's peril. Luo Qingci could even sense a subtle shift in the demeanor of the household staff towards him in the days that followed. Their respect remained intact. It was now tinged with palpable fear and a hint of insidious flattery. Even the officers' families, who had once regarded him with disdain, now looked upon him with a complex gaze, devoid of their previous arrogance, replaced instead with cautious scrutiny and distant courtesy. This transformation left Luo Qingci with mixed emotions. On one hand, he loathed the reverence born of power. On the other, a warm current surged within him, a feeling of being fiercely sheltered under someone's formidable wing. In such tumultuous times, this sensation was both perilous and alluring. He understood that from this moment forth, in Shanghai, no one would dare to act against him lightly. That evening, a gentle rain began to fall outside. Luo Qingci sat beneath the lamp, a book in hand, yet he had not turned a page in ages. His mind was a whirl of thoughts, contemplating Johnson's downfall, the swirling rumors from the outside world, and pondering Ling Yanxiao. Time slipped away until familiar footsteps echoed from outside, slightly heavier than usual. The door swung open, and Ling Yanxiao entered, cloaked in a mist of dampness and a faint scent of alcohol. It appeared he had just returned from a social gathering, having removed his military jacket, leaving only a shirt and vest, with the top two buttons undone. A subtle hint of fatigue and inebriation graced his features, yet his gaze remained sharp and alert. Upon noticing Luo Qingci seated beneath the lamp, his steps faltered momentarily before he turned to shut the door, effectively muffling the sounds of the storm outside. He refrained from speaking immediately, instead approaching the table and observing the book in Luo Qingci's hands, which had not been turned for quite some time, before his gaze settled on the slightly dazed expression of the latter. "Still awake?" he inquired, his voice deeper and more hoarse than usual, imbued with a touch of post-drink haze. Luo Qingci snapped back to attention, setting the book aside and rising. The young marshal, Ling Yanxiao, stepped closer, the faint scent of alcohol mingling with the freshness of rain and a hint of cigar smoke. an aroma that was surprisingly pleasant, exuding a distinctly assertive masculinity. He stood before Luo Qingci, lowering his head to gaze into his eyes, a depth of seriousness reflected in his expression. "Have you heard about Johnson?" he asked, direct and without preamble. Luo Qingci nodded gently, averting his gaze. "I have heard some news." Indeed, Ling Yanxiao seemed unconcerned with the extent of Luo Qingci's knowledge, nor did he intend to elaborate on the details. Instead, he extended his hand, his fingers tinged with the remnants of alcohol and the coolness of the outside moisture, lightly brushed against the almost imperceptible scar on Luo Qingci's cheek. Then, with a voice low and resolute, imbued with an undeniable strength, he proclaimed in the quietude of the room, "No one shall dare to wrong you again." Luo Qingci lowered his eyelashes, acutely aware of the cool touch lingering on his cheek and the almost domineering protectiveness in Ling Yanxiao's words. In the subsequent days, the young marshal's residence seemed to regain a semblance of calm, yet the underlying dynamics had subtly shifted. Luo Qingci continued to reside in the side courtyard, but the scope of his movements was tacitly expanded to encompass the entire main courtyard, even extending to the outer chamber of Ling Yanxiao's study. The servant's demeanor grew increasingly respectful and cautious, and even Gao Cheng, upon encountering him, would briefly reveal an inscrutable complexity upon his stern visage. Ling Yanxiao appeared busier than before, yet he returned home each evening, sometimes visiting the side courtyard to sit for a while, or merely standing in the corridor to cast a glance in Luo Qingci's direction, rarely uttering a word. One evening, Ling Yanxiao returned earlier than usual. He was not clad in his military uniform, but in dark civilian attire, which accentuated his tall, upright figure, though a subtle weariness lingered between his brows. He bypassed the study entirely, heading straight to the side courtyard. Luo Qingci sat beneath the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the chessboard. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his head. The evening sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating Ling Yanxiao and outlining the sharp contours of his face. Ling Yanxiao approached him, retrieving a seemingly heavy rosewood box from his pocket. The box was exquisitely crafted, its surface smooth and imbued with a sense of antiquity. He placed the box upon the chessboard, producing a soft click. Luo Qingci's gaze fell upon the box, his expression one of curiosity as he looked up at Ling Yanxiao. "Open it," Ling Yanxiao instructed calmly, devoid of any discernible emotion. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingci extended his hand, delicately unfastening the small metallic clasp. The lid of the box opened slowly, revealing a deep crimson velvet lining within. Chapter 42. Shall you blow? Upon the cushion lies a dagger, quietly resting. Though not long, it is exquisitely crafted. The sheath is fashioned from a dark-hued leather, intricately embroidered with silver threads that depict elaborate and ancient patterns, understated yet exuding opulence. The hilt appears to be made of fine ebony, polished to a smooth, warm finish that feels cool to the touch. At the end of the hilt, a silver character, sharply defined, is embedded. Luo Qingci recognizes this type of dagger, typically worn by high-ranking officers or certain distinguished individuals, as a personal weapon for self-defense, symbolizing status and power. Ling Yanxiao observes the astonishment flickering in his eyes and reaches for the dagger, withdrawing it from its case. With fingers wrapped around the hilt bearing the character, a soft whoosh sounds as the blade is drawn. A glimmer of cold light flashes under the setting sun. The blade is slender and razor-sharp, radiating a chilling brilliance. Clearly not an ordinary piece, having tasted blood and proven its worth. Ling Yanxiao subtly turns his wrist, the blade carving an elegant arc through the air before returning swiftly to its sheath. The entire motion is fluid and imbued with a sense of power. Then, he steps forward and takes Luo Qingci's hand. Luo Qingci's fingers tremble slightly, instinctively wishing to withdraw, yet they are firmly grasped. Ling Yanxiao opens the cool hand, palm facing upwards, and places the dagger, imbued with his warmth and weight, steadily within Luo Qingci's palm. The contrasting sensations of the cold metallic sheath and the warm wooden hilt immediately register, causing Luo Qingci's fingers to involuntarily curl. "Wear it close," Ling Yinshao's voice resonates, devoid of any room for negotiation, just in case. His deep-set eyes swirl with a heavy and complex essence, resembling a promise, yet also a warning. Each word he utters is heavily weighted, as if to inscribe it into Luo Qingci's very being. My life is now intertwined with yours. This declaration strikes like thunder, reverberating through Luo Qingci's ears, causing his heart to constrict sharply. He incredulously raises his gaze to Ling Yinshaо, searching for a trace of jest upon his face, yet finds only an unfathomable seriousness and an almost obsessive possessiveness. Ling Yinshao seems quite pleased with Luo Qingci's bewildered expression. He does not release his grip. Instead, he gently envelopes Luo Qingci's hand, which clutches the dagger, completely within his own larger palm. His hand is warm and strong, wholly encasing Luo Qingci's cool fingers. Along with the icy dagger, their skin touches, separated only by the weapon that symbolizes both destruction and protection. Then, Luo Qingci distinctly feels Ling Yinshao's thumb brushing lightly against the outer side of his clasped hand, conveying an indescribable significance. The rough calluses glide over his delicate skin, eliciting a subtle yet profound shiver. This tremor surges like an electric current, racing up his spine and culminating at the crown of his head. The dagger lies silently beneath Luo Qingci's pillow, its chilling sheath seemingly absorbing the warmth of its giver's palm. Each night, Luo Qingci keenly senses its presence, pressing upon his thoughts, instilling an unusual sense of security alongside a deeper unease. In the daylight, it was cautiously concealed, tucked away within the folds of a voluminous robe. Pressed against the skin, the cold metallic texture serving as a constant reminder of his precarious and perilous situation. Ling Yinshao's demeanor towards him had evolved. The once subtle scrutiny had transformed into a more tangible and enveloping presence. He remained industrious, yet his return to the residence seemed more regular, and even in silence. He would send Gao Cheng or a personal attendant to inquire or deliver trivial items. This meticulous attention left Luo Qingci feeling somewhat at a loss. He felt akin to a carefully nurtured bird, its cage both ornate and robust, with a master whose strength and focus were unsettling. On this particular afternoon, when Ling Yinshao returned, his countenance appeared even more fatigued and pallid than usual. He strode directly into the study, but unusually did not immediately attend to official matters. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Luo Qingci, fortuitously permitted to peruse some local opera manuscripts outside the study, hesitated momentarily before setting aside the book and softly entering. "Marshal?" he called gently. Ling Yinshao opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary, and upon seeing him, his brow relaxed imperceptibly as he replied hoarsely, "It's nothing." Yet, Luo Qingci's gaze fell upon his left hand, casually draped over the armrest, and the slightly open collar of his shirt. There, the edge of a white bandage was faintly visible, conspicuously so, with a hint of pale pink seeping through. Was it an old injury? Had it reopened? Luo Qingci's heart tightened slightly. He recalled the battlefield, where Ling Yinshao had shielded him, the casual bandaging on his arm, and the various old scars he had seen while changing the dressings earlier. This man seemed to perpetually bear wounds. Almost involuntarily, he whispered, "Shouldn't your injury be redressed?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a pang of regret. It seemed to breach an invisible boundary. Ling Yinshao's profound gaze lingered on his face for a moment before he did not respond immediately. Just as Luo Qingci braced for a cold dismissal, he nodded, fatigue evident in his acquiescent murmur, even adjusting his posture slightly to facilitate the task at hand, his hand moving to unfasten the buttons of his military shirt. This tacit approval momentarily took Luo Qingci by surprise, but he quickly composed himself and hurried to fetch the medical kit. Ling Yinshao had already undone the upper buttons of his shirt, revealing a robust chest adorned with bandages. Indeed, the bandage was somewhat loose, and blood was seeping more noticeably near the area above his heart. Luo Qingci held his breath as he cautiously approached, beginning to remove the old bandages. His fingertips inevitably brushed against the warmth of Ling Yinxiao's skin, feeling the latent strength and defined musculature beneath. The air was imbued with a faint medicinal scent mingled with Ling Yinxiao's unique essence. As the layers of bandage were peeled away, the old wound was finally unveiled. The scar was more grotesque and pronounced than he had anticipated. The flesh twisted and darkened, stretching across the firm pectorals, alarmingly close to the heart. One could only imagine the perilous circumstances that had led to such an injury. Luo Qingci's heart felt as though it had been gripped by something, and his breath grew shallower. He gently picked up the cotton swab soaked in disinfectant and tenderly wiped the skin around the wound, which may have been tainted with sweat. Fearful of causing him pain, Luo Qingci's voice involuntarily softened, carrying a subtle tremor. "How were you injured?" he inquired, only to realize that he might have overstepped a boundary. Such matters from military history, especially those pertaining to evidently grave injuries, often involve secrets or painful reminiscences best left undisturbed. Ling Yinxiao fell silent for a moment. Just as Luo Qingci began to believe he would not respond, he spoke, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. "A few years ago, during a border conflict, I was ambushed and shot." He did not elaborate on the details, nor mention the pain, as if recounting a trivial incident unrelated to himself. Luo Qingci's hand faltered momentarily, a complex bitterness rising within him. He cast his gaze downward, unwilling to confront the scar, and resumed his task with focus, applying fresh powder before picking up a clean bandage, preparing to rewrap the wound. As he grasped one end of the bandage, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the scar again. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand to commence the bandaging, a warm hand suddenly enveloped his, holding his fingertip gently, yet firmly enough to prevent his retreat. Luo Qingci's body stiffened, his movements halted, and he looked up in astonishment. Ling Yinxiao had opened his eyes at some point and was gazing intently at him. The usually cold and sharp depths of his eyes were now shrouded in a soft, misty haze, yet a fierce light flickered deep within. He held Luo Qingci's cool fingertip, his grip firm enough to ensnare him, and then guided his hand to press his fingertip against the very center of his own grotesque scar. The skin beneath his palm was searing, the texture of the scar rough and palpable, even allowing Luo Qingci to feel the steady, powerful heartbeat beneath, resonating through his fingertip, leaving him flustered and disconcerted. "It still hurts." Ling Yinxiao's gaze bore into him, his voice lower and raspier than before, carrying an unexpected tone of intimacy, almost playful and dependent, so different from his usual demeanor. "Will you blow on it?" Boom! Luo Qingci felt a rush of warmth flood his head, cheeks, ears, and even his neck, igniting an intense heat. "What did he just say? Blow on it?" Luo Qingci was utterly bewildered, his mind blank. His fingers pinned against the searing scar, immobilized, as if frozen in place, forgetting even to breathe. He could only widen his eyes in disbelief, staring at Ling Yinxiao, who seemed to have transformed into someone else entirely. Ling Yinxiao continued to hold his fingertip, his gaze locked onto Luo Qingci's suddenly flushed cheeks and the astonishment and confusion reflected in his eyes, patiently, even with a hint of wicked anticipation, waiting. Chapter 43. A troubled heart, a chaotic game. That question, "Will you blow on it?" struck like an exquisitely ambiguous storm, completely engulfing Luo Qingci and leaving him in a state of turmoil, rendering him unable to meet Ling Yinxiao's eyes for several days. The courtyard, too, seemed to shift under the weight of this unspoken tension, an invisible bond quietly forming, permeating the air with a subtle strain. On that particular day, Ling Yinxiao returned from handling official matters. Unlike his usual routine of heading straight to the study or seeking out Luo Qingci, he summoned the steward and Gao Cheng, quietly imparting some instructions. Soon, the residence was bustling with activity. Several servants were dispatched to the spacious guest room adjacent to the main bedroom, which had remained unoccupied yet consistently maintained. They moved in and out, rearranging and setting up the space. The commotion, though subtle, caught Luo Qingci's attention. Standing beneath the porch of his courtyard, he observed the happenings in the main courtyard with a sense of perplexity, yet refrained from inquiring further. As evening approached, Ling Yinxiao personally came over, clad in comfortable attire, his demeanor relaxed. He approached Luo Qingci, pausing momentarily to regard his face, inadvertently glancing at the faint blush still lingering on his ears before speaking. "The guest room has been prepared. You shall move in there." Luo Qingci was momentarily taken aback. The implication of relocating to the room next to the main bedroom was unmistakable, and he hesitated to ponder it further, his heart racing uncontrollably. Young Marshal. He instinctively wanted to refuse, considering the proximity of the room too conspicuous. "The courtyard is too cold and not conducive to your recovery," Ling Yanxiao interrupted, offering a seemingly noble rationale, asserting that the new room was warmer and more convenient. The last three words carried a weight of significance. Convenient for what? Luo Qingci dare not ask. He met Ling Yanxiao's resolute gaze, understanding there was no room for dissent. The process of moving was swift, as he possessed little. The newly arranged guest room was far more luxurious and comfortable than his previous quarters, furnished with exquisite items that exuded a sense of homeliness, as if this day had been anticipated long ago. From the window, he could see the meticulously tended flowers and greenery of the main courtyard, with fresh air and abundant light flooding the space. Sitting on the excessively soft bed, surrounded by valuable decor and a view so different from his former setting, Luo Qingci felt a tumult of emotions akin to a spilled jar of mixed flavors. As night deepened, the estate fell silent. Lying beneath a quilt imbued with the fragrance of sunlight and soapberry, Luo Qingci found himself wide awake. The bed was too soft, the environment too unfamiliar, and the air was suffused with a distinctly different essence belonging to the main courtyard, even faintly carrying the unique scent of Ling Yanxiao from the adjacent main bedroom. All of this left him restless, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, while he stared at the dimly lit canopy above, attempting once more to will himself to sleep. A distinct knock echoed through the stillness. Instantly, Luo Qingci sat up in bed. "Who is it?" There was a moment of silence outside, followed by a deep, familiar voice, laced with a hint of nighttime languor. "It is I. What could you want at such an hour?" Luo Qingci instinctively tightened his grip on the quilt, his throat feeling parched. "Young Marshal, is there something you need?" After another brief pause, Ling Yanxiao's voice came through again, sounding remarkably casual, almost as if it were a matter of course. "Having trouble sleeping?" Luo Qingci was taken aback, surprised that he could discern this even through the door. Indeed, he was unable to sleep. Before he could respond, Ling Yanxiao continued, his tone still calm and natural. "Coincidentally, I too find myself unable to sleep. Cool, let's play a game of chess." "A game of chess?" In the dead of night, a knock on the door merely to play chess? Luo Qingci found this excuse absurdly laughable, yet he dared not expose it. After a moment's hesitation, he threw off the covers, donned an outer garment, and approached to open the door. Outside stood Ling Yanxiao, clad casually in a dark robe, loosely fastened at the collar, revealing a white nightgown beneath. His inky hair was slightly tousled, a few stray strands cascading onto his forehead, softening his usual cold demeanor and imparting a touch of homely ease, even a rare hint of languor. He indeed held a delicate chess box in hand. Upon seeing Luo Qingci open the door, Ling Yanxiao's gaze naturally swept over him, settling on his slightly dazed face, which appeared more delicate due to having just awakened. His eyes deepened, yet he said nothing, merely stepped inside as if returning to his own room. He placed the chess box on a small round table made of yellow pear wood in the outer room and sat down at the table, lost in his own thoughts. Luo Qingci closed the door, observing the man who had taken a seat and was already beginning to open the chess box, feeling an absurd sense of unreality. He hesitated before moving to sit on the embroidered cushion opposite him. The chess pieces were crafted from fine warm jade and ink jade, warm to the touch. Ling Yanxiao played black, while Luo Qingci played white. At the onset of the game, Ling Yanxiao seemed quite serious, making decisive moves with his characteristic calmness and strategic prowess. Luo Qingci, not daring to slacken, focused his mind and responded cautiously. However, within less than a quarter of an hour, he keenly sensed something amiss. Ling Yanxiao's pace in placing his pieces had noticeably slowed. At times, he required gentle reminders to draw his gaze away from wherever it had wandered. Casually placing a piece that lacked the finesse of his earlier moves, appearing somewhat distracted. The soft, warm yellow light in the room illuminated Luo Qingci's lowered profile, casting delicate shadows beneath his long lashes. Occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation, his lips, soft and lustrous, were pressed together in concentration. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Yinxiao's gaze had drifted away from the chessboard's conflict, captivated by an invisible magnetism, fixating instead on that exquisitely delicate visage illuminated by the lamp. He watched Luo Qingci's slender, pale fingers as they delicately handled the warm white jade chess piece, observed the smooth, fragile curve of his neck revealed when he tilted his head in thought, and noted the unconscious habit of nibbling his lower lip when puzzled by the game. The progress of the match slowed to a near standstill. Luo Qingci could no longer restrain himself and lifted his eyes, intending to inquire if it was his turn to play, only to be unexpectedly ensnared by the depth of Ling Yinxiao's gaze. The clarity and calmness that had accompanied their earlier chess proposition had vanished, replaced by a torrent of emotions that seemed on the verge of engulfing him. There he remained, propping his chin, a black piece delicately pinched between his fingers, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Luo Qingci's face rather than the board. Ultimately, the game remained unfinished. Bathed in the warm yellow glow, Luo Qingci felt Ling Yinxiao's gaze was more substantial than the jade chess pieces, pressing heavily upon his countenance, almost searing through the skin. His fingers, clutching the white piece, curled slightly, caught in a dilemma, neither placing it nor withholding it, his heart racing in chaotic disarray. While the battle of black and white on the board had long spiraled into confusion, Ling Yinxiao, however, did not urge him, maintaining his pose with a propped chin, his other hand unconsciously tapping the table, producing a faint yet rhythmic sound, akin to a gentle knock upon Luo Qingci's heart. After a prolonged silence, just as Luo Qingci felt he could no longer remain seated, Ling Yinxiao suddenly moved. Rather than placing a piece, he casually tossed the black piece back into the box, the crisp sound of it clattering resonating through the air. Enough, he spoke, his voice tinged with the roughness of night, devoid of discernible emotion, his heart unsettled. The game in disarray. Chapter 44. Asleep, Luo Qingci exhaled quietly, a sense of unarticulated loss creeping in, and hastily set down the white piece in his hand. Ling Yinxiao rose, his tall figure casting a shadow over Luo Qingci. With urgent military reports awaiting his attention the following day, he remarked, as if explaining yet casually stating, "Since you cannot sleep either, come with me to the study and grind some ink." Without waiting for Luo Qingci's response, he turned and walked outside, the hem of his robe stirring a slight breeze. Luo Qingci stood in momentary surprise before following suit. The study at night appeared even more solemn and spacious than during the day, the air imbued with the cool fragrance of aged books and high-quality ink. The massive rosewood desk was piled high with documents, a single green-shaded lamp serving as the sole source of light, illuminating a bright yet desolate area. Ling Yinxiao had already seated himself behind the desk, pulling out a document and opening it, his profile under the lamp appearing somewhat austere. The earlier hint of languor seemingly a figment of Luo Qingci's imagination. He gestured towards a fine inkstone and a gilded black ink in the corner of the desk. Understanding his cue, Luo Qingci silently approached, rolled up his sleeves, and poured a little clean water into the inkstone before beginning to grind the ink slowly. His movements were unhurried, a basic skill honed from serving his master in the opera troupe, producing an ink of just the right consistency, glistening with sheen. The subtle, even sound of grinding ink echoed in the quiet study, intertwining with the occasional whisper of wind outside. Ling Yinxiao reviewed the documents with remarkable speed, the tip of his pen scratching across the paper, his expression focused and sharp, as if entirely immersed in military affairs. Initially, Luo Qingci worked cautiously, observing with intent. But as time passed, fatigue set in his arms, and the stillness of the night lulled his spirits. Grinding ink was by nature a monotonous task, repetitive and solitary. Compounded by the warmth of the room, As his legs grew weary, his gaze inevitably drifted toward the towering shelves lining the side of the study. Seemingly aware of his distraction, Ling Yanxiao did not lift his gaze, merely stating, "There are some miscellaneous books to the side. Feel free to take one." Luo Qingci quietly acknowledged with a soft thank you, "General," and moved gently to the bookshelf. His fingertips brushed over the spines of countless volumes until he finally withdrew an aged script of traditional opera, its pages yellowed yet remarkably preserved. Hesitant to return to the comfort of the sofa, he instead moved a round stool made of pear wood to a spot neither too far nor too close to the desk. Convenient for Ling Yanxiao to summon him for ink grinding without causing disturbance. He then settled down, quietly perusing the book under the light of the lamp. The script is filled with old tales, some of which he can recite by heart. Yet at this moment, accompanied by the gentle rustle of papers being reviewed by the person beside him, these familiar lyrics acquire an enchanting quality. He becomes gradually engrossed, his body instinctively relaxing against the back of the chair, while his eyelids grow heavier. The unease that had plagued him for days is strangely soothed by this serene atmosphere. Fatigue washing over him like a tide, the words on the page beginning to blur into double images. His head nods ever so slightly, ultimately succumbing as he bends towards the nearest support, resting his leg against the side of the chair, gently leaning into it. The corner of his forehead brushes against the soft, smooth wool fabric, its warmth contrasting with the coolness of his cheek. He finds this makeshift pillow remarkably comfortable, even unconsciously nuzzling it in search of a more stable position, slipping into a deep slumber. His breathing becomes light, and even long lashes resting peacefully below, casting a gentle shadow on his cheek. The script slips from his loosened grip, landing softly on the thick carpet with a faint sound. Ling Yanxiao, poised to sign a deployment order, finds his motion unexpectedly halted. The pen hovers in midair, a drop of rich ink gathering at the tip before succumbing to gravity, splattering a small, jarring ink blot on the expensive rice paper, yet he appears oblivious. All his senses seem to converge at that moment on his leg. The cool, gentle weight beside him, the soft strands of hair brushing against the fabric inducing a subtle itch, and the steady warmth of breath faintly penetrating the thin wool. These sensations draw his focus. His fingers, still clutching the fountain pen, instinctively tighten, and he turns his head almost breathlessly, lowering his gaze. Luo Qingci rests against his leg, sleeping without a care. The light illuminates half of his face, revealing skin so pale it seems translucent, even highlighting the faint bluish shadows beneath his eyes, a testament to his fatigue. The eyes, usually brimming with various emotions, are now peacefully closed, the corners of his mouth relaxed, exuding a childlike softness that renders him particularly endearing. Ling Yanxiao gazes at the tranquil profile for a long while. His hand, suspended in the air, finally descends, but instead of pushing away the person at his side, he tentatively raises it towards the head resting against his leg. His fingertips hover momentarily, as if fearing to disturb something, before they gently descend. The motion is awkward yet tender as he brushes aside a few stray strands of hair from Luo Qingci's forehead, tucking them behind his ear. His fingertips, cool from the night air, touch the smooth skin of the forehead, and the slumbering figure seems to unconsciously emit a soft hum, akin to a small creature being soothed. Rather than waking, he sinks even deeper into sleep. Ling Yanxiao's fingers feel as if they've been scalded by that subtle sound, retracting abruptly. Yet his gaze remains fixed, observing that unguarded sleeping face, the delicate shoulders rising and falling with each breath. His expression betraying an almost eerie focus and tenderness he himself is unaware of. The study falls into complete silence, leaving only the intertwined sounds of their breathing. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment, solidifying into a warm form. He appeared to forget the pressing military reports, the ever-changing turmoil outside, and everything else. He maintained this somewhat awkward posture, motionless, allowing Luo Qingci to rest against him, letting the subtle weight and warmth seep through the fabric, gradually penetrating his skin, soothing a long-forgotten cold corner within him. It was unclear how long had passed, But when the night reached its deepest chill, a cool breeze slipped through the partially closed window, bringing a hint of coldness. In her slumber, Luo Qingci seemed to sense the chill, her body instinctively curling up slightly. Ling Yanxiao immediately noticed this, and without hesitation, he delicately unfastened the buttons of his military coat, removing the still warm garment and carefully draping it over Luo Qingci's shoulders. The oversized coat enveloped her figure almost entirely, securing her warmly. After completing this act, he finally exhaled in relief. Leaning back against the chair, he maintained his original posture, cautious not to make any abrupt movements. He merely reached to dim the light of the desk lamp further, ensuring it wouldn't disturb her sleeping eyes. Thus he sat there, guarding the slumbering figure on his lap, while picking up a document again, continuing to read under the dim, gentle light. Yet, his pace of reading was noticeably slower than before. His gaze frequently drifted from the text to the shadow enveloped by his coat at his side, lingering for a moment before gradually returning to the pages. In the latter half of the night, Luo Qingci gradually regained consciousness in a warm haze. She had slept so deeply that the process of awakening was slow and thick. The first sensation she perceived was a reassuring presence, not the usual incense of the courtyard, but rather a faint aroma of tobacco, ink, and a clean, masculine scent that enveloped her tightly. Next was the feeling of the pillow beneath her, warm and firm. Its underlying strength felt even through the fabric. The garment covering her was exceptionally warm, completely shielding her from the night's chill. In a daze, she mused that the bed in this new room seemed particularly comfortable, the height of the pillow just right. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times, and with great reluctance, she opened her sleepy eyes. At first, her vision was blurry, gradually coming into focus. What met her gaze was a dim, warm yellow glow, followed by a corner of a mahogany desk piled with documents, and a luxurious dark woolen fabric in front of her, adorned with subtle textures. This was not her chamber. Memories rushed back to her. She suddenly realized where she was and what she was leaning against, and all traces of sleep vanished in an instant. Startled, she lifted her head, her movements somewhat clumsy, causing the coat draped over her to slip down to her waist. Her gaze instinctively moved upward, locking onto a pair of profound eyes. Ling Yanxiao, having set down the documents at some point, was slightly tilting his head, gazing down at her. The light from the desk lamp fell from his side, casting a shadow over much of his face, obscuring his expression. Only his eyes, shrouded in darkness, appeared particularly profound, as if they had been silently observing him for a considerable time. Luo Qingci's cheeks flushed suddenly, burning with heat, and a rosy hue quickly spread to his ears and neck. In a fluster, he attempted to rise, only to find his legs somewhat numb. He stumbled, nearly toppling over, and in a panic, instinctively supported himself against Ling Yanxiao's knee. The warm sensation beneath his palm and the firm contours of muscle felt as if he had been scorched by fire, causing him to retract his hands swiftly, his entire being aflame, to the point where he struggled to articulate his words. "Young master," I inadvertently dozed off. He wished fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. How could he have fallen asleep, and worse yet, on Ling Yanxiao's lap, while the latter was engrossed in official matters? Ling Yanxiao remained silent, merely observing the sudden crimson of his cheeks and the panic etched in his eyes. After a moment, he adjusted his posture, his voice devoid of any turbulence. Even seemingly more tempered than usual, "It's of no consequence." Upon uttering those two words, he averted his gaze, resuming his perusal of the documents, as if the prolonged, quiet vigil from moments ago had never transpired. However, Luo Qingci could not regain his composure. He stood rigidly in place, feeling as if his hands and feet were not his own. The air still bore the subtle tension from their earlier intimate proximity, silently narrating the events that had transpired. Stealing a glance, he quickly caught sight of Ling Yanxiao, who appeared once again absorbed in his work, his profile sharp and focused. An inexplicable sense of embarrassment washed over him, instantly dispelling any lingering drowsiness, leaving his cheeks aflame. For several days thereafter, Luo Qingci dared not return to the study to grind ink, consciously avoiding paths where Ling Yanxiao might appear, spending his days in the Eastern Wing, staring blankly at a script that had once fallen to the floor, unable to absorb a single word. His thoughts were a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. One afternoon, as the weather unexpectedly cleared, warm sunlight flooded the courtyard. Luo Qingci leaned against the soft couch by the window, lost in contemplation of the old begonia tree outside, when he heard a light and somewhat hurried footfall approaching the courtyard, accompanied by a bright and slightly naive voice. "Luo Qingci, are you there?" Since moving into the Eastern Wing, it was the first time Ling Wei had come to visit. He instinctively smoothed out his slightly wrinkled robe. Just as he stood, Ling Wei bounced into the courtyard like a cheerful sparrow, followed by a maid who bore an expression of distress, attempting to dissuade her without daring to intervene. "Miss," the young master instructed. The maid tried to remind her in a hushed tone. "Oh, I know. I just want to have a few words with Luo Qingci, and my brother isn't home right now." Ling Wei waved her hand dismissively and stepped through the door. Her curiosity piqued as she looked around. "Wow, Luo Qingci, your room is much better than the previous one. My brother really is generous with you." She approached Luo Qingci, her eyes sparkling. "Luo Qingci, you promised me last time that you would tell me the entire story of the Peony Pavilion. It has been so long. When will you have time? How about now?" As she spoke, she reached for Luo Qingci's sleeve, seemingly intent on dragging him out to find a place to converse immediately. Luo Qingci instinctively recoiled slightly, evading her touch, and forced a gentle smile, saying, "Miss, the Peony Pavilion is lengthy. It cannot be recounted in a fleeting moment. Moreover, the young marshal has recently instructed me to focus on recuperation. And that is what my brother said," he added. Ling Wei pouted, her displeasure evident as she interrupted him. "Why does he always have to control you? It's merely a story. It doesn't require much effort. Come on, let us go to the pavilion in the back garden, bask in the sunlight, and take our time telling it." She reached out once more, this time grasping Luo Qingci's wrist. The warmth of her fingers radiated with an irresistible vivacity. Luo Qingci found himself at a loss, neither able to struggle nor yield. Just as he grappled with his predicament, the light at the entrance of the courtyard suddenly dimmed. An imposing figure had materialized, casting a shadow over the vibrant sunlight within. Ling Yanxiao appeared to have just returned from outside, still clad in his military attire, shoulders adorned with cold insignia, his gaze even chillier. His expression remained inscrutable as his eyes landed on the hand of Ling Wei that held Luo Qingci's wrist. The atmosphere instantly grew frigid. Ling Wei seemed pricked by a needle, abruptly releasing her grip, her smile freezing as she instinctively stepped back, her voice faltering. "Brother, you're back?" Luo Qingci hastily lowered his gaze, afraid to meet Ling Yanxiao's countenance. Ling Yanxiao did not respond, striding forward. The sound of his military boots striking the stone tiles echoed dully, yet distinctly, each step deliberate, akin to treading upon one's heart. He approached Ling Wei, his attention fixed solely on his oblivious sister, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. "Is it very leisurely?" Ling Wei shrank back, her voice dwindling. "I just came to chat with Luo Ge." "Chat about what?" Ling Yanxiao interjected, his tone unwavering yet imposing. "Is your play meant solely for his ears?" Ling Wei's complexion paled, startled by her brother's unprecedented demeanor, her eyes immediately glistening with tears, filled with a mixture of grievance and fear, rendering her speechless. "Return," Ling Yanxiao commanded, his words brooking no argument. Ling Wei, feeling a profound sense of injustice, bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, but ultimately refraining from falling. Her head bowed as she hurriedly fled the courtyard, not daring to look back. The maid had already been frightened out of her wits and slipped out after her. The courtyard was left with only the two of them. Chapter 46. It seems I am not captivating enough to hold your attention. The wind rustled through the leaves of the flowering crabapple, producing a delicate whisper. Though Luo Qingci kept his head lowered, he could distinctly feel Ling Yanxiao's gaze upon him, causing his fingertips to grow cold with anxiety. Instinctively, he wished to retreat. Yet as soon as he moved, Ling Yanxiao advanced a step closer. In a flurry, Luo Qingci stepped back, his back meeting the hard column of the corridor, leaving him with no escape. Ling Yanxiao pressed forward once more, the distance between them shrinking to a breath's width. He raised a hand, resting it against the column beside Luo Qingci's ear, effectively trapping him within the confines of that narrow space. The towering figure loomed over, casting a shroud that blocked all light and severed any connection to the outside world. Luo Qingci found himself ensnared between the column and the oppressive chest before him, rendered immobile. He was compelled to lift his gaze, only to collide with Ling Yinxiao's profound eyes. No longer icy as before, they now swirled with dark embers, dense and inextricable. Ling Yinxiao lowered his head, his breath drawing near, mingling the cool air from outside with the unique, chilling scent that enveloped him, forcefully occupying all of Luo Qingci's senses. "Are you trying to evade me?" His voice was a mere whisper, almost brushing against Luo Qingci's lips. The rapid thrum of his heart quickened, breath caught in his throat, instinctively denying the accusation. "And no, is that so?" Ling Yinxiao's gaze fell upon his slightly trembling eyelashes, and with deliberate slowness, he lifted one hand, gently twirling a lock of hair that had fallen by Luo Qingci's temple, entwining it around his fingers, the gesture laden with a casual yet perilous undertone. "Then why do your eyes wander to others?" His voice dropped even lower, yet bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Luo Qingci felt cornered by the aggressive posture and words, his cheeks involuntarily turning away, trapped in place, uncertain where to direct his gaze. "Speak," Ling Yinxiao commanded, forcing him to confront him. Luo Qingci's mind was a chaotic tangle, utterly at a loss for words. Observing his flustered state, the darkness in Ling Yinxiao's eyes deepened, that flickering ember seemingly igniting further. He leaned in, their breaths completely entwined. "It seems I am not captivating enough to hold your attention." Before the words could fully dissipate, a searing kiss descended upon him. No longer a tentative brush, it was a kiss imbued with dominance and an intense possessiveness. Initially, it merely graced his soft, slightly parted lips, carrying a hint of punitive force, a grinding friction. Then, seizing the moment of his astonishment, Ling Yinxiao plunged in without hesitation, conquering every inch. Luo Qingci was left utterly bewildered, his mind exploding with a myriad of fireworks, scattering his thoughts. All resistance was effortlessly quelled. His wrist was captured by Ling Yinxiao's free hand, pinned to his side. He could only passively endure this overwhelming and profound kiss, his breath entirely claimed. His legs growing weak, relying solely on the column behind him and the heated chest before him to prevent his collapse. Ling Yinxiao's kiss was devoid of tenderness, even possessing a raw, reckless urgency. The potent masculine aura left Luo Qingci dizzy, his consciousness fading. After the initial shock and resistance, an unfamiliar sensation of both fear and intoxicating pleasure began to spread from their joined lips, enveloping his entire being. He involuntarily emitted a soft whimper, a sound that was both a protest and a helpless moan, his eyelashes trembling violently, quickly dampened with moisture. Noticing his yielding, Ling Yinxiao's actions seemed to soften slightly. The brutal claim gradually transformed into a gentle suckling, as if savoring a unique nectar, until Luo Qingci was utterly breathless, his chest heaving violently. The corners of his eyes flushed with crimson, nearly on the verge of suffocation and fainting. Ling Yinxiao finally withdrew slightly. The foreheads of the two pressed together, their breaths intertwined, both unstable. Ling Yinxiao's gaze remained firmly fixed on the person in his embrace, observing the swollen, moist lips that had been kissed, the dreamy, misty eyes, and the face completely suffused with color. The darkness in his eyes gradually receded, replaced by an almost satiated sense of possession. Luo Qingci felt utterly drained, as if he had just been pulled from the water, all his strength siphoned away. His mind buzzed, the sensation and warmth of that kiss lingering on his lips, refusing to dissipate. Ling Yinxiao released his grip on Luo Qingci's wrist, instead wrapping his arm around his slender, supple waist, pressing him closer, enveloping him entirely in his embrace. That posture exuded absolute control and declaration. He lowered his head, the tip of his nose gently brushing against Luo Qingci's heated ear, his voice husky yet unmistakably clear. whispering in his ear, "Remember, you need only to look at me." Luo Qingci could not articulate a response, leaning softly against him, his cheek pressed against the cool shoulder of his military uniform, listening to the similarly chaotic yet powerful rhythm of their heartbeats. He felt as though he were a small boat overturned by raging winds and towering waves, adrift, subject to the whims of the tide. The resounding heartbeat reverberated against his eardrum, indistinguishable whether it belonged to him or the man beside him. His face burned intensely, his lips tingling and swollen, a lingering reminder of the overwhelming encounter that had just transpired. Ling Yanxiao seemed in no hurry to release him. He held him tenderly, his chin resting gently atop Luo Qingci's head, their breaths gradually calming yet still languid. In that moment, he appeared less like an aggressive conqueror from moments prior, and more akin to a fierce beast, savoring the warmth of post-satisfaction. Luo Qingci's mind was a turbulent mess, embarrassment and panic nearly drowning him. Just when he thought they would remain locked in this embrace indefinitely, Ling Yanxiao moved. He loosened his grip around Luo Qingci's waist slightly, while the other hand, which had been resting against the pillar, descended. Instinctively, Luo Qingci attempted to retreat, wishing to distance himself from this dangerously intimate proximity. However, Ling Yanxiao would not permit it. The hand that had just lowered gently grasped his chin, compelling him to lift his gaze. Luo Qingci unexpectedly met his eyes. Those orbs, freshly washed in the tides of passion, were still glistening with moisture, veiled in a haze, the corners tinged with a beguiling red. His lips were uncharacteristically swollen, slightly parted, drawing in small breaths, presenting a picture of one who had been thoroughly besieged. Ling Yanxiao's gaze lingered heavily on his face, as though admiring the marks he had just left behind. His thumb softly traced the slightly swollen, damp edge of Luo Qingci's lower lip. That sensation, coarse and tingling, starkly contrasted with the assertiveness of his earlier kiss, yet sent tremors through Luo Qingci's heart, causing his body to involuntarily tense for a moment, hardly daring to meet his gaze. Now, in this moment, Ling Yanxiao spoke, his voice imbued with a languid post-event allure and an indescribable magnetism. His breath brushed against Luo Qingci's sensitive cheek, serving as a form of gratitude. Gratitude? Luo Qingci blinked in bewilderment, appearing particularly naive. What gratitude? Chapter 47. The banquet. Ling Yanxiao seemed to see through his confusion, gently rubbing his thumb against Luo Qingci's lips, which were reddened from their earlier encounter. A glimmer of teasing flickering in his gaze as he reminded him, outside the study last time. Suddenly, a series of fragmented images surged into Luo Qingci's mind. On that occasion, when he was cornered by Chun Yu and Johnson, Ling Yanxiao had come to his rescue. In a moment of panic, he had impulsively pressed a quick kiss to his cheek as a token of thanks. At that time, he had merely regarded it as an instinctive reaction, dismissing it later as an embarrassing folly. Yet, he had not anticipated that this man would remember, and in such a moment, would seek to reclaim it in this manner. That seemingly inconspicuous gesture had long been observed by the other, and now, in this moment, it was resurrected, infused with an entirely different, excruciatingly shameful significance. I did not. He attempted to argue, but under the weight of Ling Yanxiao's profound gaze, his words only served to betray him further. Ling Yanxiao appeared unperturbed by his attempts at explanation. Observing the flush that crept across Luo Qingci's fair neck, he swallowed hard, ceasing his caress of the boy's lips, instead using the back of his fingers to gently stroke his heated cheek. In the future, he spoke, his voice still husky, if you wish to express gratitude. It must be done in this manner. This statement sent a shiver down Luo Qingci's spine, more unsettling than the kiss had been. His eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. His lips parted, yet not a single word escaped. Ling Yanxiao, seeming quite pleased with Luo Qingci's flustered demeanor, released his grip on the boy's chin and instead wrapped an arm around his shoulder, drawing him close. Enough, he said, his tone returning to its usual coolness, as if the earlier demand for gratitude had never been uttered. Stand straight. Luo Qingci's legs felt weak, and he barely managed to steady himself with the support of Ling Yanxiao's arm. He lowered his head, wishing to shrink away, unable to control the focus of his thoughts on his lips, still tinged with the lingering sensation of the other's touch. Ling Yanxiao said nothing further, merely holding him close. At some point, Gao Cheng had quietly appeared, his gaze cast downward, presenting an air of discretion, though the tautness of his lips betrayed his struggle to maintain composure. "What is it?" Ling Yanxiao inquired, his voice now returning to its usual sharpness. Gao Cheng stepped forward promptly, respectfully offering a document. "Young Marshal, an urgent telegram from Nanjing." Ling Yanxiao accepted the document, releasing his hold on Luo Qingci as he perused its contents swiftly. In that instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming cold and focused, as if he had seamlessly transitioned from the indulgent man of moments ago back to the steely young marshal who wielded authority over life and death. Luo Qingci suddenly found himself bereft of support, his body swaying slightly as he instinctively grasped the nearby column. He gazed at Ling Yanxiao's sharp profile, and the remnants of his earlier embarrassment and confusion were now entwined with a complex sense of reverence and distance. The man could, in one fleeting moment, kiss him to the brink of embarrassment and fury, only to withdraw instantly in the next, plunging himself into the frigid realities of military affairs. This ability to oscillate between indifference and intense focus stirred a flicker of emotion within him. Ling Yanxiao swiftly perused the telegram and instructed Gao Cheng, "Reply as per the original plan. We shall depart in 3 days." "Understood," Gao Cheng responded, taking the return document, hesitating briefly as his gaze flitted quickly over the subdued presence of Luo Qingci, who stood by. Ling Yanxiao turned back, his eyes settling once more on Luo Qingci. "Remain in the room," he commanded succinctly, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Behave yourself while I am away." With that, he strode out of the courtyard alongside Gao Cheng. Luo Qingci was left alone in the courtyard, where the sun continued to bathe the surroundings in warmth, and the breeze rustled through the leaves of the flowering trees. As if nothing had transpired, only his swollen lips silently recounted the brief, yet tumultuous storm that had just unfolded. He gingerly touched the painful corner of his lips, retracting his hand as if burned. The warmth that had just begun to fade surged back, and he felt his heart race, nearly leaping from his throat. In the 3 days following Ling Yanxiao's departure, the residence of the young marshal was eerily quiet. The kiss beneath the colonnade had left an indelible mark on Luo Qingci's heart. He remained in the eastern wing, almost never stepping outside, with meals brought to him by the maidservants. On the evening of the 3rd day, as twilight approached, the mansion was illuminated earlier than usual. The sounds of footsteps and whispers were more frequent, and an unusual tension hung in the air. Luo Qingci was lost in thought, gazing out of the window when a gentle knock sounded at the door. It was the personal attendant of Ling Yanxiao, holding a tray covered with deep green velvet. "Mr. Luo," the attendant said with an air of respectful formality, "the young marshal has instructed you to don this. We shall depart in 1 hour." Luo Qingci's heart sank, and he sensed something amiss. He lifted the velvet cloth, his breath hitching slightly. The tray held a moon-white suit, crafted from the finest Western wool, impeccably tailored with smooth lines, accompanied by a matching waistcoat, a meticulously ironed white shirt, and a dark bow tie. Beside it lay a pair of polished leather shoes. The ensemble was understated yet luxurious, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, yet radiating an unmistakable air of privilege and status. "This outfit is far too formal. Where are we going?" Luo Qingci's voice felt parched. The attendant lowered his head further. The young marshal only instructed the car be prepared, stating it was for a banquet. A banquet? He had heard whispers of the extravagant soirees at the Bund during his days in the theater, a realm he had never imagined he would enter. What status did Ling Yanxiao possess to take him there? There was no time for doubt or refusal. The attendant set down the items and exited, leaving 2 nimble maidservants to assist him in changing. To his surprise, the suit fit him perfectly, as if tailored to his frame, enhancing his slightly slender build and lending him an air of rare elegance. As the cool silk bow tie was fastened around his neck, Luo Qingci gazed at the unfamiliar yet familiar reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in reverie. The figure in the mirror retained a pallid complexion, Yet the moonlight-hued suit he wore lent him an air of detachment, diminishing the fragility once perceived in him. The maid meticulously arranged the final corner of his attire, while the subdued rumble of an automobile engine resonated from outside. Ling Yanxiao awaited him in the courtyard, clad in a crisp, dark military uniform, the epaulets glimmering with resplendent tassels and medals that exuded an icy grandeur. He resembled a drawn sword, radiating an imposing aura of sharpness and authority. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, his gaze sweeping over Luo Qingci from head to toe, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he offered a slight nod before striding towards the black automobile parked at the entrance. Luo Qingci followed silently. The interior of the car was spacious, with leather seats that felt cold to the touch. Seated side by side in the back, a polite yet distant space separated them. Ling Yanxiao closed his eyes, his profile stark and defined against the shifting shadows outside. Luo Qingci sat upright, his fingers unconsciously twisting together, their tips chilled. As the vehicle entered the French concession, it eventually halted before a resplendent mansion, heavily guarded and ablaze with lights. The doorman respectfully opened the car door, and the cacophony of voices, melodious Western music, and the scent of fine spirits enveloped them. Luo Qingci instinctively inhaled deeply as he stepped onto the gleaming marble steps, acutely aware of countless gazes converging upon him, laden with inscrutable meanings and unabashed disdain. He straightened his spine, striving to maintain an air of composure. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, as Luo Qingci felt the weight of scrutiny, Ling Yanxiao naturally placed a gentle hand on his lower back. The warmth of his palm seeped through the thin fabric of his suit, instantly grounding Luo Qingci's fluttering spirit, drawing strength from that subtle support. He kept pace with Ling Yanxiao, stepping through the grand doorway where revelry and vibrant lights intertwined. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere was electric with chatter. A myriad of personalities clutched their glasses, engaged in lively conversation, while the air was saturated with a complex medley of scents. The moment Ling Yanxiao entered, he became the focal point of the gathering. Numerous guests approached to exchange pleasantries and offer toasts, yet their gazes invariably drifted towards the exquisitely handsome young man by his side. Whenever someone attempted to steer the conversation towards Luo Qingci or displayed overt curiosity in their gaze, Ling Yanxiao would simply deflect with a brief response, a friend. At times, he would disregard them entirely. Yet, he never relinquished his hold on Luo Qingci's waist. Occasionally, his hand would rest lightly, loosening only when Luo Qingci needed to shake hands, before swiftly returning to its place. At times, as they navigated through the throng, that grip would guide Luo Qingci away from potential collisions. And when certain glances directed at Luo Qingci grew too brazen, the hand would tighten slightly, serving as a silent warning, while Ling Yanxiao's expression would cool, scanning the onlookers until they averted their gaze, often chagrined. Initially, Luo Qingci's nerves were taut, emulating Ling Yanxiao's demeanor, striving to appear oblivious to the attention surrounding them, while maintaining decorum as best as he could. He could sense the speculation and whispers in those gazes directed at him. Yet the hand resting on his lower back acted as a stabilizing anchor, repeatedly drawing him back from the disorienting sensation of floating aimlessly. He even began to subconsciously rely on that touch and warmth. Once, a slightly inebriated foreign officer, laughing heartily, attempted to pat Luo Qingci on the shoulder. However, as his hand rose, Ling Yanxiao gently pulled him a step aside while raising his own glass in an ostensibly casual manner, effectively intercepting the officer's motion. He then engaged the man in fluent French, his tone remaining unruffled, though his eyes betrayed an icy demeanor. The officer paused, momentarily taken aback, before awkwardly laughing and redirecting his attention elsewhere. Luo Qingci breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He wished to glimpse Ling Yanxiao's expression, but all he could discern was the rigid line of his jaw. Throughout the evening, Ling Yanxiao kept him close, as if guarding his territory. He made no elaborate introductions for Luo Qingci, nor sought to draw attention to anything in particular. Yet each time he coolly deflected an inquisitive or encroaching gaze. It silently declared a claim of possession to the entire banquet hall. Luo Qingci's heart transitioned from an initial state of panic and tension to a reluctant adaptation, ultimately cultivating an unexpected sense of tranquility that even surprised him. He remained unaccustomed to such occasions. Yet that ever-present hand on his lower back seemed to create an invisible boundary, isolating him from the surrounding superficial clamor and latent malice. He ceased to focus on how others perceived or thought of him. He merely followed Ling Yanxiao. When he stopped, he halted. When he raised his glass, Luo Qingci inclined his head slightly. When he needed to speak, he replied with as few and appropriate words as possible. Most of the time, he simply stood quietly by his side, embodying a silent yet exquisite backdrop. As the banquet progressed, Ling Yanxiao was beckoned aside by several senior officers, seemingly to discuss an important matter. He leaned down to quickly instruct Luo Qingci. "Stay here, don't wander." His gaze lingered on Luo Qingci's face for a moment, ensuring he was in acceptable condition, before releasing the supportive hand from his lower back and turning towards the terrace. The sudden absence of that sustaining warmth left Luo Qingci feeling inexplicably hollow. The surrounding cacophony of voices and glances instantly sharpened and became oppressive. He forced himself to remain rooted in place, his eyes falling upon the exquisite delicacies on a nearby dining table, pretending to observe them while his heart began to race uncontrollably once more. At that moment, a somewhat frivolous voice broke the air beside him. "This gentleman seems unfamiliar. May I ask which esteemed family he belongs to?" Luo Qingci's body tensed, and he slowly turned his head. A young man clad in a flamboyant pink suit held a glass, smiling as he scrutinized him, the implications in his gaze making Luo Qingci quite uncomfortable. Just as he pondered how to respond, another somewhat sullen voice interjected. "Does young Masterly not know? This is the new favorite of General Ling, Mr. Luo." The speaker was a tall, slender man with sharp eyes, exuding a hint of amusement, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. "Isn't that right, Mr. Luo?" The young man in the pink suit immediately displayed an expression of dawning comprehension mixed with disdain. "Ah, so it is that esteemed figure. No wonder." He elongated his tone, his gaze brazenly lingering on Luo Qingci. "Indeed, a striking beauty. Might I have the honor tonight of inviting Boss Luo for an intimate drink? To exchange thoughts on art?" The way he spoke of art was laced with ambiguity. A few nearby seemed to take notice, casting curious glances their way. Luo Qingci's complexion paled slightly, his fingertips digging into his palm. He forced himself to remain calm, responding in as steady a voice as he could muster. "I apologize. The young marshal has asked me to wait here." "Oh, are you invoking the young marshal to pressure us?" The man in the pink suit scoffed, stepping closer, lowering his voice, yet making it all the more disrespectful. "The young marshal is quite busy at the moment. He hardly has time for you. It's just a drink, a simple courtesy." As he spoke, he dared to reach out, attempting to grasp Luo Qingci's wrist. Luo Qingci instinctively stepped back, evading his touch. But his back pressed against the cold wall. His heart raced, ready to speak, when a voice devoid of emotion emerged from behind. Whose face does he need to please? The expressions of the man in the pink suit and his tall companion shifted dramatically, as though a hand had tightened around their throats. Their smiles froze, fear evident as they glanced toward Luo Qingci's back. Ling Yanxiao had returned, standing 2 steps away, his face impassive, yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. He did not direct his attention at the 2 men, but rather focused on Luo Qingci, quickly scanning him from head to toe to confirm his well-being. Then, he slowly turned to the now petrified duo. "When did it become your place to meddle in my affairs?" Misunderstanding, the man in the pink suit stammered, cold sweat breaking out. "We merely wish to befriend Mr. Luo." "Friendship?" Ling Yanxiao echoed, his tone flat yet chilling. "I have no need for that." Chapter 49. You have no second option but to place your hand here. Ling Yanxiao disregarded the ashen expressions of the 2 men, stepping directly before Luo Qingci, once more grasping his cool wrist, guiding him away from the wall and closer to his side. "Let us go." His voice maintained its evenness, Yet the grip on Luo Qingci's wrist was firm and unyielding. Thus, he held onto Luo Qingci's wrist, traversing through the crowd under the watchful eyes of all, ignoring those who attempted to approach or explain. Luo Qingci found himself partially shielded by Ling Yanxiao, his wrist enveloped in the warmth of his dry palm. Feeling the undeniable strength therein, he kept his head lowered, unable to meet the gazes of those around him, feeling the heat that had just subsided return to his cheeks. His heart racing, yet this time it was not out of fear. It was only when they settled into the car that Ling Yanxiao released his hand. Luo Qingci leaned back against the seat, watching the kaleidoscopic lights outside retreat at a dizzying pace, his mind a tumultuous whirl. Everything that had transpired tonight felt like a bizarre dream. He discreetly turned his face to glance at Ling Yanxiao, who sat beside him, eyes closed in quiet repose. His rigid profile flickered in the shadows cast by the moving light outside, betraying no emotion. The car returned to the young marshal's residence, halting outside the eastern wing. Ling Yanxiao opened his eyes, alighting first but not departing immediately. Instead, he stood by the car, awaiting Luo Qingci's descent. Luo Qingci silently stepped out of the car. As the night breeze caressed him, he realized that a thin sheen of sweat had formed on his back, causing his fitted shirt to feel somewhat chilly. The two of them walked into the courtyard, one after the other, pausing before the door. Ling Yanxiao turned around, his gaze falling upon him under the moonlight. After a long moment, he finally spoke, complimenting, "You performed admirably tonight." Luo Qingci was taken aback, not expecting such a commendation. He lifted his gaze, meeting Ling Yanxiao's eyes. However, it seemed Ling Yanxiao did not require a response. After uttering his praise, he reached out to smooth a stray lock of hair that had been tousled by the night wind, his fingertips briefly grazing Luo Qingci's forehead. The contact was so fleeting that it almost felt like an illusion. "You may go inside," he stated, withdrawing his hand and restoring his customary cool demeanor. Luo Qingci remained rooted in place, watching as Ling Yanxiao turned and walked away, his tall figure gradually melding into the night. Only when that silhouette completely vanished did he slowly raise his hand, gently touching the spot on his forehead that had just been brushed. There, it seemed, lingered the warmth of another person. After returning from the banquet, the servants' gazes toward Luo Qingci shifted. Alongside their previous awe and curiosity, there now lingered a palpable caution, even tinged with a hint of deference. Even Gao Cheng, when delivering documents, wore a stern expression that seemed to struggle to convey something more, though it ultimately resembled a grimace of toothache. Luo Qingci made a concerted effort to disregard these changes. Ling Yanxiao appeared increasingly occupied. Telegrams and correspondence from Nanjing markedly increased, and he often spent the night in his study, the ashtray piled high with cigarette butts. Yet, regardless of how late it was, he would return home, sometimes lingering in the eastern wing for a while, silent, merely observing Luo Qingci as if pondering something. Occasionally, he would reach out to touch his cheek or hair, a fleeting contact that felt like a ritual of affirmation. Luo Qingci transitioned from an initial rigidity to a gradual numbness. One evening, as he sat beneath the window, attempting to focus on a script, an unusual commotion stirred outside the courtyard. The sounds of car engines were more frequent than usual, interspersed with unfamiliar laughter and conversation in a southern dialect. He vaguely caught words like commissioner, welcome, and ball. Just as he was mulling over this, Ling Yanxiao arrived in person. He had changed into a meticulously pressed dark military uniform, his hair arranged with care. Yet his brow still bore the unmistakable signs of fatigue and irritation. "Freshen up. We have an event this evening," he instructed succinctly, his gaze sweeping over Luo Qingci with its habitual scrutiny. "Wear that outfit from last time. Another banquet?" Luo Qingci's heart tightened at the thought, instinctively wanting to refuse. The memory of the last experience was still vivid. Those prying eyes felt like daggers upon his back. However, as he met Ling Yanxiao's unyielding gaze, the words of denial caught in his throat, and he could only respond softly, "Yes." This time, the venue was not in the concession, but in the largest Western-style parlor of the young marshal's residence. As Luo Qingci followed Ling Yanxiao inside, he found a room already ablaze with light. The attendees appeared to be military and political officials along with their families, and the atmosphere felt more formal than during their previous gathering in the French concession. The air was infused with the aromas of wine and cigars, accompanied by hushed conversations regarding the current state of affairs and military preparations. As Ling Yanxiao made his entrance, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of people. He kept Luo Qingci by his side, casually introducing him as merely a friend. Luo Qingci endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, mimicking Ling Yanxiao's slight nod, striving to disregard the myriad of scrutinizing gazes directed his way. He sensed that the atmosphere of the evening was particularly delicate. Although Ling Yanxiao appeared to engage in light-hearted banter, an intensified aura of coldness enveloped him, akin to navigating a silent battlefield. As the wine flowed and the ambience grew somewhat more relaxed, a soothing Western waltz commenced from the gramophone, prompting couples to glide into the makeshift dance floor. Just as Luo Qingci breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could continue to serve as a mere backdrop, Ling Yanxiao abruptly concluded his conversation with a silver-haired elder and turned to face him directly. A few pairs of eyes seemed to converge upon them instantly. Before Luo Qingci could comprehend the situation, Ling Yanxiao extended his hand towards him, not in a casual gesture, but in an exceedingly formal invitation to dance. His movements were fluid and natural, exuding an undeniable elegance and authority unique to those in positions of power. Those deep-set eyes fixed upon him, devoid of inquiry, conveying only a clear command and anticipation. In that fleeting moment, Luo Qingci felt as though all the surrounding sounds faded away, leaving only the frantic pounding of his heart echoing in his ears. He could almost perceive the sharp, incredulous gazes piercing him from every direction. Instinctively, he wished to retreat. He had never learned the Western ballroom dance and could hardly fathom the prospect of dancing with Ling Yanxiao. Yet, Ling Yanxiao's hand remained steady before him, showing no inclination to withdraw. His gaze was calm, almost bearing a sense of coercive patience, as if to say, "There exists no alternative but to place your hand in mine." The whispers around them subsided, countless eyes fixed upon this scene, eager to witness how the young marshal's new favorite would react, whether to add another layer to this already astonishing spectacle or to leave Ling Xiaoshui in an awkward predicament. Luo Qingci raised his eyes to meet Ling Yanxiao's gaze, which seemed to harbor an unwavering resolve. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he lifted his hand and gently placed it in the warm, dry palm, calloused from experience. The instant their fingertips touched, Ling Yanxiao's hand closed around his, securely enveloping it with a firm grip that brooked no further hesitation. Then, with a slight exertion of his arm, he drew Luo Qingci closer. His other hand deftly encircled Luo Qingci's supple waist, the heat radiating from his palm, seeping through the thin fabric of the suit, sending a shiver coursing through Luo Qingci, nearly causing his legs to weaken. Ling Yanxiao's strong arms entirely governed his balance, leading him steadily into the heart of the dance floor. Chapter 50. I wish to keep you by my side. The lights seemed to converge upon them. Luo Qingci, lacking any dancing skill, found himself wholly reliant on Ling Yanxiao's guidance. His steps were awkward and clumsy, nearly tripping over Ling Yanxiao's military boots on several occasions. His cheeks aflame with embarrassment as he dared not raise his gaze, fixating instead on the cold metallic buttons of Ling Yanxiao's formal attire. Ling Yanxiao appeared utterly unconcerned by his clumsiness, his hand firmly guiding him from behind, holding his hand with a steady and powerful grip, exuding an almost fierce control as he twirled him, moving gracefully while deftly avoiding other dance partners, firmly establishing their position at the very center of the dance floor. The proximity was overwhelming, so close that Luo Qingci could distinctly perceive the crisp scent of Ling Yanxiao's aftershave, the faint trace of tobacco, and a hint of his own masculine pheromones, all mingling together and dominantly invading his senses. He was near enough to count the individual lashes framing Ling Yanxiao's lowered gaze, to see the taut curve of his jawline, and to feel the warmth of his breath brushing over the top of his head. As their steps intertwined, the friction of their bodies was unavoidable. His knees occasionally grazed against the sharp fabric of Ling Yinshao's military trousers, while his shoulder brushed against his solid chest. Each slight collision sent ripples of electricity coursing through him, rendering his scalp tingling, his heartbeat erratic, and his thoughts nearly non-existent, compelling him to passively follow Ling Yinshao's lead as if he were a leaf caught in the eye of a storm. Just as he slightly lost his balance during a spin and instinctively tightened his grip on Ling Yinshao's arm, Ling Yinshao suddenly lowered his head, his lips nearly brushing against his ear. His warm breath, low and intimate, caressed his eardrum. "Do you recall the day you declined the gathering?" His voice was a hushed murmur, blending with the melodious strains of music, imbued with a languid yet perilous undertone. "I long to keep you close." Luo Qingci's breath hitched. The memory of that distant afternoon in the theater troupe's courtyard, when he had turned down the aide's offer and extended the plain fan, unexpectedly resurfaced, replete with new significance. Ling Yinshao's hand tightened around his waist, pulling him closer until their bodies almost melded together. His lips brushed against Luo Qingci's sensitive earlobe as he continued, his voice filled with fervor and an undeniable possessiveness. "Dance only for me." The near-whispered declaration in the center of the dance floor struck Luo Qingci like a thunderclap, igniting a passionate flush that coursed through him, causing tremors to ripple through his entire being. He was almost compelled by Ling Yinshao to complete the latter half of the dance, his steps unsteady and his mind adrift, the surrounding clamor and gazes blurring into mere background noise, leaving only the searing warmth of the hand at his waist and the lingering whisper in his ear crystal clear. As the music finally ceased, he exhaled a breath of relief, feeling utterly drained. Yet, Ling Yinshao did not immediately release him. His hand tightened briefly around his waist before nonchalantly letting go, only to seamlessly grasp his wrist again, as if fearing he might flee. With an expression of calmness, he guided him through the crowd of varied expressions towards the main table. The ensuing moments became unbearably torturous. Luo Qingci felt every gaze directed at them, as if savoring the extraordinary spectacle they had just created. Meanwhile, Ling Yinshao carried on as if nothing had happened, continuing to mingle with the prominent figures and dignitaries. The banquet stretched late into the night. Ling Yinshao declined the subsequent arrangements and led Luo Qingci to leave the gathering first. Upon stepping out of the brightly lit hall, the night breeze, laden with coolness, enveloped Luo Qingci, making him feel as if he had been reborn, able to breathe with a newfound ease. A black car stood quietly at the foot of the stairs, and the aide opened the door. Ling Yinshao entered first, bending slightly to sit down, while Luo Qingci hesitated for a moment before following him into the vehicle. The door slammed shut with a definitive thud, effectively isolating them from the clamor and prying eyes outside. The interior of the car was spacious, yet felt constricted with the addition of another person. Darkness enveloped them, illuminated only by the faint glow of the dashboard and the fleeting shadows cast by the passing streetlights outside. Luo Qingci pressed himself against the window, attempting to create distance from the man beside him. His body remained tense, the echoes of a particular phrase from the dance floor still buzzing in his ears, stirring his heart into a tumult. He stole a glance at Ling Yinshao, who was reclining on the opposite side with his eyes closed. A hint of weariness etched upon his brow, seemingly intoxicated and dozing off. Luo Qingci breathed a sigh of relief and mirrored the action, shutting his eyes in an effort to calm his racing heart. The car glided smoothly along the quiet night road. Time slipped by, and just as Luo Qingci began to relax, he sensed a sudden movement beside him. A wave of alcohol-laden breath wafted over, and he realized that Ling Yinshao had shifted closer, leaning heavily against the junction of his shoulder and neck. The sudden weight was both unexpected and palpable, infused with a masculine warmth that rendered Luo Qingci rigid, his spine instantly straightening. He instinctively wanted to speak, but the rhythmic, slightly labored breaths emanating from Ling Yinshao's proximity enveloped him, the warmth brushing against his exposed skin, sending shivers of sensation coursing through him, akin to feathers tickling or electricity coursing through his body, making his scalp tighten and his skin prickle. Had he fallen asleep? Luo Qingci dared not move, even holding his breath. The skin on his neck was unusually sensitive. The warm, humid breath was intoxicatingly close. Each exhale distinctly felt. He could even discern the faint scent of shampoo mingled with alcohol and tobacco emanating from Ling Yanxiao, creating an assertive aroma that enveloped him completely. This proximity was far more disconcerting than the earlier embrace on the dance floor. Attempting to inch away toward the window and create some desperately needed space, he barely shifted when the man resting on him let out a discontented hum, not only remaining put but seemingly seeking a more comfortable position. Nudging his head against Luo Qingci's neck, his warm lips brushing almost unconsciously against the sensitive skin over the carotid artery. Luo Qingci was taken aback, his body freezing as if struck by lightning, his cheeks flushing crimson, even his toes curling in response. The sensation from that touch far surpassed any prior experience. Just as he was at a loss, Ling Yanxiao suddenly mumbled indistinctly, his voice low and husky, tinged with drowsiness and the lingering effects of alcohol, reverberating against Luo Qingci's neck. That man named Wang can hardly take his eyes off you. Luo Qingci was momentarily stunned, unable to process the statement. Ling Yanxiao appeared to have no expectation for a response from him, continuing to murmur with an undertone of bitterness and dissatisfaction that was remarkably incongruous with his stature, and that one beside Minister Li, who keeps staring at your waist, asking for trouble. His voice diminished to a hushed, indistinct murmur, akin to a dreamlike state, yet the unmistakable essence of discontent and possessiveness lingered. The warmth of his breath cascaded over Luo Qingci's sensitive nape and ear, inciting an uncontrollable shiver. Luo Qingci felt both embarrassed and amused. Yet a subtle sweetness began to ripple quietly within him. This man, in his inebriated state, was preoccupied with who had cast lingering glances at him during the banquet. Such a nearly juvenile jealousy and possessiveness stood in stark contrast to his usually decisive demeanor. His taut form involuntarily relaxed somewhat, the shoulder that had been pressed against the car window slightly sagging, acquiescing to this heavy reliance. Sensing his softening, Ling Yanxiao, emboldened, nestled further into him, the tip of his nose brushing against the fabric at his collarbone, emitting a soft, satisfied hum. One hand unconsciously lifted, resting against Luo Qingci's thigh, not in a suggestive caress, but rather akin to a child grasping a cherished object for comfort. Chapter 51. Will you stay with me tonight? Luo Qingci gazed at the head resting against the shoulder, its hair tousled slightly, as the initial feelings of amusement and embarrassment gradually gave way to a more intricate emotion, a blend of reluctant indulgence and perhaps a hint of tenderness. This man had drawn him from one abyss into another, more opulent cage, forcefully invading his world, leaving an indelible mark upon him, yet in his drunken state, revealed such a near vulnerable and dependent side. The vehicle gently jolted. Ling Yanxiao's hand, which had been resting on his thigh, slipped down, falling precisely into the gap between their seats, his fingers instinctively curling, brushing against Luo Qingci's naturally resting hand. Luo Qingci's fingertips quivered slightly, yet he did not immediately withdraw. That hand, warm and slightly calloused, lingered near his, tantalizingly within reach. In the dim, enclosed space of the car, only their intertwined breaths and the monotonous sound of tires rolling over the pavement filled the air. A faint scent of alcohol mingled with an almost imperceptible warmth of intimacy. Luo Qingci sat quietly, his gaze drawn to the exquisitely crafted ribbon on Ling Yanxiao's military uniform, the golden tassels reflecting light as it flickered past the window. Almost inexplicably, he began to twirl the delicate tassels with his fingertips, round and round, as if they were an object of immense fascination capable of distracting him from the tumult of his thoughts and the rapid beating of his heart. The car glided through the heavy iron gates of a young Marshal-esque residence, following the dimly lit tree-lined path, finally coming to a steady halt outside the eastern wing. The engine ceased, plunging the surroundings into silence, punctuated only by the distant chirping of insects amidst the thick night air. Inside, the warm, ambiguous darkness seemed to grow heavier. enveloping the two of them, the subtle warmth of their earlier closeness lingering, creating an atmosphere that was both disconcerting and intoxicating. Luo Qingci's fingers unconsciously curled around the tassels of the ribbon until the vehicle came to a halt. It was only then that he seemed to awaken abruptly, releasing his grip, his fingertips still lingering with the delicate sensation of intertwined threads and metal. He shifted his slightly numb shoulders, feeling the residual heaviness and warmth at the base of his neck from the prolonged pressure. Cautiously, he turned his head to glance at the person still resting against him. Lowering his voice to a whisper, "Young Marshal, we have arrived." The individual leaning against him appeared to be in a deep slumber, breathing steadily and warmly, sending a disconcerting, tingling sensation across his sensitive skin. After waiting a moment with no response, Luo Qingci raised his voice slightly and gently attempted to move his sore shoulder. "Young Marshal?" This time, Ling Yinxiao's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he emitted a soft murmur from his throat, thick with sleep, as if disturbed from a pleasant dream, displaying a hint of displeasure. However, he did not immediately lift his head. Instead, he nestled closer into Luo Qingci's neck, his nose unconsciously brushing against the fabric at his collarbone as he took a deep breath, seemingly confirming a familiar scent. This action caused Luo Qingci's body to tense up once more, caught in a dilemma, neither pushing him away nor allowing him to remain so close. The moonlight outside the window outlined the familiar contours of the courtyard, reminding him that they had returned to what seemed a safe haven. Yet the air within the carriage felt more suffocating than anywhere else. At that moment, Ling Yinxiao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally began to slowly open them. His deep-set eyes, under the dim light of the carriage, appeared extraordinarily profound, as if veiled in the remnants of intoxication and the haze of awakening. However, beneath that surface, there was little genuine disorientation. Rather, the moment he opened his eyes, he captured the flustered and helpless expression on Luo Qingci's face. His gaze held a lazy detachment, freshly detached from slumber, yet it carried an undeniable intensity. Luo Qingci instinctively averted his eyes, shrinking back slightly in an attempt to create a safer distance. However, the instant he moved, Ling Yinxiao firmly pulled him back within the confines of his breath. The strength of his arm, even through the fabric, conveyed the stark reality of their disparate power. "What's the hurry?" he asked, his voice clearer than before, but still gravelly, laced with the remnants of alcohol, resonating with a unique magnetism that reverberated through the confined space, jarring Luo Qingci's taut nerves. Paralyzed by the moment, Luo Qingci dared not move, rigidly maintaining his position as he felt the warmth that had just left his shoulder and neck encroach upon him once more, now exuding a stronger sense of pressure. Ling Yinxiao did not immediately sit up straight. Instead, he remained close, slightly propping himself up. The dim interior, illuminated only by moonlight, outlined his gentle contours. And in the wide eyes, slightly widened from tension, Luo Qingci's own reflection was unmistakably visible, filled with an overwhelming sense of panic. He lifted a hand, imbued with the languor of intoxication, gently caressing Luo Qingci's cheek. Fingers traced the contours of the side profile, gliding gently downward, brushing against the slightly trembling eyelashes. Ultimately, the fingertip lingered at the edge of the softly tinted lips, pressing lightly, as if in a whisper. His gaze followed the path of the fingertip intently, profound enough to seem as though he could see through to the very essence of the person before him, imprinting them into his domain. The sensation of the calloused fingertip against the skin evoked a shiver of exquisite itchiness and an indescribable sense of shame. Luo Qingci could distinctly scent the lingering essence of the other, his heart racing within his chest, pounding so fiercely he suspected the other could hear it. "Qingci," Ling Yinxiao suddenly called, his voice low and rich with the remnants of alcohol, thick and husky, echoing with an alluring charm in the confined intimacy of the space. This call stripped away all prefixes and distance, direct and intimate, like a feather brushing against the most sensitive part of the heart. Luo Qingci felt as though something had struck his heart fiercely, causing him to momentarily lose his breath. It was the first time he had heard Ling Yanxiao utter his name in such a tone. Not the teasing boss Luo, nor the distant full name, but merely those two syllables, imbued with an almost tender intimacy and an unmistakable suggestion. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, colliding with those unfathomable depths of Ling Yanxiao's eyes. Within them churned an enigmatic undercurrent, a desire diluted by alcohol, appearing particularly intense in the night. Ling Yanxiao as Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he leaned in closer, their breaths nearly mingling, the scent of alcohol thickening in the air. Tonight, he spoke again, his voice even deeper and more gravelly, each word laced with a scorching intensity and the bluntness bestowed by drink, striking unreservedly at Luo Qingci's unguarded heart, leaving behind a simple, "Will you accompany me?" This was not a question, but rather a notification imbued with drunken sincerity. The implication within those words sent Luo Qingci's heart into disarray, his cheeks ablaze. Chapter 52. It is not too late to leave now. That low, husky suggestion fell like a stone into the depths of Luo Qingci's heart, sending ripples cascading across the surface of his emotions. The heat in his cheeks rapidly spread to his ears and neck, and he could feel the tumult of blood coursing beneath his skin. He opened his mouth, yet his throat was too parched to produce any sound. Refusal? How could he refuse? Agreement? He understood all too well what that entailed. Ling Yanxiao appeared unhurried to hear his response. He simply gazed at him, a near-patient anticipation in his eyes, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. The hand resting at the corner of his lips did not withdraw, the fingertip gently caressing that soft skin, an unspoken urging and dominance. In the end, Luo Qingci blinked slightly, his long eyelashes trembling as they fell, evading that searing gaze. It was a posture of tacit acceptance, so faint it was nearly imperceptible, yet enough to be captured by the watchful eyes upon him. A glimmer of fulfilled desire flickered in Ling Yanxiao's depths. He spoke no further, withdrawing his hand, and was the first to open the car door and step out. The cool night breeze surged into the car, dispelling the suffocating warmth, yet it sent a shiver through Luo Qingci. He remained frozen in his seat, observing Ling Yanxiao's tall figure standing beside the vehicle, who, without turning, was evidently waiting for him. The aide and the driver had long since withdrawn silently, vanishing into the distant shadows, leaving this space entirely to them. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, Luo Qingci finally stirred, moving slowly towards the door, his steps unsteady as he exited the vehicle. His feet touched the cold stone, the night wind brushing against his heated cheeks, providing a slight awakening, yet amplifying his awareness of the impending event. Upon hearing his descent, Ling Yanxiao turned, naturally extending his hand to grasp Luo Qingci's. Their palms met, the warm, dry sensation enveloping his slightly cool fingers, the grip neither too tight nor too loose, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Luo Qingci's fingertips trembled instinctively, yearning to withdraw, but he was held fast. In silence, Ling Yanxiao led him not towards the eastern wing, but directly to the main house, traversing the tranquil courtyard. The lanterns lining the corridor cast a soft yellow glow, elongating their shadows that intertwined seamlessly. Their footsteps resonated distinctly in the vastness of the night. Luo Qingci lowered his head, allowing himself to be guided, acutely aware of the moisture in his palm and the unnerving pulse reverberating from Ling Yanxiao's steady grip. The study in the main house was still illuminated, yet Ling Yanxiao did not pause, leading him around the corridor to the back room, a chamber that had never been opened to Luo Qingci before. Pushing open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door, an aroma distinct from the ink and smoke of the study enveloped him, a more intimate scent. It was the clean fragrance of soapberry, faint sandalwood, and a trace of Ling Yanxiao's unique, icy essence. The room was spacious, its furnishings unexpectedly minimalistic, even somewhat austere, in keeping with his usual style. The only notable feature was the large pearwood bed, draped with dark curtains, standing out dramatically in the flickering candlelight. Ling Yanxiao closed the door behind him with a decisive thud, the sound echoing through the silent room like a final hammer strike, completely severing the connection to the outside world. He released Luo Qingci's hand. Instantly, Luo Qingci felt as though he had lost his sole support, standing there, somewhat helplessly surveying the unfamiliar space imbued with the potent presence of another man, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his garment, his heart pounding like a drum. Yet, Ling Yanxiao did not approach immediately. He moved to the table, turning his back to Luo Qingci, retrieving a fire starter to ignite a candle on the bedside table. The warm yellow glow spread, illuminating a corner of the bed and rendering the atmosphere in the room even more hazy and intimate. Having completed this task, he turned back, his gaze once more falling upon Luo Qingci. He stood at the threshold of light and shadow, observing the clearly tense figure before him, his eyes deep and inscrutable. "Are you afraid?" He suddenly spoke, his voice clearer than it had been in the car. The effects of the alcohol seemingly diminished, yet the inherent dominance remained. Luo Qingci pressed his lips together, offering no reply. Was he afraid? Undoubtedly. Yet, more than anything, it was an ineffable sense of disorientation. Ling Yanxiao took 2 steps closer, halting before him. Unlike before, he did not reach out with urgency. Instead, he slightly lowered his head, gazing into the depths of his downcast eyes, his voice becoming a shade more somber. "If you wish to leave now, it is not too late." Luo Qingci lifted his gaze, colliding with Ling Yanxiao's penetrating stare. Leave? Where could he possibly go? From the moment he was brought into the young marshal's residence, or rather, from the instant Ling Yanxiao had fixated on him from the theater's edge, did he possess any alternative paths? He looked into Ling Yanxiao's eyes, which seemed to harbor a flicker of patience, waiting for his decision. Yet he knew that even if he were to turn away at this very moment, the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. The notion of not too late might merely be a fleeting reprieve offered by this man. Suddenly, he recalled the words from the dance floor, "Only dance for me," the sulky murmur in the carriage, and the myriad of moments that had transpired. This man, in his own way, had already woven an impenetrable web around him. Ultimately, he shook his head. The gesture was slight, yet it bore the weight of resolute finality. Ling Yanxiao's gaze seemed to darken momentarily. He ceased to speak further, extending his hand, this time gently brushing his fingertips against Luo Qingci's cheek before gliding down to the button of his suit jacket. The motion was deliberate and exuded a torturous patience. The cold metal buttons were unfastened one by one, allowing the cool air to caress the thin fabric of his shirt, eliciting a subtle shiver. Luo Qingci closed his eyes, his body stiff as a board, surrendering to the other's ministrations. The jacket was slid off, carelessly draped over the back of a nearby chair. Next came the bow tie. The silk binding his neck was extracted, bringing a fleeting sense of relief, which was swiftly replaced by a deeper anxiety. The buttons of his shirt were undone one after another, fingertips occasionally grazing the skin at the base of his neck, sending waves of heart-stopping sensations coursing through him. Luo Qingci could hear his breathing grow increasingly frantic, intertwining with the heavy breaths of the other. He kept his eyes shut, unwilling to look, as if that might allow him to evade the impending reality. It was not until the cool air made more contact with his skin that he realized his upper body was nearly bare. The candlelight softly enveloped his pale, somewhat fragile chest, his skin prickling from tension and the chill of the air. Ling Yanxiao paused momentarily, his gaze fixed upon the exposed skin, an intensity in his eyes that almost bore a scorching heat. Chapter 53. Where are you hiding from? Ling Yanxiao extended his hand, his palm warm and calloused, slowly gliding over Luo Qingci's shoulder, tracing the contours of his arm downwards. This touch no longer carried any sense of urgency. Rather, it seemed to be a meticulous exploration of the texture of the skin beneath his hand and the subtle tremors it produced. Such a slow caress was far more disconcerting than a violent invasion. Luo Qingci's eyes flew open, his lashes quivering violently, his gaze clouded with moisture, reflecting panic and helplessness as he peered into the unfathomable depths of Ling Yanxiao's eyes. Ling Yanxiao was equally transfixed by him, dark tides of suppressed emotion swirling within his gaze. He bent down, placing a gentle kiss upon Luo Qingci's forehead, an act so tender it felt almost surreal. Then, he kissed the space between the brows, the eyelids, and the tip of the nose, each kiss light and slow, imbued with a patience and cherishment starkly different from his usual demeanor. This tenderness nearly ensnared Luo Qingci, causing his body to involuntarily relax from its previous tension. However, when those warm lips finally met his own, though still gentle, they bore an undeniable depth and possessiveness. No longer a mere fleeting encounter in the car, but a slow coaxing that pried open his mouth, deepening the kiss. Their breaths intertwined completely, mingling with the lingering scent of alcohol and each other's essence. Luo Qingci passively succumbed, his mind growing hazy from the lack of oxygen, his consciousness beginning to blur. The hand that had originally rested on his arm had, unbeknownst to him, moved to his lower back, pressing him closer. Their bodies melded seamlessly together. He could distinctly feel the warmth and heartbeat emanating from the solid chest beneath the military fabric, as well as some undeniable changes. A wave of shame washed over him, and he instinctively sought to push away, but his wrist was gently captured. Ling Yanxiao withdrew slightly, their foreheads touching, his breath hot and rapid, desire swirling in his deep-set eyes, yet still restrained. He gazed at Luo Qingci's glistening, swollen lips and his dazed, bewildered eyes. His voice husky and unsteady. "Do not be afraid." With that, he lifted him effortlessly. The sudden sensation of weightlessness elicited a soft gasp from Luo Qingci, who instinctively wrapped his arms around Ling Yanxiao's neck. Ling Yanxiao carried him a few steps to the bedside, yet his movements were not rough. Instead, he gently placed him onto the dark satin sheets. The bed was soft but imbued with the scent of another man, enveloping him completely. Luo Qingci sank into it, watching as Ling Yanxiao stood at the edge of the bed, beginning to unbutton his military attire. The metallic buttons emitted faint sounds as each article of clothing was removed, revealing a strong, muscular torso and a smoothly contoured waist. Candlelight cast flickering shadows across him, each muscle radiating a sense of formidable power. Luo Qingci instinctively averted his gaze, his cheeks aflame, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. The mattress sank beside him as a warm body drew near, radiating an intense heat. Ling Yanxiao kissed him again. This time the kisses gradually descended, landing on his neck, collarbone, and chest. Each point ignited an indescribable spark of tremors. As their garments slipped away, their skin met without barriers, the searing heat almost melting them together. Luo Qingci, lost in a haze of emotion, could only respond instinctively, his fingertips unwittingly sinking into Ling Yanxiao's firm muscles, leaving faint impressions. Fragmented whimpers and heavy breaths intertwined, resonating clearly in the tranquil room. The candlelight flickered on the gauzy curtains, casting blurred, entangled silhouettes. Ling Yanxiao's movements were marked by utmost patience, each touch an advance seeming to carry infinite regard, guiding carefully, soothing the taut body beneath him until the hesitant responses were gradually tinged with an uncontrollable passion. Luo Qingci's consciousness gradually surfaced from the warm and profound tide of slumber, initially perceiving a strange sense of confinement, heavy, yet not suffocating. As he drowsily stirred, he immediately sensed a robust arm encircling his waist, the palm resting against his slightly cool abdomen. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find not the familiar canopy of the eastern chamber, but a solid honey-hued chest adorned with faint, old scars that subtly rose and fell with each steady breath. The air was thick with a languid and intimate ambience, mingled with the faint, lingering aroma of last night's crisp pine resin and a more personal, warm scent. The events of the previous evening crashed into his still-dazed mind like exposed rocks after a receding tide. Within the dim confines of the vehicle, the heat of breath, husky inquiries, the stark contours of the main house, the steam of a misty bathroom, the oversized nightclothes, and those blush-inducing, heart-racing touches and kisses amidst flickering candlelight. Each image was terrifyingly vivid, igniting a deep crimson flush that spread from his ears to his neck, even causing his toes to curl in embarrassment. Without a second thought, he buried his burning face into the nearby pillow, attempting to shield himself from the disquieting memories and the overwhelming scene before him. The pillow was imbued with the intoxicating scent of that person, enveloping him completely, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Above him, a deep, husky laugh resonated, laced with the remnants of sleep, sending soft vibrations through his chest. "What are you hiding from?" Ling Yanxiao's voice floated down, draped in an added layer of languor and satisfaction, sounding particularly cheerful. Luo Qingci's body tensed, and he buried his face deeper, shaking his head silently, unable to utter a single word. The intertwining feelings of shame and an unfamiliar thrill nearly overwhelmed him. The arm around his waist tightened, pressing him further into the warm, solid embrace behind him. Shortly thereafter, he felt soft, cool lips gently brush against the already flushed tip of his ear, leaving a fleeting "Tenderkish." The electric sensation from that contact surged throughout his body, causing Luo Qingci to involuntarily shiver, a barely audible whimper escaping his throat, akin to a helpless moan. Ling Yanxiao seemed amused, his low laughter becoming more pronounced. However, he refrained from further teasing, lingering for a moment at the rosy edge of his ear, his warm breath brushing against it, inducing a ticklish sensation. Then, he released his embrace and smoothly sat up, as the bed beside him shifted lightly. The comforting yet anxiety-inducing warmth departed, and a cool breeze rushed in. Luo Qingci remained curled up, facing inward, too afraid to move, his ears attuned to the sounds behind him. He heard Ling Yanxiao don his slippers and walk to the table to pour himself a glass of water. The sound of water gliding down his throat rang especially clear in the tranquil morning. Then came the footsteps toward the washroom. Only when the washroom door gently closed and the faint sound of water emerged from within did Luo Qingci feel as though he had finally gained a moment to breathe, slowly turning around. He cautiously opened one eye, confirming that he was indeed the sole occupant of the room, before releasing a long sigh of relief. Sunlight pierced through the heavy curtains, casting bright patches of light upon the floor. He surveyed the bedroom belonging to Ling Yanxiao, cold, minimalist, and meticulously arranged, every detail radiating the owner's distinct personal style. Yet here he was, lying on this bed, enveloped in Ling's essence, a realization that reignited the warmth within him. He struggled to sit up, but his body felt as if it had been disassembled and reconfigured, imbued with an unfamiliar ache and discomfort, particularly in his lower back and in a rather private area. This sensation reminded him that everything that transpired last night was indeed no mere dream. Biting his lip to endure the discomfort, he slowly embraced the quilt to sit upright, his oversized nightgown slipping down to reveal a few ambiguous red marks on his collarbone, glaring in the morning light. Flustered, he hastily adjusted his clothing, his cheeks flushing once more. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open. Ling Yanxiao emerged, donning a fresh set of casual attire, his hair slightly damp, his face glistening with moisture, exuding an invigorating freshness. Upon noticing Luo Qingci sitting up, his gaze lingered for a moment on Luo's flushed cheeks and somewhat awkward posture, his expression deepening, yet he uttered not a word, striding directly towards the door. He did not leave immediately, but quietly instructed someone outside. Luo Qingci faintly caught the words breakfast, light, and brought in. An inexplicable flutter stirred within him. Soon, a gentle knock resonated through the room. Ling Yanxiao personally approached the door to receive a tray handed to him before closing the door and securing the lock. He returned to the bedside. The tray balanced on his lap, containing congee, several exquisite side dishes, and a bowl of steaming soup. He settled on the edge of the bed, placing the tray on his knees, and took the bowl of congee, gently stirring it before offering a spoonful to Luo Qingci's lips. "Eat something." His tone was unremarkable, devoid of emotional inflection, as if he were stating the most mundane of facts. Luo Qingci was utterly taken aback. He gazed at the congee presented to him, then lifted his eyes to Ling Yanxiao. The latter's expression was neutral, simply awaiting his response. "I'll manage on my own." Luo Qingci's voice was dry, tinged with the raspiness of just waking and embarrassment reaching out to take the bowl. Yet Ling Yanxiao evaded his hand, pushing the spoon closer, almost brushing against his lips, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Don't move." Luo Qingci's hand froze mid-air, his heart racing at the unwavering determination in Ling's gaze. He hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately parted his lips slightly to accept the warm congee. The porridge was perfectly soft and warm, the temperature just right. Ling Yanxiao fed impatiently, spoonful by spoonful, at a steady pace, occasionally offering a bit of the light side dishes to his lips. His actions were not particularly deft, at times appearing slightly clumsy, yet the focus and patience he exuded were palpable. After half a bowl of congee, Ling Yanxiao lifted the bowl of soup, spooning it before presenting it to Luo's lips. The soup seemed to contain medicinal herbs, emitting a faintly sweet and fragrant aroma. "Drink it, it's good for you," he succinctly explained. Luo Qingci obediently lowered her head to sip the soup. The warm liquid slid down her throat, seemingly dispelling some of the deep-seated fatigue within her body. The entire feeding process was remarkably quiet, punctuated only by the faint clinking of the bowl and spoon, along with their subtle breaths. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently shifting to illuminate Ling Yanxiao's profile, softening the harshness of his features. It was not until Luo Qingci gently shook her head, indicating that she could eat no more, that Ling Yanxiao placed the soup bowl down. He did not rise immediately. Instead, he extended his hand to wipe away a small smudge of soup at the corner of Luo Qingci's lips. The coarse pad of his finger brushed against her soft lips, causing both to momentarily pause. The air seemed to thicken with unspoken tension. Ling Yanxiao's gaze fell upon Luo Qingci's slightly parted lips, his expression darkening, yet ultimately, he simply withdrew his hand and stood up. "Let us rest a while longer," he remarked, lifting the tray and turning towards the door. Luo Qingci sat alone on the bed, watching his figure disappear behind the door, listening to the gentle sound of the lock clicking shut, as if her heart were filled with something profound. Slowly, she raised her hand and unconsciously touched the corner of her lips that he had just brushed, still lingering with the rough texture and warmth of his touch. Chapter 54. The end of the Republican Theater. After that morning, certain matters seemed irrevocably settled. Within the marshal's residence, no one displayed the slightest surprise at Luo Qingci residing in the side room of the main house, or even occasionally staying overnight in the master bedroom, as if this were a natural order of things. The servant's respect was tinged with a palpable caution, even when Gao Cheng reported military affairs. If Luo Qingci happened to be reading nearby, his voice would unconsciously lower, and his gaze would deliberately avoid her. Luo Qingci's life appeared to have undergone no earth-shattering transformations. Yet it felt entirely different. She still seldom ventured out of the estate, but her sphere of activity had imperceptibly expanded to encompass any place where Ling Yanxiao was present. Most frequently, she found herself in the study. When Ling Yanxiao attended to his official duties, her presence was tacitly permitted. Sometimes she would sit on the soft couch by the window, perusing the seemingly endless script of operas or miscellaneous texts. Other times she would grind ink, a task that had almost become her exclusive responsibility. Ling Yanxiao never explicitly stated it, yet each time the ink began to dwindle, his eyes would naturally drift to the inkstone before returning to her. Luo Qingci would set aside her book and quietly approach, taking the ink stick and grinding it in circles. When grinding ink, she was silent, her eyelashes cast down, as if her focus lay entirely on the steady pressure of her wrist. During brief intervals while reviewing documents, Ling Yanxiao's gaze would occasionally rise from the dense script, landing on her delicate neck or the slightly quivering lashes as she ground the ink, lingering for a moment before resuming his work. There were no words exchanged between them, only the subtle sound of the ink stick rubbing against the inkstone and the scratching of the brush across the paper, creating a peculiar tranquility and tacit understanding. On one occasion, Luo Qingci, engrossed at her reading, unknowingly dozed off on the soft couch. When she awoke, she found herself covered with Ling Yanxiao's coat, imbued with a chilling aura, while the figure behind the desk seemed oblivious, still intently studying the map with a furrowed brow. Only the cup of tea, which had long since grown cold and was meant for Ling Yanxiao, had been replaced at some point with warm, clear water on the small table beside him. Aside from his study, the courtyard corridor had also become a frequent retreat. On fine days, Ling Yanxiao would occasionally take a brief respite in the corridor, sometimes lost in solitary contemplation, other times listening to Gao Cheng's succinct reports on less pressing matters. Luo Qingci would typically sit on a nearby stone bench, either watching the fish swim in the pond or tending to several rare orchids that Ling Yanxiao had somehow acquired for him. Ling Yanxiao's gaze would often drift away from his documents or the distant scenery, instinctively searching for that slender figure. Upon seeing him, the slight furrow of his brows would soften, and at times he would even raise a hand to beckon him closer. When Luo Qingci approached, Ling Yanxiao might not utter a word, perhaps merely pushing a plate of untouched pastries towards him or, as he drew near, reaching out to gently brush aside a lock of hair blown onto his forehead by the wind, only to retract his hand afterward. Yet, Luo Qingci's heart would invariably skip a beat in response. Nowadays, Luo Qingci would occasionally accompany Ling Yanxiao on outings, sometimes to the city defense garrison, other times to a more distant villa. During these journeys, Ling Yanxiao mostly kept his eyes closed in repose or gazed thoughtfully out the window. However, when the carriage jolted, his hand would naturally reach over to grasp Luo Qingci's hand resting on his lap, conveying a sense of comfort and stability. He would only release it once the ride became smooth again. If the journey was lengthy and Luo Qingci succumbed to drowsiness, he would inevitably lean against that solid, reassuring shoulder, and that hand would once more rise to gently hold his shoulder, preventing him from slipping. Initially, Luo Qingci felt a touch of discomfort and embarrassment, but gradually, he grew accustomed to it. He became accustomed to the feeling of that gaze following him whenever he looked up, accustomed to the figure walking alongside him at a measured distance, accustomed to the occasional fleeting touch that brushed against his hair or shoulder. Ling Yanxiao remained as busy as ever, perhaps even more so than before. Telegrams and documents flooded in like a snowstorm, and he spent an increasing amount of time in the study, the ashtray accumulating cigarette butts at an alarming rate. Occasionally, heated arguments would erupt from behind the closed doors, accompanied by the dull thud of maps being slammed. During such times, the atmosphere in the residence would grow particularly oppressive, everyone holding their breath in tense anticipation. Luo Qingci would typically remain quietly at a distance, avoiding disruption. Yet one time, the arguing persisted for too long, even punctuated by the sharp sound of breaking porcelain. After much hesitation, he ultimately brewed a pot of calming tea and carried it to the study door. His knock was gentle, and the furious voices inside abruptly ceased. Moments later, Ling Yanxiao's voice, restrained yet tinged with anger, called out, "Enter." Luo Qingci pushed the door open, and a haze of smoke enveloped him. Several high-ranking military officers stood with their hands at their sides, their expressions grave, and indeed, there were shards of a shattered teacup scattered on the floor. Ling Yanxiao stood with his back to the door, facing a large military map, his posture taut and emanating a formidable aura of suppressed tension. He gently placed the tea tray at an empty corner of the table and said softly, "Have some tea. Take a break." The officers looked at him in surprise, then furtively glanced at Ling Yanxiao's rigid form. Ling Yanxiao did not turn around, merely waving his hand in a gesture of impatience. The officers, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly exited in near silence, carefully closing the door behind them. Only the two of them remained in the study. Ling Yanxiao still faced away, motionless, as though striving to quell the surging flames of his anger. After a considerable pause, he slowly turned around. The lingering hostility was evident on his face, bloodshot eyes betraying his inner turmoil. Yet upon seeing Luo Qingci standing quietly, an unsettling chill seemed to melt away for a brief moment. His gaze swept over the steaming teapot before returning to Luo Qingci's slightly anxious countenance. He remained silent, approaching the table to pour himself a cup of tea, which he did not drink, instead holding in his hand, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the warm surface of the cup. "Come here," he suddenly spoke, his voice a bit hoarse from earlier fury. Luo Qingci complied and stepped closer. Ling Yanxiao extended his hand, not to pull him in, but gently pressed his fingers against the nape of his neck, drawing him nearer. He then lowered his head, resting his forehead against Luo Qingci's shoulder. Luo Qingci's body tensed momentarily before relaxing, allowing him to lean there without resistance. He remained in this tranquil stance for a considerable time until he sensed a slight lessening of weight on his shoulder. Ling Yanxiao lifted his head. The bloodshot hue in his eyes had not receded, yet the menacing ferocity appeared to have diminished significantly. He then raised the now lukewarm tea and drank it all in one go. "Leave," he commanded, his voice regaining some of its usual coolness, though the tone had softened considerably. Luo Qingci nodded, picked up the empty tea tray, and quietly exited. At the moment he closed the door, he glanced back to see Ling Yanxiao once more standing before the map, his silhouette still erect and stern. Yet the furrow of his brow seemed to have eased just a fraction. During this time, the atmosphere outside grew increasingly tense. The news in the newspapers was vague, yet the officers entering and leaving the residence bore grim expressions, and an invisible tautness filled the air. Luo Qingci did not fully comprehend the intricate circumstances unfolding, but he could sense the weight of pressure surrounding Ling Yanxiao, a burdensome gravity concerning many lives and deaths. He no longer remained passively in the background. Sometimes he would quietly replace the cooled tea with a fresh brew or offer a calming ginseng tea when Ling Yanxiao pinched the bridge of his nose in fatigue. Ling Yanxiao typically said little, often keeping his head down, yet when Luo Qingci placed the teacup down, he would naturally reach out, grasping Luo Qingci's wrist for a fleeting moment before releasing it to return to his work. On one occasion, Ling Yanxiao received a confidential telegram, and his expression darkened to a terrifying degree, his fingertips pressing so hard against the paper that it nearly crumpled. The air in the study felt as though it had frozen. Luo Qingci stood by the bookshelf searching for a book, sensing the oppressive low pressure. He hesitated and looked over. Ling Yanxiao suddenly raised his head, the ferocity and chill in his gaze causing Luo Qingci's heart to skip a beat, instinctively taking a half step back. However, in the next instant, the menacing coldness in Ling Yanxiao's eyes seemed to be forcefully suppressed. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, though still cold and composed, his demeanor had softened considerably. He shook his head slightly at Luo Qingci, signaling that he was all right. Then his gaze fell upon Luo Qingci's empty hands, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Have you found that book, Dreams of Westlake? We looked at a few days ago." The conversation shifted abruptly, yet it bore an almost imperceptible intention to restore the atmosphere to its former ease. Luo Qingci paused momentarily, shaking his head. "Not yet. It's behind the third compartment on the left, the copy of Bai Hai." After speaking, Ling Yanxiao lowered his head once more, returning to the telegram that had incited his fury. However, the tension etched upon his brow seemed to lighten, if only slightly, due to the brief distraction. Following his instructions, Luo Qingci sought out the book and indeed found it. He held the somewhat aged, thread-bound tome as he returned to the soft couch. Yet he did not immediately open it. Instead, he gazed at the figure illuminated by the lamp, who had once again immersed himself in official duties. It was as if something within him was gently stirred. This man, despite bearing immense pressure and standing at the precipice of turmoil, still remembered where he had casually mentioned placing the book just days prior. He continued to carve out a sanctuary, impervious to the storms raging outside. The fires of a chaotic era never ceased. The casualty figures on the newspapers were harrowing, and the distant echoes of cannon fire occasionally infiltrated the quiet of this grand residence. Yet within this modest study, under the gentle embrace of light, time appeared to flow with an extraordinary tranquility. Another night passed, and Ling Yanxiao returned late, enveloped in a chill and weariness. Luo Qingci, a light sleeper, awoke to the sounds but chose to remain silent, lying still. He heard the soft sounds of Ling Yanxiao's evening routine, followed by the footsteps approaching the bedside. The mattress beside him sank slightly, carrying the coolness from outside. Ling Yanxiao seemed to hesitate before lying down. Instead, he lingered in the faint moonlight, quietly observing him for a moment. Luo Qingci sensed the lingering gaze, his eyes closed, yet his lashes fluttering involuntarily. A cool hand reached out gently, carefully adjusting the blanket that had slipped from his arm, tucking it in with meticulous care, as if afraid to disturb him. Only then did he lie down beside him, refraining from pulling him into an embrace, as usual, seemingly cautious of transmitting the coldness to him. He merely drew a touch closer and remained still, allowing their breaths to gradually synchronize into a serene rhythm. In the darkness, Luo Qingci opened his eyes, quietly turning to face the man beside him, illuminated by the moonlight, whose weary features were still evident even in slumber. The once rigid lines softened in the night, although his brow still bore a habitual frown. He watched for a long while, then shifted closer, pressing his slightly warm body against the cool back, his arms cautiously encircling the slender waist. The man before him seemed to unconsciously stir in his dreams, then instinctively grasped the hand wrapped around his waist, enclosing it within his palm, causing the furrowed brow to finally relax. The following morning, after the rain had cleared, sunlight streamed through the window, infusing the air with the fresh scent of damp earth and greenery. When Luo Qingci awoke, Ling Yanxiao was no longer by his side. He rose and approached the window, witnessing the man practicing martial arts in the courtyard, his movements powerful and precise, the morning light casting a golden halo around him, as if the exhaustion of the previous night had been entirely dispelled. Sensing his gaze, Ling Yanxiao turned, raising his head to meet Luo Qingci's eyes from across the distance. Ling Yanxiao's visage bore little expression, yet within the depths of his penetrating gaze, an ineffable warmth and tranquility settled the moment he encountered the figure before him. He inclined his head slightly towards the staircase, signaling for him to descend. After freshening up, Luo Qingci made his way downstairs, where breakfast awaited. Dressed in his military attire, Ling Yanxiao sat at the table engrossed in the morning newspaper. Upon noticing Luo's arrival, he folded the paper and set it aside. The weather was splendid that day. Ling Yanxiao picked up a bun and placed it onto the plate before him, his tone as casual as that of any ordinary household. The late osmanthus trees in the courtyard seemed to be in bloom, their fragrance rich enough to warrant a visit. His voice was steady, as if the tumult of the outside world, rife with conflict and undercurrents, had no bearing on this serene little courtyard. Despite the relentless challenges he faced, here he was, sharing the most mundane of breakfasts and conversing about the blooming osmanthus in the garden. Luo Qingci lowered his head and took a bite of the bun, the sweet flavor unfurling in his mouth, prompting a soft acknowledgement. The sunlight bathed him in warmth, while the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, as if it could remain in this tranquil state indefinitely. Suddenly, without warning, the notification sound of 9,527 echoed in Luo Qingci's mind. Ding! The affection level for target Ling Yanxiao has reached 100. Survival mission completed. Hidden task simultaneously achieved. Current world ending has been locked. Volume 2. The Wasteland of the Apocalypse, Chapter 1. A New World. World transfer complete. Current world. Wasteland of the Apocalypse. Core mission. Conquer the zombie king Ling Yanxiao. Affection level 100. Survival mission. Survive in the apocalypse, balancing the relationship between human strongholds and the zombie king. Plot mission. Uncover the truth behind the virus. Seek a glimmer of hope in the apocalypse. Detected that the host achieved a happy ending in the previous world. Evaluation. Excellent. Rewards granted. Slight enhancement in physical constitution. Increased endurance and agility. Item impersonator's mask. Can temporarily simulate the target's aura. Cooldown 24 hours. Passive effect echoes of old dreams. Effect unknown. The notification from 9527 continued to resonate in Luo Qingci's mind. The acrid scent of gunpowder and decay replaced the elegant fragrance of ink, while the scorching, arid wind whipped grit against his face, stinging painfully. No longer did he hear the gentle scratch of a pen against paper. Instead, eerie howls and sporadic gunfire echoed ominously in the distance. Luo Qingci abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of crumbling walls and twisted rebar protruding from the wreckage, charred remnants of vehicles obstructing the streets. The sky hung heavy with a murky yellow-gray, as sunlight struggled to pierce through the thick dust, casting an ominous glow over the desolate ruins. Leaning against a partially collapsed wall, he wore a coarse, soiled garment, his skin acutely aware of the pervasive heat and an indescribable sense of oppression in the air. Ding! 9527 at your service. Welcome to the world of the apocalypse. 9527 chattered in his mind. I suggest you adapt to your surroundings swiftly and strategize your approach to the target of this mission. That is indeed possible. But first, I would like you to answer a question. As Luo Qingci assimilated the information from the world around her, she inquired, "What troubles you, esteemed one?" The name Ling Yanxiao echoed in her mind, familiar and disconcerting. It's quite a coincidence that this esteemed individual shares the same name as my target from the previous world, she noted. Her companion 9527's tone laced with awkwardness and a hint of flattery. Luo Qingci felt a sense of disinterest in offering a retort. She licked her chapped lips. Instead of fear, her enchanting peach blossom eyes, an inheritance from her past life, sparkled with a mixture of thrill and exhilaration. While the tender affections of the Republic-era world were indeed delightful, the perilous thrill of dancing on the edge of danger was far more alluring to her palate. She mulled over the name of the zombie king, Ling Yanxiao, savoring it softly. Even though she had transitioned to a different realm, assumed a new identity, and perhaps even changed species, that name retained an extraordinary allure. It had a certain resonance that was invigorating. She swiftly assessed her own condition. The enhancements to her physique were evident. Although her body remained slender, her strength and agility surpassed that of ordinary survivors significantly. The disguiser's mask, resembling a human skin mask, seemed to possess an unknown utility, the specifics of which were yet to be revealed. As she lifted her arm to inhale the lingering essence of her past dreams, she detected nothing more than the sense of sweat and dust, devoid of any remarkable fragrance. The system indicated that the effects were uncertain, likely requiring an encounter with the principal character for clarity. According to the rudimentary map and background information provided by the system, she found herself on the outskirts of an abandoned city, classified as a medium-risk area with occasional low-tier zombies wandering about. The zombie king, Ling Yanxiao, was typically active in the central regions of the city, a haven for high-tier zombies and an absolute no-go zone for human survivors. Navigating the delicate balance between human outposts and the zombie king's domain, Luo Qingci scoffed, thinking it best to locate the king first. She needed clues, a clear understanding of Ling Yanxiao's whereabouts and behavioral patterns. The most effective approach would be to venture into the high-tier zombie congregations and test her luck. Infiltrating? Too slow. And it contradicted her current persona. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes as she rose, brushing off the dust from her attire. Rather than concealing her movements, she deliberately kicked over an empty metal can at her feet. Clang! The jarring sound resonated through the desolate ruins, echoing far and wide. Almost instantaneously, rustling noises and low growls emanated from nearby as several unsteady figures emerged from behind cover, staggering towards the source of the sound, low-tier zombies. Their sluggish movements posed little threat. Instead of retreating, Luo Qingci boldly approached them. She deftly evaded a slow lunge from one zombie, effortlessly seizing a rusty rebar from the ground to accurately pierce another's eye socket. Her actions were crisp and fluid, imbued with a theatrical ease. As she dispatched these minor foes, she continued to create greater disturbances. An increasing number of zombies were drawn to the commotion, some of which exhibited slightly quicker movements, indicating mutations. A sense of pressure began to envelop her, yet her eyes sparkled with growing intensity. This was the effect she desired. Only a sufficiently enticing bait could lure in the true prize. He retreated while striking, intentionally or unintentionally moving towards the urban center marked on the system map. The buildings there loomed taller, yet more dilapidated. Finally, he dashed into a spacious, semi-open commercial plaza. The atrium had long since collapsed, with sunlight streaming in illuminating the chaos strewn across the ground and the wandering high-level zombies. The stench was nearly nauseating. Leaning against a broken support column, Luo Qingci panted slightly, with several shallow scratches adorning his body. He surveyed his surroundings. The density and quality of the zombies here should suffice. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his strength and whistled playfully towards the open atrium. Almost simultaneously with the sound of the whistle, an overwhelming sensation of dread descended from the apex of the mall's partially collapsed glass dome. All the previously restless zombies froze in that moment. As if a pause button had been pressed, their growls abruptly silenced, leaving only instinctual fear. Luo Qingci's heart raced, a mix of exhilaration and uncontrollable tremors coursing through him. As he looked up, there, atop the ruins, stood a tall and slender figure silhouetted against the light. Clad in a tattered, yet once sharply tailored black coat, his stature was commanding, his complexion a pallid, white devoid of color, and his features were strikingly handsome, bordering on the otherworldly. His eyes were a pure, untainted crimson. An unmistakable chill emanated from him, as if the very air around him was on the verge of freezing. It was Ling Yanxiao, even transformed into a zombie king. The coldness and aura he exuded surpassed that of his previous life. Chapter 2. Embracing sleep would certainly be uncomfortable. Luo Qingci licked his increasingly parched lips, the sparkle of excitement in his eyes nearly overflowing. Rather than being daunted by the terrifying pressure, he raised his chin, calling out in a voice tinged with mirth. "Hey there, big guy. Are you the zombie king? I didn't expect you to look so impressive. This trip is worth it." His voice rang out crystal clear, infused with a vibrant life force that starkly contrasted with the desolate wasteland. Above in the dome, Ling Yanxiao's blood-red pupils shifted slightly, locking onto the diminutive yet strikingly conspicuous human below. The moment his gaze landed on Luo Qingci, the latter sprang into action. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he surged forward, not in retreat, but charging toward Ling Yanxiao. A surge of power, ignited by his enhanced physique, erupted within Luo Qingci. He chose not to engage from a distance, but instead maximized his speed, leaping over toppled shelves and debris from collapsed walls, propelling himself straight at the cold figure towering amidst the ruins. Ling Yanxiao's blood-red eyes revealed no flicker of emotion, faced with this audaciously reckless human charging towards him. He simply raised a hand nonchalantly. Those pale, slender fingers, their nails gleaming with a metallic chill, waved lightly, unleashing an invisible shockwave that barreled toward Luo Qingci. As it passed, even the air emitted a faint, frozen crackle. A shiver coursed through Luo Qingci's heart as he realized the magnitude of power before him far exceeded his expectations. Yet, instead of retreating, he surged forward. In the fleeting moment when the chill was about to envelop him, his body twisted and contorted, gliding past the edge of the shockwave. The icy gust stung his cheeks, and several strands of hair instantly crystallized with frost. How frigid this welcome was! He maintained his irreverent demeanor, yet his movements remained unceasing. Upon landing, his legs sprang to life once more, propelling him upward. This time, his right hand formed an arc, summoning a flicker of blazing orange flames that spiraled around his arm. This was no ordinary fire. It was a manifestation of the extraordinary abilities awakened within him amidst the apocalyptic environment. The flames blazed fiercely, instantly dispersing the surrounding cold. However, rather than hurling this fire directly at Ling Yanxiao, he fragmented it into several searing tendrils, directing them toward various potential escape routes around Ling Yanxiao. The flames hissed as they seared through concrete and metal, emitting a piercing sound, and swiftly formed a transient barrier of fire that constrained Ling Yanxiao's evasion space. Ling Yanxiao appeared to tilt his head slightly, the flickering flames reflected in his blood-red pupils for the first time, yet that was all. He did not shift his stance. Instead, with a casual wave of his other hand, a more intense chill surged forth, instantly freezing the fiery tendrils that sought to encircle him. It was an overwhelming display of power. Yet, this fleeting moment was precisely what Luo Qingci sought. Seizing the instant Ling Yanxiao waved to dissipate the flames. He advanced once more. This time, A small knife, pilfered from the corpse of an unknown zombie, appeared in his grasp. His movements were elusive, his steps nimble, as he adeptly navigated the uneven terrain and debris, continuously altering his position, forcing Ling Yinshao's gaze to shift slightly to keep pace with his speed. The knife sliced through the air, aimed directly at Ling Yinshao's throat, moving so swiftly it left only an afterimage in its wake. At last, Ling Yinshao reacted, not to evade, but to raise his hand, intending to catch it barehanded. The knife's tip met the palm of Ling Yinshao, as if colliding with an unyielding alloy, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Instead, the recoil sent a jolt through Luo Qingci's hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the knife. Such formidable defense. Luo Qingci's pupils constricted, yet he harnessed the force of the impact, spinning his body as the knife grazed Ling Yinshao's obstructing arm, angling sharply toward his neck. This time, Ling Yinshao seemed caught off guard by the opponent's slippery maneuver, a fleeting ripple of surprise flickering across his crimson gaze as his neck instinctively arched back slightly. The knife's tip barely skimmed the cold skin of his neck, leaving no trace of harm, yet evoking a sensation akin to ice scraping against flesh. In that moment, the distance between them diminished. As they brushed past one another, Luo Qingci could vividly perceive his own fleeting reflection within Ling Yinshao's blood-colored pupils, and inhale the mingled aura of death and oppression that surrounded him. He intentionally slowed his pace for an instant, allowing the warmth of life to brush against Ling Yinshao's cold ear, a breath both gentle and elusive. Simultaneously, a remark laced with evident mockery and provocation floated lightly into the other's ear. "Your speed is quite impressive, but your body temperature is too low. Sleeping while holding you would undoubtedly be uncomfortable." At the instant the words fell, Luo Qingci had already leveraged his momentum to slide back several meters, re-establishing the distance while adopting a defensive stance, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if the teasing remark had been nothing more than a casual jest amidst life and death strife. Ling Yinshao froze in place, his striking yet frigid visage displaying an unprecedented rigidity. His blood-red pupils contracted slightly, fixating upon the figure several meters away, who grinned like a cunning feline. The fleeting sensation at the edge of his ear remained exceptionally vivid, along with the words, "Sleeping while holding you?" Since he had gained consciousness and ascended as the sovereign of this desolate land, no creature had ever dared to approach him so closely, nor had anyone ever resorted to such flippant language to provoke him. An unfamiliar surge of anger began to simmer within him, akin to magma stirring beneath a dormant volcano, gradually spreading through his chest, which had long since lost human emotion. He slowly turned his head, his blood-red gaze locking onto Luo Qingci completely. The chilling aura surrounding him began to coalesce and compress, imbued with a palpable murderous intent. The next slash of his claws was no longer executed with previous nonchalance. It surged forth with several times the speed, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Luo Qingci's face, unmistakably infused with genuine wrath. The claw, imbued with authentic fury, cleaved through the air so swiftly that it left only a fleeting shadow, bearing down on Luo Qingci's visage. The icy, murderous intent felt almost tangible, stinging against his skin. Luo Qingci's pupils constricted sharply, every nerve in his body taut with tension. He understood that if he were to be struck by this, it would be far more than mere superficial wounds. In a moment of dire peril, he abruptly leaned back, his body bending into an almost impossible arc as he brought his dagger across his front to block. The claws collided violently with the blade, sparks flying. A force far exceeding the previous assaults surged through the knife, causing Luo Qingci's hands to split open, blood gushing forth, and the dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering against the remnants of the ruins nearby. The tremendous impact sent him reeling, his blood surging, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he staggered backward. Chapter 3. If you have the capability, compel me to willingly follow you. Luo Qingci's back slammed heavily against a pile of debris. Although it cushioned his fall slightly, he still felt as though his internal organs had been rearranged, his vision darkening. He emitted a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. And the coarse fabric of his left shoulder was rent by the fierce wind of the claws, exposing raw flesh and quickly saturating the surrounding material with blood, which burned painfully. He appeared utterly disheveled, thoroughly at a disadvantage. Ling Yinxiao's silhouette had approached silently, almost instantaneously upon his landing. The towering figure cast a shadow that completely enveloped Luo Qingci, the chilling sense of oppression wrapping around him tightly, making the very air feel thick and suffocating. The blood-red pupils loomed over him, devoid of any semblance of human emotion, only indifference and a flicker of unresolved malice. The lethal claw, which had just executed a deadly strike, slowly lifted, its tip shimmering with an eerie glow, aimed directly at Luo Qingci's chest. A mere gentle thrust would effortlessly pierce this heart that still stubbornly beat. Yet, lying amidst the soft debris, Luo Qingci gradually unfurled a smile. The expression tugged at the wound on his lip, drawing a sharp intake of breath, yet his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, devoid of fear or despair. Instead, ignited by excitement and the thrill of cunning success, he raised his uninjured right hand, delicately brushing over the blood-seeping scratch on his collarbone. His fingertips became stained with vivid red droplets, glaringly conspicuous against his skin, which was almost translucent. He lifted his gaze to meet those cold, blood-red pupils, his eyes brimming with unabashed provocation. What significance is there in defeating me? He paused, observing Ling Yinxiao's impassive visage, and the curve of his lips widened, almost taking on a rogue smirk. If you have the ability, make me willingly follow you. Willingly follow him. The claw poised to strike halted mere inches from Luo Qingci's chest. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment appeared in the blood-red pupils. This human, in the face of such overwhelming power, at the brink of his life being extinguished, thought not of begging for mercy, but instead posed such an absurd stipulation. Winning against him holds no meaning. He desires my willing submission. This surpassed Ling Yinxiao's comprehension as a zombie king. In his realm, there existed only conquest, annihilation, and consumption. Willingness? What is that? A feudal emotion belonging to fragile humanity? Yet, this human exuded an allure he had never encountered in any creature before. Furthermore, the warmth of his blood did not evoke the instinctual revulsion and desire to consume he felt towards other humans. Rather, it possessed a subtly calming essence that intrigued him. Luo Qingci's gaze fixated on the claw suspended before his chest, his heart racing violently within his ribcage, as if it might shatter his bones. He was gambling, wagering whether a trace of fascination for the extraordinary and the unknown lingered within the depths of this zombie king, beyond mere instinctual bloodlust. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The claw hovered above his warm, beating chest, the boundary between life and death as fragile as gossamer. Ling Yinxiao's blood-red pupils bored deeply into the battered yet defiantly smiling human lying amidst the ruins, his emotionless gaze now imbued with a complexity hitherto unseen. He did not immediately strike. The claw, steeped in the aura of death, remained suspended above Luo Qingci's chest, the chilling cold almost piercing through his skin. Time felt as if it had been elongated countless times, with each second accompanied by the thunderous drumming of his heart and the buzzing of blood rushing to his head. The provocative smile on Luo Qingci's face threatened to freeze, his back already soaked in cold sweat, yet his eyes remained fixed on Ling Yinxiao's blood-red pupils, refusing to betray a hint of cowardice. Several seconds stretched out like an eternity. At last, the claw withdrew slightly, imbued with a hesitation that was almost palpable. It did not fully retract, yet the menacing sense of a lethal threat to the heart suddenly diminished. Ling Yinxiao's blood-red pupils remained fixated upon him, swirling with an enigmatic complexity of emotions that were difficult to decipher. Did this human fear death? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? Was he willingly submitting? A low, raspy voice emerged, distinct from human speech, resembling a direct impact upon consciousness, devoid of emotional fluctuations, yet sending a shiver down Luo Qingci's spine. Success. The first step had been correctly wagered. Elation surged within Luo Qingci, Yet he dared not relax his facade, maintaining an appearance of frailty. The sudden release of tension caused him to cough uncontrollably, aggravating the wound on his shoulder, eliciting a grimace of pain. He gasped for breath, his voice imbued with an uncanny certainty. Otherwise, a forcibly acquired fruit is never sweet. Coughing, he continued, "You, the esteemed king of zombies, would lose face by capturing a reluctant prisoner, wouldn't you?" As he spoke, he discreetly summoned the meager remnants of his abilities, conjuring a flickering flame at his fingertips that quickly extinguished, as if to showcase that he was not entirely devoid of worth. "Look, I possess a modicum of skill. Though I cannot best you, I am certainly more intriguing than those mindless zombies that merely groan." Ling Yinxiao's gaze shifted momentarily with the brief flicker of the flame, his blood-red pupils betraying no discernible emotion. He refrained from responding to Luo Qingci's nonsensical reasoning about losing face, instead focusing on the steadily bleeding shoulder and the torn skin of his palm. The metallic scent of blood pervaded the air, an alluring feast for the zombies. Strangely, however, Ling Yinxiao exhibited no signs of a ravenous desire to consume. Rather, his brow furrowed slightly, as if sensing a discrepancy in the sanguine aroma. At that moment, distant roars of agitated zombies echoed from afar, evidently drawn by the earlier scuffle and the potent scent of blood. The lower-tier zombies, devoid of reason, would instinctively surge towards the source of sustenance. Ling Yinxiao's blood-red pupils coldly surveyed the direction of the sound, his frigid aura intensifying, expanding like an invisible barrier. The previously eager roars were abruptly silenced, as if throttled, transforming into fearful whimpers that dared not advance an inch closer. He redirected his gaze towards Luo Qingci, seemingly contemplating a decision. The next instant, Luo Qingci felt a tightening at his waist, an irresistible force enveloping him. Ling Yinxiao seized him by the waist, lifting him from the heap of debris. The action was far from gentle, bordering on brutal. The jolt to his wound caused him to draw in a sharp breath. Yet, contrary to his expectations of being torn apart or dragged, Ling Yinxiao merely tucked him under one arm, as if he were an object, then turned and strode deeper into the mall. Chapter 4. Move again and be tossed to the zombies' hay. Just as Luo Qingci was taken aback and attempted to struggle, he met Ling Yinxiao's piercing gaze, which unmistakably conveyed a warning. Move again and be discarded to feed the zombies. Instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation, he prudently silenced himself, acquiescing to the role of an ornament. Being clutched by a zombie king like a briefcase is an experience that is undeniably surreal. Ling Yinxiao moved swiftly, his footsteps silent as he navigated the debris-laden ruins with the grace of a dancer. Luo Qingci could only perceive the rush of wind by his ears and the sensation of weightlessness that accompanied his leaps and bounds. Stealing a glance at Ling Yinxiao's profile, he noted the alabaster skin that appeared almost translucent in the dim light, the taut line of his jaw, and the blood-red eyes that gazed ahead with an unyielding calmness. At such a close distance, the oppressive aura devoid of vitality was palpable, yet curiously, it lacked the anticipated stench of decay. Ling Yinxiao led him deeper into the darkness, where the devastation of the buildings intensified, as if they had entered the heart of the city's ruins. Eventually, they halted in a concealed area. Without hesitation, Ling Yinxiao ushered him inside. The interior was shrouded in complete darkness, where not even a hand could discern its surroundings, save for the faint glimmer emanating from Ling Yinxiao's eyes. A heavy scent of dust hung in the air, yet strangely, no sounds of zombies echoed within, creating an eerie silence. After navigating through a labyrinth of corners, the space opened before them, revealing a human-cleared area resembling an abandoned underground air raid shelter. In one corner lay a pile of supplies, with a light coating of dust floating through the air. Ling Yinxiao moved to the center of the space and finally released his grip. Luo Qingci's feet touched the ground, but due to his previous injuries and the rough journey, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. He quickly steadied himself against a nearby metal shelf. Was this truly the lair of the Zombie King? It appeared far cleaner than he had envisioned. Ling Yinxiao paid him no mind, striding over to a relatively flat stone platform in the corner, where he sat down. His gaze unwavering and silently fixed upon Luo Qingci in the pitch darkness. Leaning against the shelf, Luo Qingci examined his injuries. Blood continued to seep from the wound on his shoulder, and the pain in his palm was sharp. He tore off a clean portion of his clothing, clumsily attempting to bandage himself. Just as sweat began to bead on his forehead from the pain of moving, an object was tossed haphazardly onto the ground before him. It was a roll of bandages, seemingly clean, procured from an unknown source. Luo Qingci froze, looking up at Ling Yanxiao, who remained expressionless, as if the act of throwing the bandages had not been his doing. What was this? A slap followed by a sweet date? Or perhaps a necessary investment before nurturing a pet? He mused internally, yet his hands moved quickly to retrieve the bandages, enduring the pain as he wrapped his wounds. Throughout the process, he felt the chill of Ling Yanxiao's gaze fixed upon him, an unsettling presence that he could not afford to acknowledge. Once he finished bandaging, the fatigue and blood loss surged over him like a tide. He closed his eyes, striving to regain his strength. Meanwhile, his mind raced. The first step was survival. Now, how could he cultivate a favorable impression in Ling Yanxiao? A direct approach was undoubtedly futile given their disparity in strength. Perhaps a lure? Luo Qingci felt as though he had lost his sanity to excessive blood loss, leading him to such thoughts. While he was silently contemplating, Ling Yanxiao, who had been sitting quietly on the stone platform, suddenly moved. He rose and walked towards a deeper part of the air raid shelter. Yet, Luo Qingci immediately sensed an invisible force locking onto him, compelling him to follow. Gritting his teeth, he bore the pain coursing through his body and, leaning against the shelves, managed to stand up, stumbling after Ling Yanxiao. With each step, the wound on his shoulder felt as though it were being torn anew, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Ling Yanxiao's pace was not hurried. He seemed to deliberately accommodate Luo Qingci's speed. However, the coldness and detachment emanating from his figure exerted a pressure more intense than any urgency. The passage sloped downward. The air grew increasingly damp and chilly, and the stench of decay and desolation thickened. Dark, dried remnants resembling some form of secretion began to appear on the walls. As Luo Qingci followed, he casually scrutinized Ling Yanxiao as silhouette. Despite wearing a tattered coat, the broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs of his striking form remained impactful. He licked his cracked lips and suddenly remarked, loud enough for the figure ahead to hear, "To be honest, your physique is truly remarkable. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, such a well-proportioned frame. In my previous world, you would undoubtedly be the epitome of a top model. What a pity." His tone carried a sincere lament, as if he genuinely mourned the obscured talent of an individual. Ling Yanxiao's footsteps did not falter in the slightest. Even the contours of his muscles remained unchanged. Entirely disregarding this absurd commentary, unfazed, Luo Qingci continued, as if performing a monologue. What is so great about being a zombie king? Spending every day in this pitch-black place, with no one around to take your picture, such a waste of a natural model. At that moment, unsettling rustling and low whimpers became faintly audible from ahead. The oppressive atmosphere felt almost suffocating, chilling to the bone, as if it could freeze one's very soul. Luo Qingci exaggeratedly shivered, wrapping his arms tightly around himself, and instinctively quickened his pace, nearly pressing against Ling Yanxiao's back. He hunched his shoulders, his voice trembling from the cold as he complained, "Hey, big guy, how is it that your lair is colder than an ice cellar? Staying here too long is bound to give me rheumatism. Don't you have any privileges? Like, maybe some heating? Or, at the very least, a fire?" As he spoke, he leaned toward Ling Yanxiao as if seeking warmth, his arm nearly brushing against the cold hem of his coat. This time, Ling Yanxiao finally reacted, not to respond to his nonsensical heating inquiry, but rather, the moment Luo Qingci encroached too closely, he halted abruptly. Luo Qingci was caught off guard, nearly colliding with his back, and quickly stopped in his tracks. Ling Yanxiao turned his head, casting a cold glance at him in the darkness. That gaze carried a clear warning, as if to say, "Maintain your distance." Luo Qingci immediately raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, retreating a step with an awkward demeanor. Yet his mouth was far from idle. All right. I want tea, come closer. It's freezing, and you want tea, even let me seek some warmth. How stingy. Ling Yanxiao paid him no heed, turning to continue his path. After navigating another corner, they encountered a formidable metal door. The door bore no handles, only marks resembling those of violent tampering. Ling Yanxiao lifted his hand, tracing a line in the air with his fingertips, and the heavy door creaked open inward, revealing an even more expansive void behind it. A musty odor assailed them. Ling Yanxiao stood at the threshold, gesturing for Luo Qingci to enter. Chapter 5. My injury is to the shoulder. Not the leg. Luo Qingci peered inside, the darkness overwhelming, obscuring any discernible detail, yet he sensed the vastness of the space. Swallowing hard, a shiver coursed through him, but he managed to force a smile. Is this the guest room you've arranged for me? Quite the unique environment. He hesitated, reluctant to move. Ling Yanxiao, evidently lacking patience for his indecision, seized Luo Qingci's uninjured arm with astonishing force, leaving no room for resistance. Hey, be gentle. I'm injured. Luo Qingci cried out in pain. Ling Yanxiao, unfazed, swung his arm, unceremoniously tossing Luo Qingci into the enveloping darkness. Luo Qingci gasped, losing his balance as he stumbled forward, crashing heavily onto the unforgiving ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The impact jolted his shoulder wound, an excruciating pain surged, causing a momentary blackout. Bang! The resounding thud of the metal door slamming shut behind him severed the faint light and sounds from the outside world. Darkness enveloped him entirely. The throbbing pain from his fall had yet to subside, and in that moment, even his breath and heartbeat sounded disturbingly pronounced. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, the sound echoing in the vast emptiness, heightening the eerie atmosphere. The forceful impact had reopened his shoulder wound, warm blood soaking through the coarse bandage, sticking uncomfortably to his skin, sending waves of sharp pain through him. He attempted to move, but apart from the pervasive ache, his left arm was nearly immobile. Forcing himself to regain composure, he sat up, enduring the pain as his eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness after a brief period of blindness. This indeed seemed to be an abandoned storage room, spacious enough, with occasional rustling sounds of unseen creatures that sent chills down his spine. Leaning against the wall, he began to assess his new prison. There were no windows, no source of light. The only exit was that heavy metal door, which he clearly could not open with his current strength. The walls were rough cement, chilling to the touch. 9527, he called out to the system in his mind. Scan this space for any vents, pipes, or other exploitable resources. Scanning. The voice of 9527 resonated in his mind. Boss, you might as well rest. Given your current condition, escape is not feasible. Luo Qingci felt a weight in his heart. What did Ling Yanxiao mean by confining him here? Was it merely a matter of wanting to silence him, to find a place to keep him out of the way? He cautiously made his way to the northwest corner, where a heap of dilapidated refuse lay. Gripping his nausea, he rummaged through the debris, but aside from a few startled mutant cockroaches scuttling away, he found nothing of use. No food, no water, no weapon. His predicament was dire. His wounds needed tending, his strength required restoration, and in this cold, damp, wretched place, he surmised he could not endure for long. He could not simply wait for his demise. Since Ling Yanxiao had killed him immediately, it indicated he still held some value. He must seize upon that advantage. He returned to the door, pressing his ear against the cold metal, listening intently. Outside, there was an eerie silence. No sound at all. It appeared Ling Yanxiao had left after tossing him in here. Hello, is anyone there? No, wait, are there zombies? He raised his hand and pounded on the heavy door, producing a dull thud. Hey there, are you still around? His voice echoed in the empty storeroom, fading into a whisper beyond the door. After a while, there was no response. Undeterred, Luo Qingci continued to knock, this time adopting a pitiful tone. I say, folks, could we negotiate a bit? It's dark and cold here, my wounds hurt terribly, and I feel feverish. Surely, You zombies aren't afraid of catching a cold, right? But I am. What if I die here and my body starts to stink, polluting this auspicious place of yours? He rambled on, alternating between complaints about his surroundings and feigned groans of weakness, occasionally returning to a previous topic. You know, modeling really has great prospects. Why not consider a career shift? It's certainly better than languishing down here every day. I know a place that's particularly sunny. He prattled on like a chatterbox for what felt like an eternity, his voice nearly hoarse. Yet outside, there was still no sign of life, just as he was on the verge of giving up. Believing Ling Yanxiao had truly abandoned him to his fate, a sound resembling the turning of some mechanism drifted through the crack of the door. Luo Qingci immediately held his breath, inching closer to the gap. Then the heavy metal door was pushed open just a crack from the outside. No light penetrated, for the outside seemed equally shrouded in darkness. Yet a presence, distinctly that of Ling Yanxiao, surged in before his figure did. Blood-red eyes glimmered in the shadows beyond the door, coldly scrutinizing Luo Qingci within. A jolt of fear coursed through Luo Qingci, prompting him to slide down the door. Covering his shoulder and emitting a pained gasp, his voice weak as if he might expire at any moment. You finally came? I thought you meant to freeze me to death here. Ling Yanxiao pushed the door open, his imposing figure entirely blocking the entrance. He did not step inside, but stood there, his eyes devoid of emotion as they swept over Luo Qingci's frail appearance, eventually resting on the obviously blood-soaked bandages around his shoulder. In the air, the strangely tranquil scent of blood seemed to intensify. Noticing Ling Yanxiao's silence, Luo Qingci continued his act, even managing to squeeze out a couple of physiological tears that hung on his lashes, poised to fall. It's so cold, really so cold. My wound hurts so much. Do you have any medicine? Or perhaps a bed and blanket? As he spoke, he discreetly observed Ling Yanxiao's reaction. The latter remained expressionless, yet his eyes seemed to flicker momentarily at the mention of cold and pain. Suddenly, Ling Yanxiao moved. He raised his hand, and a dark chain composed of energy shot forth from his palm, precisely ensnaring Luo Qingci's uninjured right ankle. The chain felt icy to the touch, instantly imparting a formidable sense of restraint. However, it did not tighten to the point of inflicting pain, merely securing him firmly. Luo Qingci was taken aback. What new trick was this? Ling Yanxiao offered no explanation, merely grasping the other end of the chain and turning to leave. The force was undeniable, dragging Luo Qingci inexorably outward. Hey, wait, I'm injured in my shoulder, not my leg. I can walk by myself. Luo Qingci stumbled, nearly falling again, and hastily scrambled to his feet, limping as he was pulled along, trailing behind Ling Yanxiao into the cold, shadowy underground passage once more. This time, Ling Yanxiao did not lead him deeper, but instead turned a few corners, arriving at a room resembling a lounge. It remained austere, yet it boasted a dilapidated metal table and a crooked chair, with some hay and unidentifiable pelts strewn in a corner, serving as a makeshift bed. Though the air was still frigid, the pungent odor of decay had lessened considerably. Ling Yanxiao released the chain, which coiled itself automatically around a stout metal pipe in the center of the room, allowing Luo Qingci limited mobility within, but not enough to reach the door. Without so much as a glance at Luo Qingci, he turned and departed once more. After a while, he returned, carrying several items. A small bottle that appeared to contain a murky disinfectant, a roll of relatively clean bandages, and a block of dark, unidentifiable sustenance. He carelessly tossed these items at Luo Qingci's feet, maintaining his impassive demeanor, silent as ever. Having completed this task, he turned again, seemingly intent on leaving. Hey! Luo Qingci quickly called out, shaking the cold chain around his ankle, a mixture of resignation and humor gracing his face. Can we discuss this? I promise I won't run. Look at my injury. Where could I possibly go? It's uncomfortable to sleep with this on. Ling Yanxiao halted, glancing sideways, his cold eyes casting a brief, dismissive look at him. That gaze clearly conveyed, you have no grounds for negotiation. Without further delay, he vanished into the darkness of the passage. Luo Qingci found himself confined within a vacant storage room. No, This was an upgraded solitary cell. He gazed at the icy energy chain around his ankle and then at the meager supplies on the floor, letting out a long sigh. Although still imprisoned, the environment had improved slightly, and it seemed Ling Yanxiao had begun providing him with basic necessities for survival. This was a promising sign, indicating that his captor had no immediate intention of ending his life, and perhaps had, to some extent, accepted his existence as a prisoner. He picked up the murky disinfectant and bandages, grimacing as he tended to his wounds anew. The process was excruciating, yet gradually, a sense of tranquility settled within him. At the very least, he had managed to survive for the time being, and this bizarre game of conquering the zombie king seemed to have only just begun. He gazed into the darkness at the entrance of the passage, which had swallowed Liang Yanxiao's figure, a subtle curve of a smile gracing his lips. Liang Yanxiao, let's take our time. The cold touch of the energy chains around his ankles served as the clearest timer for Luo Qingci in the dim underground lair. Time lost its meaning in this space, with only the occasional faint sounds and the irritating itch of his healing wounds reminding him that he was still alive. It seemed Liang Yanxiao had completely forgotten about him. Apart from the daily ritual of appearing like a wraith at the door to toss a piece of hard, inedible food and a small bottle of murky water, he was nowhere to be seen. The taste of that food was indescribable, bearing a moldy and earthy scent, with a texture resembling that of gnawing on wood shavings, leaving his stomach feeling uncomfortably heavy. The water also carried a strange metallic and disinfectant flavor. Survival was assured. But this treatment, akin to being fed like a lowly pet, only intensified the smoldering resentment within Luo Qingci. He had not come to experience the life of a post-apocalyptic prisoner. On this day, when Liang Yanxiao once again appeared silently at the door, tossing the same hard food at his feet, Luo Qingci did not immediately retrieve it as usual. Instead, he kicked the hard object with his uninjured foot, producing a dull thud. He raised his gaze to the imposing figure at the entrance, his face openly displaying disdain, lips curling as he complained in a prolonged tone. "Hey, big guy, isn't it a bit stingy for you, the zombie king, to feed your captive such inedible dog food every day?" He picked up the piece of food and squeezed it with force, utterly unyielding. "My stomach is quite delicate. I used to feast on exquisite delicacies. At this rate, I'll suffer a perforated ulcer before my wounds heal." Liang Yanxiao appeared to disregard his complaints, turning to leave. "Hey, don't go," Luo Qingci hurriedly called out, propping himself against the wall to stand. The chains clanked around his ankles, restricting his movement, yet he mustered his strength to take a few steps forward, stopping just at the limit allowed by the chains, as close to Liang Yanxiao as possible. He tilted his head back, gazing at Liang Yanxiao's sculpted, handsome face. A blend of innocence and audacity adorned his expression, his eyes sparkling as if engaged in an amusing game. Then, he made a gesture that could only be described as reckless. He raised his uninjured hand, extending his index finger slightly, gently pointing towards Liang Yanxiao's pale, bloodless lips. At the moment his fingertip was about to make contact, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Liang Yanxiao, the atmosphere in the room abruptly freezing. A storm of lethal energy surged forth, rendering the air around them almost solid. Yet, Luo Qingci did not falter. Instead, she lingered at the precipice of intimacy, her fingertips hovering mere millimeters from his lips, her gaze imbued with a blend of innocence and cunning, as she inquired with a tone laced with seduction. "Do you perhaps have something more delectable hidden away?" This gesture and utterance transcended mere provocation, verging on sacrilege against the authority and physical boundaries of the zombie king. Crack! A sound akin to dislocated bones echoed. Ling Yanxiao seized Luo Qingci's audacious wrist, poised to crush the delicate bones with alarming swiftness. Agonizing pain coursed through Luo Qingci's body like electric currents, draining the color from his face, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. And he could not suppress a stifled cry of distress. He distinctly felt his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Ling Yanxiao's blood-red pupils fixated on him, swirling with a frigid tempest, embodying the purest desire for slaughter ignited by the incessant provocations of an insignificant ant daring to touch his sensitive spots. The temperature around them seemed to plummet further, frost beginning to form on the walls. The shadow of death loomed once more, clearer and closer than ever. Yet, amidst this excruciating torment, Luo Qingci suddenly broke into a low, intermittent laughter. The sound, strained by pain and tinged with a hoarse timbre, bore an inexplicable hint of madness. He raised his other hand to gesture at his nearly deformed wrist, his eyes, glistening with tears from the pain, staring intently into Ling Yinshao's bloodthirsty gaze. His voice quivering, yet still imbued with audacity. "Ease up, big guy. My wrist is about to snap." He inhaled deeply, enduring the piercing agony, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "If you break it, who will keep you company in this cursed place?" This remark fell upon Ling Yinshao's burgeoning murderous impulse like a bucket of icy water, infused with an eerie logic that doused the flames of his wrath momentarily. The grip on Luo Qingci's wrist seemed to falter for a heartbeat. This human, on the brink of death, was not pleading for mercy or succumbing to fear, but rather pondering how to alleviate boredom. Ling Yanxiao scrutinized Luo Qingci's face, contorted in pain, yet still defiantly smiling. His eyes reflecting not only physiological tears and agony, but also an incomprehensible, almost obsessive glimmer. The sensation of vibrant life emanating from that wrist, coupled with a barely perceptible breath, held him captive. Thus, they stood locked in confrontation, one enduring excruciating pain, yet still smiling. The other seething with murderous intent, yet curiously hesitant. Time seemed to freeze once again. Chapter 7. It seems more serious after what felt like an eternity. Ling Yanxiao finally released his grip. Luo Qingci staggered back 2 steps, colliding with the wall, clutching his nearly numb wrist, where a vivid band of bruising marred his skin. A shocking sight. Ling Yanxiao did not spare a glance at the discarded, unsavory rations on the ground. He cast one final, inscrutable glance at Luo Qingci, his expression complex and indecipherable. Then, he turned and melted once more into the darkness of the passage. Luo Qingci looked down at his swollen wrist, grimacing in pain, yet secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. He emerged victorious, albeit at a considerable cost, yet once again he demonstrated to the zombie king that he held a unique significance. So exceptional was his standing that even such a provocative act did not immediately invite destruction. He licked his parched lips, gazing in the direction where Ling Yanxiao had vanished, a glimmer of calculation flickering deep within his eyes. It seemed prudent to adopt a more gentle approach for the next inquiry. However, the notion of alleviating boredom appeared to be a promising entry point. Though Ling Yanxiao seldom made an appearance, it was likely that everything within this subterranean lair eluded his perception, as the tall figure, almost merging with the shadows, silently reappeared at the doorway. Luo Qingci was engrossed in examining his swollen wrist, his fingertips unconsciously tracing circles around the bruised edges. At the sound of movement, he lifted his head, betraying no surprise. Ling Yanxiao continued his customary habit of tossing the potentially lethal provisions and a small bottle of murky water at his feet. This time, however, Luo Qingci did not immediately reach for them. He observed the food in silence for a few moments before slowly raising his injured left arm, his movements stiff and sluggish due to pain. Gently, he tugged down the tattered fabric of his shoulder, revealing a wound that was slightly inflamed and swollen at the edges. Though not deep, it appeared particularly glaring in these harsh conditions. He did not look at Ling Yanxiao. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on his wound, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he were speaking to himself or making a resigned observation. It seems to have become a bit more serious. He touched the heated skin surrounding the wound, instinctively recoiling as if stung, inhaling sharply. Was it inflamed? Only after uttering that question did he raise his eyes to the figure at the doorway. The previous defiance or cunning had vanished from his gaze, replaced by a vulnerability and a hint of reliance born from his physical discomfort, as if in this isolated predicament, the zombie king had become his sole source of assistance. No matter how absurd that plea seemed. "How do you zombies recover from injuries?" he inquired softly, his tone imbued with genuine curiosity. as if seeking enlightenment on a scholarly matter. Do you also require wound care and medication like us? Or do you rely on something else? As he spoke, he attempted to grasp the small bottle containing the murky liquid with his uninjured right hand. Yet, his wrist seemed to lack strength due to the prior injury. After several unsuccessful attempts to retrieve it, bending down aggravated his shoulder wound, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Ultimately, he resigned himself to defeat, sliding down to sit against the wall, staring vacantly at the food and water on the ground. "I feel a bit weak," he murmured, his voice so soft it was nearly inaudible. Throughout this ordeal, Ling Yanxiao remained quietly stationed at the doorway, observing every action of Luo Qingci with unwavering attention. He showed no sign of emotion at the sight of Luo Qingci's wound, nor did he extend a helping hand in light of his clumsiness and weakness. There was no fluctuation in his demeanor. Yet, Luo Qingci instinctively sensed that the scrutiny directed at him lingered longer than before. The metallic scent of blood in the air seemed to create an almost imperceptible ripple within the space. Just when Luo Qingci thought this trial would once again sink into oblivion like the previous ones, resigned to gnaw on that hard biscuit, Ling Yanxiao made a move. This marked the first time Ling Yanxiao actively entered this space since his confinement. Luo Qingci's heart involuntarily quickened its pace, yet he compelled himself to relax, feeling a mix of confusion and unease as he watched the approaching figure of Ling Yanxiao. Ling Yanxiao halted before him, gazing down from a height. Then, he gradually crouched down. The distance between them shrank to less than a meter, allowing Luo Qingci to clearly see the subtle textures on the other's pale skin and to feel the chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing his very soul. Ling Yanxiao's gaze fell upon the exposed wound on Luo Qingci's shoulder, his eyes devoid of any semblance of human emotion. He extended his hand towards the injury, and a surge of energy emanated from him. Luo Qingci felt a piercing coldness radiate from the wound, yet this chill was not destructive. Rather, it resembled a form of exploration. He sensed the energy infiltrating the wound like fine threads, momentarily dulling the searing pain. Moments later, Ling Yanxiao withdrew his hand, the energy fluctuations at his fingertips dissipating. He remained crouched, his gaze shifting from the wound to Luo Qingci's face, as if appraising something. Luo Qingci held his breath, daring not to make any movement. Suddenly, a dark mass of energy coalesced in Ling Yanxiao's hand. This energy exuded an eerie and decaying aura, instinctively evoking feelings of repulsion and dread. Luo Qingci's pupils constricted. Had he misjudged? Did Ling Yanxiao deem him useless and intend to dispose of him directly? Just as that dark mass was about to touch his wound, Ling Yanxiao's actions abruptly halted. A flicker of what seemed like repulsion or dissatisfaction crossed his eyes. Then, he dissipated the energy in his hand. He stood up, no longer regarding Luo Qingci, and strode out of the cell, the heavy metallic door slamming shut behind him. Luo Qingci slumped to the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he had truly felt the chilling breath of death drawing near. Yet, Ling Yanxiao's momentary hesitation and the dispersal of the energy mass ignited a glimmer of hope within him. It appeared that he was examining the wound in his own way and felt discontent with a certain potentially effective treatment method. This indicated that Ling Yanxiao might indeed be contemplating his survival. At the very least, he did not wish for him to perish due to the trifling matter of an infection. Luo Qingci stared at the tightly shut metal door, lifting his hand to touch the wound on his shoulder. There lingered a slight numbness where the cold energy had probed, yet the redness seemed to have subsided a fraction. He leaned back against the wall and exhaled deeply. Although the encounter had been perilous, this trial appeared to have pried open a slender crevice. He began to contemplate leveraging his vulnerability to articulate his demands. While Ling Yanxiao's response was cold and peculiar, it seemed he was not entirely indifferent. This game of wits with the zombie king was unfolding in a direction that was unpredictable. Chapter 8. How about you help me with a package? In her mind, Luo Qingci called out to the system 9527, her tone laced with a sense of exhaustion from surviving a calamity and a desire to vent her frustrations. The thoughts of Ling Yanxiao were more elusive than finding a needle in the depths of the ocean. One moment, he seemed intent on inflicting harm, and the next, he appeared to find her demise too effortless. Truly, he was a cold and unyielding stone. No worries, esteemed one. You have performed admirably. There were times I thought you were about to receive your lunchbox, replied System 9527. I suggest you maintain your current interaction strategy to gather more data. Maintain? If I continue on this path, my life will inevitably be forfeited. Luo Qingci pouted, rubbing her still, throbbing wrist. Despite her words, there was little fear in her eyes. Instead, a sense of exhilaration surged within her, as if she thrived on adversity. This precarious dance upon the edge of a blade was far more stimulating than the slow, torturous strategy of her previous existence. As she contemplated her next move, the metallic door emitted a faint click once more. Luo Qingci instantly suppressed all visible emotions. Assuming a guise of frailty tinged with lingering trepidation, her gaze alert towards the entrance. The door creaked open just a crack, revealing no figure, but rather a drab little package that was tossed in from outside, landing with a thud at her feet. It was a bag crudely stitched from unknown animal hide, marred with patches of dried, dark stains. A first aid kit? Luo Qingci paused for a moment, an inexplicable oddity washing over her. A zombie king tossing a first aid kit to a human captive? The image felt profoundly discordant. After a brief hesitation, she reached down to retrieve the small bag. It was surprisingly light. Upon opening, its contents were woefully scant. A small roll of seemingly clean white bandage, a block of what resembled homemade soap, exuding a peculiar herbal scent, and a rusted metal box containing a pungent, paste-like substance. So rudimentary, it was almost offensive, yet in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, particularly for a captive, it was nothing short of a luxurious gift. Luo Qingci again found herself at a loss regarding Ling Yinshao's thought process. Yet she managed to display a semblance of surprise and gratitude on her face. She lifted her gaze towards the darkness beyond the door crack, striving to make her voice sound sincere yet feeble. Thank you. There was no response from outside, only a suffocating silence. Luo Qingci paid it no mind and began to tend to her wounds. She first dampened the rough soap with a bit of water, carefully cleansing the injuries on her shoulder and wrist. The soap, with its irritating aroma, stung upon contact with her wounds. She deliberately slowed her movements, each action appearing painstakingly arduous, occasionally unable to suppress a faint hiss of pain, her brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, giving her an agonized appearance. The cleansing process was lengthy and excruciating. Her peripheral vision remained fixed on the darkness of the door crack. Though no figure was visible, she felt a compelling intuition that Ling Yinshao had not departed. He lingered just outside, perhaps observing everything within through some unseen means. After cleansing, he picked up the small iron box and dipped his fingers into the dark, viscous ointment. The odor of the ointment was even more pungent, a potent blend of decaying herbs and minerals. He hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately applied the salve to his wound. The instant the ointment made contact with his skin, a searing sensation ignited, but strangely, the original swelling and pain seemed to alleviate somewhat afterward. It appeared that, despite its unappealing appearance, this foul stone's offering might possess some efficacy. He mused internally, while his hands remained in motion. He began to wrap the wound with a bandage. Bandaging was a skillful endeavor, especially with one hand still somewhat uncoordinated. He deliberately wound the bandage in a haphazard manner, with varying tightness. Occasionally, he would involuntarily gasp as he tugged at the wound, or emit a light sigh of frustration when the bandage tangled. The entire process resembled a silent performance, vividly portraying the themes of frailty, clumsiness, and a desperate struggle for self-preservation. He understood that the observer beyond the door might lack any semblance of human compassion. Yet the continuous, subtle sounds and visuals conveyed a potent message. He was persistently signaling to the other, "Look, I am vulnerable. I require assistance. I'm striving to survive. It is arduous to manage alone." At last, the wound was bandaged, albeit in a ghastly manner, resembling a ragged bundle. He gazed at his handiwork, seemingly dissatisfied, and let out a sigh. After a brief pause, His gaze shifted once more to the darkness beyond the door, and in a tone that mingled complaint with casual mention. He called out, "Hey, you out there? Thanks." However, he paused again, tugging at the crooked knot of the bandage on his shoulder. His voice tinged with a petulant sort of complaint. "My skills are atrocious. This looks dreadful, and it seems rather uncomfortable too." He tilted his head as if struck by a brilliant idea, his eyes gleaming slightly, and raised his voice a notch with tentative anticipation. "Next time I need a change of dressing, would you help me wrap it? Your hands are so steady, you could surely do a far better job than I." After speaking, he held his breath, straining to listen intently. Outside the door, there was no response, not even a hint of energy fluctuation. It felt as if the outside world were utterly deserted. Yet, as he leaned against the wall, gazing at the unyielding crack of the door, a subtle smile crept across his lips, for he knew he was being listened to. That iceberg had certainly heard his proposal regarding the bandaging. Despite the absence of any reply, this silence, more than a direct refusal, instilled in him a sense of potentiality. Time languidly slipped by in the darkness, the only perceptible change being in temperature. By day, the underground layer remained relatively cool, but as night fell, the temperature plummeted sharply. The frigid, damp air seeped from the walls and floor, infiltrating the very marrow of his bones. The tattered remnants of clothing he wore were wholly inadequate for warmth. He wrapped himself tightly, yet still found his teeth chattering, his body trembling uncontrollably. In this low temperature, the wound became increasingly sensitive, dull aches accompanying the encroaching chill. The meager straw and fur in the corner offered little solace, utterly incapable of preserving body heat. At this rate, he need not await the infection of his wounds. The frigid temperatures alone could claim his life. This presented a novel opportunity. Luo Qingci curled up in the corner, his mind racing. Complaining about the cold seemed more justified than lamenting the lack of food, reflecting the physiological divide between humans and zombies. As he found his hands and feet numbed to the brink of insensibility, he leaned against the wall, trembling as he managed to stand. The chains around his ankles clanked loudly, an especially jarring sound in the silence. He shuffled to the door and pressed his ear against the cold metal, listening intently. Outside, there was still no sound, yet he was certain Ling Yanxiao was nearby. He raised his hand and knocked firmly on the door, calling out, "Hey, is anyone there?" After a few seconds of silence, there was no response. Undeterred, Luo Qingci continued to express his grievances with his stiffened tongue. His voice fragile and pitiful. "It's so cold. Why is it so frigid here at night? It's like an ice cave. I'm on the verge of freezing solid." He exaggeratedly sniffled, as if about to shed frozen tears. "You zombies don't feel the cold. So of course you're fine. But we humans, with our flesh and blood, cannot endure this. At this rate, I'll either succumb to illness or freeze to death." Chapter 9. Even a stone that cannot understand human speech would suffice. The silence outside persisted, devoid of even the sound of breathing. Luo Qingci's gaze flickered as he resolved to intensify his efforts. Leaning against the door, feigning an inability to stand due to the cold, he spoke in a tone bordering on delirium. "Hey everyone, with your body temperature so low, akin to ice, could you perhaps come over and serve as a cooling pillow for me?" "Oh no, I'm in a warming one, but that seems impossible." He seemed to confuse himself further, proposing in a more absurd vein, "Or perhaps, could you do me a favor and let me out for just a moment? Just a brief respite to bask in a sunny spot. Otherwise, I truly shall become a popsicle." His words lacked any semblance of logic. Upon finishing, he attuned himself to the sounds outside. This time, the silence lingered longer, just as Luo Qingci prepared to press on with his pleas. There was finally a response from beyond the door. Shortly thereafter, the small slot at the bottom of the metal door, meant for food delivery, was pulled open from the outside, and an object was thrust inside. It was neither food nor water. Instead, it appeared to be a rough blanket, or perhaps the hide of some mutated beast, unrefined and imbued with a pungent odor and dust with frayed edges. Nevertheless, it was indeed an item that could offer warmth. Luo Qingci paused momentarily, then a wave of absurd amusement washed over him. A blanket? This scene was more bizarre than receiving a first aid kit. Yet, He nearly lunged forward to grasp the hide, exclaiming with a trembling voice, "A blanket? Thank you. This is wonderful." He wrapped the hide around himself. While the smell was unpleasant, it did indeed block some of the cold. Cocooned within the fur, his voice emerged muffled. "It's a bit warmer now, but still cold. The ground is too icy." As he spoke, he discreetly kept an eye on the sliding slot. The sliding door had not been promptly closed, indicating that those outside might still be lingering. Luo Qingci wrapped himself tightly in his fur, deliberately pressing his weight against the door to create a slight commotion. Then, as if conversing with himself, murmured softly, "If only there were some bedding. The ground is hard and cold, making it impossible to sleep." He waited for a while, but there was still no response from the sliding door. It seemed that his request for bedding had not been met for the time being. Luo Qingci remained unhurried, cocooned in the somewhat odorous yet undeniably warm fur. He ceased his loud complaints and began to produce subtle sounds, such as the rustling of the fur against the ground, occasionally punctuated by a few gasps of breath and suppressed coughs, as if he were a continual source of noise. Using this persistent disturbance to remind the presence outside, "I am fragile. I require better living conditions. Your silence does not resolve the actual issues." After a considerable duration of this auditory harassment, Luo Qingci sensed that the gaze from beyond the door, which had been ever present, seemed to shift. He immediately halted all movements, even softening his breath, attuning himself entirely to the moment. The sensation of being watched intensified, as if someone was quietly standing just beyond the door. Luo Qingci refrained from uttering another sound, maintaining his curled posture as if genuinely struggling to sleep beneath the fur. He had no idea how long Ling Yanxiao had stood outside. Perhaps just a minute, perhaps 10. Ultimately, that feeling of being observed gradually receded, and the outside returned to complete silence. Luo Qingci opened his eyes beneath the fur, devoid of any slumber, only a glimmer of alertness shining within. The blanket had been procured. This was a clear signal. Ling Yanxiao had acknowledged his complaint about the cold and had, to some extent, acquiesced to it. Thus, perhaps next time, he could attempt to request something else, or perhaps test the extent of the chain to see if it would permit him to approach the door, or even touch it. The sensation of being watched had long vanished, replaced by an all-encompassing chill. After the deliberate complaints of the day faded away, a weariness born from his environment and circumstances began to surface. The wounds still throbbed subtly, the bruises on his wrists had yet to fade, and the mental exhaustion from teetering on the precipice of life and death began to reveal its weight. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had spoken to anyone without any ulterior motive. The Ling Yanxiao from the previous world, though cold and unyielding, at least offered a response, even if it was merely orders or reprimands. The current presence felt more like a natural phenomenon governed by an incomprehensible logic. The earlier nonsensical remarks were less earnest requests and more a form of self-deprecating humor amidst despair, a probing of limits under extreme pressure. The outcome? He had obtained a fur that was somewhat touching in its scent, not bad, but still far from the progress he desired. Should he continue to make a fuss? It seemed rather futile. Ling Yanxiao's tolerance appeared to have an invisible threshold. Excessive provocation would only elicit backlash, much like the wrist that had nearly been crushed before. Luo Qingci sighed softly, a sigh imbued with genuine fatigue. He curled up, resting his chin on his knees, his gaze unfocused as it drifted into the surrounding darkness. After a moment of silence, he spoke again, his voice imbued with a weariness and desolation that starkly contrasted with his previous bravado. "Forget it," he murmured, as if conversing with himself, his words so soft they seemed to dissipate into the air. Those earlier remarks were merely jest, a fleeting whimsy. He paused, as if searching for the right words, or perhaps recalling a distant memory. Yet, there was a hint of hoarseness in his voice, a sign of having long been deprived of meaningful conversation, even with a stone that could not comprehend human speech. After uttering this, he fell silent once more, drawing his body tighter into itself, burying his face in the oddly scented fur, revealing only a tufted crown reminiscent of a sheltered young creature seeking refuge. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate, perhaps mere minutes or perhaps longer. Outside, in the thick, impenetrable darkness, the tall figure that had blended into the silence stirred. Ling Yanxiao had not departed. He remained, stationed not far from the door, resembling a silent guardian or perhaps a detached observer. The weary sigh of Luo Qingci and his whispered words penetrated the door, reaching his inhuman senses. The shift in tone struck like a tiny pebble cast into the icy stillness of his heart. His blood-red pupils subtly shifted in the darkness, directed toward the corner where Luo Qingci curled up. The atmosphere there no longer bore the weight of deliberate noise and provocation. Instead, it resonated with a faint warmth of life and an enduring essence that lingered. He stood motionless, yet upon closer inspection, one might discern a slight softening at the rigid corners of his lips, a foreign ripple of emotion unfurling amidst his consciousness, which had been saturated with slaughter and absolute dominion. Ultimately, he refrained from any response, nor did he turn to leave as he typically would. His figure lingered in the darkness outside the door longer than usual, as if silently digesting some unspoken thought. Then, much like his arrival, he seamlessly melted into the shadows of the corridor, vanishing without a sound. Inside, Luo Qingci buried his face in the fur. Though unable to see the outside world, his keen perception detected the unusual pause that had transpired. The corners of his mouth, hidden beneath the fur, gradually curved into a fleeting smirk of triumph, only to dissipate swiftly. Chapter 10. You were almost malnourished. The underground lair knew no distinction between day and night, only an eternal gloom and chill. Yet, Luo Qingci's internal biological clock, alongside Ling Yanxiao's almost ritualistic feeding routine, faintly delineated the passage of time. Enveloped in that indescribably scented fur, he drifted into a shallow sleep. The wounds beneath the cold subtly throbbing, his slumber woefully poor. When that familiar scent reemerged outside the door, Luo Qingci awoke instantly. Unlike before, he did not feign weakness or complaint. Instead, he quietly curled deeper into the fur, slightly cracking open his eyes to observe. The silhouette of Ling Yanxiao remained indistinct. Yet this time, along with the eternally unchanging black hardtack and a small water bottle, he tossed in a flat square box that clattered to the ground beside the provisions. What could it be? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Luo Qingci, though he maintained an air of feigned confusion as he slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes as if just now noticing the unexpected object at his feet. He reached out to retrieve the box, its weight substantial in his grasp, covered in dust and rust, yet he could faintly discern the blurred, colorful label that suggested it was a can of fruit. Despite the trademark being all but erased, he could never mistake this standardized tin, especially in this post-apocalyptic world, particularly within the heart of a fallen zone, where such sealed, non-perishable food items were exceedingly rare, infinitely more precious than the brick-like hardtack. Luo Qingci's eyes sparkled with delight, a genuine joy illuminating his expression. He lifted his gaze towards the darkness at the doorway, a radiant smile blossoming on his face, his teeth glimmering in the dim light, his voice brimming with unabashed excitement. A can of fruit, like a child who had stumbled upon treasure. He vigorously shook the can, hearing the dull slosh of liquid and fruit within, his smile growing even brighter. I knew there had to be something good hidden here. His tone was affectionate and natural, tinged with the pride of uncovering a small secret, as if the weary, fragile figure he had been just yesterday was a distant memory. Ling Yanxiao stood silently outside, his gaze fixed on the vibrant transformation of Luo Qingci's face, brought to life by the mere presence of a small can. That dazzling smile and sparkling eyes pierced through the eternal, oppressive darkness like a faint yet blinding light. Unfazed by Ling Yanxiao's silence, Luo Qingci eagerly examined the can in his hands. The top was severely rusted, and the sealing ring appeared somewhat aged. He attempted to twist it, but remained steadfast. He tried prying it with his nails to no avail. "Ah, it's rusted," he murmured, a hint of frustration crossing his features, yet his excitement remained undiminished. Glancing around, his gaze fell upon the previously emptied plastic water bottle. He picked it up along with the hardtack, placing the can on the relatively flat ground. then began striking the rusted edge of the can's top with a plastic bottle. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed through the confines of the cell, creating a stark contrast to the silence. Luo Qingci was wholly engrossed, striking with fervor, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Ling Yanxiao watched in silence, observing the effort expended by this human for the sake of a can. At last, after an undetermined number of strikes, a soft crack resonated as a small gap was pried open at the top of the can. A wave of sweetness, a blend of fermented fruit and syrup, wafted forth, jarringly enticing amidst the decay and dust-laden air. Luo Qingci's eyes brightened further. He carefully pried the lid completely open, revealing vibrant chunks of yellow peach, submerged in a thick syrup. He inhaled deeply the sweet, cloying aroma, a look of near ecstasy gracing his face. After enduring days of the musty, tasteless rations, this flavor was akin to celestial nectar. Without a moment's hesitation to fetch a spoon, he grasped a piece of yellow peach with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. The icy, tender flesh and the syrupy sweetness burst upon his palate. He squinted contentedly, letting out a muffled sigh of delight. Delicious. He voraciously devoured several pieces, satiating his stomach's yearning for proper sustenance. Gradually, however, his pace slowed. Gazing at the remaining half of the can, he glanced towards the darkness at the doorway. An idea flickered into his mind. He used his fingers to retrieve the most intact piece of peach from the syrup once more. Dragging the chain around his ankle, he shuffled to the door's edge, stopping at the closest distance permitted by the chain. He raised his hand, extending the glistening, syrup-coated peach towards the approximate direction where Ling Yanxiao stood. His gesture was effortless, as casual as sharing a snack among friends. Here, he wore a satisfied flush from savoring the delicacy, his eyes sparkling as they looked into the abyss beyond the door. His tone lighthearted. "I'll share half with you. Care to taste?" Though you might not discern much flavor. The viscous syrup dripped slowly from his fingertips, splattering tiny droplets upon the ground. The peach, resting at his fingertips, exuded a vibrant essence that starkly contrasted with the desolation of the world around them. For the first time, Ling Yanxiao's gaze fixed upon the fruit presented before him. Its vivid hue, the saccharine fragrance, and the gesture imbued with warmth and the spirit of sharing momentarily froze his thoughts. He looked into Luo Qingci's expectant eyes and then back at the fruit, engulfed in a fleeting silence. Ultimately, the syrup-laden peach was not delivered. Ling Yanxiao merely shifted his gaze from the fruit to the syrup on Luo Qingci's lips, lingering for a subtle moment before withdrawing his attention entirely. Unfazed, Luo Qingci retracted his hand, devouring the peach with a satisfied, licking the syrup from his fingers. His eyes narrowed in a grin resembling that of a cat who has successfully stolen a treat. "If you want to eat it, so be it. It seems I have no fortune today." Strangely, in the days that followed, the quality of Luo Qingci's prison meals visibly improved. The hard, black rations that could knock one unconscious vanished entirely, replaced by a rough but at least palatable compressed food. To his delight, he occasionally discovered a can of meat that, though overwhelmingly salty, was nonetheless genuine. When the aroma of grease permeated the chilly confines of his cell, Luo Qingci nearly shed tears of gratitude. "See, 9,527, he exclaimed, struggling with the can's lid while internally reveling in his triumph. "The ice mountain is beginning to thaw. They know to improve my meals now. What do you call this? Where there's a will, there's a way. Do you think next time he might bring me a bottle of wine?" "Master, I suggest you remain calm." The irritating voice of 9,527 echoed in his mind. According to the latest data, the target, Ling Yanxiao's heartbeat, body temperature, and energy fluctuations remained stable, showing no signs of thawing. As for the affection level, it just fluctuated slightly, rising from 3 to 30,001, possibly due to a system error. "Hey, are you really reporting to 4 decimal places? Is this intentional?" Luo Qingci nearly crushed the canister in his grip, even if his affection hadn't truly increased. This act of feeding was undeniably genuine, wasn't it? Previously, he had only offered me things that even pigs would refuse. According to behavioral logic analysis, 9527 droned on in a tone reminiscent of an academic report. The escalation of feeding behavior is more likely attributed to the observed subject's elevated maintenance needs. In simpler terms, he might believe you are on the brink of malnutrition. Just as humans tend to upgrade their hamster's bedding from inexpensive wood shavings to slightly better materials, this does not necessarily imply affection towards the hamster. Shut up. You're the hamster, Luo Qingci growled, taking a vicious bite of the meat chunk, thinking to himself that he would eventually provoke a volcanic eruption from this iceberg. Chapter 11. The rare hamster with some yuso. Should I prepare the cooling program in advance? 9527 retorted cheekily. However, my esteemed one, allow me to remind you that your current flirtation tactics have reached a repetition rate of 65. This includes, but is not limited to, feigning pity, verbal provocations, displaying wounds, and complaining about the environment. The target's threshold for such behaviors is rising, leading to diminishing returns. I recommend developing new strategies. Otherwise, you may truly remain a rare hamster for life. Luo Qingci was momentarily at a loss for words. Despite the unpleasantness of 9527's remarks, they hit a sensitive nerve. Remaining stagnant was certainly not a viable option. He needed a new breakthrough, something that could genuinely penetrate the core of Ling Yanxiao. The turning point arrived unexpectedly. That night, an unusually clear, low-frequency vibration surged through the ground, more intense than any previous occurrence, causing dust to tumble from the walls. Almost simultaneously, Luo Qingci keenly heard a peculiar sound emanating from the depths of the passage, followed by a brief surge of cold energy that was swiftly suppressed. It seemed Ling Yanxiao was encountering some trouble, and it appeared somewhat troublesome. Luo Qingci promptly clutched his shoulder, emitting an excruciatingly realistic groan of pain. Curling his body against the icy ground, trembling violently, with his forehead pressed firmly against the floor, producing intermittent gasps. His acting was worthy of an award-winning performance. It hurts so much, the wound has reopened, he murmured weakly while secretly using his abilities to stimulate the edges of the wound, creating the illusion of redness and excruciating pain. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, heavy footsteps rapidly approached. Ling Yanxiao, enveloped in an aura of coldness, appeared at the entrance, his eyes betraying evident irritation and hostility. Luo Qingci lifted his damp, pale face, his gaze unfocused. It feels as if the wound is ablaze. He feebly attempted to prop himself up, but collapsed helplessly, conveniently exposing the blood-soaked bandage on his shoulder. Ling Yanxiao's brow furrowed tightly as he swiftly approached and crouched down, his fingers hovering over the injury. The familiar probing energy surged forth, instantly detecting the inflammation he had meticulously fabricated. His irritation deepened, seemingly devoid of the inclination to deal with such trivial matters. In the next moment, Luo Qingci felt a tightening around his waist, amidst a whirl of confusion. He was roughly hoisted up by Ling Yanxiao, as if he were a mere sandbag, hastening deeper into the passage. "Hey, where are you taking me?" Luo Qingci found himself genuinely unsettled, as the developments seemed to unfold with an unsettling ease. Ling Yanxiao paid him no heed, while the air around them thickened, saturated with a nauseating stench. Ultimately, they burst into a vast, abandoned equipment room. The sight before Luo Qingci elicited a sharp intake of breath. In the center of the room, a bizarre pattern in dark red was faintly glowing, with the ground beneath it concaving, as viscous, dark energy writhed like a living entity, emitting a disquieting tremor and low growl. Scattered around the pattern were ominous shards of crystal and twisted metal, the atmosphere replete with a violent chaos and an uncanny sense of otherworldliness. Without ceremony, Ling Yanxiao unceremoniously tossed Luo Qingci onto a heap of coiled cables in the corner, warning him, "Stay put, do not move. If you do, you shall perish." With that, he immediately turned his attention back to suppressing the enigmatic pattern, continuously pouring in frigid energy to contend with the restless force within. Luo Qingci was torn between exhilaration and dread as he observed cautiously. It was evident that Ling Yanxiao was not managing easily. His energy fluctuations were intense, and he occasionally revealed signs of strain. At that moment, Luo Qingci caught a glimpse of something near his feet, a shard of crystal, the size of a quail's egg, entirely black yet shimmering with a blood-like luminescence within. The chaotic energy emanating from it was akin to that of the central pattern, but even more concentrated, compelled by an unseen force. He swiftly seized the shard while Ling Yinxiao's back was turned. The instant he grasped it, a searing wave of chaotic energy surged up his arm, causing his innate abilities to spiral out of control. Alert! Alert! High risk, anomalous contamination energy detected. Level, extremely high. Immediate disposal recommended. Hurry, discard that cursed stone. Do you wish to transform into an indescribable monstrosity? The shrill voice of 9527 nearly pierced his eardrums. Yet, Luo Qingci gritted his teeth, refusing to discard it. Instead, he clutched the shard tightly and swiftly concealed it within a subtle tear in his clothing. Almost simultaneously, he felt a faint yet distinct connection establish itself between him and the shard, as whispers began to invade his consciousness. He forced himself to steady his mind, lifting his gaze to see that Ling Yinxiao seemed to have temporarily subdued the pattern's agitation, though the exertion had evidently taken a toll, diminishing the surrounding chill. Luo Qingci feigned a look of lingering terror and quietly inquired, "What exactly is that?" Ling Yinxiao did not respond. He merely approached, lifting Luo Qingci once more and wordlessly retracing their steps. Upon returning to the cell, Luo Qingci was unceremoniously thrown back onto the cold floor. Yet he eagerly called out in his mind, 9527. Scan that shard. Quickly. Scanning. Energy attributes are extremely chaotic, containing high concentrations of negative mental contamination and unknown spatial coordinate information. No matching records in the database. Warning. The energy is slowly permeating the host's mental barrier. Immediate isolation and purification recommended. The voice of 9527 was tinged with an unusual urgency. Purification? No. In Luo Qingci's eyes gleamed the spark of an adventurer. This was indeed something that even Ling Yinxiao struggled to contend with. Perhaps it could serve as a lever to unearth his potential. A lever? My dear sir, has that chaotic energy impaired your intellect? This is clearly a troublesome affair. If Ling Yinxiao finds it taxing, are you not merely clutching a ticking time bomb? Moreover, a bomb of a mental contamination nature. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. Luo Qingci caressed the shard concealed within his garments, feeling the peculiar sensation of icy fire. Just imagine if I could discover a way to counter this entity, or even merely alleviate its effects. What would it signify for Ling Yinxiao? It would imply that you might ascend from a rare hamster to a somewhat useful rare hamster. 9527 interjected with sarcasm. Or more likely, you'd be the one succumbing to madness first, subsequently discarded as refuse. Your favorability rating still stands at 30,001, dear. Must you incessantly mention that damned favorability rating? Luo Qingci retorted, exasperated. In any case, this thing is now my secret weapon. I must conduct thorough research. Just as he pondered how to test the shard's utility, the cell door swung open once more. Ling Yinxiao stood at the threshold, astonishingly holding a pristine roll of bandages and a small vial of transparent liquid. He tossed the items at Luo Qingci's feet, his gaze lingering for a moment on the pallor of Luo's face caused by the shard's contact. Then, in his hoarse, frigid tone, he coldly uttered, "Don't die." With that, he turned and exited, the door shutting behind him. Chapter 12. Witness my antics for stress relief. Luo Qingci stood in stunned silence, picking up the vial of clear liquid to sniff. Indeed, it was pure water, accompanied by the pristine bandages. 9527, did you see that? He cares about me. He fears for my life. Luo Qingci nearly leapt with joy. My dear sir, 9527's voice carried a weary wisdom, based on the analysis from my emotional simulation module. The subtext of his statement is more likely. This troublesome subject still holds some value, so do not complicate matters by becoming prematurely obsolete. Considering he just noticed your unusual pallor, He probably simply wishes to avoid unforeseen variables in his observations. As for the favorability, after meticulous computation, it has perhaps increased by 0.00005. Negligible, really. You wretched system. All you do is pour cold water on my enthusiasm. Luo Qingci felt a surge of frustration. I am merely stating the truth based on data analysis. 9527 replied, surprisingly with a hint of pride. However, dear sir, if you truly intend to toy with that perilous shard, I advise you to tread carefully. I would rather not power on, next time to find, I must collect your remains. After all, failing to flirt may only result in a chill. But missteps here could lead to mental contamination. Exercise caution. The shard nestled within his inner lining burned like a small block of alternating ice and fire against Luo Qingci's skin. Chaotic whispers occasionally attempted to infiltrate his mind, but he resolutely suppressed them. He knew he was playing with fire. Yet the thrill of this dangerous game and the potential rewards it could yield compelled him to embrace the risk. Leaning against the cold wall, 9527's fingertips unconsciously brushed against the fragment through the fabric. Tell me, if I were to suddenly faint or appear disoriented, would he react at all? Host. Based on the target's previous responses to the deterioration of your wound, there is a high probability he will conduct a basic examination. However, it is even more likely he will implement stricter isolation measures, such as confining you further. The electronic voice of 9527 carried a hint of lethargy. I do not recommend employing such a self-destructive tactic. Your meager mental strength pales in comparison to the contamination of that fragment, akin to a firefly confronting a volcano. Could you not think a little more positively of me? Luo Qingci pouted, abandoning this somewhat self-harming notion. Trapped in this tiny cell, he was not only unable to strategize, but also felt as though he might begin to mold. Opportunities must be forged by oneself. The next time Ling Yanxiao brought food, Luo Qingci wrinkled his nose, inhaled deeply, and then exaggeratedly coughed twice. Cough. Hey, big guy. He gestured towards the cell, which had no ventilation aside from the door. His face contorted in an unbearable expression. This luxurious single room has everything but the air quality. It's utterly foul. The mustiness and dust are suffocating. If I stay here any longer, I'll be ill without even waiting for my wound to heal. Just look at my complexion. He pointed to his somewhat pale face, lamenting that if this continued, his lungs would suffer before his wound ever had a chance to heal. Ling Yanxiao placed the food down without a word and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Luo Qingci quickly called out, adopting a more conciliatory tone. I know you're busy and can't take me out for a stroll every day. How about this? Just for a little while each day, you take me to that larger hall we passed by last time, just to get some fresh air? I promise I won't wander off. I'll just stretch my limbs under your watchful eye. If I stay cooped up here, my joints will rust. As he spoke, he endeavored to widen his eyes, attempting to appear sincere and harmless. Ling Yanxiao paused. He turned slightly, his piercing gaze seemingly weighing the inconvenience of this request against the potential disturbance that refusing it might incite. Silence thickened the air, pressing down on Luo Qingci until he could almost hear the pounding of his own heart. Just when Luo Qingci thought all hope was lost, Ling Yanxiao gave a slight nod, making no sound, merely a subtle movement of his jawline. Agreed? A surge of joy flooded Luo Qingci's heart, nearly betraying his composure. He quickly lowered his head, feigning to adjust the tattered hem of his clothes, muttering, "Thank you." From that day forth, Luo Qingci's life as a prisoner acquired a new privilege, daily fresh air. The time was brief, perhaps around half an hour, and the location was a relatively spacious shelter hall connected by a corridor. This place, too, was dilapidated, cluttered with various discarded mechanical parts and construction materials. Dust covering the ground, but at least the space was expansive and the air was a tad more breathable. Each time, Ling Yanxiao would stand like a silent guardian in the shadows at the entrance, his gaze fixed upon Luo Qingci. He imposed no specific restrictions on Luo Qingci's activities, yet an intangible sense of oppression delineated a rough boundary. The moment Luo Qingci exhibited any inclination towards the exit or other sensitive areas, the cold gaze would instantly sharpen. Luo Qingci was astute enough to never overstep his bounds. He seized this fleeting liberty to truly engage in physical activity, just as he had claimed, to stretch his limbs. He jogged between the debris, performed simple stretches, and alleviated the stiffness in his limbs and back that had resulted from prolonged confinement. His physique inherited the flexibility from his past life, combined with the fluidity from the enhanced constitution of this life, making his movements both expansive and harmonious. In the dim light, each stretch of his arms, arch of his back, and lift of his legs revealed a natural resilience and vitality, starkly contrasting with the desolate backdrop of the ruins. While he immersed himself in these exercises, his expression remained focused, as if he were genuinely dedicated to working out. However, his peripheral vision never strayed far from the figure lurking in the shadows at the entrance. Occasionally, he would rummage through the remnants and discover some toys, such as a nearly deflated yet somewhat bouncy small ball or a rusted bearing ball that had rolled into a corner. He would engage in solitary play, dribbling the ball or kicking the bearing back and forth, allowing it to roll across the smooth concrete floor of the hall, producing a crisp sound that injected a modicum of life into the oppressive silence. He played with fervor, his face occasionally betraying fleeting moments of genuine joy. Naturally, accidents did occur. For instance, the small ball might slip from his grasp and roll towards Ling Yanxiao, ultimately stopping at his feet. Luo Qingci would immediately halt his movements, a hint of perfectly timed chagrin and embarrassment gracing his features, then jog over and crouch down a few steps away from Ling Yanxiao to retrieve the ball. As he picked it up, he would look up and beam a radiant smile, his voice ringing clear as he exclaimed, "Thanks." This distance allowed Ling Yanxiao to clearly observe the flush on his cheeks from exertion, the fine beads of sweat at his temples, and those crescent-shaped peach blossom eyes that crinkled when he smiled. That smile was unguarded, pure as if untouched by the dust of a ravaged world. Ling Yanxiao remained unresponsive, standing silently like an ancient iceberg, watching Luo Qingci pick up the ball, observing him return to the open space to continue playing, witnessing him move about the hall like a bird briefly released from its cage. Yet, Luo Qingci could sense that the scrutiny in Ling Yanxiao's gaze had shifted. It was less about judgment and more akin to the curiosity of observing an intriguing creature. He was no longer merely a captive or an experimental subject to be monitored. He had transformed into the sole actor in a silent drama, with Ling Yanxiao as the only silent spectator. 9527. What do you think he is truly watching? After a session of exercise concluded and he was returned to his cell, Luo Qingci couldn't help but inquire, "Do I look that captivating while I exercise?" Based on the analysis of bioelectric waves and microexpressions, 9527 remarked, "There is an 83.5 probability that your gaze will focus on your waist and leg lines during significant stretching movements, when you inadvertently kick the ball near him and rush to retrieve it. His energy field exhibits a stable fluctuation lasting approximately 0.3 seconds, akin to the soothing signals observed in a state of human relaxation. However, regarding smiles, the data is insufficient to analyze emotional feedback. So, soothing signals?" Luo Qingci stroked his chin, meaning he finds my antics rather stress-relieving? "That is a reasonable interpretation," 9527 affirmed. "A low-cost form of entertainment. After all, compared to dealing with the troublesome matters underground, watching you, a hamster, run on a wheel, is indeed far more effortless." "How dare you call me a hamster?" Luo Qingci retorted playfully, yet a sense of confidence blossomed within him. As long as Ling Yanxiao was willing to watch, there was room for him to express himself. Chapter 13. Successfully confirmed the location of the minefield during a break. Luo Qingci discovered a discarded soft wire in a corner. An idea struck him, and he fashioned a wire into a rough circle, embarking on a childish game of hopscotch. He marked out squares, hopping on one foot and then two, humming a nonsensical nursery rhyme. His movements were clumsy yet earnest, creating an oddly jarring and somewhat foolish spectacle in the vast hall. Caught up in a moment, he lost his balance and stumbled towards Ling Yanxiao with an oops, nearly toppling over. He managed to steady himself against a neglected iron cabinet. Lifting his head, He stuck out his tongue towards Ling Yanxiao and made a silly face, his cheeks flushed from exertion and anxiety, his eyes twinkling with a touch of embarrassment and self-deprecation, as if to say, "Look at how clumsy I am." In that instant, Ling Yanxiao appeared to shift slightly. Luo Qingci brushed off the dust from his clothes and nonchalantly continued his childish game. Yet, he was acutely aware that subtle changes were quietly unfolding during these seemingly mundane daily outings. Ling Yanxiao's silence gradually morphed into a tacit approval, a habitual acceptance, even acquiring a hint of appreciation that he himself had yet to recognize. It was as though he were watching a performance meticulously crafted and directed by Luo Qingci himself. These routine breaks evolved into an unspoken understanding. Luo Qingci remained like a released hamster, frolicking about the hall, occasionally amusing himself with the scraps he collected, while Ling Yanxiao remained the silent observer, standing in the shadows, his blood-red pupils fixated on that vibrant figure that starkly contrasted with the desolate surroundings, as if witnessing an endless solo performance. Yet, Luo Qingci understood that mere observation was far from sufficient. He craved interaction, a more direct collision, to create greater ripples in the frozen lake of Ling Yanxiao's heart. Physical contact was a shortcut, yet the memory of nearly having his wrist crushed was still vivid, necessitating a more natural excuse that would provoke less defensiveness. The opportunity lay hidden in a dust-laden corner. That day, during their break, Luo Qingci unearthed a flat wooden box from beneath a collapsed filing cabinet. The corners of the box had succumbed to decay, yet its overall structure remained intact. With a sense of curiosity, he pried it open, only to discover a remarkably complete set of chess pieces within. The pieces, crafted from a heavy metal, were marred by rust and grime, yet their contours remained distinct, their weight providing a tangible satisfaction. The chessboard was painted on a thick cardboard that had turned yellow and brittle with age, its red and black squares faded almost to oblivion. Luo Qingci's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a child who had stumbled upon treasure, as he embraced the chessboard and dashed towards the shadows at the entrance. "Everyone, look what I have found," he exclaimed, lifting the chessboard high like a prized possession, his face radiating unrestrained excitement. "It's chess. Do you know how to play?" Ling Yanxiao cast a glance over the worn chessboard, his expression revealing nothing. "It's all right if you don't. It's quite simple. I can teach you." Luo Qingci continued unabashedly, undeterred by his indifference. He busied himself finding a relatively flat surface in the hall's center, carefully unfurling the paper chessboard, and then methodically arranging the heavy metal pieces in their rightful places from memory. Once the pieces were set, he sat cross-legged beside the board, tilting his head to gaze at Ling Yanxiao, who remained cloaked in shadows. With a bright smile, tinged with a hint of mischievous challenge, he patted the empty space opposite him. "Shall we have a game? It would be rather dull just watching. The loser must grant the winner a favor. What do you say?" Ling Yanxiao remained silent, yet his gaze lingered on the aged chessboard, a glimmer reminiscent of memory flickering in his eyes. Just as Luo Qingci thought he would be ignored once more, that tall figure stirred. Ling Yanxiao stepped forward from the shadows, silently approaching the chessboard. He knelt down, adopting a position that allowed him to rise at any moment, his imposing stature casting a palpable sense of pressure, even dimming the light around them. His gaze swept across the chessboard before settling on Luo Qingci's face. Though his expression remained inscrutable, his posture clearly signaled acquiescence. Luo Qingci's heart soared with joy as he eagerly began to explain the rules. "This is the king, moving one square at a time. This is the queen, the most powerful piece, capable of moving horizontally, vertically, or diagonally." His explanations were straightforward and brusque, his attention wholly absorbed by the proximity of Ling Yanxiao. At such a close distance, he could distinctly observe the long, thick white lashes casting gentle shadows on Ling Yanxiao's pale skin, quivering softly with each shift of his gaze. The hand poised to play was long and elegant, with pronounced knuckles, its nails gleaming with an almost metallic sheen. At that moment, it delicately lifted a heavy pawn, pushing it forward one square. Luo Qingci found himself momentarily entranced. When it was his turn, he was utterly distracted, carelessly moving his knight to a position that practically invited his opponent to capture it. "Your turn." Ling Yinxiao's deep, gravelly voice broke through his reverie, pulling him back to reality. Luo Qingci gasped, glancing down at the board, suddenly aware of his blunder. He hastily covered the board, his face contorting into an exaggerated expression of dismay, exclaiming, "Oh no, that move doesn't count. I wasn't ready. Let me start over." As he spoke, he reached out towards the piece that Ling Yinxiao had just settled, yet his aim inadvertently shifted slightly, landing directly on Ling Yinxiao's wrist still resting on the chessboard. His movement was swift, tinged with a hint of mischievous urgency, and it seemed he was about to brush against the cold, pale skin. Suddenly, with astonishing speed, Ling Yinxiao withdrew his hand, toppling several heavy metal pieces beside him, which clattered to the ground, creating a jarring noise that echoed throughout the empty hall. Luo Qingci's hand grasped at nothing, suspended in midair. The atmosphere of the hall felt as though it had been instantly drained of all air. Ling Yinxiao rose, his eyes swirling with a chilling intensity and a deadly aura born of a violated boundary, while a palpable tension enveloped him, rendering the surrounding dust seemingly frozen in place. This was an instinctual repulsion towards any unpermitted contact. Luo Qingci had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Ling Yinxiao. He maintained his outstretched posture, tilting his head back, his playful smile freezing into an expression of subtle hurt. He gazed at Ling Yinxiao, meeting the unmasked coldness and wariness in his eyes, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The scattered chess pieces continued to roll slightly before settling into silence. Ling Yinxiao looked down at him from above, his chest barely rising and falling, an overwhelming hostility and murderous intent crashing over him like a tide. Yet when it brushed against Luo Qingci's startled and somewhat innocent peach blossom eyes, there was a brief stillness. He glimpsed a fleeting emotion akin to fear in the other's gaze, along with that hand, suspended in uncertainty. Time seemed to stretch interminably. The icy malice and unspoken astonishment clashed violently in the air. Ultimately, Ling Yinxiao refrained from any further action. He merely shot Luo Qingci a look laden with unmistakable warning before striding out of the hall, leaving the scattered pieces behind without a second glance. Luo Qingci remained alone, still in that absurd posture beside the chessboard. He slowly withdrew his hand, surveying the chaos of pieces on the ground, then glanced in the direction Ling Yinxiao had vanished, gradually embracing his knees. He had miscalculated. He had underestimated Ling Yinxiao's sensitivity and aversion to physical contact. The murderous intent he had felt just moments ago was undeniably real. 9527, he called out in his mind. Boss 9527's voice came through, surprisingly tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Data from this contact experiment recorded. The target exhibits an extremely low tolerance for sudden physical contact, with a strong instinct for defensive retaliation. Estimated affection level fluctuation, decrease of 0.5. Congratulations, you have successfully identified the minefield location. Shut up, Luo Qingci muttered, burying his face in his knees. After a while, he lifted his head to gaze at the disarray of the chessboard, a spark of determination gradually rekindling in his eyes. Although the situation had spiraled out of control, it was not entirely without merit. At the very least, he had witnessed a more authentic reaction from Ling Yinxiao. That intense repulsion indicated that the act of contact held a unique significance for him. Furthermore, Ling Yinxiao had merely departed, without taking any further action against him. He extended his hand to retrieve a scattered king piece from the ground, the cold metallic sensation jolting him into partial awareness. The piece felt heavy, akin to Ling Yinxiao's heart, which had been encased in ice. Next time, he would adopt a more circuitous approach. A direct confrontation would not suffice. He needed to coax this iceberg to gradually thaw and reveal a crack. With a sigh, he began to gather the scattered pieces one by one, his movements deliberate and earnest. In the expansive hall, the only sounds were the faint clinks of pieces falling into the box and an unspoken tension that lingered, yet to dissipate completely. Chapter 14. You cannot fail to respond more than 3 times. The scattered metallic pieces resembled congealed blood, dotting the mottled chessboard. The chill brought by Ling Yinshao's abrupt departure still enveloped the hall, and Luo Qingci could even feel tiny goosebumps forming on his exposed skin. He had played with fire and nearly got burned. Strangely, however, beneath the apprehension lay a burgeoning thrill. Look, he was not entirely unresponsive. He raised his hands, adopting a quintessential surrender pose, directing his voice down the empty corridor with a drawn-out tone, laced with just the right amount of charm and contrition. Hey, don't be angry. I was wrong, truly wrong. No more jokes. I promise not to make any moves. He paused, lowering his voice slightly, infused with sincerity. Shall we play a proper game? Just one game, all right? I assure you, I will behave this time. Silence echoed down the corridor. Yet, Luo Qingci sensed instinctively that Ling Yinshiao had not strayed far. He could hear him. He patiently waited, akin to a hunter lying in wait in a concealed position after setting a trap. After what felt like a minute or two, when Luo Qingci believed this round was irrevocably lost, footsteps emerged from the depths of the corridor. They were slow, marked by a deliberate sense of pause. Luo Qingci's heart fluttered. He quickly lowered his head and resumed picking up the scattered pieces with utmost seriousness. He worked slowly, occasionally blowing gently on the pieces to rid them of dust, his profile illuminated by the dim light, displaying an extraordinary focus and obedience. The footsteps halted behind him. Luo Qingci did not turn around, but he could feel those eyes assessing his back, imbued with scrutiny and lingering coldness. He gently placed the last pawn back onto the chessboard before finally turning to face Ling Yinshiao, who had returned. He offered a bright smile and patted the ground opposite him, all set. This time, I promise to focus solely on the game, not on your hands. Ling Yinshiao lingered for a few seconds before he approached once more, maintaining that oppressive crouch, silently picking up his black pieces. This time, Luo Qingci followed through on his promise. He reigned in all frivolity, allowing himself to settle into a state of calm. When it was his turn, he lowered his eyelashes, gazing intently at the chessboard. His contemplation extended noticeably, and when he made his move, his fingers were steady and precise, devoid of any superfluous gestures. After completing a move, he would unconsciously nibble on his lower lip, his brow furrowed slightly, revealing a genuine immersion in the game. The match unfolded silently. Only the heavy metal chess pieces made a faint, rhythmic sound as they fell upon the paper chessboard, echoing through the vast hall. Luo Qingci's chess style was nimble and enigmatic. What appeared to be random moves often concealed a cunning strategy. In contrast, Ling Yinshiao's approach mirrored his personality, methodical and calculated, exuding a subtle pressure that left no discernible openings for his opponent. However, Luo Qingci was a seasoned expert in this arena, while Ling Yinshiao seemed somewhat unfamiliar with the rules, causing the game to gradually tilt in Luo Qingci's favor. He skillfully set several traps and ultimately launched a beautiful diagonal attack, checkmating Ling Yinshiao's king. With calmness and a hint of relaxation after concluding the game, Luo Qingci placed his final piece. He lifted his gaze to meet Ling Yinshiao's. Ling Yinshiao stared at the now conclusive position on the board, his expression betraying no emotion, as if the outcome were of no consequence to him. Luo Qingci, undeterred, extended his finger and lightly tapped the edge of the board, his eyes curving with a glimmer akin to that of a cunning fox. Look, I have triumphed. Do you recall our wager? The loser must fulfill one condition set by the victor. At last, Ling Yinshiao diverted his gaze from the chessboard and met his eyes, though his expression remained cold. It lacked the previous sharpness, as if he were merely awaiting the proposal of the condition. Luo Qingci, maintaining eye contact, deepened his smile and articulated the condition he had long contemplated. My stipulation is quite simple. From now on, when I speak to you, you must respond at least 3 times. He raised 3 fingers, waving them in front of Ling Yinshiao, asserting that even a mere acknowledgement or nod would suffice. What do you think? Is this condition unreasonable? Upon finishing, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Ling Yinshiao. This demand, seemingly trivial and even somewhat childish, aimed directly at Ling Yinshiao's most formidable barrier, his silence. Luo Qingci sought a breakthrough, a transition from unilateral observation and performance to a genuine dialogue. As seconds ticked away, the hall was so silent that one could hear the dust settling. Luo Qingci could almost count the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Just as he believed Ling Yanxiao would once again respond with silence or rise to leave, he keenly observed Ling Yanxiao's throat, sculpted like marble, subtly shift. A barely audible syllable escaped those thin lips. He had succeeded. This iceberg had indeed responded, although it was merely the simplest of sounds. It signified that Luo Qingci had chiseled the first crack in that wall of silence. His smile blossomed instantly, akin to sunlight breaking through clouds, bright enough to dazzle. He did not press further with exultation or inquiries, but nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Ling Yanxiao, as if he had uncovered a priceless treasure, and cheerfully proclaimed, "Deal." With satisfaction, he began to clear the chessboard, his movements noticeably lighter than usual. Meanwhile, after uttering that almost imperceptible Ling Yanxiao swiftly averted his gaze, reverting to his previous cold demeanor, as if that moment of concession had never transpired. Yet, Luo Qingci was acutely aware that something had irrevocably changed. Clutching the neatly arranged chessboard in pieces, he rose and smiled at Ling Yanxiao, who remained crouched on the ground. "See you tomorrow?" Ling Yanxiao did not meet his gaze, nor did he utter a sound. He simply rose in silence, his towering figure striding towards the cell. This time, however, Luo Qingci followed closely behind, observing that frigid silhouette, his smile lingering for an extended moment. A good beginning is half the success. This tough nut, he would eventually crack. The effect of their agreement began to manifest. Although Ling Yanxiao remained, for the most part, an unyielding iceberg, a fissure had indeed appeared in that invisible wall. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Qingci launched into his chatter mode. He no longer contented himself with mere physical antics during their outings. Instead, he began to engage Ling Yanxiao in conversation at various times and in numerous situations. During the meal delivery, he pinched the still excessively salty can of meat, frowning as he complained, "I wonder if the canning factory exploded its salt store before it closed? It's overwhelmingly salty. Could we perhaps opt for something milder next time? Oh, by the way, do you prefer salty or bland?" He rambled on, pausing briefly to glance at Ling Yanxiao, as if awaiting a response regarding his taste preferences that would never come. Naturally, Ling Yanxiao remained silent, setting down the food and turning to leave. Yet after he had turned, Luo Qingci raised his voice to add, "I'll assume you prefer bland," noted, as if they had genuinely communicated. During their leisure time, he no longer merely frolicked about. Instead, he would stretch his limbs while recounting bizarre memories. Some tales were whimsical anecdotes from a bygone Republic era, such as the humorous misadventures of a pretentious poet. Others were whimsical fabrications about the world before the apocalypse, filled with sunshine, grassy fields, delicious yet inexpensive ice cream, and carefree summers devoid of zombie worries. I used to adore lying on the rooftop during summer nights, gazing at the stars. He mused, stretching while looking up at the oppressive concrete dome of the shelter. His tone was laced with exaggerated nostalgia. The sky was so clear then, the stars twinkling like scattered diamonds. And the shooting stars, they would zip by, and you had to make a wish quickly, though none ever came true. He chuckled at his own reminiscence, then seemingly nonchalantly glanced towards the shadowy figure of Ling Yanxiao, asking, "Hey, have you ever seen a shooting star?" This time, the silence lingered for several seconds, and just as Luo Qingci thought it would dissolve into familiar quietude, a brief syllable emerged from the shadows. Though it was merely one word, it sent a thrill through Luo Qingci, and he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. He pressed on, "Have you made a wish?" This time there was no reply. However, Luo Qingci remained undeterred. 1 was already a significant advancement. He continued to chatter, "I bet you've never wished with your disposition. But fear not, when the opportunity arises. I'll show you, and you can make a wish then." He regarded this one-sided dialogue, interspersed with minimalist responses, as a part of his daily routine. At times, it revolved around complaints about food and the environment. At others, it consisted of meaningless murmurs, and occasionally, it ventured into more tentative territory, attempting to touch upon past topics. The entity within him, designated 9527, held a rather low opinion of this exchange. Host, the current entropy of your dialogue is exceedingly low, with a high degree of repetition. The response rate is below 5, consisting solely of meaningless syllables. According to emotional simulation, the target is more likely to perceive your behavior as background noise or a fixed program, rather than effective communication. What do you know? While awkwardly attempting to mend a tear in his clothing with a tattered piece of fabric, Luo Qingci internally countered, this is a subtle nurturing of the senses. First, I must allow him to grow accustomed to my voice, to this mode of interaction, when he subconsciously considers responding to me as a matter of course. That will be the moment I can inquire about something of substance. Days passed in this seemingly tedious tug-of-war. In the underground lair, the changing seasons were imperceptible. Only the eternal chill and the occasional strange vibrations emanating from the depths, suppressed by Ling Yanxiao, were felt. The fragment that Luo Qingci kept hidden still occasionally emitted chaotic whispers, which he forcefully stifled, yet heightened his sensitivity to energy fluctuations. He could sense that each time Ling Yanxiao returned from the depths, the coldness surrounding him intensified. On this day of release, Luo Qingci refrained from his usual vigorous movements. He leaned against a relatively clean, discarded tire, gazing at the intersecting shadows of the pipes above in the hall, and suddenly broached the topic of stars. Speaking of which, I once knew someone. His voice slowed somewhat, tinged with an imperceptible yet genuine nostalgia. He always appeared cold and reticent, yet his heart harbored many thoughts. Much like the brightest star in the night sky, clearly present, yet distanced, obscured, and unreachable. He paused, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if ensnared in recollection. I used to wonder if I could be a little closer to him, just a bit closer. Would I then discern what kind of person he truly was? After uttering this reflection, he lapsed into silence, leaving only the stillness of dust swirling in the air. Suddenly, he turned his head, fixing his gaze directly on Ling Yanxiao, who had remained silently at the entrance, his tone growing particularly earnest, even tinged with a hint of cautious probing. "Tell me," he inquired softly, "what were you like before you became who you are now?" The instant the question escaped his lips, it felt as though the very air had solidified. Luo Qingci could distinctly sense that gaze from the shadows sharpened abruptly. The chilling aura surrounding Ling Yanxiao appeared to still. Luo Qingci held his breath, acutely aware that he had tread upon an exceedingly precarious line. He had even braced himself for a piercing glare or for Ling Yanxiao to simply turn and leave. Time trickled by, each second crawling like a creature across an icy surface. Ling Yanxiao remained motionless in the shadows. "I don't remember." A deep, hoarse voice emerged from the darkness, carrying an essence of stagnation. The sound was faint, yet it resonated like a colossal stone cast into the tranquil lake of Luo Qingci's heart, stirring tumultuous waves. It was not the content that struck him, but rather the tone, a tone imbued with an almost ethereal sense of bewilderment. It was as if an individual had groped through darkness for far too long, to the point of forgetting what they were initially seeking, even losing sight of their own identity. The momentary revelation of emptiness and disorientation was palpable. Luo Qingci found himself momentarily stunned. He gazed again at the figure shrouded in shadows, rendered momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately, no questions emerged. Instead, he silently averted his gaze, lowering his head to observe the dust-laden tips of his shoes. The hall once again succumbed to a profound silence. Yet this stillness seemed to carry a faint air of bewilderment, growing heavier with each passing moment, causing a gentle tug at Luo Qingci's heart. That utterance, laden with an essence of forgetfulness, lingered like a wisp of a ghost throughout the subsequent days of subterranean existence. Luo Qingci refrained from further inquiries, deliberately minimizing any probing discussions that might touch upon the past. He continued to chatter, yet the subjects shifted predominantly towards the saltiness of canned goods, peculiar molds discovered in corners, or the childish rules of games he devised during their moments of freedom. He acutely sensed that after that moment of disorientation, Ling Yanxiao had become even more elusive. This peculiar tranquility was abruptly shattered during what appeared to be an ordinary moment of respite. Chapter 16. Such a reaction? At that moment, Luo Qingci was idly prodding the moss growing in the crevices of the ground with a slender piece of wire. Ling Yanxiao remained ensconced in the shadows of the entrance, his gaze fixated on some indistinct point deep within the hall, his expression almost vacant. Suddenly, a jarring sound, reminiscent of grating teeth, emerged from the depths of the dark passageway, accompanied by unsettling, high-pitched shrieks that grew steadily closer. Luo Qingci's body tensed instantly. A small burst of orange flame flickered to life at his fingertips as he warily turned towards the source of the noise. It was a mutated creature, and there were several of them. Almost simultaneously, 3 or 4 shadowy figures darted from the tunnel, rodents grotesquely altered by radiation, their bodies as large as half-grown wild dogs. Their fur patchy and revealing inflamed, festering muscle beneath, their eyes a murky crimson, with elongated, grimy teeth dripping with viscous saliva. They were evidently startled by some unseen force. Thrown into a frenzied state of flight, scattering throughout the hall, one of them charging directly toward Luo Qingci, who stood closest to the passage. With a sharp intake of breath, Luo Qingci's eyes narrowed, and he reacted with remarkable swiftness. He sidestepped the assault, flicking his wrist as the flame at his fingertips surged into a blazing whip, slicing through the air with a fierce crack as it struck the mutated rodent's back. The acrid stench of charred fur filled the air instantly. The creature emitted a chilling scream, colliding violently with a nearby abandoned metal cabinet, convulsing a few times before falling still. Having neutralized the immediate threat, Luo Qingci's gaze swiftly scanned the opposite side of the hall. Before them appeared a larger mutated rat. Seemingly discerning that Ling Yanxiao, lurking in the shadows, posed a greater threat. With a powerful push of its hind legs, it lunged towards the seemingly distracted Ling Yanxiao. His blood-red pupils flickered, yet his body's response felt sluggish, merely shifting slightly to the side. He summoned a frigid energy at his fingertips, but his speed was far from the usual swiftness and ferocity he was known for. As the creature, laden with viruses and sharp teeth, closed in, caution surged through Luo Qingci. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed the fire whip he had yet to fully dissipate with his left hand, while his right hand sliced through the air, conjuring a more focused line of searing flames that tore through the atmosphere, reaching the airborne mutated rat's abdomen with precision. A muffled thud resonated, accompanied by a charred scent, as the mutated rat was forcefully flung sideways, crashing against the wall, its bones shattered, silencing it forever. Simultaneously, Luo Qingci, having exerted all his strength to unleash the fire whip, lost his balance, and propelled by urgency, stumbled backwards, colliding solidly into a cold, unyielding embrace. Ling Yanxiao. The impact sent both of them swaying slightly. Luo Qingci distinctly felt the chilling temperature and taut musculature beneath the other's coat. A melange of faint blood, decay, and an icy aura enveloped him. Breathing heavily, his heart raced like a drum from the sudden exertion and tension. He could even sense the nearly imperceptible heartbeat reverberating through the thin fabric of his clothing from the other's chest, or perhaps the sluggish flow of energy. Turning his head, his forehead nearly brushing against Ling Yanxiao's sharply defined jaw, he tilted his face upward to meet those eyes mere inches away. With a breathless yet radiant smile, tinged with a hint of arrogance, he quipped, "Ah, it seems you're not having such an easy time either. Is your home always disturbed by such inconsiderate roommates?" His tone dripped with his usual teasing, yet his gaze bore no trace of fear, only a blend of excitement and pride in showcasing his prowess. The warmth of his vibrant breath brushed against Ling Yanxiao's frigid cheek. In an instant, Ling Yanxiao's blood-red pupils dilated, swirling with a tumult of complex emotions and indecipherable chaos. In that fleeting moment, Luo Qingci distinctly felt a cold hand, instinctively stabilizing its grip, swiftly steadying him at his waist just as he collided into the embrace. The touch was frigid, rigid, yet imbued with strength. Almost immediately, the hand recoiled as if seared by a branding iron. Ling Yanxiao stepped back, creating a sudden distance between them. An intense chill enveloped him, and his crimson eyes regained their customary icy demeanor, even more pronounced than before. Luo Qingci staggered slightly from the abrupt withdrawal, his radiant smile faltering for a moment before transforming into a knowing, playful smirk. He raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose, as if he had just collided with something, his gaze subtly sweeping over Ling Yanxiao's fist, which hung by his side, tightly clenched. Such a strong reaction, he muttered under his breath, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the other to hear, before casually turning away to inspect the two lifeless mutated rats, as if the person who had just stumbled into the other's embrace was not him at all. The hall was filled with the acrid stench and the metallic tang of blood emanating from the carcasses of the mutated rats. Ling Yanxiao stood rooted in place, his eyes fixed on Luo Qingci's retreating figure, his cold expression devoid of any emotion. Yet a faint trace of energy seemed to flicker across his tightly clenched fist. With his back to Ling Yanxiao, Luo Qingci's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. He feigned ignorance to the almost tangible icy gaze behind him, nonchalantly approaching the two deceased mutated rats, giving them a gentle kick with the tip of his shoe to confirm their utter stillness. Ugh, these things really reek. He wrinkled his nose in complaint. Then, seemingly recalling something, he raised his hand to support his lower back, letting out a soft hiss of discomfort, his brow furrowing in unison, as he turned to face Ling Yanxiao with an exaggerated expression of pain. "I must say, your physique is forged from steel. I senti it. That collision nearly killed me." As he spoke, he naturally lifted the hem of his tattered shirt, revealing a section of his waist. Indeed, on the left side of his lower back, there was a small, fresh bruise of a deep purple hue, starkly contrasting against his relatively fair skin. The bruise was not large, but its dark coloration clearly indicated the force of the impact from earlier. As he lifted his shirt, a smooth waistline and a significant portion of his back were exposed to the dim light, the outline of his spine clearly visible, with the skin reacting to the sudden chill of the air, forming tiny goosebumps. Luo Qingci appeared entirely unfazed by the impropriety of the situation. He pulled out a small iron box from his pocket, opened it, and scooped out a small amount of pungent ointment with his fingers. Then, he sauntered over to Ling Yanxiao, who still stood frozen in place, a palpable coldness radiating from him, stopping just a step away, extending his hand to directly press the box of ointment into Ling Yanxiao's palm, the very hand that had just supported him. Chapter 17. Massage service. Ling Yanxiao's gaze pierced through Luo Qingci like an icicle, filled with incredulity. He was on the verge of discarding the ointment immediately. However, Luo Qingci was swifter. Having deposited the ointment, he turned around with utmost ease, exposing his entire back and the bruise to Ling Yanxiao without a hint of defense. His tone light, as if remarking on the pleasant weather. "Here, could you do me a favor? I can't quite reach or see it myself." He paused briefly, adding with a touch of rightful complaint, "This is at least because of you, right?" The lines of his back were distinctly defined, his scapulae rising and falling with each breath, the bruise appearing particularly jarring against his smooth skin. This posture laid bare one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body before a zombie king who could crush his spine at any moment. Ling Yanxiao gripped the ointment box, its icy touch feeling almost scalding against his skin. He fixated intently on Luo Qingci's back, particularly the bruise and the spine's indentation that disappeared beneath his waistband. A strange amalgamation of violent repulsion and an indescribable restlessness clashed within his frigid chest. Should he eliminate this incessantly provocative human who persistently pressed his luck? However, after a brief pause without any movement, Luo Qingci did not urge him. Instead, he slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance over his shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "What's the matter? The illustrious zombie king can't even apply some medicine? Or are you afraid I might ambush you?" This remark pierced through a certain stagnation like a needle. A fissure cracked open in the icy depths of Ling Yanxiao's gaze. He lowered his eyes to the filthy ointment box in his hand, then lifted them to the scarred skin before him. Ultimately, an almost mechanical logic propelled his actions, replacing the urge to kill. He awkwardly used two pale fingers, devoid of any color, to scoop a small amount of the viscous ointment. Then he took a half step forward, his cold fingertips hesitatingly touching the warm skin at Luo Qingci's lower back. Hiss! Luo Qingci inhaled sharply, his body involuntarily shuddering. The sensation was chilling, like ice pressed directly against the bruise, causing his hair to stand on end. Ling Yanxiao's movements halted instantly, his fingertips lifting slightly, as if fearing that his touch might inflict additional harm. Yet what followed from Luo Qingci was a tremulous sigh. It's nothing, just a bit too cold. It startled me. He even leaned his waist forward, presenting the bruise more fully to the tip of Ling Yanxiao's fingers, applying pressure to massage it. Yes, just like that. Ling Yanxiao's fingertips descended once more, beginning to rigidly follow Luo Qingci's guidance, circling and pressing on the bruised skin. His motions lacked any finesse, fluctuating between gentle and forceful. However, that icy touch, after the initial shock, strangely alleviated the throbbing pain from the bruising. The pungent scent of the ointment wafted between them. With his eyes closed, Luo Qingci savored the cold yet firm pressure on his lower back. He could distinctly feel the stiffness and restraint in Ling Yanxiao's fingertips, which felt less like the application of ointment and more like the completion of an exceedingly arduous task. This realization stirred an odd sense of satisfaction within him. He relaxed his body, even leaning slightly backward, resting some weight against the frigid source behind him, and casually remarked, his voice laced with a lazy rasp due to his relaxation. A little lower. Yes, right there, it's a bit sore. You can press harder. I can take it. Ling Yanxiao silently complied with his instructions, his eyes fixed on the skin beneath his fingers as it subtly rose and fell with each breath. The warmth transmitted through his fingertips, the faint vitality of blood coursing just beneath the skin, and the familiar scent that lingered, evoking an unusual calmness. All formed a stark contrast to his own icy desolation. This contact filled him with profound discomfort, even a primal aversion, yet some deeper instinct compelled him to remain, unable to withdraw immediately. Luo Qingci appeared to be wholly absorbed in this peculiar service. He slightly tilted his head, his neck forming a graceful arc, and with his half-closed peach blossom eyes shimmering with a glistening light, he murmured with a hint of amusement, strange as it may be. Although your hands feel as cold as ice, your massage technique is rather commendable. His voice, though soft, pierced through to Ling Yanxiao's ears with crystal clarity. The relaxation in his tone, tinged with a semblance of enjoyment, created an absurd sense of dissonance in conjunction with the current scene. Ling Yanxiao's application of the ointment paused momentarily. That languid compliment regarding the massage technique fell like a small spark, igniting a plume of absurdity within Ling Yanxiao's frozen perception. In the next instant, he abruptly withdrew his hand, taking a substantial step back to re-establish a safe distance. The chilling air enveloped him once more, restoring the familiar deadness and detachment in his eyes, even intensifying a cryptic restlessness. He cast not another glance at Luo Qingci, but turned sharply, striding away into the darkness that led deeper into the lair, his footsteps swift enough to stir the air, as if something were pursuing him from behind. Luo Qingci leisurely lowered his garment, his fingertips gently pressing against the skin on his lower back that had been kneaded, where the cool ointment mingled with the lingering chill of Ling Yanxiao's touch, evoking a peculiar sensation. He gazed in the direction of Ling Yanxiao's retreat, a sly smile gracing his lips. 9527. Has the target's heart rate been detected? Or rather, has there been an unusual fluctuation in the energy core? He mused internally. The target's energy field exhibited a brief, high-frequency disturbance lasting 17 seconds, with an amplitude exceeding the normal fluctuation range by 35. The electronic voice of 9527 conveyed an analytical tone. Preliminary assessment suggests an acute stress response. Host, it appears that your massage service has exerted excessive impact on the zombie king's nervous system. This was precisely the effect he desired. Luo Qingci stretched languidly, feeling that the bruising on his lower back had indeed improved, recognizing that the slow method of gradual heat was insufficient. Occasionally, one must stoke the flames. For the remainder of the day, Ling Yanxiao did not reappear. Dinner was silently delivered through the small slot, with not a shadow in sight. Luo Qingci remained unperturbed, nourished and content, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the fragrant fur, engaging in simple stretches while contemplating his next move. The unexpected attack of the mutated rats during the day, while unforeseen, provided him with an excellent, irrefutable excuse. Risk often accompanies opportunity. As the biting chill of night deepened within the cell, Luo Qingci took action. Clutching the tattered fabric that served as his makeshift pillow, he inhaled deeply and approached the heavy metal door. Instead of banging and calling out as he usually did, he exerted force, attempting to push it open. As expected, the door was not locked from the outside. Gaining confidence, he adjusted his expression, donning a semblance of trepidation and unease, and gently nudged the door ajar, peering outside. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness, save for a faint dark red glow emanating from the direction of the lounge typically occupied by Ling Yanxiao. Chapter 18. Coexisting in the same room, Luo Qingci clutched his pillow and stealthily approached. The door to the lounge stood ajar. He gently pushed it open, revealing a scene much akin to before, spacious yet sparse. Ling Yanxiao was not lying in bed like a human. Instead, he sat quietly on the stone platform adorned with animal skins in the corner. His blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness like two undying lanterns. Locking onto Luo Qingci the moment he entered, his icy gaze tinged with a hint of displeasure at the interruption. Luo Qingci immediately raised a hand in a gesture of reassurance and harmlessness, his face contorted into a sincere yet slightly pitiable expression. He spoke rapidly. "Please don't glare at me. I'm just a bit scared. Those large rats from earlier. Who knows if they have companions? My room has only a flimsy door. It feels utterly unsafe." He gestured towards the direction he had come from, clutching his pillow tighter, his eyes exuding just the right amount of vulnerability. "This place looks the sturdiest and safest. I promise not to disturb you. I'll just lay down at the door, is that all right?" As he spoke, he did not wait for Ling Yanxiao's response, but swiftly slipped into the room, his movements as nimble as an eel. He surveyed the surroundings and chose a spot that was neither too far nor too close to Ling Yanxiao, near the door and relatively clean. He deftly placed his pillow down and sat directly on the ground, pulling his knees to his chest, curling up, and gazing at Ling Yanxiao on the stone platform with an expression that communicated his readiness to remain unobtrusive. The fluidity of his actions left no room for Ling Yanxiao to refuse. An aura of coldness emanated from Ling Yanxiao, almost capable of freezing the air around him. His gaze was laden with a chilling warning and an implicit command to leave. Any rational being could sense the overwhelming intent to expel him. Yet, Luo Qingci seemed entirely oblivious to this signal. He even offered Ling Yanxiao a smile, tinged with a hint of ingratiation before promptly bowing his head. Burying his face into his knees, revealing only a tuft of tousled hair, mimicking a frightened creature seeking shelter. Time passed in silence. Ling Yanxiao remained motionless, without uttering a sound, yet his icy stare weighed down upon Luo Qingci like a tangible force. Luo Qingci could feel the sharpness and discontent within that gaze. Yet he resolutely chose to remain there, utterly still, even regulating his breathing to be as soft as possible. After what felt like an eternity, just as Luo Qingci anticipated that Ling Yanxiao might physically eject him, the intense scrutiny seemed to wane slightly. Ling Yanxiao continued to sit in silence, but the fierce sense of expulsion gradually transformed into a reluctant acquiescence. Luo Qingci quietly exhaled a sigh of relief within. He knew he had succeeded in taking the first step, maintaining his curled position. After a while, as if finally succumbing to fatigue and drowsiness, he began to relax. Rolling onto the cold floor, his back turned towards Ling Yanxiao, placing the tattered pillow beneath his head. He deliberately rustled in a manner that signified his readiness to sleep. And then, in the stillness, with a voice thick with sleepiness, he softly murmured, "Good night." The sound was faint, like the whisper of a feather, yet distinctly audible in the absolute stillness of the room. Once he had spoken, he ceased to move, his breathing gradually becoming long and steady, as if he had truly fallen asleep. The room returned to tranquility, punctuated only by the fabricated rhythm of Luo Qingci's breath and the almost imperceptible flow of energy emanating from the icy figure upon the stone platform. Time slipped away. Perhaps a quarter of an hour or half an hour passed in the thick darkness and silence. A sound, seemingly fearful of disturbing the quiet, drifted from the direction of the stone platform, akin to a sigh. The syllable was brief, so light it nearly vanished into the air. Lying on the ground, with his back turned to Ling Yanxiao, Luo Qingci opened his eyes in the darkness, unable to suppress the broad arc of a smile that curved his lips. He fought against the impulse to turn over, maintaining the facade of slumber, while inside, he was elated. He had responded. He had even uttered a good night. Though it was merely an within Ling Yanxiao's lexicon, it might well be akin to a short essay. That night, Luo Qingci did not sleep soundly. The ground was cold and hard, far less comfortable than the heap of hay he was accustomed to, and he had to remain alert to uphold his performance. Yet he could sense that the source of coldness was not far off, existing in a manner he could not comprehend. There was no slaughter, no expulsion, and even a hint of a faint response. As the night wore on, the inherent chill of the underground shelter became increasingly biting. In his slumber, Luo Qingci instinctively curled tighter, shivering slightly. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness to the cold, he vaguely felt that the temperature in the room seemed less unbearable. It had not grown warm, but rather, that penetrating chill appeared to be slightly mitigated by an invisible force, akin to seeking refuge in a sheltered corner during the harsh winter. Drowsily, he buried his face deeper into his makeshift pillow. The experience of sharing the same space that night acted as an invisible key, subtly prying open a previously stagnant dynamic. Although Ling Yanxiao remained the silent iceberg he always was, Luo Qingci astutely detected a slight fissure in the absolute zero domain surrounding him, as if a breath of air could seep through. Thus, he resolutely began to inch closer. The following morning, Luo Qingci awoke on the cold ground, his body stiff and sore from the unyielding surface. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, his gaze instinctively drawn to the stone platform in the corner. Indeed, Ling Yanxiao retained his meditative posture, as though he had not moved throughout the night. Luo Qingci stifled a grand yawn, a few physiological tears escaping the corners of his eyes, and with a nasally morning voice, he mumbled towards the stone platform. "Good morning, big guy." He did not expect a reply. It was as natural as greeting a potted plant in the morning. Having spoken, he stretched lazily, rose to his feet, and began to ease his stiff limbs, shaking out the ragged cloth pillow he had lain on, folding it into a comically small square, and placing it in the corner against the wall. Ling Yanxiao's eyes shifted slightly with his movements, devoid of any overt expression. However, within that frigid gaze, there seemed to be a reduction in the initial sharp rejection, replaced instead by a hint of habitual observation. From that day forth, Luo Qingci completely transformed Ling Yanxiao's lounge into his own personal domain. He still returned to the cell to address his physiological needs. Yet the majority of his time, particularly during the night, was spent lounging in this space. He had relocated his meager belongings from the cell, a woefully scented fur blanket, a few empty canned food containers, and even that old chessboard. He commenced an almost absurdly mundane existence under Ling Yanxiao's watchful eye. While arranging his meager possessions, he would hum disjointed, oddly melodic tunes, a blend of opera snippets from another world and the remnants of an unidentifiable radio broadcast from this one. Off-key, yet becoming the sole background sound in the room. Chapter 19. Take me along at times, he would engage in soliloquies with the empty can containers, lamenting the poor quality of water or reminiscing about the taste of certain beverages he had once enjoyed. He even began to critique Ling Yanxiao's perpetually unchanged, tattered black coat. One day, as he awkwardly attempted to mend another hole in his clothing with a piece of thin wire he had found, he glanced up to survey Ling Yanxiao, who sat in silence. His gaze sparkled with pure appreciation, akin to that of an art connoisseur. "Honestly, with your remarkable physique, tall stature, and well-defined shoulders and waist, wearing the same black ensemble all the time seems rather wasteful, doesn't it?" He tilted his head, imagining alternatives, pondering that while black is undeniably cool and suits your demeanor, perhaps trying another color could yield delightful surprises? Like a deep red? It would complement your eye color splendidly. Or perhaps a deep blue. It would enhance your complexion. Ling Yanxiao did not even raise an eyelid, as if Luo Qingci were conversing with the air itself. Undeterred, Luo Qingci continued his monologue. What a pity there are no resources here. Otherwise, I would truly want to find some fabric to craft you a new garment. Never mind. You probably wouldn't wear it anyway. He pouted, redirecting his focus back to his tattered attire. His incessant chatter evolved from an initial, deliberate provocation and probing into an almost instinctive background noise. Ling Yanxiao's attitude towards this was subtly shifting as well, from an initial, murderous disregard to a later tolerance. It had now morphed into a near numbness of habit. Occasionally, when Luo Qingci posed particularly nonsensical questions that even challenged the fundamental knowledge of zombies, Ling Yanxiao's previously frozen facial lines would exhibit a slight, imperceptible shift. For instance, one time, observing Ling Yanxiao's pale, elongated hands with sharp nails, an idea struck him. Hey, do zombies need to cut their nails? They seem to grow so quickly. Wouldn't that be inconvenient? For instance, when scratching an itch, could they easily tear their clothing? He asked with utmost seriousness, as if he were discussing a profound academic inquiry. At that moment, Ling Yanxiao's gaze finally sharpened, focusing on Luo Qingci's face. A flicker of incredulity passed through his eyes, akin to the expression of a human confronted with foolish remarks. A mixture of disdain and a sense of hopelessness. Although fleeting, it briefly existed before returning to a profound silence. Luo Qingci precisely captured that ephemeral gaze, feeling a surge of delight within, while outwardly maintaining an appearance of eager inquiry. What's wrong? Did I say something amiss? Are you going to cut it or not? Ling Yanxiao, of course, offered no reply, simply closing his eyes, signifying his refusal to engage with the fool. This interaction became the new norm. Luo Qingci, with his incessant chatter, his subtle gestures, and his omnipresent aura, gradually eroded Ling Yanxiao's absolute silence. He no longer sought to provoke the boundaries of the other. Instead, he adopted a gentler, more permeating approach, transforming himself into an undeniable backdrop in this frigid environment. He even began to share food. While it was evident that Ling Yanxiao had no need for sustenance, each time Luo Qingci received a can of meat, he would use a washed metal lid as a small bowl, portioning out a small share and placing it on the ground not far from Ling Yanxiao's stone platform, saying, "Everyone should partake. Even if you don't eat, there must be a sense of ritual." He would then relish the remaining portion with great enjoyment. Ling Yanxiao never touched the food. Each time, he would wait until Luo Qingci departed to turn it to ash with his energy. Yet, Luo Qingci persisted in this peculiar ritual, as if conducting some strange ceremony. On one particular day, Luo Qingci unearthed a half-tattered, yellowed magazine from some corner, filled mostly with indistinct images, where he could vaguely discern landscapes and figures. He cherished it like a treasure, sitting cross-legged not far from Ling Yanxiao, leafing through the pages while narrating excitedly. "Look at this, it seems to be a sea. So blue, truly beautiful. I've only seen such things in pictures before. This person's attire is quite strange. The colors are so vibrant. What does this writing say? I can't make sense of it at all." When he turned to a page featuring a girl in a white dress, smiling radiantly in the sunlight, he stared for a moment before suddenly lifting his gaze to Ling Yanxiao, curiosity sparkling in his eyes, and asked, "Hey, have you ever liked anyone before? Like, someone like this girl?" The air fell silent instantaneously. Even Luo Qingci felt he had overstepped, preparing to laugh it off. Ling Yanxiao's gaze shifted to him, then to the image in the magazine, before returning to Luo Qingci's face. This time, his expression bore no trace of indifference or coldness. Rather, it was filled with a profound emptiness. After a few moments of silence, Ling Yanxiao slowly shook his head. It was not a denial, but rather an indication of a complete disconnect and void regarding the feeling of affection. Luo Qingci's heart sank slightly, yet he quickly rallied. closing the magazine with a smile. "It's all right, I was just asking casually." He stood up, stretching his numb legs, and said, "I'll go see what food we have today." As he exited the lounge, the impression of Ling Yanxiao's vacant gaze lingered in his mind. Upon returning with a can of vegetables, he found Ling Yanxiao still in the same position, but his gaze seemed to rest upon the old magazine that Luo Qingci had carelessly placed on the ground. A spark of realization flickered within Luo Qingci, yet he chose not to address it. He opened the can of vegetables, revealing a viscous mixture of beans and corn that bore no resemblance to their original forms. Upon tasting it, he scrunched his brows. This flavor is truly peculiar. Then he embarked on another round of absurd inquiries. "Everyone, do you think these vegetables are made from mutated corn and beans? Will consuming them cause strange leaves to sprout, perhaps with ears turning into corn silk?" This time, Ling Yanxiao turned his head, his eyes unmistakably reflecting a palpable sense of exasperation and disdain as he cast a glance in his direction. That look clearly conveyed, "Are you an idiot?" Rather than deflating Luo Qingci, it instead filled him with a sense of reward that secretly delighted him for several days. Ling Yanxiao, no longer silent, began to exhibit more human-like emotional responses. Even his disdain indicated that he was being acknowledged, rather than treated as an inconsequential object. This gradually harmonious coexistence was abruptly interrupted one calm day. Ling Yanxiao rose from his prolonged stillness, his gaze directed toward the passage leading to the ground. Exudinga Shidinyoha. This was his signal to venture out and patrol the territory. In the past, at such times, he would have departed directly, leaving Luo Qingci alone deep within shelter. However, this time, Luo Qingci sprang almost from the ground, swiftly darting in front of Ling Yanxiao, blocking his path. "Are you going out?" Luo Qingci tilted his face upward, his eyes suddenly sparkling with an intense brilliance, a blend of anticipation and a hint of caution. Reminiscent of a large dog, long confined, upon seeing its owner grasp the leash, as if to say, "Take me with you." Chapter 20. A promise not to cause trouble. Luo Qingci spoke rapidly, not allowing Ling Yanxiao the opportunity to refuse, immediately presenting the well-prepared rationale with a tone that was both earnest and tinged with urgency. "I assure you, I will not be a nuisance. I won't wander off or make a racket. If you direct me east, I shall not stray west." He paused momentarily, subtly releasing a flicker of his fire-based abilities, a small flame dancing at his fingertips. "My powers are particularly sensitive to living beings, especially those elusive mutated entities. I could assist in reconnaissance, serving as a mobile alarm system. It would be more convenient than you patrolling alone, or rather, with just a corpse, wouldn't it?" As he spoke, he meticulously observed Ling Yanxiao's reaction. Ling Yanxiao gazed at him in silence for an extended period, so long that Luo Qingci's smile nearly faltered, his heart sinking gradually as he feared this reckless request was destined to fail. He had even begun to consider a backup plan in his mind. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, Ling Yanxiao moved. The corners of his lips, which had remained tightly pressed, appeared unchanged. Yet the oppressive aura surrounding Luo Qingci subtly eased. Then, without uttering a word or casting another glance at Luo Qingci, he simply turned and walked toward the passage leading to the outside world. However, as he took his first step, a low, husky syllable, nearly obscured by the sound of his footsteps, landed heavily. "Stay close." Those two words, devoid of any emotion, felt like a decree, instantly illuminating Luo Qingci's entire world. A smile that had once appeared somewhat rigid suddenly blossomed on his face, akin to sunlight breaking through dark clouds, dazzling to the point of being nearly blinding. He almost leaped as he turned around, hastening to follow, striving to suppress the impulse to cheer and merely letting out an excited murmur from his throat. He closely trailed behind Ling Yanxiao, maintaining a distance of about a step. Ling Yanxiao's strides were long and swift, yet Luo Qingci, having undergone physical enhancement, found it effortless to keep pace. The passage ascended, the musty and dusty air gradually replaced by a more complex scent, a melange of gunpowder, radiation, and decaying organic matter, embodying the unique aroma of an apocalyptic world. The light transitioned from darkness to a somber grayish-yellow hue. At last, they reached the end of the corridor. It was a door, heavily constructed of metal and concrete, severely deformed yet barely operable. Without even pushing with his hands, Ling Yanxiu merely raised his hand, and an invisible force acted upon the door, causing it to slowly swing inward. In an instant, the murky, gray-yellow sky, the shattered and distorted outlines of the city, and the dry, scorching wind laden with grit surged into Luo Qingci's senses like a tidal wave. He instinctively squinted against the light, which, though not bright, was far more glaring than the underground. Standing at the threshold, he inhaled deeply the air thick with the essence of death and desolation, yet felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. Ling Yanxiu had already stepped outside, his figure merging into the backdrop of ruins, as if he were an intrinsic part of this lifeless world. Luo Qingci quickened his pace to catch up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yanxiu upon this vast expanse of land. He turned his head to gaze at Ling Yanxiu's cold, hard profile, tousled hair caught by the wind, his face reflecting an uncontrollable sense of novelty and excitement. He softly uttered a phrase, seemingly directed at Ling Yanxiu, yet also an affirmation to himself. "We are out." Ling Yanxiu offered no reply. Nevertheless, Luo Qingci was acutely aware that everything had changed. He had transformed from a captive observer confined underground into a companion who could walk alongside, at least for the moment, a being who had attained a semblance of freedom. The gravel crunched underfoot, and a distant, ominous howl wafted through the wind. Danger lurked everywhere, yet Luo Qingci felt a long-lost vitality. He exhaled a long breath, as if to expel the mustiness accumulated in his lungs, then stretched out his arms, indulging in a satisfying yawn, his joints emitting gentle pops. He turned to the tall figure beside him, breaking into a bright, unclouded smile, despite his pallor from prolonged exposure to darkness. "It feels so much better outside, though it looks as if it has been plowed 100 times. His tone carried an evident lightness, as if the apocalyptic scene before him were merely a rather special theme park. Ling Yanxiu's gaze swept the surroundings, his cold visage revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. He did not respond to Luo Qingci's musings, but instead lengthened his stride, beginning to walk along a vaguely discernible old street ahead. His steps remained steady and swift, imbued with an undeniable familiarity with the terrain. However, Luo Qingci keenly observed that the other party seemed to deliberately slow down slightly, maintaining a distance that allowed him to walk alongside with ease. This realization deepened the smile on Luo Qingci's lips. He quickened his pace, aligning himself beside Ling Yanxiu, his peach blossom eyes darting about in a state of wonder. Yet, he did not forget the responsibility that compelled him to follow. He tempered his outward excitement, concentrating instead on harnessing the psychic abilities that resonated within him. This power not only enabled him to manipulate flames, but also endowed him with a keen perception of the surrounding life, energy, and abnormal fluctuations. Having traversed less than 100 meters, Luo Qingci suddenly halted, tilting his head slightly as if to listen intently, his finger pointing towards a dilapidated residential building ahead. There, approximately 300 meters away, he detected a faint life response, its energy weak and its fluctuations stable, likely a small mutated creature that had survived against the odds, such as a radiation rat or a cockroach, posing little threat. Ling Yanxiu glanced in the direction pointed out, offering no verbal acknowledgement, yet his stride did not falter, clearly affirming Luo Qingci's assessment. As they continued onward, passing through what was once an intersection now reduced to a mound of debris, Luo Qingci's brow furrowed. He tugged at the hem of Ling Yanxiu's sleeve, lowering his voice. "Wait, something feels off about the street to the left." Ling Yanxiu came to a halt, turning his gaze towards the left street, cluttered with twisted steel and concrete blocks. It appeared eerily silent, as if even the wind had chosen to bypass it. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of death. Luo Qingci closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, his tone turning grave. This was not mere silence, but a heavy, decaying stillness. There might be a formidable creature lying in wait, or perhaps the lingering traces of a long-standing contamination. I suggest we circumvent it. This time, Ling Yinshao's gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds, seemingly assessing the accuracy of his perception. Subsequently, he nodded, altering their course towards a relatively open path. This small acknowledgement sparked a flicker of pride within Luo Qingci. Chapter 21. Matching outfits. The subsequent patrol transformed into a showcase of Luo Qingci's personal abilities. He resembled a humanoid biological radar, continuously reporting on their surroundings. At 2 o'clock ahead, there are residual energy signatures from airborne mutants that have recently departed. We are temporarily safe. The radiation levels in this area are elevated, posing risks with prolonged exposure. Oh, it appears there's a faint energy shielding response within the ruins of that shop. Perhaps something valuable is hidden there, or it could be a trap. He not only identified threats, but also exhibited curiosity towards certain anomalous energy fluctuations. His judgments were swift, precise, and articulated with clarity, starkly contrasting his usual playful demeanor filled with idle chatter. This professional attitude, when focused on the task at hand, enveloped him in an aura of calm reliability. Ling Yinshiao remained silent, primarily adjusting their route or increasing vigilance based on Luo Qingci's prompts. He possessed an innate ability to sense most dangers without the need for Luo Qingci's reminders. However, he had to concede that having this human radar by his side indeed spared him considerable effort in meticulous reconnaissance, especially in situations characterized by complex energy interference or the need to discern low-threat targets. On one occasion, Luo Qingci accurately alerted him to a pack of mutated hyenas lurking at the entrance of a sewer. Ling Yinshiao did not wait for those grotesque creatures to fully emerge. With a mere flick of his hand, he instantly transformed the pack into rigid ice sculptures, which subsequently shattered into a multitude of ice shards. Luo Qingci gazed in astonishment and couldn't help but whistle, exclaiming, "Impressive! What remarkable efficiency in clearing the area!" Ling Yinshiao continued his advance with an impassive expression, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Their patrol route encompassed a vast area centered around the shelter. Luo Qingci observed that Ling Yinshiao did not wander aimlessly. He appeared to have a fixed patrol path with several key points of interest, such as an abandoned water purification plant, a suspected entry point to an old military base, and several locations exhibiting anomalous energy fluctuations. At each of these sites, Ling Yinshiao would pause briefly, his eyes flickering with intricate energy patterns, as if he were reading or recording something. Luo Qingci wisely refrained from interrupting, remaining at a safe distance while vigilantly scanning their surroundings and quietly noting these locations along with Ling Yinshiao's reactions. This information might prove invaluable in the future. As the dying rays of the sun painted the western sky a foreboding shade of dark crimson, Ling Yinshiao concluded their patrol and began the return journey. Although Luo Qingci felt a lingering desire to explore further, he recognized that nightfall brought greater dangers, and so he obediently walked beside him. The silence between them on the way back was no longer laden with the initial tension and pressure. Instead, it was harmonious. Luo Qingci no longer felt the need to force conversation, simply relishing the fleeting sense of freedom and the companionship of walking side by side. He even found the leisure to pick up a peculiarly shaped piece of rusted metal, idly toying with it in his hands. As they approached the entrance of a shelter, Luo Qingci suddenly halted, pointing to the roof of a relatively intact building not far away. "Isn't there a mutated cactus up there? Remarkably still alive. And its colors are truly bizarre." Ling Yinshiao glanced in the direction he indicated but remained silent. Luo Qingci, however, chuckled to himself, his tone imbued with a sense of accomplishment. Today was quite fruitful, wasn't it? Not only did we get some fresh air, but I also proved useful. What do you think? This human radar of mine is rather effective, isn't it? Ling Yinshiao continued to be taciturn, but his steps did not falter as he first entered the dim entrance of the shelter. Luo Qingci watched his retreating figure and smiled before following suit. Upon re-entering the cold, shadowy underground passage, he found that the earlier sense of oppression had dissipated. This expedition not only familiarized him with the external environment, but, more importantly, allowed him to demonstrate his value to Ling Yanxiao. In the dim light, he regarded the tall, icy silhouette ahead of him and thought cheerfully. It seems this roommate relationship can be upgraded once more. His professional demeanor had significantly enhanced the efficiency of this patrol. That highly effective and relatively smooth reconnaissance served as a potent morale booster, solidifying Luo Qingci's position beside Ling Yanxiao even further. He began to accompany Ling Yanxiao on outings more frequently, under the pretext of assisting with patrols and making use of his remaining energy. Ling Yanxiao remained non-committal. Yet each time they ventured beyond their shelter, he tacitly permitted Luo Qingci to follow closely, occasionally adjusting their route slightly due to Luo's astute warnings. A peculiar, yet harmonious pattern of companionship formed between them. On this particular day, their patrol route led them through a sizable abandoned town. The buildings here were irreparably damaged. Streets choked with rubble, and discarded vehicles had rusted into mere shells. The wind whistled through hollow doorways and windows, producing eerie, mournful sounds. The air was thick with a decay more pungent than elsewhere. As Luo Qingci diligently attuned himself to the surrounding environment, his curiosity prompted him to glance about. The remnants of the pre-apocalyptic town appeared both alien and hauntingly captivating to him. Upon passing a storefront that retained a semblance of integrity, albeit with shattered windows, he suddenly exclaimed and halted in his tracks. The crooked sign above the entrance bore the faintly discernible words "Fashion Front," while inside, darkness enveloped the scene. Shelves lay in disarray, garments strewn across the floor, all cloaked in a thick layer of dust. This was a clothing store. Luo Qingci's eyes sparkled with excitement. His coarse fabric garments had long deteriorated, barely providing any coverage, while tolerable underground exposure to the elements rendered him utterly disheveled. Without a moment's hesitation, he slipped inside, leaving Ling Yanxiao to stand alone in the shadows of the ruins at the street corner. Ling Yanxiao cast a glance at the shop before directing his gaze towards the depths of the town, where danger might lurk, yet he made no move to intervene, simply standing still and waiting. The interior of the store was a chaotic mess, thick with dust and the musty scent of decaying fabric. Luo Qingci held his breath, navigating through the debris with the faint light filtering through the gaping holes in the roof. Most garments had succumbed to rot, crumbling at the slightest touch. However, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a leather jacket partially encased in a plastic bag. The jacket, black and elegantly designed, though somewhat stiff from age, was remarkably intact. He shook off the dust, shed his tattered outer layer, and donned the leather jacket. To his surprise, it fit him perfectly, shoulders and waist tailored as if crafted just for him. The cold leather pressed against his skin, imparting an oddly reassuring sensation. He glanced down at himself, caressing the solid texture of the leather, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After a moment's thought, he decided to discard the even more tattered undergarment, opting instead for a relatively clean tank top beneath the jacket. With a swift pull of the zipper, he felt revitalized, exuding a sense of spirited nonchalance. In high spirits, he emerged from the wreckage, brushing off the dust from his attire, and strode briskly towards the waiting Ling Yanxiao, deliberately straightening his posture. He twirled to allow the jacket to sway slightly, a smug grin lighting up his face as he raised an eyebrow and teased, "What do you think? Quite the stroke of luck, isn't it? I found something that fits perfectly." He tugged at the collar of his leather jacket and pointed at the tattered, yet still distinguishable black coat worn by Ling Yanxiao, his tone laced with evident teasing and comparison. "Isn't it far more stylish than your battle-worn garment that's been around for who knows how many years? Nearly reduced to a rag?" Ling Yanxiao's gaze fell upon him, as if he were appraising an intriguing object. The new jacket's black hue almost melded with the somber tones of his coat. Seeing that Ling Yanxiao remained silent, Luo Qingci grew bolder. He stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them to less than a foot. With a playful flick of his fingertip, he lightly hooked the edge of Ling Yanxiao's coat collar, his actions carrying a hint of intimacy and mischief. Lifting his face, he beamed at Ling Yanxiao's handsome yet pallid visage, lowering his voice with an ambiguous tone. Hey, your physique is quite similar to mine. How about I join you in finding a matching piece? We could even call a couple's outfit. The phrase couple's outfit was enunciated with particular clarity, dripping with evident jest and provocation. The warmth of his breath brushed against Ling Yinshao's cold jaw, while beneath his fingertips lay the rigid, frigid collar and the unyielding skin of the other. This gesture and its accompanying words were undeniably a blatant transgression, almost a challenge to Ling Yinshao's deeply ingrained aversion to close proximity. Ling Yinshao lowered his gaze, his eyes reflecting the cunning smile on Luo Qingci's face. He observed Luo Qingci, noting the unmasked provocation and an unusual warmth in the other's eyes. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds, the sound of the town's wind fading into silence. Just as Luo Qingci anticipated that Ling Yinshao would push him away as he had done during their last chess match, Ling Yinshao merely parted his thin lips to utter two syllables. Superfluous. His voice was low, as if dismissing the frivolity of such attire and the light-hearted proposition as entirely without worth. Merely superfluous. However, despite his words, his body remained unmoved, showing no inclination to retreat or push Luo Qingci away. He stood there, allowing Luo Qingci's fingers to linger on his collar, permitting them to maintain this excessively intimate distance. Luo Qingci's smile deepened, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. Rather than retreating from the superfluous remark, he continued in that position, gently caressing the fabric of the collar with his fingers before slowly withdrawing his hand and stepping back half a pace. All right, if you say it's superfluous, then so be it. He shrugged nonchalantly, wearing an agreeable expression. I still think it looks quite dapper. He patted his new jacket and turned to walk ahead, his steps light as if he had merely jested moments ago. Ling Yinshao remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixated on Luo Qingci's upright and spirited silhouette, his expression still devoid of any emotion. Only when that figure was about to turn a corner of a crumbling wall did he begin to move, silently following behind. The wind lifted the edges of Luo Qingci's leather jacket, stirring the tattered fabric of Ling Yinshao's coat. One moved forward, vibrant and lively, while the other trailed behind, cold and still, together traversing the ruins of a post-apocalyptic world, forming a scene both bizarre and inexplicably harmonious. Luo Qingci walked ahead, relishing the delicate sound of his new leather jacket brushing against him, his spirits soaring. He was aware that the suggestion of matching outfits had been declined, yet Ling Yinshao did not deter him from approaching, nor did he push away the hand that playfully tugged at his collar. This, in itself, marked a significant progress. The iceberg of Ling Yinshao's demeanor seemed to be undergoing some imperceptible transformation at an exceedingly slow pace. The patrol lasted for most of the day, encompassing a vast majority of the town. Ling Yinshao appeared to ascertain that this area posed no substantial threats or concentrations of anomalous energy. As the murky sky began to take on a dark crimson hue, heralding the impending night, he halted, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before ultimately resting upon a relatively intact two-story community center. We shall spend the night here, he succinctly declared, leading the way toward the building. Luo Qingci had no objections. The dangers of the outside night far outweighed those in the underground shelter, not only due to the frigid temperatures, but also the presence of more active nocturnal mutants. Having a sturdy refuge was indeed a coveted necessity. The lobby of the building was fairly spacious, though littered with debris. Books and documents lay rotting into mush, and furniture was askew. Nevertheless, the roof remained largely intact, and the windows, mostly blocked by detritus, could effectively shield against the cold winds and prying eyes. Upon entering, Ling Yinshao casually stationed himself in a relatively clean corner, scanning the dim space to ensure no lurking dangers were present. Luo Qingci, on the other hand, immediately shifted into camp setup mode. He skillfully cleared a small area, rummaging through the rubble to unearth some dry wooden sticks and rags, which he piled together. Extending his forefinger, a small cluster of orange flames flickered to life, igniting the kindling. Soon, a modest bonfire crackled and danced, dispelling some of the darkness and chill, imbuing the space with a rare warmth and vitality. The firelight illuminated his face, dusted with a hint of ash, while also casting a glow upon Ling Yinxiao's stern profile nearby. The orange glow flickered in his blood-red pupils, yet could not thaw the frigid depths within. Luo Qingci retrieved today's provisions from his small pack, 2 cans of meat, skillfully prying one open with his knife. He extended it toward Ling Yinxiao, saying, "Here, that's your portion." Ling Yinxiao did not even glance at it, showing no intention of accepting. Luo Qingci shrugged, retracting his hand, and held the other can for himself, enjoying a meal by the firelight. He savored every bite, even unconsciously humming a quirky tune he often sang, which went off-key like a whimsical melody from his grandmother's home, his toes gently tapping along to the offbeat rhythm. The flickering flames, the food, and the sound of his humming lent an oddly vibrant ambience to this makeshift sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. Ling Yinxiao stood still as a statue, his eyes occasionally shifting with the movement of the flames, whether in vigilance of the outside world or observing the contented human by the fire remained uncertain. As the night deepened, the biting cold began to seep in relentlessly. Even with the bonfire, Luo Qingci felt the chill penetrate like fine needles into his very bones. He tightened his leather jacket and inched closer to the fire, yet he still trembled slightly from the cold, unable to resist rubbing his hands together and exhaling warm breath. He glanced at Ling Yinxiao in the corner, who stood as straight as a pillar, seemingly unaffected by the frigid temperature surrounding him, even emanating a chill that felt colder than the outdoors. Luo Qingci's eyes flickered, and a mischievous, ingratiating smile spread across his face. He rose to his feet, rubbing his hands together, and cheerfully approached Ling Yinxiao, halting 2 steps away. In a tone akin to negotiation, he said, "My friend, may I propose something? It feels as if you have summoned a natural air conditioner beside you, so chilly. I must say, this fire seems rather insufficient. Could I borrow a bit of your coldness to balance it out? I promise, just a smidgen, absolutely not greedy." Such absurdity would have previously garnered nothing but disdain from Ling Yinxiao, who might not even deign to cast him a glance. Yet this time, under the flickering flames, Ling Yinxiao's gaze was profound and inscrutable. He observed Luo Qingci's slightly pale face and his playful demeanor, refraining from rebuking him or unleashing an icy blast to freeze him into a statue. Seeing no immediate reaction, Luo Qingci grew bolder. He cautiously shuffled his feet until he gently leaned his back against the wall beside Ling Yinxiao, drawing closer to him, though they still maintained a fist's distance apart. Luo Qingci could distinctly sense the chilling aura emanating from Ling Yinxiao. The anticipated rejection did not materialize. Ling Yinxiao merely stiffened for a moment, gazing at the back of Luo Qingci's head and the collar of his new leather jacket before slowly turning his gaze back to the void. He tacitly accepted this proximity. Luo Qingci's heart soared with delight, though he feigned nonchalance. He adjusted his position, leaning more comfortably against the wall. Soon, a wave of coolness seeped through the wall and the air, curiously counteracting the damp chill that the fire could not dispel. Though it was not as comforting as genuine warmth, it was at least more bearable than the earlier unbearable cold. He let out a contented sigh and closed his eyes, as if merely seeking warmth. The campfire continued to burn, crackling softly. In the corner, the two shared an oddly intimate space. Chapter 23. The human air conditioner in the silence. An indescribable atmosphere began to pervade. It was no longer merely a dynamic of surveillance and being surveilled, nor was it a state of complete harmony. Instead, it embodied a subtle balance between the two. Luo Qingci sensed that after leaning closer, the once aggressive chill emanating from Ling Yinxiao had seemingly subsided, becoming less hostile, more akin to a passive low-temperature radiation. Thus, he leaned there, initially maintaining a sense of vigilance. However, perhaps due to the fatigue from the daytime patrol or the peculiar hypnotic effect of the contrasting temperatures, his consciousness gradually blurred, and his breathing became languid. Ling Yinxiao remained utterly still, like an ancient ice sculpture. He listened to the steady rhythm of the breath beside him, feeling the faint yet tenacious warmth of life permeating through the thin air, creating an eternal struggle against his own frigid existence. Outside, the night wind howled, occasionally interspersed with the distant wails of unknown mutations. Yet within this dilapidated structure, by the flickering firelight, cold and warmth coexisted in a strange harmony, a delicate interplay of vigilance and relaxation. Amidst this, an unusual sense of calm began to envelop the two of them. The night spent relying on the humanoid air conditioner had elevated Luo Qingci's adaptability to accompanying the zombie king to an entirely new level. As dawn broke, he awoke beside the embers of the campfire, noticing that Ling Yanxiao still maintained a standing posture, as if he had not moved throughout the night, though the chilling aura surrounding him seemed to have subsided considerably. Stretching, he rose to his feet, easing the stiffness from sleeping against the wall, and naturally greeted Ling Yanxiao. As if the previous night's act of seeking warmth from his coldness were the most ordinary thing. Ling Yanxiao responded with his usual silence. Yet as he turned to commence the day's patrol, Luo Qingci observed that he seemed to deliberately slow his initial steps, as if waiting for him to catch up. They departed from the abandoned town, advancing towards a more desolate area. The landscape here was even more barren, the earth displaying a morbid cracking, with sparse and twisted mutated flora struggling to survive. As they traversed a region marked by undulating terrain and colossal debris, Luo Qingci's latent abilities suddenly alerted him with a sharp intensity. He halted abruptly, instinctively grasping Ling Yanxiao's sleeve, whispering, "Something approaches, and in considerable numbers. It's a horde of zombies. Their energy fluctuations are chaotic, as if they are being driven." Almost simultaneously with his words, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and howls erupted from behind a cluster of stone formations ahead. Soon, a horde of approximately 20 to 30 zombies surged forth. They varied in form, predominantly low-tier zombies, moving sluggishly, yet among them were a few swift, mutated beings with grotesque transformations. This group of zombies appeared exceedingly agitated, not wandering aimlessly but rather fleeing in panic, as if pursued by something far more terrifying. Ling Yanxiao's gaze swiftly locked onto the horde, and the previously contained chill erupted violently around him. It was the absolute pressure belonging to the zombie king, possessing an innate ability to instill fear in lower-tier zombies. Indeed, upon encountering this overwhelming aura, the vanguard of the horde became visibly staggered, emitting fearful whimpers, causing chaos and disarray. According to Ling Yanxiao's usual approach, he would likely unleash a widespread attack, completely annihilating these lower beings that dared to invade his territory. However, this time, Luo Qingci firmly tugged at his arm, preventing him from acting immediately. In Luo Qingci's eyes sparkled a blend of tension and exhilaration, reminiscent of a child encountering a fascinating new toy, as he quickly urged, "Don't rush. Simply crushing them is rather dull. I assent it. Watch me." Ling Yanxiao turned his gaze towards him, a hint of bewilderment evident in his expression. Luo Qingci had no time to elucidate. His mind raced as his gaze swept across the mass of corpses and the surrounding environment. He discerned that the mutated beings were the chaotic core of the horde, not only commanding the lower-tier zombies, but also exhibiting an extraordinary frenzy themselves. They found themselves amidst a vast expanse of weathered rock columns. "Follow me," Luo Qingci commanded in a low voice, swiftly darting towards the depths of the rock formations. His movements were as agile as a fox, skillfully utilizing the columns as cover. Ling Yanxiao furrowed his brow, but nonetheless stepped forward, curious to witness what tricks this human had up his sleeve. As Luo Qingci moved with haste, he keenly observed the horde behavior. Seizing the opportune moment, he halted behind a sturdy rock column and forcefully thrust his hands forward. Two blazing fireballs arced through the air, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the most vigorous mutated beings mingling among the corpses. Boom! The fireballs erupted, although they did not immediately vanquish the resilient mutants. The searing flames and shockwaves elicited anguished roars from them, inciting even greater chaos. The scorched mutants, in their frenzy, began to lash out violently at their kin, while the lower-tier zombies, driven by primal fear and confusion, stumbled over one another in a panic frenzy. "This way," Luo Qingci urged, seizing the invaluable moment of infighting among the horde to guide Ling Yanxiao swiftly through a pre-identified crevice. He adeptly navigated the terrain, occasionally scaling the tops of the rock columns for a better vantage point, and at other times slipping into narrow gaps, skillfully avoiding the brunt of the horde's charge. Ling Yanxiao followed him silently, observing this human, who moved like the most cunning of hunters through the intricate stone forest, creating maximum disorder with minimal energy expenditure. He need not engage directly. He merely followed Luo Qingci's lead, occasionally freezing a hapless zombie that obstructed their path with a blast of icy energy. Throughout the ordeal, Luo Qingci remained focused, his gaze sharp, a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor. The confidence and composure with which he orchestrated their escape, manipulating the situation with ease, radiated a unique brilliance. In just a few minutes, they emerged unscathed from the other side of the stone thicket. Behind them, the cacophony of roars and chaos still echoed. Yet the zombies were ensnared by the terrain and their own infighting, presenting no immediate threat. Luo Qingci paused, glancing back at the source of the turmoil before turning away. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead and lifting his chin towards Ling Yanxiao with a proud smirk, his expression unmistakably exuding triumph. What do you think? A seamless escape without shedding blood. Is outsmarting the enemy not far more exhilarating than charging in recklessly? He gasped for breath, his eyes shimmering with excitement, reminiscent of starlight. Ling Yanxiao stood before him, quietly observing this human, who shone with an effervescent vitality following such a modest victory. In the flickering firelight, the flush on his cheeks from running and exhilaration, along with his remarkably bright eyes, brimmed with the vigor of life. His face, eternally frozen like a glacier, remained devoid of any discernible expression. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might detect a fleeting glimmer deep within his eyes. This ephemeral light passed as swiftly as an illusion, akin to a subtle ray reflected on a glacial expanse, carrying an ineffable emotion reminiscent of intrigue. It could hardly be termed a smile, for not even the slightest curve graced his lips. Nevertheless, that momentary flash was vividly etched in Luo Qingci's memory. His triumphant grin faltered for an instant, only to blossom into a more resplendent radiance. Ling Yanxiao offered no reply to his inquiry. He merely averted his gaze and resumed his stride, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Yet Luo Qingci, in high spirits, hastened to match his pace, walking alongside him while humming a tuneless melody. Chapter 24. Are you afraid I might run off with someone else? Following that astute manipulation of the terrain to navigate through the horde of corpses, Luo Qingci sensed that the invisible thread binding him to Ling Yanxiao had grown a tad sturdier. Ling Yanxiao remained taciturn, yet his silence no longer radiated the absolute rejection it once did. It resembled a tacit acceptance of companionship. Luo Qingci even began to habitually walk beside him, maintaining a peculiar yet balanced rapport between them. Their patrol range gradually expanded, encroaching upon areas that might still harbor remnants of pre-apocalyptic supplies. On this day, their objective was a suspected storage area on the outskirts of the city. The buildings here were predominantly low and stout. Though ravaged, their structures remained relatively intact. As they cautiously navigated through the abandoned warehouses and factories, Luo Qingci, his heightened senses, detected an anomaly once more. It was a collection of faint, chaotic life signals, tinged with fear and exhaustion, converging within a warehouse fortified with reinforced doors and windows. There are people. Luo Qingci lowered his voice, grasping Ling Yanxiao's arm and gesturing towards the direction, noting the small number and weak energy signatures. Could they be survivors? Ling Yanxiao's icy visage betrayed no change. For him, human survivors were no different from the rubble strewn along the roadside, perhaps even more troublesome. Yet, Luo Qingci felt a twinge of hesitation. As a human, he could not entirely suppress a flicker of compassion for his fellow beings. He signaled to Ling Yanxiao to remain in place, then lightened his step, utilizing the ruins as cover to stealthily approach the warehouse for a clearer view. The windows of the warehouse were sealed with wooden planks and metal sheeting. save for a larger gap in one corner. Luo Qingci leaned closer to this opening, peering inside. The sight within caused a heaviness in his heart. Approximately 7 or 8 individuals, men, women, and children, were huddled in the corner, each gaunt and ragged, their eyes glazed with a profound sense of dread. In the center of the warehouse flickered a small, feeble fire, over which a battered pot simmered, containing an unrecognizable, viscous substance. The air was thick with an aura of despair and decay. This was a meager outpost clinging to existence on the brink of the apocalypse. Just then, a frail young man stationed near the window, tasked with keeping watch, inadvertently lifted his gaze and met Luo Qingci's eyes peering through the gap. The young man was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes erupted with an incredulous joy, as if he had beheld a savior. He excitedly pounded on the window's covering, lowering his voice, yet speaking with immense urgency, shouting inside, "It's a person, a human being. There are people outside, not zombies." This declaration was akin to a boulder cast into still waters. All the survivors in the warehouse were stirred, struggling to rise and rushing to the window, peering through the gaps to catch sight of the pale, yet evidently healthy Luo Qingci. Instantly, pleas cries and fervent words surged forth like a tidal wave from the crevice. "Save us. Take us with you. We're running out of food. Which stronghold are you from? Is there an army? Please. There are children outside." Those eyes, filled with longing and despair, fixated on Luo Qingci as if he were their sole lifeline. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. He understood the meaning behind those gazes. They were the last desperate appeals for life from souls on the brink of death. Instinctively, he took a step back, his emotions tangled, turning to glance at the motionless figure of Ling Yanxiao in the distance. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed a shift in the aura surrounding Ling Yanxiao. If the earlier Ling Yanxiao had been cold and lifeless, at this moment, he resembled a volcano that had erupted instantaneously. A chilling wave of destructive intent surged forth like a tangible tsunami, radiating outward from him. The temperature in the air plummeted, and even the ground seemed to crystallize with a layer of frost. Those blood-red eyes ignited with a hellish flame, locking onto Luo Qingci with an intensity that conveyed extreme peril, undeniable possessiveness, and a ferocity that suggested should Luo Qingci dare to step toward those humans, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. This reaction was far more intense and terrifying than Luo Qingci had anticipated. He could almost feel his own blood freezing beneath the weight of that murderous intent. Ling Yanxiao was not angry. He was asserting his dominion. Standing there, Luo Qingci could sense the hopeful gazes of the survivors in the warehouse behind him, juxtaposed with the soul-freezing stare of Ling Yanxiao ahead. On one side lay the desperate pleas of his fellow humans, and on the other, the formidable and subtly complex presence of the zombie king. He remained silent for several moments, a myriad of images flashing through his mind. Ling Yanxiao was cold, dangerous, and incomprehensible. Yet he was also the only one who had forged a complex connection with him and seemed to have